Xia Li's business ran from dawn till dusk, yet only a handful of talismans sold at his little charm shop. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the bustling crowd of the dispersion cultivators market began to thin, only 5 talismans lay quietly spread on his stall. Unexpectedly, 3 rugged cultivators approached, their eyes dark with unspoken menace, instantly stiffening the atmosphere. Brother Xia, looks like business is good today. We guys have been a bit short on spirit stones lately. How about lending us some? Their tone left no room for refusal in Fenghe City, where rules were scarce, the strong ruled by right of power. Xia Li looked them over carefully. Although the market forbade outright robbery, the extraordinary quality of his talismans had sparked rumors that he harbored a rare inheritance in talisman arts. They eyed him with a mix of greed and fear. With cultivation barely at chi refinement stage, he had no power to resist. To avoid trouble, he had to rely on his backing Lu Urge, the ruthless second young master of the Lu family. Though Lu was merciless, he showed slightly more humanity than the market's overseer, Yang. At least, he wouldn't seize Xia Li's talisman legacy, not for now. Xia Li understood this alliance was a wolf's path, but it was his only shield. At the mention of his connection, the 3 rough cultivators' faces darkened. They issued a cold warning before turning away, leaving a lingering sense of threat hanging in the air. Under the night sky, Xia Li packed up his stall with a bitter sigh. Fenghe City was a trap where every step forward was blocked. Trapped here, survival and power struggles alike were a deadlock. Returning to his modest villa on the city outskirts, he entered his room and stared at the martial arts manual on his desk. Half a month of hard training had yielded no breakthrough. He was no ordinary mortal, yet his body was fundamentally talentless and unable to harness even basic internal energy. His practice was upside down, thrown into disorder. Worse, the spiritual core and heavenly chipset implanted in him were outdated second-hand tech, capped at chi refinement, making him a mere frog in the vast cultivation world. His gaze drifted to the weary reflection staring back from the mirror, the barcode slave brand stamped sharply on his right cheek. It was the company's mark, cold, merciless, declaring he was no free man but their living mineral extractor, a being stripped of rights. Ironically, he didn't belong to this era. In 2030, diagnosed with a terminal illness, he signed on for cryogenic freezing, becoming an experimental subject and a living minor, never imagining half a century later his revival in this strange new trap. From the resurgence of spiritual energy and the fusion of tech and cultivation, to the Third World War turned chaotic battleground of mysticism and science, he had crossed a shattered timeline. After awakening, he was inadvertently drawn into a rebellion against the mining company. Betrayed, his bomb detonated prematurely, sending him falling into the mine pit. When he awoke, he found himself in Fenghe City of another world. At that moment, a mysterious ring on his finger flashed bright white light, swallowing the surrounding vision. In an instant, he was enveloped by the glow, then everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was inside pit number 3 of the mines, the air thick with gunpowder smoke, rubble scattered everywhere. Could this mean he had returned to Earth? His heart raced as he stared at the black iron ring on his ring finger. A thrilling suspicion surged through him. This ring might be a true relic of the immortal path, capable of traversing 2 completely different worlds. Back on Earth, during an ancient era of cultivation when spiritual energy flourished and was now awakening, his existence might turn the tide of fate. Countless thoughts surged. Reflecting on the difficult days surviving in this other world, the opportunities and oppressions of the spiritual Renaissance era, he realized clearly. One world struggled to scale impossible peaks, while the other offered vast spiritual stones just for running a Stalin unbelievably generous chance. Cultivation was his only way out. Catalyzed by spiritual energy technology refining molecular chi, building energy foundations, forming electromagnetic golden cores, condensing ion nascent souls, becoming a god of fusion. Xia Li's path ahead was full of unknowns and fiery passion. Spiritual energy tech was said to provide endless keef pigs could fly. So could you. Refine molecular chi, build energy bases, form electromagnetic golden cores, condense ion nascent souls, become a fusion god. At this moment, words could hardly capture the excitement surging through Xia Li's heart. Since waking, had been lost in a fog of confusion, lacking any drive to move forward, unable to see a tomorrow, let alone harbor hope. After all, he was just an ordinary man abandoned by time, having lost a full 500 years. Without hesitation, Xia Li set off toward the mine entrance. Though an explosion had rocked the tunnels, it had unexpectedly blasted open several new passages. He cautiously made his way along these fresh routes for quite some time when suddenly voices whispered nearby. This Lingdai ancient ruin was suspected to be a Jindan relic site evident from the structure of the formation weight. Someone's here. The words cut off abruptly, followed by the rapid sound of footsteps. Though Xia Li realized had been spotted, his first instinct was to find somewhere to hide. But thinking it over, if they'd already found him, there was likely nowhere to conceal himself. So he quickly slipped the ring off his left hand and tucked it into his shoe. Soon, a group appeared just ahead. Judging by their attire, Xia Li immediately knew he was back on Earth. After all, a few women were dressed in short skirts and black stockings, an outfit that wouldn't exist in that other world. Young man, who are you? The elderly leader scanned Xia Li with sharp eyes. Before he could answer, a woman in her mid-20s stepped forward. He's a miner for Qiming Mining Company, my contact for underground ventilation. This very mine shaft was blown open by him. Oh, so he's one of us. Didn't expect him to be so capable. The old man's expression softened instantly. Clearly, their plan depended on inside. Help. Xia Li was one of the crucial betrayers. You flatter me. Siri only wanted freedom. Xia Li bowed respectfully. He could tell this elder was the true leader here. Qiming Mining has no scruples, reviving ancients only to enslave them. It's despicable, Xia Li said gravely. Such a pity. The elder stroked his beard, eyes studying him closely. Those people are too arrogant, thinking ancient and modern have no connection, that pure origins justify their control. They forget people are living, breathing realities. By the way, young man, this mine exploded almost a month ago. Why haven't you left? Didn't anyone find you? Xia Li hesitated briefly, then chose to be honest. I was buried by falling rock, but fortunately had some food in my pocket, so I survived. You weren't hurt? Quite badly, actually. But thanks to these spirit stones, Xia Li unwrapped his pocket, revealing over 30 stones of various shapes. The elder's eyes brightened in understanding. A typical miner caught in such an explosion would surely perish. But with spirit stones, things change. Even the most basic Tianqin spirit stones contain healing spells. Their spiritual energy can repair most non-lethal wounds, and with enough energy, even fatal injuries can be survived. Xia Li nodded silently. After a moment's pause, the group resumed discussing their next steps. Outside, the wind whispered through the mine entrance, carrying an undercurrent of tension. Yet the storm roiling within Xia Li's heart was far from settled. The young guy was lucky he actually found a chunk of crude spirit stone, and his cultivation improved along with it. Had he reached the first stage of qi refining? Yes, he had. After surviving such a great disaster, he was truly fortunate. Then I wish you a bright path ahead, Ku Xiao said, turning to the woman who had just spoken up for Xia Li. You're heading back anyway. Take this young man with you. Show him the way and introduce him to somewhere he can go. The old man finished speaking and gestured for the woman to lead Xia Li away. Xia Li naturally agreed. Although they discovered an ancient site here, it was far beyond what he could handle at this stage. The ruins were desolate and dangerous. All right, Elder Wang, young man, come with me, Ku Xiao said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Li nodded in agreement and quickly followed. The two walked silently through the dim mining tunnels, the air damp and dusty. Ku Xiao stayed quiet, and Xia Li said nothing, simply following along until they emerged from the mine to a devastated mining site. The ground was pocked with pits, and broken equipment lay scattered everywhere. It was clear a fierce battle had taken place here just a month ago. Xia Li stared at the barren scene, understanding all too well that Earth's spirit energy had grown scarce, and the fight over spirit stones would be brutal and bloody. Just then, Ku Xiao spoke. I remember your name, Xia Li, right? You're incredibly lucky to be alive. Honestly, that bomb exploding ahead of schedule wasn't what I intended. The orders from above left me no way to intervene. Xia Li's eyes held no blame. I don't blame you, nor do I have the right to. Fortunately, the others admitted their fault later and acknowledged you as the hero. Otherwise, when you pulled out those spirit stones, the greed in Elder Wang's men's eyes would have been obvious. Without your restraint, they would have charged in. Ku Xiao nodded. You're pretty self-aware, and that's valuable in times like these. I'm heading to the lower district of Linguang City. Now what about you? Anywhere you want to go? Xia Li smiled wryly. 500 years had passed, and his home was long gone. His current shelter was just a shabby wooden hut in a corner of the mining site. No. Seeing his aimlessness, Ku Xiao shifted tone. Then what's your plan for survival? Elder Wang asked me to find you a place that's on me. He's an upright man and respects your deeds here. Xia Li paused, then answered frankly, I don't know yet, I'll just take it as it comes. Though he hoped to cultivate, scarce information left him clueless about where to start. Right now, the priority was simply surviving. That's fair. You can figure it out once you get to Linguang City. Ku Xiao's voice softened, and he noticed Xia Li pull out his spirit stones from his pocket, offering them over. As for these, you want them, take them. Slightly embarrassed, but grateful, Xia Li handed over his pocket. His maturity tugged at Ku Xiao looked no older than 18 or 19, his dark, lean face lined with hardship. In the era recorded as prosperous and peaceful, Xia Li should have had no worries at all. Ku Xiao smiled gently, but declined the stones. I didn't say I want your things. I'm just warning you, holding on to these is unsafe. You need to use them soon. Xia Li nodded. Then I'll use them all for upgrades. My spirit conduit and core are both terrible. Ku Xiao grinned. Then come to my shop. I run an upgrade workshop and can give you a discount. Why let others profit off this? Giving you the stones benefits us both. Fine, I'll go with your advice. Discounts or not, I deserve to enhance my stones. You're too humble. that can make you vulnerable, but at least no one will try to kill me when you're around. Xiao's gaze shifted toward the distance. Xia Li knew when to keep his head down. He had the potential to navigate two worlds: Earth, poor in spirit stones but rich in talent, and the other world, rich in stones but lacking talent. With complementary resources, if he survived, he would quickly grow strong. Compared to this small conflict, these struggles were nothing. So Xia Li remained calm and steady, knowing to temper his power and patiently build his foundation for the future. His story was just beginning. Half a day later, Xia Li arrived in Linguang City aboard the floating car piloted by Ku Xiao. This was the first time since awakening that he could see a city of the new era with his own eyes. Before, he had been confined to the mining site and never able to leave. Fortunately, the company hadn't restricted the overseer robot's ability to answer questions, so he had been able to learn some basic knowledge through it. Yet the cityscape before him left Xia Li deeply puzzled. The entire city was shaped like a massive capital I. On the ground, skyscrapers stood thick and dense, with streets intricately packed. Floating above the city was an enormous sky city of roughly equal area, looming like a giant that blocked the sunlight and cast shadows over the city below, making it look gloomy and dim. Connecting the ground city and the sky city was a massive, pillar-like cylindrical structure, resembling a vertically positioned dumbbell. Kujia, are all new era cities built like this? Or is Linguang City unique? Xia Li narrowed his eyes, unable to contain his curiosity about this strange, yet spectacular layout. Ku Xiao nodded gently. They're all like this. All the famous cities share this structure. Why design them this way? It's completely beyond anything I imagined. Her expression grew serious, and she explained slowly. You should know some basic history, right? In the early days of the spiritual energy resurgence, humanity was very weak, only able to fight monsters using nuclear weapons. The excessive use of nukes caused radiation everywhere, frequent acid rain, and radioactive dust clouds. Life barely survived on the surface, and underground wasn't safe either. Humans had no choice but to retreat to the skies and build these floating cities to survive. She pointed at the enormous cylindrical column connecting the two city levels. With breakthroughs in spiritual technology, especially the spiritual energy reactor and the Dao spirit computer, humans climbed back to greatness, even stronger than before. This column is called the Dao spirit pillar. Its base contains a massive spiritual energy reactor that powers the entire city, the city's heart. The upper middle houses Linguang City's brain, a supercomputer array made of 3,000 quantum computers, known as the Tiandao. Ku Xiao's face was grave, her voice filled with reverence. That Dao spirit pillar embodies human wisdom. The spirit core and heavenly core are evolved forms of the spiritual energy reactor and Dao spirit computer, especially the Tiandao supercomputer. Xiala's heart skipped a beat at that name, recalling the concept of Tiandao he had once heard in another world. At that time, cultivators revered the Tiandao with inexpressible awe, but now humans on Earth had broken it down into data to analyze and control. He couldn't help but ask doubtfully, isn't calling it Tiandao a bit of an exaggeration? Not at all, Ku Xiao replied firmly. If you ever practice to the tribulation stage, the Tiandao computer can help lessen your lightning tribulation or intensify it, depending on what you want. That's only one of its countless functions. Our brain's heavenly core connects to the Tiandao network spanning cities today. The Tiandao computer is the core of the server. Her words awakened in Xia Li an indescribable surge of pride. The Dao tradition on Earth was far more complex and powerful than he had imagined. While cultivators in the other world still revered and puzzled over the Tiandao, Earth's Dao tradition had long deciphered its mysteries and harnessed it for humanity's use. With the heavenly core implanted and connected to the Tiandao network, from this moment on, he was a citizen of Tiandao itself. Afterward, Ku Xiao drove the hovercar toward the lower district. Compared to the gleaming modernity of the upper district, the streets here appeared chaotic and worn down, like an old town forgotten by time, carrying the faded atmosphere of a bygone era etched in Xia Li's memories. Curious, Xia Li leaned forward, looking around. Ku, why does the lower district feel so run down? That's because it was never meant for living in the first place, Ku Xiao explained calmly. It was originally just the foundation supporting the upper district. But as the population surged, the lower classes gradually moved down here. Xia Li glanced back at the towering upper district, its skyline blotting out the sky, and a pang of sadness touched him. Living in the lower district meant barely glimpsing any sky of fate worse than when he worked in the mines, where sunlight still occasionally broke through, letting him feel a bit of the natural world. Before long, they arrived at their destination. This neighborhood looked even more dilapidated than the areas they had passed through, buildings with peeling paint and crumbling walls, streets filled with hunched pedestrians moving briskly, their faces shadowed by a palpable sense of tension and wariness. A tight knot of unease settled in Xia Li's chest, unspoken but deep. We're here. Get out, Ku Xiao said as the hovercar descended onto a vacant lot. The moment they stepped outside, sharp eyes from the surrounding crowd locked onto them, as if they were prey. Ku, why are they staring at us like that? Xia Li asked quietly. Doesn't matter. Let them look if they want, Ku Xiao said casually. This is the Black Street, a hub for criminals and illegal trades. She pointed to a nearby shop with a faded sign reading Red Crowbar. That's actually my shop. We specialize in illicit modifications. That's your place? Xia Li looked over. Despite its shabby appearance, the store somehow radiated an undercurrent of restless energy. Ku Xiao took his hand without hesitation and led him inside. Xia Li's mind twisted with silent doubts. Was it too late to regret coming here? But he kept silent. The group that had once bombed the mines was no righteous force. They were part of the underground shadows. His cooperation with them was a desperate gamble, a slim hope for some freedom. Inside, the shop's interior was sparse. A few wrenches, steel pipes, and scattered tools were neatly arranged, but Xia Li knew this modesty masked many secrets. Ku Xiao locked the door behind them and guided him toward the back storage room. At a corner, she pressed a hidden switch, and the floor slowly parted, revealing a staircase. They descended into the underground space, revealing a dazzling array of weaponry and equipment. Come this way. He'll pull up the catalog. You can take your time choosing, Ku Xiao said offhandedly. Don't be fooled though, it's an illegal mod shop. Our gear isn't worse than what's on the market. Plus, it's cheaper and carries items you won't find anywhere else. Source? You know how it goes, could be black market stuff. Maybe just recently recovered from some unlucky soul. The blood's long cleaned off, and toxins neutralized. Don't worry. Her tone was casual but tinged with pride. Xia Li harbored some doubts, but understood this was how the underworld operated. The Ling Shu's origin was irrelevant. The Tianzin's provenance never questioned. What mattered was usefulness. Ku Xiao soon activated a holographic display. Hovering in midair was a transparent screen showing all sorts of items from Ling Shu cores, Tian Xian circuits, and prosthetics, to weapons, treasures, techniques, and spells, everything imaginable. Xia Li immediately began selecting items that caught his eye. Seeing the prices, he couldn't help but think how stingy the company's rationing was. His Ling Shu was only capable of reaching Qi refinement level 1. Yet here a Ling Shu capable of level 4 cost only 5 spirit stones. His company-issued Tian Xian had just 1 storage slot and 1 technique slot, but the ones here sold for a single spirit stone boasted 2 technique slots and 3 storage slots. A storage slot meant a pre-recorded technique inside the Tian Xian that could be instantly switched and cast. The variety of techniques at a cultivator's disposal directly affected combat effectiveness. The more slots, the stronger the fighter. Immersed in this overwhelming selection, Xia Li felt a mixture of excitement and complexity. Meanwhile, Ku Xiao's gaze was resolute, as if she held everything firmly under her control. Xia Li began carefully selecting spiritual cores and heavenly cores. Only then did he realize just how overwhelming the range of specifications was: capacity, output efficiency, conversion efficiency, attribute affinity, and control precision. Each detail was so finely measured it was almost impossible to find any flaws. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Xia Li asked, could you please explain exactly what these spiritual core specs mean? How do these parameters actually matter? Ku Xiao smiled warmly and replied clearly and methodically. Capacity refers to the maximum amount of spiritual energy a core can store. Cores with large capacity are very valuable in prolonged battles because they let you store more energy, so you can keep casting spells longer without interruption. Output efficiency measures how much spiritual energy is released per unit of timite, determines your spell's power. If you want to defeat an enemy with 1 hit, your output efficiency must be high enough. She paused briefly, then continued. Conversion efficiency means how quickly the core can refine and transform external spiritual energy. The faster the conversion, the quicker your energy can be replenished. This is especially important when you need a specific energy type, like fire attribute energy. A core with high conversion efficiency can swiftly convert ambient energy into the desired element, which you then combine with a heavenly core to unleash powerful fire spells. Attribute affinity is simple. It depends on whether you prefer fire, water, or other types of spiritual energy. Unless you're someone with a natural elemental talent or awakened unique attributes, it's usually best to pick a neutral spiritual core with no attribute for versatility. Ku Xiao's voice turned teasing. As for control precision, basically it reflects how delicately you can manipulate spiritual energy. If you hate wasting energy, you want a core with high precision that minimizes leakage. This precision matters not just in battle, but also in delicate tasks like alchemy, forging, or talisman crafting. Though nowadays most of those processes are automated by machines, so unless you want to save on processing fees by doing everything the old-fashioned way, you don't need to obsess over precision. Xia Li nodded thoughtfully. So capacity and output efficiency are the most general and critical parameters, right? Ku Xiao confirmed. Exactly, capacity and output efficiency are the top priorities when choosing spiritual cores. Xia Li quickly changed the subject. What about the heavenly core specs? I know they have spell slots and storage slots, but there are 4 other parameters that confuse me. Ku Xiao chuckled. Those terms do come from 2030's electronic hardware jargon, but I'll explain in case there are differences. Computing power is the speed at which the core handles all sorts of tasks analyzing, spell usage, calculations. You can think of computing power as what ancient cultivators called comprehension. The stronger the computing power, the higher your comprehension. As for architecture, that means the chip's generation and underlying design. Different architectures have different benefits. Cache is the key to speeding up switching between storage and spell slots, especially from the third generation onward. It also improves your neural reaction speed. Higher cache capacity means more noticeable brain enhancement. Ku Xiao continued. Finally, core count indicates how many tasks the chip can simultaneously handle. More cores let you delegate battles to the chip, watch holographic movies in your mind, and chat casually on the Heavenly Dao network all at once with great efficiency. After hearing all this, Xia Li rubbed the back of his head, which tingled from information overload. He realized that Earth's cultivation system truly tests a cultivator's ability to configure their devices, and that coordinating these complex parameters to maximize performance is a real challenge. Oh, right, Ku Xiao reminded him. Don't rush to buy yet. That pile of spiritual stones you have are still rough stones. Let me first help you smelt them into standard spiritual stone units. Xia Li blinked in surprise. Xia Li was momentarily stunned. Although both were spirit stones, the standards between Earth and that other world were worlds apart. He said nothing, quietly handing the pouch of spirit stones to Ku Xiao. Ku Xiao beckoned him with a finger, signaling him to follow. The two walked straight to a machine resembling a furnace. Ku Xiao glanced at the stones and asked, "By the way, these raw spirit stones look roughly processed. Did you cut them yourself?" Xia Li shook his head. "They were already like this when I found them." Ku Xiao nodded in agreement. "Then they must have come from some ruins." With that, he dumped more than 30 spirit stones into the machine, which immediately sprang to life. As metal clanked and gears whirred faster, the machine soon stopped and automatically opened a compartment, slowly spitting out 2 prism-shaped stones and 3 pyramid-shaped stones. Ku Xiao explained, "These are standard spirit stones. Don't be fooled by your 30-plus stones. Their sizes and purity vary wildly, and the error margin is enormous. The triangular ones are low-grade, the prism-shaped medium-grade, 6-face stones are high-grade, and the spherical ones are top-tier. The upgrade ratio is 10 to 1, remember that." Xia Li nodded, internally impressed. No wonder Earth spirit stones were standardized completely incomparable to the odd shapes found in that other world. There, as long as the weight was roughly right, the shapes could be all over the place. Ku Xiao continued, "You can pick whatever you want now. Take your time." Without hesitation, Xia Li approached the holographic screen. It projected a dazzling array of items and equipment, stirring an unfamiliar yet intriguing feeling within him, as if he were selecting gear in a game. He spent almost an hour carefully choosing his gear. "I want the Lingshu model with easy repair 3 form, the Tian Xin with C speed 4 form, and a military grade 2 form right arm prosthetic." Besides Lingshu and Tian Xin, he also wanted a prosthetic arm. His right hand had been crushed by falling rock in a mining accident. Instead of resting, the company forced an amputation and fitted him with a cheap, second-hand, broken prosthetic so he could mine again the next day. As long as he stayed alive, the company had endless supplies of unknown, second-hand junk prosthetics and artificial organs for replacement. Rest? The company never allowed idly. When brain cells were completely dead, would they let someone go? And even then, the corpse got used as bait for monstrous beasts, squeezing out every last bit of value. Xia Li's hatred for the company needed no words. He wasn't in a position to demand justice yet, but when the time came, they would pay dearly. Ku Xiao glanced at the screen. C-Speed 4 is a good model, but at this price, there are better ones almost impossible to find on the market. He walked over and closed his eyes, seemingly undergoing some kind of authorization. Moments later, new options appeared on the screen. Pointing at one called Hidden Wing 2 Form Tian Xian, Ku Xiao said, "This is developed in-house by our organization, with a decompilation-based architecture and built-in cracking programs. It can break through all security firewalls at level 1 data and let you view for free. The key is, Hidden Wing 2 is the 5th generation Tian Xian, made with intelligence bridge technology, and it comes with an intellect technique." Xia Li's interest peaked. Intellect technique? Was that a special ability built into the chip? Ku Xiao smiled. Exactly. It's called mind-brain overclocking. It lets you perceive time slowing down and see bullet trajectories clearly. That was impressive, but Xia Li knew there was no free lunch. That must come at a big cost. Ku Xiao bluntly said, "Simple, you just join us." He began recruiting Xia Li on the spot. After all, Xia Li had already helped them complete missions, and since he had nowhere else to go, why not follow their organization? Xia Li fell into deep thought. Turbulent waves surged beyond the world outside, but the path before him seemed like a brand new beginning. Faced with Ku Xiao's invitation, Xia Li fell into deep thought. It wasn't anything else. He had been badly burned before and really didn't want to get casually involved in some factions conflict. Seeing this, Ku Xiao patiently explained their organization. "We're called Hidden Wing. Although we're a black market group, we have quite a bit of official backing. Mainly, we deal with black-and-black conflicts, but internally, were much cleaner than outside gangs. He went on to say that the organization was relatively well-regulated and also handled tasks for official forces who couldn't appear openly. They were basically a half-legal entity, black and white worlds intertwined, each with their own channels. Xia Li asked about how tasks were assigned. Were they assigned by the leaders or voluntary? Ku Xiao replied, unless it's urgent, tasks aren't forced. Members generally choose whether or not to take them. He pointed to the hidden wing task platform on his phone, where members could pick jobs for themselves. I'm in, Xia Li said firmly. How could he not join a faction that bridged both black and white worlds so smoothly? Ku Xiao smiled approvingly. Smart choice. For a hidden wing second-generation Tianxin, you'd pay at least 50 spirit stones on the market, but we only charge 10. That's a member perk. Do you have any discounts for Lingshu? Xia Li asked. Ku Xiao shook his head. Sorry, no discounts for Lingshu. But I can make an exception and upgrade you to Isho 5 form for free. The realm limit stays the same, but all other specs improve. This was the hottest model back in the day. The slogan goes choose Isho. No worries, 5 forms universally fit all around the world. Cats and dogs approve. Cats and dogs approve? Xia Li looked puzzled. That's a pretty unique slogan. Ku Xiao explained. Literally, they say that Isho 5 is so versatile, even cats and dogs can be implanted. Xia Li blurted a curse under his breath, amazed the prosthetics were so indiscriminate. Even species didn't matter. They'll also upgrade your prosthetic arm for free, military grade 1. Ku Xiao continued. The military 2 version is a stripped-down model for mass production to save costs, but military 1 uses better materials and performs much better overall. But I picked the second generation. Upgrading me to the first, is that really an upgrade or a downgrade? Xia Li asked, laughing and crying at the same time. You know the military 1's way better than military 2, Ku Xiao insisted confidently. Xia Li accepted helplessly and then asked, can the barcode on my face be removed? Of course. Consider that freedom on me. Ku Xiao nodded and then led Xia Li deeper underground to the modification chamber. The chamber door was already open. This was Xia Li's second time seeing it, woken up here once before. The first time opening his eyes to company staff in suits and gold-rimmed glasses who looked respectable on the surface but were actually cunning and treacherous. Xia Li lay down in the chamber, and the hypnosis gas slowly began to release. His consciousness gently sank into dreams. In the dream, he was back in 2030, in the garden of his residential complex. His parents strolled leisurely downstairs, and his sister sat by the flowerbed holding her puppy, basking in the warm sunshine, peaceful and secure. Big brother, I want hot pot tonight, what do you think? His sister's gentle, familiar voice brushed across his heart like a soft breeze. Then suddenly, his mind cleared. Neural connection established. Compiling data set. Brain bridge system activating. A voice sounded in his mind. Familiar, yet long lost, his sister's voice that he would never hear again. Hello, my master. I am your intelligent assistant. Please give me any tasks. Why is there a voice in my head? Xia Li bolted upright in the modification pod, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing his panicked state, Ku Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Everyone reacts like this the first time they get a third-generation or higher Tianxin chip installed. After all, third-gen chips and above come with built-in artificial intelligence. Don't underestimate this thing, it's like an operating system from the old computer age. He paused before continuing his explanation. You've used a first-gen chip before, right? Had to mentally recite those rigid, fixed commands. And the whole process was incredibly tedious? Well, it's different now. Just tell the AI what you need, and it handles everything for you. Plus, it gradually adapts to your habits, becoming more and more convenient. Xia Li was thoroughly convinced. This new-age technology is absolutely mind-blowing, literally implanting AI into your brain. But the question is, am I the one in control, or is the AI? I'm a bit worried. What if it turns the tables on me someday? Ku Xiao smiled. You're worried about the AI taking over your body? That's an extremely rare occurrence. All I can say is, if you're scared, don't use it. Has it actually happened before? Yes, it has. That's a side effect specific to chips with the Kaling architecture. Known for their highly humanized ether, are even legends that they can develop consciousness and emotions. Ku Xiao's tone carried a hint of amusement. If the user and AI work well together, the performance far exceeds other chips. But if they don't get along? He chuckled twice, hinting at the danger of AI possession when compatibility is poor. Xia Li stopped chatting for the moment and began familiarizing himself with his new state, the Isho Type 5 Lingshu, with an upper limit of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, which placed him in the late Qi refinement stage. The Qi refinement realm had 3 clear dividing lines. After the 3rd layer was mid-stage, after the 7th layer was latest stage, and after the 9th layer was peak stage. The other specifications were standard, with balanced performance across the board, no outstanding advantages, but no obvious weaknesses either. The Tianxin chip had 3 technique slots and 10 storage slots, which was more than enough for Xia Li's current needs. 5th-generation chip technology was light years ahead of the obsolete 1st generation. The gap was like heaven and earth. As for vision, he could now easily control his pupil dilation and contraction, and the Tianxin would record everything he experienced in the past 10 minutes, allowing him to review details at any time. Most crucially was the application of neural bridge technology. When the chip's processing power was insufficient, it could borrow from brain power, and when brain power was lacking, it could borrow from processing power. Long-term installation could even unlock the brain's latent potential. The prosthetic right arm was a heavyweight peace spirit artifact level, with a built-in offensive technique called Spirit Rush Fist. Xia Li was brimming with confidence in his current state, firmly believing that even if he went to another world and cultivated to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he'd be able to protect himself, and if worse came to worst, he could always escape. He mused to himself. Fenghe City was just a border town where rogue cultivators gathered, and peak qi refinement was the strongest publicly known combat power. As long as he didn't cause trouble and acted cautiously, escaping would be easy. Sister Ku, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Oh, where do you want to go? Just wandering around, getting familiar with the surroundings. The Black Street area doesn't welcome casual strollers. How about this? If you can't find anything to do, go earn some money at the Demon Hunting Association. You're at the 1st layer of qi refinement, so your strength isn't great, but taking down some low-level mutant beasts shouldn't be a problem. If you run into demon spirits, just run. Xia Li asked. What's the difference between mutant beasts and demon spirits? Ku Xiao patiently explained. Demon spirits are animals or plants that have cultivated to sentient sethi, can sense spiritual energy, and possess intelligence. Low-level mutant beasts are just ordinary wild animals that have eaten too much nuclear waste. As long as you don't provoke the high-level ones, they won't actively seek trouble. What about high-level mutant beasts? The high-level ones are terrifying. They consume both nuclear waste and spiritual energy, mutating into bizarre forms with extreme bloodlust. They're practically living demons. Ku Xiao's tone grew solemn. Remember, don't provoke demons or monsters. Xia Li nodded silently, beginning to weigh where he should go tomorrow, now more acutely aware of how dangerous yet opportunity-filled his environment truly was. After leaving the Red Crowbar General Store, Xia Li had no intention of heading to the Demon Hunting Association. Making resources on Earth was far too difficult at this stage. This planet felt more like a consumer market. As he walked, he connected to the Celestial Path Network, feeling the pulse of new era technology. First, he checked what kind of Ling Shu and Tian Xian he could buy at his price range, curious whether the Hidden Wing organization was really sincere in their treatment of newcomers. The results pleased him. His dangerous gamble to blow up a mine for an entry ticket hadn't been in vain. The Ling Shu he currently used usually sold for 12 spirit stones or more on the market, but the organization only charged him 10. The discount on the Tian Xian was even more noticeable. The weakest 5th-generation chips on the market cost at least 30 spirit stones, but the Hidden Wing's level 2 chip he received, though not top tier, was a step above the lowest grade. Its market price was 50 spirit stones, yet he only paid 10. This new era's perks were quite something. Xia Li muttered to himself. From online data, he learned that 5th-generation chips weren't accessible to just anyone. 2nd-generation chips could connect to networks. 3rd-generation chips came with built-in AI. 4th and 5th-generation chips excelled at boosting combat power. Therefore, most cultivators opted for the cost-effective 3rd-generation chips. For the same amount of money, it was better to buy an advanced 3rd-generation chip offering more spell slots and storage space than an entry-level 5th-generation one. Most ordinary people earned only about 1 spirit stone a month, and his previous expenses equaled 2 years' worth of frugal savings for an average person. Xia Li now understood reality more deeply. The oversaturation of cultivators on Earth and scarce spiritual energy meant that even with the latest technology, without money, it was impossible to buy. Ordinary people had to carefully manage even a tiny bit of spiritual energy. This was no longer the spirit-rich immortal realm. What was more interesting was that standing out on Earth still boiled down to talent competition. With the same spirit stone, those with poor talent barely improved their cultivation, while the gifted surged ahead dramatically. The baseline was forcibly raised, making the ceiling of talent more important, but that didn't concern Xia Li. Even with terrible talent, he had special channels to obtain spiritual energy and could easily trample the local prodigies. Next, Xia Li began selecting spells. He had 13 spell slots in total, with 1 storage slot that could be locked for passive cultivation. High-end Tian Xian chips could lock multiple slots. His chip could lock only 1. Though inferior, it was a huge improvement over the 1st-generation chip he used before. That one lacked any locked slots and relied solely on basic spells that came with the Ling Shu. Xia Li thought to himself, I need to make extra spirit stones elsewhere, and pills yield the biggest profits. So he started choosing spells that aided pill making and allowed precise control of spiritual energy. Though he wanted to buy an automatic alchemy furnace outright, the 100,000 spirit stone price tag made him abandon the idea. Renting one from a major faction still cost a lot of fees. As he strolled and browsed, Xia Li took the opportunity to explore the public spell networks and the Hidden Wing's internal spell library. With so many options, he was nearly overwhelmed trying to decide. On the other hand, Cultivation techniques and magical arts were always kept secret, with very limited access channels. But on Earth, it was completely different. Hundreds of thousands of cultivation and magical methods were openly available online for download. Of course, to get higher quality content, one had to pay with spirit stones to unlock download permissions. Even more advanced or faction-exclusive secret techniques required Tianqin certification. These Tianxins, produced by major factions, served not only as benefits for members, but also as a form of identity verification. Accessing a faction's intranet and using its unique arts all required authorization through a Tianqin. Within the Hidden Wing sect's intranet, there was a distinctive technique called the Thousand Essence Formula, which focused on fine control of spiritual energy. As for cultivation manuals, Xia Li had already returned fully loaded. But regarding magical arts, he continued to select some, even secretly cracking the download permission of a public magic technique. The Tianqin he possessed had the lowest security clearance for hacking, but regrettably, this function had a 10-day cooldown before it could be used again. After organizing all the cultivation manuals and magical arts, Xia Li walked straight into a dark, overgrown alley. He pulled out the mysterious ring from his waist pouch and gently slipped it onto his left hand. He began to imagine with his mind's eye the scene of the other world, the small courtyard he had rented. Although he hadn't fully figured out how to activate the ring, since previously he had returned by concentrating on his homesickness, now he relied on the same kind of mental focus. The ring warmed slightly, and Xia Li knew this was the activation signal. He concentrated on recalling the bedroom he had before crossing over, details emerging one by one in his mind. Then, the ring lit up with white light. Success! Xia Li clenched his right hand tightly and prepared to close his eyes to transit. The process was utterly quiet, as if entering a soundless void, until he gradually heard the rustling of wind and leaves, and then he opened his eyes. As expected, he returned to the bedroom he had been in before crossing over. It seemed the transit point was fixed to where he had been before crossing, which eased Xia Li's mind somewhat. Yet he decided next time he would find a safer place before returning. If someone spotted him upon arrival, things could get serious. Next, Xia Li planned to start training immediately. At that moment, the assistant's voice sounded in his mind. Current spiritual energy concentration detected at 2%, meeting the required level for cultivation techniques. Would you like to start automatic cultivation using the spirit pivot? The AI assistant reported that the current environment had ample spiritual energy, satisfying the automatic cultivation conditions. Xia Li asked in return, what was the spiritual energy concentration in the environment I was in before? In Linguang City's lower district, the spiritual energy concentration is about 1 in 100,000. Xia Li was speechless and silently swore in his heart. On Earth, to cultivate, one either had to enter special spirit energy chambers or consume spirit stones. Absorbing directly from the air was simply impossible. A concentration of 1 in 100,000 barely maintained the spirit pivot's operation to prevent cultivation regression. This number was clearly artificially designed. To truly cultivate, one still had to rely on this world. In Fenghe City, even as a small city, the spiritual energy concentration reached 2%, and it didn't even have spirit veins. Sects built on spirit veins boasted unimaginably higher concentrations. Although the current environment was abundant in spiritual energy, it was still far from enough to meet Xia Li's demand for rapid advancement. So he crouched down by the bed, moved aside a floor tile, and pulled out a small cloth pouch. It was his little treasury, inside which he stored spirit stones earned through nearly 2 months of hard work. After accounting for necessary expenses and offerings, he still had over 200 stones left. With such a generous stash of spirit stones combined with a 2% spiritual energy concentration, Xia Li's cultivation progress was sure to accelerate dramatically. For the entire next month, except for one trip out to buy some fasting pills, Xia Li stayed locked in his room, focusing solely on cultivation. After a month, he had spent over 100 spirit stones, and his cultivation advanced rapidly to the 4th stage of qi refinement. He hadn't expected such quick progress, already entering the mid-stage of qi refinement. Xia Li was quietly pleased. His improvement far exceeded his expectations. In fact, the real reason was that his spiritual pivot was still lacking, so he hadn't been able to convert spirit stones with maximum efficiency. If that efficiency improved, he could refine spirit stones even faster. Although mid-stage qi refinement wasn't yet enough to establish a foothold in Fenghe City, at least he now had basic self-defense capability. When it came time to go out, Xia Li packed some spirit stones and headed to the Wanbao Pavilion in Fenghe City to buy pill furnaces and essential spirit herbs. Half an hour later, just as he stepped inside the Wanbao Pavilion, a sudden sense of dread hit him. The place wasn't crowded, but of all people, he ran into his unreliable patron Luo Shao. Well, if it isn't Brother Xia. You haven't been out selling for over a month. Trouble? Luo Shao said with a smirk, eyes flicking to the bulging pouch of spirit stones at Xia Li's waist. Lu had been short a few spirit stones for something he wanted. Seeing Xia Li's stash surprised him. Just closed-door cultivation, Xia Li answered, a bit flustered at first, but quickly regaining composure. He no longer feared Lu Ershao. As long as his plan succeeded, today he could break free from Liu's control for good. Lu Ershao smiled maliciously. Let's see what level you've reached now. He instinctively sent out spiritual perception. The overwhelming aura he detected stunned him speechless. Fourth stage of chi refinement? Lu Ershao couldn't believe it. You were only at first stage a month ago. How did you do it? Tell me. His eyes turned red with greed. Such rapid progress was terrifying. Only geniuses from major sects could achieve it, impossible for a rogue cultivator. Xia Li must be hiding cultivation secrets. Speak up. Don't keep me in the dark. Without that secret, you won't find peace. Everyone's watching your talisman crafting. Especially now. Only our Lu family can protect you in Fenghe City. Loud and forceful, Lu Ershao's words attracted the attention of other customers in the pavilion, who began eyeing Xia Li with hostility. Rising from first to fourth stage in a month was genuinely frightening. Xia Li replied calmly, not necessarily. My master can protect me too. Lu Ershao frowned immediately, wondering if Xia Li really had someone backing him. I only became his disciple a month ago. My master saw I had a talent for pill refining, not only helped boost my cultivation, but also taught me pill-making techniques. With that, Xia Li ignored Lu Ershao and walked straight to the pill furnace display counter. Shopkeeper, they'll take this furnace, he said casually, picking out a pill furnace suitable for chi refinement stage. There was no need to pick carefully. Most furnaces for this level were similar and adequate. Thank you for your purchase. Would you like some spirit herbs to go with it? The shopkeeper quickly offered. Yes, Xia Li nodded, then described the medicinal properties he needed without revealing the exact herb names. After all, pill formulas from Earth and here were completely different. Describing effects was safer. The only option left was to use spirit herbs with similar properties. With the help of Tianxin, deducing a pill recipe from the herbs on hand was by no means impossible. Xia Li looked coldly at the situation before him and said sharply, so you think that having a master means you can just dismiss me? Lu Ershao caught the contempt in his eyes, and his anger flared instantly. Only a month ago, he had been groveling like a dog, begging for mercy. Now Xia Li had completely turned the tables. Pressing him down, this reversal was unbearable. Lu Ershao, I don't owe you anything. In fact, I've repaid you with plenty of spirit stones. Don't fool yourself, Xia Li continued to taunt. Hey, you'd better have that so-called master show up now. Or, Lu Ershao wasn't foolish. No matter how flowery Xia Li's words sounded, if he couldn't see the master behind him, he dared act recklessly. Even if Xia Li really had someone powerful enough to wipe out the entire Lu family, he would accept it. Cultivation relies on opportunity. When true opportunity appears, everything else can be abandoned. Especially with a great opportunity like the one Xia Li held. After seizing it, he'd rather leave Fenghe City than risk his family's fate. His own survival was all that mattered. Xia Li's master's arrival was meaningless to him. Xia Li's gaze was icy as he said, Lu Ershao, your thoughts are a bit extreme. He took 2 steps back, sensing the desperate determination burning in Lu Ershao's eyes. The pressure mounted. Something felt off. There was no hint of fear. Did he not care about his family at all? Xia Li instinctively looked at the Wanbao Tower's shopkeeper, who appeared indifferent, clearly unwilling to get involved. Something's about to happen. Xia Li's heart tightened. He had seriously underestimated how insanely people clung to opportunity. Hand it over. If your master comes after me later, fine, I'll accept it. But for now, give me the secret. Lu Ershao roared. Or he'll kill you right here. He was gambling not just his own life, but the whole family's. The crowd around them quickly closed in. The Wanbao Tower's shopkeeper still did nothing to restore order, fueling Xia Li's fury. He knew the saying, an innocent man with treasure brings trouble. But how could anyone tolerate repeated insults and betrayals? With no other option, Xia Li chose a different approach. He stood straight and silent, coldly locking eyes with Lu Ershao. Finally, Lu lost control, furious, and stepped forward, arms wide to strike. Confident in his chi refinement at stage 6, Lu expected an easy victory over Xia Li's stage for cultivation. The prize was within reach. Just as he hoped, Xia Li activated the Tianxin divine art. His heart raced. This was his first real fight, and there was no room for error. Time seemed to slow as he closed the distance. As Liu's palms opened, Xia Li's right fist suddenly slammed forward. Expecting the spell ice-cold claw to crush him, Lu was shocked to meet an unyielding force rather than flesh. Xia Li's prosthetic arm, forged from steel and mysterious iron, was as hard and solid as a wall. Before Lu could process what was happening, a burst of explosive wind surged from the iron fist. The military martial technique, the spirit-charging fist. A deadly move from Earth soldiers, designed to crush demons with incredible force. Overestimating yourself? Lu snarled, not expecting Xia Li to meet him heat. As fist met claw, sparks flew where ice met iron. Liu's arm twisted and contorted as the massive force slammed through him like a mangled rope. Ah, how dare you? He'll kill you. His agonized screams echoed down the street, shocking the onlookers into silence. The crowd in front of Wanbao Tower erupted into chaos. The situation was about to reach a breaking point. Xia Li's fist strike was terrifying. With a brutal blow, he not only twisted Lu Ersho's wrist, but also forced his punch power deep into Lu Ersho's body, causing significant internal damage. The pain left Lu Ersho crippled, instantly losing the strength to fight back. Gritting his teeth, he squatted on the ground and stared angrily at Xia Li, demanding sharply, "Lu Fu, what's going on?" At that moment, among the crowd gathered outside Wanbao Tower, some members of the Lu family arrived. A middle-aged man strode into the tower and glanced at the battered Lu Ersho on the floor. Lu Ersho gritted his teeth and said, "Third uncle, stop him. This guy has some kind of special chance. He jumped from Chi Refinement Stage 1 to Stage 4 in just a month." Lu Ersho called on his clan elder for help. Hearing this, Lu Sanshu furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Xia Li. Seeing the tension rise, Xia Li spread his hands in a show of helplessness and said, "Like to bully others, huh? Fine, I admit it. My master isn't in Fenghe City right now and has urgent matters. If you want to kill me, go ahead as your Lu family wishes. But when my master destroys your clan, don't say I didn't warn you." He looked resigned, but his tone carried an undercurrent of defiance as he secretly gathered energy. Ready to make a swift escape, he had already prepared a technique for rapid flight. Lu Sanshu, seeing this, dared not act rashly. It was clear he understood the situation. Lu Fu was trying to seize an opportunity for himself. But Xia Li had a formidable backing, though it had yet to reveal itself. Xia Li tested further. "Senior, I advised him before, but he was stubborn and refused to listen. I guess he's gambling everything. Maybe because he doesn't care about the clan's survival, only about himself." This made Lu Sanshu glare sharply at Lu Fu and say sternly, "You didn't even understand your opponent's background and recklessly acted? I'm telling you, this is suicide." He kicked down the struggling Lu Fu. "You lost to your older brother because you're not strong enough. Are you really willing to gamble the clan's destruction on your selfish desires? What has the clan ever done to wrong you? Losing an internal struggle doesn't justify harming the family." Lu Sanshu was furious beyond words. Regardless of Xia Li's backing, Lu Fu's reckless actions endangered the entire clan. If they had truly faced a powerful opponent, the Lu family might have been wiped out. Xia Li had stolen a great opportunity and would undoubtedly flee immediately. Turning to Xia Li, Lu Sanshu's tone softened. "Young man, this is our family's fault. He'll punish him severely and give you a proper explanation." He then discreetly assessed Xia Li's cultivation level. Despite Lu Fu being a Qi refinement stage 6, Xia Li was only stage 4. Such a contrast spoke volumes. Xia Li's background was no ordinary wanderers. The Lu family, though not a major clan, was still many times stronger than a lone cultivator. "All right, no more delay. Don't keep me from refining pills," Lu Sanshu muttered as he turned to leave. "Oh, you're a pill refiner?" he asked with some curiosity. "More or less. My master says I have talent, but I'm not sure myself. I wanted to give it a try," Xia Li replied with a smile. Lu Sanshu immediately said, "This time at Wanbao Tower, the costs are on us. Consider this my apology." "Fine." Xia Li nodded confidently, feeling he should act a bit arrogant now to live up to his mysterious backing. By now, he also realized that this second young master of the Lu family wasn't really trusted or relied upon. Bullying a few backgroundless scattered cultivators was one thing, but if he truly crossed paths with someone of strength, the Lu family wouldn't just stand by and let him run wild. With Uncle Lu San's backing and subtle hint, the manager quickly gathered all the spiritual medicines and pill crafting tools that Xia Li needed. Xia Li understood clearly that he had to start pill refining immediately to prove his own capability through strength. "Everyone, please step aside, make way." Xia Li carried the heavy pill furnace outside the Wanbao pavilion, set it down, and sat cross-legged, ready to refine pills on the spot. This sudden move immediately drew startled glances from the bystanders. It was well known that alchemists required absolute silence and no disturbance when refining pills. Even the location's ley lines were critical. Yet Xia Li acted so casually. Either his pill refining skill was extraordinary, or he was clueless and just pretending. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the spiritual herbs one by one, inspecting each carefully, as if he were a pro. From time to time, he even brought them close and smelled them, seemingly analyzing their components precisely to optimize the pill formula. Flickering words appeared on the screen. Main components of spiritual herbs meet the conditions for refining the Surge Chi pill. Current formula completion, 64. Please confirm whether to adopt this composition. Tianqin swiftly generated the pill formula. Though compared to Earth's versions, this pill's effect was only about 60. This left Xia Li somewhat dissatisfied. The effect wasn't impressive enough to quell those harboring ill intentions. Now was no time to hold back, so he began identifying more spiritual herbs. "Manager, please bring out all the first-tier spiritual herbs from Wanbao Pavilion for me to see." You're the manager was taken aback. "My master only gave me half a formula, saying I should perfect it based on herb properties as a test." "Fine, consider it a test then," Xia Li replied calmly. The Wanbao Pavilion manager quickly ordered the staff to fetch the herbs. Soon, hundreds of first-tier spiritual herbs were laid out before Xia Li. He identified them with remarkable speed, practically just touching, sniffing, and glancing before moving to the next swift and accurate. Within less than an hour, Xia Li had identified every first-tier spiritual herb in the pavilion. Meanwhile, Tianqin integrated the herb properties into a brand new formula boasting 120 effectiveness 20% better than Earth's pill formulations. This didn't mean Earth's formulas were poor, but Earth's alchemy emphasized cost-effectiveness. Earth's formula required only 2 spirit stones worth of materials, but this new formula's raw material cost rose to 5 spirit stones for that extra 20 boost. In Earth's alchemical circles, such a formula would be losing money. But in this other world, spiritual herbs were cheap, finished pills expensive, and alchemist skills carried huge premiums. Having selected the herbs, Xia Li immediately set to refining. The process was fully managed by Tianqin, as Xia Li had already downloaded a pill refining technique. The spell occupied 3 of his storage slots because it contained extensive pharmacological knowledge. His movements were deft, lighting the furnace, fueling the fire, adding herbs all in one fluid sequence with no hesitation, appearing like an experienced veteran. The thrill of industrialized pill refining lay herein, a world before fully automated furnaces. Earth's alchemists had perfected each step to ensure not one extra motion. This refining now was, in essence, the spiritual legacy of Earth's master alchemists projected digitally onto Xia Li. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Xia Li opened the furnace. Delicate, fragrant smoke curled upward, and 8 pure white jade-like pills slowly floated out. Uncle Lu stepped forward, eyes fixed intently on the jade pills, whose appearance surpassed any first-tier pill had ever seen. Xia, young friend, what is the name of this pill? Uncle Lu asked. Surge Qi pill. Its effect is about 3 times that of the Qi nourishing pill, but I've only priced it at twice the Qi nourishing pill's cost, Xia Li answered calmly. What? Triple the effect for only double the price? That's truly fortunate for us. Uncle Lu exclaimed, slapping Xia Li's shoulder enthusiastically before shooting a sharp glare at Lu Fu. If the Surge Qi pill's effects were truly so remarkable, the Lu family would quickly reach one conclusion: kill Lu Fu and apologize to Xia Li. After Xia Li announced the pill's effects, there were still many skeptical gazes around him. However, they were right in front of the Wanbao pavilion, and the alchemists there had long been watching Xia Li's pill refining process. An elderly man walked forward slowly, his voice calm and measured. Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, may I appraise this pill? Xia Li's gaze swept over the man, and saw his white hair and composed expression was indeed one of Fenghe City's top alchemists. There were only 2 alchemists in Fenghe City, one from Wanbao Pavilion, and the other a guest alchemist at the market. Together, they practically monopolized the local pill trade. Xia Li replied in a low voice, Please, Elder Sunday. His attitude was humble as he handed over the pill. The old man reached out to take it, no longer possessing the sharpness of his youth, now in the twilight of his years. A powerful dragon doesn't suppress the local snake, Xia Li thought to himself. He had no need to compete with Others as long as he held this opportunity in his hands. Heaven and earth would be his. Elder Sun's eyes held a trace of respect. May I try taking one? Please. Xia Li made a welcoming gesture, his politeness revealing his confidence. A satisfied expression appeared on Elder Sun's face as he thought. Xia Li's alchemy skills clearly surpass my own, yet he remains so modest. There's much to learn and improve upon. If I can gain some benefit from this, why not? Elder Sun swallowed the pill, and instantly, a vortex of energy swirled in his dantian, beginning to supply spiritual energy continuously. The speed and intensity of the surging spiritual energy were astonishing. Setting aside the quantity of spiritual energy, the key was its endless, increasingly fierce momentum. Excellent pill, marvelous pill. Elder Sun exclaimed excitedly in praise. This pill produces spiritual energy at more than 3 times that of an ordinary qi-nourishing pill, and even more remarkably, it can temporarily increase the intensity of spiritual energy, aiding in breaking through cultivation realms. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted into excitement, with everyone turning their gazes toward the pill in Xia Li's hand. In Fenghe City, most rogue cultivators had mediocre aptitude, no talent to speak of, and relied heavily on external aids. Understanding the difficulty of the qi refining stage, geniuses with the right conditions could advance smoothly, but rogue cultivators often lacked sufficient spiritual energy intensity and repeatedly hit bottlenecks when trying to break through critical levels. Pills that aided qi refining breakthroughs were scarce on the market. Though qi-nourishing pills could increase spiritual energy reserves, their effect was limited. The intensity is still increasing. Elder Sun suddenly realized the pill's effect wasn't weakening but strengthening, and cried out in delight. Unlike ordinary pills where the effect gradually diminishes after consumption, this one continues to strengthen. The spiritual energy surging from the vortex in his dantian grew more and more fierce, its density not decreasing, but rather increasing. This excited Elder Sun so much he nearly jumped to his feet. My 20-year bottleneck has finally broken. His face flushed red, his aura surging, and long-dormant power rippled outward in waves. Ninth layer of Qi refining. Finally reached the peak of Qi refining. This old man has hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. His excitement overflowing. Elder son almost knelt before Xia Li on the spot. The breakthrough sensation brought by this new pill made him feel immensely fortunate. Seeing this, the other rogue cultivators surged towards Xia Li. 10 spirit stones, I'll buy one. I'll offer 15. 20. Bidding voices rose one after another, and the entire Fenghe city erupted into excitement in an instant. The scattered cultivators no longer cared about cost-effectiveness. An ordinary nourishing pill usually sold for 2 spirit stones. Even if the price doubled to 4, that was still acceptable. But in the cultivation world, everything was about seizing the lead. One fast step meant staying ahead at every stage. Missing this batch, who knew when Xia Li would refine the next one? Now, everyone was eager to buy the pills to improve themselves and compete for a chance at the next batch. Quiet. Xia Li's voice grew stern as he looked around, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The true value of this pill isn't 10 spirit stones, it's worth much more. This pill is crystal clear throughout, without the slightest crack or blemish. It's definitely top grade. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed instantly. Although the market price for a top-grade nourishing pill was 5 spirit stones each, this Qi Surge pill was far beyond an ordinary top-grade product. At that moment, Elder Sun stepped forward and said gravely, 10 spirit stones is really too low. I must help Xia Li raise the price, so he knows my good intentions. Xia Li shook his head with a smile. No need to raise it so much. It can even be cheaper. 8 spirit stones each is fine, just enough to break even. He quickly explained, it's not that I don't want to sell at a high price. It's just that scattered cultivators can't afford it at such a cost. Rather than selling few at a high price, better to sell many at a low margin. Actually, I had originally planned to sell them for 4 spirit stones each. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then the scattered cultivators began bowing and expressing their thanks. Thank you, Pill Master Xia. Truly a peerless talent, bringing blessings to Fenghe City. They were overwhelmed with gratitude. Pills with effects like the Qi Surge pill were rare, even in the great sects. At this moment, Uncle Lu Sen stood beside Xia Li with a broad smile, respectfully congratulating him. Just as the atmosphere grew warm, his gaze suddenly hardened. He grabbed Lu Fu, who lay weakly nearby, gripping his neck tightly, and loudly declared, from today onward, Lu Fu is expelled from the Lu family. He is a traitor and sentenced to death. Fear filled Lu Fu's eyes as he trembled and shouted, Uncle San, you can't do this. He had long known that with Xia Li's rise, he was doomed, yet he didn't expect Lu San to be so ruthless, offering no chance of mercy. Lu San snorted coldly. Your crimes are grievous. Sparing you would only harm Pill Master Xia and the Lu family. As he finished speaking, he twisted sharply, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as Lu Fu's head dropped lifelessly. This relatively well-known young master of Fenghe City was executed by his own clan right at the family gate. Xia Li's eyes flickered. Hadn't expected the Lu family to be so merciless. Pill Master Xia, your feud with Lu Fu has nothing to do with our family. Please do not implicate the Lu family, Lu San said with a polite smile, though the frozen expression on his face sent a chill through the air. Xia Li was inwardly surprised. Lu San's move was decisively cruel and final. Of course I won't implicate anyone. I just didn't expect you wouldn't help young Master Lu even a little, Xia Li said quietly. Lu San waved his hand, smiling though his eyes showed some hesitation, yet he responded calmly. Please don't misunderstand, Pill Master Xia. Our small family only bullies the weak and dare not be as reckless as the great sections. I may have spoken harshly when we first met, but I meant no offense. With that, he took out a jade communication talisman and whispered a few words, then smiled again at Xia Li. Pill Master Xia, Lu Fu's parents will face punishment as well. I hope you won't bear a grudge against the Lu family. Xia Li was stunned, waves of emotion surging inside. Killing their own nephew wasn't enough, they wouldn't even spare his parents? Can that still be called a family? The Lu family, of course, were no fools. Although they also placed bets, their choice was completely opposite to that of that idiot Lu Fu. The Lu family backed Shang Haoli, hoping to ride his rising star to new heights. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in front of Wanbao Tower quickly spread throughout Fenghe City. Soon, people from the market district hurried over as well. Xia Dan Master is truly remarkable, definitely a prodigy born for heroism. A middle-aged man dressed in the official attire of the market's chief steward stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Huang Yu, the chief steward of the market district. We've brought a gift this time as well. Behind him, 2 burly attendants carried a modest-sized box together. With a sincere and respectful smile, Huang Yu said, Please kindly accept this gift, Master Xia Dan. When the box lid was opened, everyone was stunned. Inside were not spirit stones or treasures, but several freshly severed heads soaked in blood. They were the head of Manager Yang, who had bullied Shang Haoli, and 3 other rogue cultivators who had come seeking trouble. Xia Li's expression shifted slightly. He understood the goodwill behind the gesture, but also knew it was far too extreme. Accepting such a gift meant he would have no peace going forward. Once the relatives and friends of these dead men sought revenge, it would surely be his name on the chopping block. Thank you for your thoughtful gesture, Chief Steward Huang, but isn't this a bit excessive? Xia Li said calmly, though his eyes betrayed a cautious vigilance. Huang Yu smiled and replied, Master Xia Dan, you do not kill by your own hand, but others strike on your behalf. Your kindness and freedom are your own affairs, but we must show our stance as well. Xia Li was momentarily speechless. At that moment, he truly felt the harsh reality of this world's rules, ruthless outside, equally unforgiving within. Those who targeted the right person gained benefits, the wrong ones could only wait for death. Everyone was ruthless and foolish. After a brief silence, Huang Yu turned back to Xia Li with a more businesslike tone. Now then, let's discuss the terms of cooperation. Of course, let's talk, Xia Li nodded. Why not move somewhere more private to discuss in detail? Right here in front of Wanbao Tower is perfect. Let's go up to the private room, Huang Yu suggested, and Xia Li didn't refuse. Shortly after, Lu Sanshu, Elder Sun, and Huang Yu representing Fenghe City's 3 major factions entered the private room in Wanbao Tower with their attendants for negotiations with Xia Li. Inside the room, Xia Li sat in the main seat. After everyone had taken their places, he spoke first. I know what you want to ask, so I'll start with my situation. I am not the only disciple of my master. He follows jungle law and rarely appears in person. If he intervenes personally, it would mean my status in his eyes has seriously declined. He paused, then spoke more firmly. Therefore, I've decided to give up half the profits and publicly reveal the pill formulas in front of all of you. The room fell silent for a moment. Xia Li's decisive attitude and bold proposal made it clear that cooperation would be based on shared benefits. Huang Yu nodded approvingly. Reasonable, reasonable. Our market district will take 15, and will handle all the sales of the elixirs. Lu Sanshu held a transmission jade slip and clearly had authorization from the Lu family senior leaders. The Lu family will also take 15. We will do everything we can to fend off external threats. Elder Sun smiled and added, then Wanbao Tower takes 20. After all, we provide most of the pills, and I can coordinate with larger branches to request more protection. The atmosphere gradually cleared as the 3 parties' shares became clear. The negotiations went much more smoothly than expected. Xia Li finally felt the ironclad rules of Fenghe City. Harsh, yes, but the foundation of cooperation was built entirely on strength and mutual benefit. This was the world Xia Li faced, ruthless and pragmatic, where only those who could weigh interests carefully and adapt could establish a firm foothold in this martial world. Elder Sun, representing Wanbao Tower, directly secured the largest share of the pie. This business negotiation went unusually smoothly, largely because Xia Li fully cooperated. Xia Li understood that relying solely on alchemy to earn spirit stones wasn't a guarantee of security. However, by uniting the main powers in Fenghe City and pushing large-scale sales, he could naturally earn much more while minimizing risk. He continued by refining the terms of the agreement. To be precise, 50% of what I personally refine is mine, and you get 10% for what your own people refine. Honestly, I'm not optimistic that you can produce superior grade pills. It's already difficult enough just to make middle grade. Xia Li's additional clause was essentially a concession, but a fair one. After all, the formula would be public, and when others refined the pills, the skill and spirit energy input was all theirs, so Xia Li taking a small cut was reasonable. Elder Sun looked a bit puzzled. Xia Daoist, is the process of refining Yongqi pills really that complicated? He had observed before and hadn't found it especially complex. Complicated might be too strong a word, but it requires extremely precise control over the spirit energy, Xia Li explained calmly. That precision depends on my personal talent. I see. Elder Sun nodded. If you didn't have real skill, how else would the headmaster trust you so much? How many can you refine in a month? Elder Sun asked again. 1,000, steadily, Xia Li replied calmly. 1 batch yields 8 pills. I refine 4 batches a day, so roughly 1,000 per month. If it's not enough by the end of the month, I just add more batches. Really? Elder Sun was shocked. You can maintain the previous quality consistently? Yes. Without skill, my master wouldn't have accepted me. A strong innate divine soul is naturally good material for alchemy, Xia Li said without exaggeration. Chief Administrator Huang Yu of the marketplace couldn't help but grin broadly. This is a business worth 8,000 spirit stones per month. Even a 15% cut is 1,200. The marketplace's previous monthly earnings barely hit 1,000 spirit stones. This doubles that instantly. It wasn't just the marketplace benefiting. This also meant Fenghe City had a chance to rise, becoming the regional hub for independent cultivators. From now on, Xia Daoist, you are our Lu family's esteemed guest and honored officer, Uncle Lu solemnly promised. Anyone who dares to offend Xia Li in Fenghe City will have our family rushing to his side. You are also a guest officer of our Wanbao Tower. Elder Sun thought happily, knowing this big deal would bring him many top-tier resources and that his foundation breakthrough was imminent. You're a guest officer of our marketplace as well, Huang Yu declared. And so, Xia Li signed mutually beneficial agreements with Fenghe City's 3 major powers, each side satisfied with the terms. Xia Li instantly became a leading figure in Fenghe City, and the name Alchemist Xia quickly spread through every street and alley. With the support of the 3 powers, Yongqi pills soon sold rapidly to nearby cities, causing a market sensation. After all, the path of independent cultivation was tough. Half of beginners failed early on, while Yongqi pills nourished and supported these underdog cultivators, becoming their blessing. After securing his foothold in Fenghe City, beyond his daily alchemy, Xia Li devoted himself to hard cultivation, aiming to break through the upper limits of the Lingshu realm as soon as possible. At the same time, he began acquiring various spirit items to enhance his latent potential. After all, Earth's cultivation tradition emphasized potential activation. Talent alone wasn't enough, but neither could a poor cultivator afford good Lingshu items. A month had passed. Xia Li moved into the Xia residence, specially built through the joint efforts of the 3 great powers, and devoted himself to cultivation. His current realm had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. One more step would bring him to the limit of qi refinement in Lingshu's world. Just as he was immersed in his practice, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Bang, bang, bang. Although Lingshu could cultivate automatically, actively entering a meditative state could double the speed. So why not seize the opportunity? Come in, Xia Li said as he composed himself and responded. The door slowly opened, and a delicately dressed, pretty young woman stepped inside. Behind her followed a gentle and refined young man. Xia Li looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself. "I'm Lu Yun, the eldest son of the Lu family. This is Lu Ruyan, the 5th miss of our family." Before he finished, the young woman shook her head anxiously. "Don't call me Lu Ruyan. I've changed my name. Call me Lu Xiaoxiao." Lu Yun frowned. "Little sister Ruyan, that name was given to you personally by a great master when you were young. It carries a good reputation." She bit her lip firmly. "I always feel this name is tainted by a great karmic cause." "No, absolutely not." Lu Xiaoxiao was very sensitive about the name Lu Ruyan. It indeed held a mysterious power that easily attracted others' goodwill. Yet she herself felt a suffocating sense of being underestimated, as if her fate couldn't carry the name. Continuing to use it might bring unforeseen danger. Lu Yun was helpless and didn't insist. "All right, fine." Lu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief and smiled more openly. "Brother Xia, we're here to deliver something for you," Lu Xiaoxiao said as she handed over an exquisitely crafted box. Xia Li opened it and found a white storage ring lying inside. Storage rings were extremely rare, even on Earth, let alone on this continent, where their price often started at 1,000 spirit stones, well beyond the means of someone at the foundation establishment stage. Most had to rely on fragile storage bags. Only those who had reached the golden core stage qualified to own one. "Thank you both for personally delivering this spiritual item," Xia Li said respectfully. Lu Xiaoxiao replied softly, "You're welcome. Everything you requested is inside the ring." Her gaze was gentle yet expectant, fixed on Xia Li. He understood immediately. Coming in person as a miss of the Lu family to deliver goods meant she probably wanted a little extra for the errand. "These 2 pills are a token of my gratitude for your help," Xia Li said politely as he handed over 2 blue pills. Lu Yin took them curiously. "Brother Xia, what kind of pills are these?" "Cloud breath pills, highly valuable qi refinement pills for aerial mobility. They allow one to fly in the short term," Xia Li explained. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Isn't that the equivalent of a second life? Pocketing the pills, he couldn't help but admire Xia Li's real abilities. Although he had only seen Xia Li sell qi surge pills outside, as the eldest son of the Lu family, he knew special pills for the qi refinement stage mostly circulated only among high-ranking family members. "Thank you, Brother Xia. You really are the best," Lu Xiaoxiao said happily. "We'll be on our way now." Lu Yun nodded and bade farewell. Xia Li instructed, "Go ahead, and remember to keep an eye out for spirit items suitable for the qi refinement stage." "Absolutely, absolutely," Lu Xiaoxiao said, pulling Lu Yun along as they left. After passing through the main gate of the Xia residence, Lu Yun could no longer hide the frown he shot at his sister, a hint of dissatisfaction shadowing his face. "Rian, what are you up to?" "I told you not to call me Rian," Xiao Xiao said somewhat anxiously, correcting him. Okay. Then Xiao Xiao, why are you dragging me along?" Lu Yun asked, half joking as he held his arm. "Enough," Lu Xiaoxiao snapped decisively, her eyes full of impatience. "We're from 2 different worlds. He doesn't care about you, so don't get carried away." "I wasn't trying to," Lu Yun started, but hesitated. "You just want to take advantage of his good attitude. That's enough." Although Xiao Xiao was only the 5th miss of the Lu family, she knew very well that Lu Yun's stable position owed much to the advice and schemes behind the scenes, namely her own. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Xia Li, sensing a hidden depth beneath his gentle exterior. Xia Li's origins were far from simple. He likely carried a terrible secret and had to be cautious in his interactions. He could never afford to let his guard down or get close to people casually. "All right," Lu Yun sighed in resignation and followed Xiao Xiao as they left. Inside, Xia Li picked up the storage ring. As he gently activated it, Tianxin immediately began to analyze it. Phase storage device detected. Tianxin's voice was calm and precise. This storage ring is called a phase storage device on Earth. It exists in a separate space called phase space. Capacity is about 32.5 cubic meters. Contains 3 unknown spiritual items. Do you want to extract and analyze them? This storage device does not have a master imprint key set. Set imprint now. Tianxin not only scanned the internal space size, but quickly identified the items inside. Imprinting means designating the owner. Xia Li thought wryly how ordinary this technology was. Earth storage devices mostly use 128-bit dynamic passwords combined with biometric fingerprints. Spiritual imprinting wouldn't even work. Tianxin cracked it easily. He realized it could be a new business opportunity. Breaking the unknown origins of storage rings would make looting after battles much easier. Imprinted, Xia Li decided without hesitation, planning to upgrade to a safer Earth device once he had the money. Earth devices have a main unit and a subunit. The main unit is hidden while the subunit is carried on one's person, minimizing losses even if the ring is lost. After imprinting was complete, he took out the 3 spiritual items Lu family had helped him find. Spiritual items are mysterious treasures refined to induce special changes inside cultivators' bodies, each with different effects. On Earth, seeing 1 or 2 at auctions is rare, but in this world, big sects and noble families mass-produce low-grade spiritual items at low prices. Anyone can buy as many as they want. The 3 items he pulled out were called Fire Tree Glowing Flowers, Gale Wind Crystals, and Body Tempering Elixir. Fire Tree Glowing Flowers accelerate the bodis absorption of spiritual energy. Gale Wind Crystals increase the circulation speed of the dantian energy vortex, making spiritual energy flow faster and more stable. The Body Tempering Elixir cleanses the meridians and bones deeply, strengthening physical constitution. Xia Li examined these spiritual items carefully. They were quite valuable, each worth over 1,000 spirit stones. And only cultivators in the qi refining stage truly gained the best effects. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't waste such expensive resources. Only disciples born into major sects and noble clans enjoyed that privilege. He smiled wanly, realizing he had to be able to afford them to avoid being left far behind. After all, the best resources in Earth's cultivation tradition were fought over internally. Simply relying on cultivation level wasn't enough, as the upper-class disciples always had ample cultivation themselves. The spiritual core was just one part. If the spiritual core's combat power is rated as 10, a poor physical constitution might only allow 8 points of power. But if the constitution is outstanding and possesses certain spiritual qualities, with a constitution rating of 5 points, the actual combat power could reach 15 or more, since the core significantly boosts and sometimes even multiplies those traits. In other words, cultivating constitution is key. Xia Li understood that a solid foundation during the qi refining stage was crucial. After establishing the base, progress became much harder. This was inevitably the path he had to dedicate himself to relentlessly. A month later, the soft glow of the lamp still illuminated the bedroom in the Xia residence. Xia Li flipped through the rare book, sent by Wanbao Tower, the Compendium of Spirit Beasts for Qi Cultivation, frowning deeply. The book detailed a staggering 1,800 kinds of spirit creatures usable in Qi refinement. But these were only applicable for the initial Qi cultivation stage. Most cultivators refined no more than 3 types within a major realm, which made Xia Li feel somewhat behind, had already refined 4. Although this was not yet near his limit, he couldn't help but feel a sense of deficiency. Aside from the 3 spirit creatures provided by the Lu family last month, Xia Li had also refined one called Dugua, which significantly strengthened the Qi Si in the dantian. Upon closer analysis, all 4 spirit creatures he refined ranked within the top 100. The ones ranked lower either had severe side effects, required synergistic use with others, or demanded exceptionally rare body constitutions and yielded mediocre results. The spirit creatures available for sale to independent cultivators were mostly common, high-ranking, widely applicable ones. It was clear the Lu family had handled matters seriously. They hadn't given him any runaround. Xia Li's impression of the Lu family began to change. Of the 3 great families, only the Lu family maintained close relations with him, since they lacked their own alchemist. The other 2 families quietly minded their own business for the time being, but their attitude sent a clear message: share in prosperity, but not in adversity. Xia Li silently hoped that any real crisis would arrive a little later. He understood that his real danger lay in the shameless land grabs and power plays of the major forces. It was only a matter of time. Xia Li always assumed hostility when gauging others from their worst intentions, preparing for every step with distrust. The market town belonged to the scattered cultivator alliance, and Wanbao Tower also answered to major powers. They likely hoped he would encounter an unsolvable problem and rush to seek their protection, so they could absorb him. With this in mind, Xia Li decided to put more eggs in the Lu family's basket. He took out a transmission jade slip and messaged Lu Sanchu directly. Uncle Lu, the Dugwa spirit you brought last time has been extremely helpful. To thank the Lu family, I have already consulted my master and received permission to teach alchemy to your disciples. How much they learn depends on their talent. Soon, the reply came. Understood, Daoist Xia. I will convene the family meeting immediately to select candidates. Though Xia Li praised the usefulness of Dugua openly, Lu Sanchu knew well it meant far more than that. Over these 2 months, Xia Li's sincerity toward the Lu family had become abundantly clear. By the way, Daoist Xia, who do you think has the better talent? Lu Sanchu asked. The candidates are likely only Lu Yun and Lu Ruyan. You have met them both. Lu Sanchu accidentally called Lu Xiaoxiao Lu Ruyan. Xia Li didn't bother correcting him and replied casually. I believe I can teach anyone well, even you. The opportunity is in your hands, make the most of it. Understood. Lu Sanchu ended the transmission. Meanwhile, night had deepened within the Lu family, but sleep would be hard to find tonight. Xia Li's message ignited hope for the family's revival. The patriarch sat alone in the study, inwardly grateful for his decisiveness 2 months ago. If he hadn't spared Lu Fu's family then, Xia Li would never have forgiven them so easily, much less chosen to ally with them. This decision had proven to be a brilliant gamble. Thus, an urgent meeting concerning the fate of the family was held late into the night. Just as dawn was breaking, a knock came at Xia Li's chamber door. Come in. Xia Li responded, and the door slowly opened to reveal a young woman of delicate charm, Lu Xiaoxiao, the final chosen heir of the Lu family. Oh, it's you. I actually thought it might be Lu Yun or one of the elders, Xia Li said with quiet surprise. As the 5th daughter of the Lu family, Xiaoxiao ranked far below Lu Yun, the eldest son, in family seniority. Yet her talents were far more exceptional. Well, I happen to be the most gifted. If I weren't a girl, Yin would have to be my junior, Xiaoxiao said with pride, clearly pleased that the family had chosen ability over birth order this time. All right, I'll pass on this cultivation method to you first. It's very useful for refining pills, forging weapons, and making talismans. Xia Li pulled out a jade slip and gently handed it to her. Inside the jade slip was the Qianjing technique, a secret formula rewritten with modifications by the Tianqin chip. Originally from the Hidden Wing Network's top secret files, it was impossible to cultivate without the Tianqin implant. To share it externally, key parts had to be erased, though what was removed was mostly a special technique for strengthening the Ling Shu, which cultivators of this world do not have. Xiaoxiao took the jade slip and pressed it to her forehead. A subtle transmission of knowledge flowed delicately into her mind. After some time, the transfer completed, and the jade slip shattered into countless points of light that scattered away. Brother Xia, is this Qianjing technique a yellow rank skill? She asked wide-eyed. The family's best techniques typically reached only human rank superior. Cultivation skill ranks followed a 6-tier system: Earth, Heaven, Mysterious, Yellow, Human, and Mortal. Each tier corresponded to a realm or world, with higher ranks representing stronger power. Mortal rank was barely suitable for the path to true cultivation. Human rank was passable, while Yellow rank was the gateway into the cultivation world, the crucial milestone separating immortal and mortal. Xia Li wasn't entirely familiar with this particular ranking system, but knew that on Earth, cultivation methods were graded simply as supreme, extreme, excellent, high, and skilled, with supreme at the top. On Earth, the Qianjing technique counted as an entry-level skilled method. Though it lacks the usual preface, I believe this technique is indeed Yellow rank superior. If it leaks, some minor sects would likely stop at nothing to seize it, Xia Li said gravely. Xiaoxiao felt an invisible weight settle upon her. This technique was too valuable, and if exposed, would bring great disaster to the Lu family. Be careful yourselves then. This method cannot be transmitted externally before you fully comprehend it. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Only once I master it will I have the strength to protect the family and then pass it on to others. Thank you for the warning, Brother Xia. Xia Li nodded. His whole intention was to prevent the Lu family members from recklessness that might bring trouble upon them all, or worse, implicate him. Xiaoxiao was clever and prudent. She would not make careless mistakes. If it had been Lu Yun instead, he'd probably be groveling on the floor already, making Xia Li's position awkward. Go back and adjust your cultivation method first. After you've converted the spiritual energy properly, come to me. I'll teach you pill refining. They'll likely disappear for a while after that, but not for long. I won't fail your expectations, Brother Xia. Xiaoxiao replied earnestly and resolutely. She wished she could apprentice immediately, but knew Xia Li didn't hold her in high regard, so she restrained herself. By comparison, clumsy Lu Yun had probably been down on his knees begging for an audience already, which would have been embarrassing to witness. In a dim alley in the lower district of Linguang City, a flash of white light revealed a sudden figure. It was Xia Li back on Earth. The mysterious ring had vibrated a few times last night, and Xia Li deduced that its realm-shifting function had reactivated. Previously, he could only return to Earth after spending 2 months at the realm's boundary. Many times on the journey, he longed for home, but the ring never triggered. This time, after exactly 2 months, it seemed the cooldown period truly was 2 months. As soon as he stepped into the signal coverage area, his Tiandao network quickly reconnected, and 5 unread messages popped up. The latest version of the Tianqin implant could project a virtual holographic screen inside his mind, floating before his eyes, but invisible to others. Xia Li opened the messages, the text clear. Xia Li, it's me. Have you joined the Demon Hunting Association yet? Are you there? Why aren't you replying? Are you even alive? No way, man. You're done for? Rest in peace. They'll remember you. The messages were from Ku Xiao, a senior member of the organization, showing how much she worried about the new recruit Xia Li, afraid something had happened to him. Watching their concerned words, Xia Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wasn't dead, just recently stuck in a no-signal zone. He quickly replied, not dead. I was just in a no-signal area until now. Her response came immediately, no such thing as a no-signal zone. Don't you know the Tiandao network signal reaches all the way to Pluto? Xia Li was stunned. Could the Tiandao network really cover the entire solar system? Ku Xiao's message explained the mystery. Besides Earth, every other planet in the solar system has spiritual energy collection stations or human settlements. As long as you're inside the solar system, the signal never drops. You either deliberately blocked your signal, entered some kind of phased space, or got covered by a jammer. So spill it, where did you go, and what were you doing? Since Ku Xiao had brought Xia Li into the organization, she was considered his partner. Their shared interests made her very generous with technical support and equipment upgrades. After thinking a moment, Xia Li gave a plausible explanation. Must have entered a shielded zone. I went back to the mining site, left some spirit stones there last time. Ku Xiao immediately replied, damn, you're not big, but you're sneaky. She confirmed that the mining site Xia Li had been operating in was indeed artificially set up as a no-signal shielded area. Xia Li thanked Ku Xiao for her concern and planned to bring back 10 spirit stones as a token of gratitude. But she said, you're so rich? No need to bring it back, just store it in some spiritual energy bank and transfer it to me directly. Reluctantly, Xia Li agreed, all right then. Suddenly a question struck him. So he asked, could Jia, although I've never started conflicts and really avoid fighting, if I have to get physical, what should I watch out for? He recalled the standoff with Lu Fu, realizing danger often strikes without warning. Xia Li disliked violence and preferred peaceful resolutions, but when facing naturally violent opponents, there's no choice. He understood that with his own cheat-like abilities, fighting beings from another world wasn't scary. The alley's lights flickered softly as Xia Li closed the holographic screen, his gaze firm and determined toward the distance. The future was uncertain, but at least he had taken the first step back home. Almost every one of these Earth guys was using cheats, turning the whole scene into something like a chaotic battle among gods, where the sheer power on display was almost surreal. It was hard for Xia Li to put this feeling into words, but the Tianqin system could roughly assess the danger ahead. If you had to kneel, just kneel. Don't be stubborn. If you can't afford to offend someone, steer clear. But if you do offend, you have to settle it decisively. And don't even think of attacking casually. If your strike misses, you'll never know what strange hidden spells the other person's Tianqin might unleash. The daily magic duels on Earth were basically about overlay hacks like wall hacks and auto-aim, a race to lock onto the opponent first, much like cheating battles in video games back in 2030. In short, Xia Li was not a fan of hidden fights. Hidden Wing was a technical organization, not built for brute force clashes, but they did have their secret weapons. After a while, his friend Ku Xiao sent him a crucial spell, Divine Mind Infiltration, warning him to be extremely cautious to avoid viral data infection. Basically, if you want to live, study this spell carefully. It could interrupt, paralyze, or even melt down an opponent's Tianqin. Against 3rd generation or lower versions, it was a guaranteed kill. Even against fellow 5th generation Tianqin experts, a well-timed hit could catch them off guard. Ku Xiao passed Hidden Wing's ace technique to Xia Li, explaining, is this still a magic duel? It's basically electronic warfare now. Since we're a tech-focused group, we have to use tech attacks. Unless you run into those old-school cultivators who don't use Tianqin at all, this trick works great. Grateful, Xia Li replied. Thanks a lot, Sister Ku. Don't forget the 10 spirit stones. After the call ended, a faint sense of belonging welled up in his heart. Hidden Wing was no ordinary organization. Their methods were lethal against the new era cultivators. Earth's magic dueling was essentially a battlefield of electronic warfare, not some pure mystical fight like in other worlds. Next, Xia Li pulled up the map and headed straight for Linguang City Bank in the lower city. Half an hour later, he entered the bank and was shocked to find there were no human employees anymore, only intelligent mechanical robots serving customers. The robot directed him to first use a spirit stone refiner to convert his rough raw spirit stones into Earth standard spirit stone units, then deposit them into his bank account. Xia Li deposited over 800 low-grade spirit stones. He had originally brought more than 1,000 spirit stones, but conversion consumed over 200. He couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Earth was Earth, with its own rules that couldn't be changed. Just after he finished depositing, a robot approached him to promote financial products. Sir, are you interested in our spiritual energy investment? Buy industrial futures now for an expected annual return of 3, and get 3 pounds of natural beef as a gift. Xia Li immediately shook his head. No, no thanks. Then he quickly left, thinking Earth's spirit stone schemes were too cunning. One wrong move, and you'd lose everything. His 800 spirit stones weren't much, but converted to the human era's value, it was roughly 1.5 million old world currency, enough to buy a modest apartment in a second-tier city of the old era. Now, in the new era's lower city, it barely covered a decent home. In the upper city, it could only buy half a bathroom. Soon after, Xia Li transferred 10 spirit stones to Kuxiao, then prepared to go shopping in the upper city. Earth did have some easily accessible spiritual items, like unique enhancers, although each cultivation stage could only take one shot. These enhancers were different from naturally pure spiritual goods of other worlds. They were packed with tech and synthetic materials, with complex compositions few bothered to analyze. They worked well one shot, done, effective and silent. All of this formed the normal rhythm of Xia Li's life in the new era of Earth. 1 hour later, at the grand elevator in the upper district of Linguang City, Xia Li stepped out of the sightseeing elevator, and the scene before him was a stark contrast to the grimy, dilapidated lower district. The upper district resembled a miniature futuristic city, where technology and greenery blended seamlessly. Lush plants were cleverly integrated into every street corner, dense, but never overwhelming, serving only as tasteful accents. Among the towering skyscrapers, nearly every billboard had transformed into a holographic display. In the air floated a 100-meter-tall holographic beauty, gracefully dancing. Above his head, various holograms darted and twirled, goldfish, dragons and phoenixes, and even strange creatures whose names Xia Li couldn't pronounce. This scene stood in sharp contrast to the broken and desolate lower district, as if he had traveled 5 centuries into the future. Watching this, Xia Li couldn't help but cite his new era had not eliminated social classes, but had instead widened the gap. Productivity had greatly increased, yet those at the bottom still struggled to preserve even the most basic dignity. The people in the lower district didn't even have the chance to escape sun and wind and rain. Thinking about these things was useless, so he pushed the thoughts aside and immediately pulled out his map to search for his destination. People like him, with no business in the upper district, had to pay a daily fee of 1 spirit stone, automatically deducted from their bank accounts. Although the spiritual energy density here was much higher than that in the lower district on 1,000th, compared to far less, it still fell short compared to Spirit Crane City, a place rich in spiritual energy. Arriving at a department store, Xia Li walked straight into a shop selling enhancement potions. The interior was neatly arranged, with shelves lined with various potions, each labeled clearly with origin and effects. He headed to the section specifically for cultivation potions, where a well-dressed female attendant approached him with a polite and professional tone. Surprisingly, she didn't even glance at his worn-out clothes. "Sir, what kind of potion do you need? One for strengthening a specific aspect, or one related to attributes and constitution?" Without hesitation, Xia Li answered, "An attribute and constitution potion." In another world, innate talent mostly depended on one's spiritual roots and constitution. Spiritual roots could be switched at will using a spiritual core, but constitution needed adjustment through potions. Attributes like fire or water constitution could be changed with a single dose. "Which attribute do you want?" the attendant asked. After a moment's thought, Xia Li replied, "I want a neutral, attribute-free constitution weak at first, but with great potential for growth." He wasn't foolish. Rushing to get a new constitution mattered, but development shouldn't be limited to a single attribute. A natural constitution gained extra bonuses when cultivated with the matching attribute, but one obtained through potions would suffer heavy penalties if cultivated with the wrong attribute. The attendant immediately led him to a display case. "I recommend these 3. The Spirit-Encompassing Potion grants the Spirit-Encompassing Constitution after consumption. It improves your base talent and strengthens all areas moderately, but crucially, it doesn't alter your foundational nature." After introducing the first potion, she quickly guided Xia Li to examine the other 2. The Xuanmai elixir, when used, significantly widens the meridians and carries a chance of opening acupuncture points, granting extra benefits to physical cultivation. If your training path is martial arts, I highly recommend the Xuanmai elixir. As for the Kaiyuan elixir, its effect is similar to the Yunling elixir, but with the added potential to activate self-cultivation abilities, allowing one to continue cultivating without relying on the Lingshu or Tianxin in the future. If you aspire to reach higher realms that transcend the limits achievable by the Lingshu, the Kaiyuan elixir is an excellent choice. The attendant spoke professionally, fully aware that few on Earth could truly reach realms beyond the Lingshu's limits, yet her priority was selling the products. Although the Kaiyuan elixir and Yunling elixir yield similar effects, their prices differ greatly. The Yunling elixir sells for only 300 spirit stones, while the Kaiyuan elixir costs 648. The number 648 is rumored to be a traditional number existing before the spiritual energy resurgence, regarded as a mystical marker of bloodline verification. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Li firmly chose the Kaiyuan elixir. After all, most people on Earth can only cultivate relying on the Lingshu. Those who practice independently are rare and easily suppressed by the Lingshu. But this was about future possibilities. The highest level of cultivation achievable through the Lingshu currently is the pinnacle of Huashan. Although there are rumors that a golden body stage Lingshu has been developed, its release date remains unknown. The golden body stage is unique to Earth and corresponds to the Lianshu realm in another sectarian lineage. After reaching Huashan, Earth's ancient sect lineage and otherworldly sects began to diverge because the Huashan level is a result calculated by the celestial Dao computer, whereas Earth's ancient sect lineage only reaches Huashan, with further progression left to new generation cultivators to explore on their own. Would you like to use the Kaiyuan elixir now, or have it packaged? The attendant asked. Use it now, Xia Li replied without hesitation. By the way, if your total purchase exceeds 500 spirit stones, you get an extra benefit. For an additional 50 spirit stones, you can get a bottle of the potent Yongqi elixir immediately. At it, Xia Li said decisively had come to spend money anyway. The Yongqi elixir is the true Earth-style, qi-surging pill. The old days of pill rolling are gone. Now the market favors concentrated liquid medicines, which absorb quickly and show effects fast with zero waste. Though less convenient for storage and transport than pills, their sales now dominate. One bottle of Yongqi elixir matches the effect of taking 10 qi-surging pills simultaneously, but without overburdening the body. Any unabsorbed medicine gradually releases and is stored internally, a true reflection of modern technology. Sir, my system detects some decline in your Lingshu's functions. Would you like to upgrade it? The attendant's tone softened with concern. Xia Li smiled faintly. Give me a discount and I'll upgrade. He wasn't unfamiliar with mall sales tricks. No worries as long as the discount was good enough. He'd pay up easily. Of course. You're already a level 7 member. At a discounted price of 98 spirit stones, I recommend the Su Xiu type 4 Lingshu. Its conversion efficiency is excellent, and it supports up to the foundation establishment stage. He'll buy it. Xia Li responded enthusiastically. Thank you for your patronage. You've earned a free Lingshu modification opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? How would it be modified? The modification sacrifices some aspects of performance to enhance others you prioritize. The current Su Xiu type 4 does not support lossless modification. It'll sacrifice capacity for better conversion efficiency. Xia Li thought faster qi refinement was key. A smaller capacity was acceptable as long as it could be replenished frequently. Very well. Please proceed with payment. Will you pay with spirit stones or tianxin? Tianxin. Xia Li took out his tianxin and quickly activated the payment function, transferring funds directly to the shop's account totaling 796 spirit stones. Exactly what he had prepared. Payment received. Please wait a moment, the attendant said before turning to arrange logistics. Although this wasn't a Lingshu specialty store, they had cooperative arrangements with other shops, and a delivery of Lingshu would soon arrive. After a short while, the Lingshu was placed into a delicate little box and handed to Xia Li. He took the box eagerly and opened it carefully, inspecting the contents. Although he already had a Lingshu installed in his body and had seen its virtual model on holographic screens, this was the first time he was seeing the physical device in person. The Lingshu resembled a hollow sphere about the size of a ping-pong ball, but its design was highly intricate, like a miniature celestial globe. Rings of varying sizes nested within one another, layered and interlocked to form this exquisite orb. The attendant standing nearby smiled and gestured. You can infuse a small amount of spiritual energy into the Lingshu and test it out externally. If you're not satisfied, you're welcome to return or exchange it at any time. Moved by a sudden impulse, Xia Li gently input a bit of spiritual energy. The Lingshu immediately sensed the energy and sprang to life, with its inner and outer rings accelerating their rotations. An invisible force seemed to ripple through the air. Xia Li instantly felt a complex interplay of multiple force fields, gravity, attraction, repulsion, magnetism, and various physical energies, all working harmoniously within the Lingshu's precise mechanical structure to securely bind the spiritual energy within the sphere. This was the first time he had witnessed the Lingshu functioning outside the body, and he was deeply impressed. Xia Li had always been a tech-savvy enthusiast, fascinated by emerging technology, but the rapid pace of breakthroughs in the new era often left him struggling to keep up. The Lingshu was originally based on the spiritual fusion reactor, which itself was developed from nuclear fusion reactors. Around the year 2020 AD, the main nuclear fusion experimental devices were tokamaks and stellarators. By 2080, the celestial globe-style reactor was invented, but as a fusion device, it was ultimately deemed a failure. Unexpectedly, after the spiritual energy reawakened, scientists discovered that the once-failed celestial globe design had unique advantages for constraining spiritual energy. The female attendant next to him began explaining the Lingshu's invention history. She said it wasn't just a flash of inspiration, but the result of generations of human technological accumulation. Even the failed technologies of the past laid the groundwork for later breakthroughs, ultimately allowing the Lingshu to become a core device in the current spiritual energy era. from the discovery of nuclear power to the use of fission and fusion, from thermal to spiritual energy. Then miniaturization and implantation into the body as a power source. This embodies the wisdom and efforts of many generations, and is something your generation can take pride in. As she spoke, she pointed to a swirling nebula-like vortex slowly forming at the center of the Ling Shu. Watching those flowing lights, Xia Li recalled scenes from a cosmic documentary he once watched. It's like the birth of nebulae, galaxies, and planets, both strange and beautiful. So, sir, are you sure you want this model? Yes, I'm sure. Xia Li was captivated by the sight, his eyes fixed on every detail of the Ling Shu's operation, seeming somewhat lost in thought. The attendant gave a gentle prompt, "Please follow me." Turning, she led him toward the upscale modification suite inside the mall. Since you're shopping here, the implant modification is free of charge. However, I strongly recommend purchasing our upgrade services. The attendant began pitching again. For just one spirit stone, you can enjoy basic surface repair and cosmetic packages. Your prosthetic body looks a bit worn, so maintenance will make it look brand new. For an additional spirit stone, we offer comprehensive prosthetic upkeep services. Would you be willing to share your body scan data from the Tianqin system for assessment? I can design a perfect physical repair service for you that guarantees your condition will return to its peak. The attendant introduced enthusiastically. Sir, since you're going to inject the Kaiyuan serum, the better your physical condition before injection, the higher the probability of obtaining self-cultivation talent. Xia Li's head was now wreathed in smoke. This last critical moment of implant modification, there were still so many add-on services, as if they wouldn't stop until they drained every last spirit stone from him. Feeling helpless, he simply nodded. Fine, fine, fine. Add them all. After all, increasing the probability of obtaining self-cultivation talent made the service worth buying. Even if he didn't end up getting the talent, it would at least be a comprehensive medical maintenance treatment. Afterward, Xia Li enabled his body data access permissions. The attendant quickly connected, and the diagnostic report rapidly appeared on the screen. Which package would you like to choose? We have 4 options: basic repair, advanced repair, deep repair, and perfect repair. Xia Li asked, "First tell me about my physical condition." The attendant reported gravely. Your heart is severely overworked, with a cell damage rate as high as 89%. Your lung health is less than 40%. The nerve necrosis at your right arm prosthetic interface exceeds 30%. This data hit Xia Li like a bucket of cold water, and he finally realized his body was already riddled with problems. However, the spiritual energy assistance had masked his perception, or rather, he had long forgotten what health felt like. After all, he'd been sickly from the start, and while he felt somewhat better after the spirit pivot implant, he never truly recovered. He'd been working in the mines all along, and pneumoconiosis was an inescapable fate. He'd previously been in late-stage lung cancer and underwent cryotherapy, enduring the most difficult days. The spiritual energy had repaired some of the lesions, but couldn't cure the mind's afflictions. This was how the company treated him, sending a useless person with late-stage lung cancer to mine in the quarry. The situation at the prosthetic interface was even worse, clearly assembled haphazardly in a low-grade modification pod, seeking only functionality without any regard for nerve damage. The perfect repair package requires 32 spirit stones. The attendant quoted a substantial figure, though fortunately Xia Li had enough on hand. He nodded without hesitation. Then perfect repair it is. The attendant smiled obsequiously. Sir appears to have abundant spirit stones. May I ask why your body is in such a concerning state? Xia Li replied perfunctorily. I got lost as a child and went through some hard times, but I've recently reunited with my family. I see. Sir is truly experiencing a turn of fortune now. Please enter the modification pod, and when you awaken, you'll meet a more perfect version of yourself. Xia Li said nothing more and lay directly into the modification pod, silently grateful that this shopping trip to the city district hadn't been in vain. It wasn't that he didn't value himself, but he simply hadn't had enough spirit stones before, and now that he did, he could finally use high-end equipment. Everything at Ku Zhao's place was black market secondhand goods, and the modification pods didn't even have damage repair functions. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the modification to begin. This time, Xia Li entered a dream again, no different from his previous dreams, even seeming like a continuation of the last one. Sunlight fell on the flower bed, his sister gazing at him tenderly, the puppy in her arms wagging its tail. Big brother, what if your cryo-freeze lasts too long and exceeds my lifespan? I want to see you again. That was during the last few days before he participated in the human cryopreservation experiment. If I can't wait for you, I'll also participate in the experiment. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. His sister's words gradually blurred, and he vaguely heard, what experiment, but could no longer remember clearly. Slowly reopening his eyes, Xia Li awoke from a deep sleep, his mind still slightly dizzy. In his dream, his sister's gentle smile seemed frozen deep within his consciousness, repeatedly surfacing as if trying to convey some urgent, unignorable message. Xia Shui's sister. Influenced by his passion for technology, she had chosen the once popular major of artificial intelligence application science. Xia Li vaguely remembered she had been quite an excellent student. But why had he dreamed of her twice in a row? That was something from 500 years ago. His sister had long since passed away, hadn't she? Sir, how are you feeling right now? A considerate shopping mall attendant suddenly spoke beside him, snapping his thoughts back to reality. Xia Li slowly stood up and tried moving his limbs. He felt incredibly well, perhaps better than ever before. Energized and sharp, it was as if his old, worn-out body had instantly been replaced by a brand-new machine fresh from the factory. The only odd thing was his clothes. His pants and inner layer were made of a sleek black new material, topped with a crisp gray coat. I feel pretty good, except for this outfit, Xia Li tentatively said. The attendant smiled and interrupted. Sir, your old clothes were really tattered. Considering how much you spent this time, our store specially gifted you this new set. But sorry, the gift can't be exchanged. Xia Li knew this was just a polite sales pitch. The commission on his purchase must be significant. Thanks, he nodded in appreciation. No problem. Sir, with your wealth, a set of clothes is nothing. We hope you'll still choose me as your personal shopper next time you visit. She replied warmly and attentively. Compared to the rushed disinterest from the other attendants when Xia Li first entered, only this woman had greeted him with genuine enthusiasm. Hey, race your old Ling shoe, she said as Xia Li stood up, handing over the replaced Ling shoe device. If you want, we have a recycling station on the 3rd floor, or I can help deliver it. I'm quite good at bargaining, she added with confidence. No, they'll just take it back home for my dog. Xia Li declined with a shake of his head. Although the device was black market and of uncertain origins, the ads claimed Ling shoe worked for cats and dogs too. He worried about the risks of having it confiscated at the recycling station. Well, do you need any pet supplies? Like pet tianxin or enhancers? The attendant quickly tried to upsell again. Xia Li smiled wryly. Sigh, I have no spirit stones left. Seeing he was resigned, she didn't give up. Would you like me to help you apply for a loan? 0 interest for 3 months, and a super low annual rate. No loans. Xia Li quickly waved off, ready to leave. But the attendant gently held him back. Sir, I haven't finished yet. No sales pitch, I just want to share some good news. You've successfully obtained the self-cultivation talent. The chance of that is only about 1 in 20. Really? Success on the first try? Xia Li was pleasantly surprised. He had thought the Kaiyuan potion was just a starting point, and that continuous effort was needed to gain self-cultivation. Never expected it to be so smooth. Under the bright mall lights and amidst sparse crowds, Xia Li stood facing the attendant, his heart fluttering with hope and questions. His body felt refreshed, his mind clear, as if reborn. Yet the mysterious message from the sister in his dream lingered, waiting for him to uncover its meaning. It seems that because he refined those 4 spiritual items on the other side, improving his body's fundamental affinity for spiritual energy, he was able to awaken his cultivation talent. Well, congratulations, sir. With that, Xia Li retrieved 3 spirit stones from his tianxin, swiftly transferred them to the shop's account, and specifically noted service tip. The attendant quickly noticed the new payment, and a grateful smile spread across his face. Thank you, sir. May you have peace throughout your life. Delighted by the tip, he couldn't help but send a friend request. Sir, if there are any special offers in the future, I'll notify you immediately. You can also reserve various uncommon potions through me. All right. Xia Li responded briefly, then turned and left. This time, the attendant didn't pester him with more sales pitches. Walking out of the mall, Xia Li stood at the entrance, watching the bustling crowds on the main street, a strange sense of confusion welling up inside him. Despite having goals and motivation, he somehow felt lost. Without a word, he headed straight for the main elevator, preparing to descend to the lower city. Before long, the elevator doors opened and numerous passengers poured out. Among them, a young man in an expensive suit and gold-rimmed glasses suddenly looked up at Xia Li, then walked toward him. His expression was sinister, his eyes behind the glasses narrowing slightly, exuding a treacherous air. Well, if it isn't our excellent employee, number 327, still alive, and you even dare to come to the upper city? His words were barbed, and he adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, his tone full of disdain. Xia Li's fists clenched tight, his anger almost driving him to throw a punch. I have a name. It's Xia Li, he replied coldly. The man retorted without courtesy. 327, you violated your employee contract and sold out the company's interests. The company will recover its losses. His tone deepened as he continued. You might be able to remove that employee number from your face, but your file has long been locked by the company. You were once a company employee, and you'll forever be company property. Return to the company's embrace now, and the company might forgive you. A cold smile curved the lips of the young man in gold-rimmed glasses. He knew full well that the past betrayal had caused the company tremendous losses, and a manhunt was underway. He'd thought Xia Li had died in the mine collapse, which would have been fortunate for the company, but unexpectedly, he was still alive. This time, I must make him wish he were dead. Xia Li merely smiled faintly. So you actually have me on record? That's good, at least you won't be able to claim there's no such person later. With that, He walked straight into the elevator, passing by the man. Those cold eyes stared at him intently. Although the other party made no move, Xia Li knew full well that the message would soon be transmitted through Tianxin. Once back in the lower city, he'd likely face the company's hounds immediately. But it didn't matter. Let them come. The elevator doors slowly closed. Xia Li took the opportunity to switch out the alchemy technique in his spell slot, replacing it with the consciousness intrusion technique. During the descent, he immediately contacted Ku Xiao. Sister Ku, I ran into the company's dogs. I'm probably about to get bitten. What should I do? After a brief pause, Ku Xiao's reply came through. The organization currently has no available personnel in Linguang City, and I'm not a combat operative, I am an intelligence agent. But I'll do my best to help you lock onto their positions. You'll have to get through this ordeal on your own. Thank you. Being able to provide location information is already a huge help. Xia Li took a deep breath, preparing to face the coming storm. The elevator descended quickly. Before long, with a faint click, the elevator doors slowly slid open. The entrance was empty, with almost no one gathered, yet the street outside buzzed with noisy crowds. Xia Li knew all too well that countless eyes were secretly watching him. Even in this bustling part of the lower district, rules still existed. The syndicate wouldn't strike openly where witnesses were abundant. If that was the case, he'd have to lure the snakes out of their holes. Stepping into the chaotic black market street, the sparse crowd and the shadows lurking along the alleyways hinted at a hidden undercurrent of danger. Ku Xiao quickly scanned for suspicious targets behind him. Xia Li, targeting lock successful. Hostile positions have been synced to your map, he reported. They're all local lower district gangs, clearly hired by the company. These guys are modestly armed, mostly second and third generation Tianxin users, you know the type. Stay alert, don't give them any chance to shoot first. With Tianxin implants backing them, everyone becomes a deadly marksman. Hurry into that alley. Once you're close, you can disrupt their Tianxin systems. His tone turned colder. Facing these bloodstained scum, don't get caught up in naive compassion. Times have changed, it's not your old world anymore. Hearing those words, Xia Li felt a new resolve harden inside. Suddenly, a figure flashed rapidly into the alley. Damn, this really was a lock-on-type enemy once in their line of sight. You got instantly tagged, leaving almost no room to retaliate. The suspense of this tech battle was all but gone. But Xia Li was not without his own preparations. His divine sense hacked into the enemy's system, protective wind techniques summoned, and both his spiritual bow and energy arrows switched to spell slots, a triad of offense, defense, and tech working in precise formation. He could lock on too. His Taoist magic was even more powerful, far surpassing ordinary firearms, with built-in trajectory tracking, a true edge afforded by cutting-edge tech. Losing this fight would mean he didn't deserve the title of tech cultivator. An alarm blared, the marked enemies were about to close in. Estimated contact in 3 seconds. 3 Tianxin implants began their countdown. Xia Li crouched at the alley's corner, his left hand gripping a translucent spirit bow. A crystal-clear energy arrow knocked on the string. He drew the bow and aimed. The shadow of the first enemy appeared in sight. The moment the opponent raised his gun, Xia Li unleashed his divine sense hack instantly. The enemy's Tianxin targeting system malfunctioned. Simultaneously, a bullet and the energy arrow fired. The bullet whistled past Xia Li's ear, but the energy arrow struck the enemy's forehead with deadly precision, piercing through and exploding on the forehead of another behind him, 2 targets down with 1 shot. Only then did Xia Li allow himself a breath, though the fight was far from over. 10 enemies remained. Using position vision, he quickly constructed a visible holographic map. Red dots popped up and closed in fast, aiming to overwhelm him with firepower. But his technology was superior, could peer through and counterattack. The spiritual energy cultivated through the 1,000 essence technique wove like threads, sharpened into arrow-like precision. His energy core spun, pushing output to the limits. Xia Li's selected spells finely tuned his spiritual energy, greatly enhancing his firepower. Stringing the bow, he aimed at a target hiding behind a wall. Release. The arrow was released, slicing through the air, piercing 3 thick walls with unerring precision before striking a red target point and detonating instantly. The 2 adjacent red points vanished simultaneously. This triple kill showcased the arrow's hidden might. X-ray vision piercing through walls, auto-locking heads, and projectile tracking. Beyond that, it had the critical ability to disable enemy technology at decisive moments. Once unleashed, how could the enemy remain composed? Without hesitation, Xia Li used the same trick again, exploiting his wall-piercing skill to launch a surprise flurry of attacks from unexpected angles. Like a ghost, he weaved through the battlefield, quickly dispatching most of his foes. Only 1 opponent remained, steadily closing in. TCH, 3 arrows fired and not a single effect. Who the hell was this? Xia Li furrowed his brows, circling the arena with his last adversary. The enemy seemed utterly unfazed by his spiritual arrows. 3 shots, 0 impact. This was the clash of technology versus spirit force. Often, even an enemy's appearance and strength remained unknown. Could Jia, any trace yet? Xia Li urgently radioed Ku Xiao after the second arrow failed. As part of the tech-focused covert ENI group, pinpointing enemies should be routine. But given these uncertain circumstances, Xia Li dared not show himself recklessly. Don't rush me. We're still scanning. Ku Xiao whispered. Got intel. The enemy's no joke fully cybernetic, nearly impossible to handle. You should think about retreating. Full cybernetic augmentation? Does spiritual hacking work on them? No, that only affects Tianqin chips. Cybernetic limbs run on completely different logic. Then are they using Tianqin chips? It must be an integrated Tianqin system for cybernetics. Its operational mechanism differs greatly from standalone Tianqin weight. That can't be how does some petty gang afford full cybernetic suits? That person has to be corporate sent. Ku Xiao's tone stiffened. The final opponent wasn't a gang thug, but elite corporate security, clad in top-grade smart alloy cybernetics, tailored for combat. What can I do? They're way faster, no escaping. I can only keep circling to buy time. Stay calm. Keep steady. Send me your cultivation and spell data. I'll figure something out. Ku Xiao instructed Xia Li to keep maneuvering. These enhanced cyber warriors were impossible for a Qi refinement stage cultivator to confront Hedon, especially since Xia Li was only at body refinement level 1. Wait, hold on, are you messing with me? Your data shows Qi refinement at level 7. Xia Li had just broken through from 6 to late Qi refinement with a potent Qi surging potion. Seeing the data, Ku Xiao grumbled. You even switched your spiritual core? Can't you think about my business? Is now the time? Later, okay? Discounts guaranteed, and you, sister, heart to heart. Focus. Solve this fast. That guy's almost upon you. The opponent stopped playing fair, charging headlong through walls. Xia Li had zero practical experience fighting fully cybernetic opponents. Their almost armored bodies nullified any physical advantage. Headbutting? The enemy was bulletproof and barreling straight at him, only a step away, ready to crush him at any moment. Xia Li, is that old spiritual core of yours still with you? Ku Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, what about it? Inject it directly with your spiritual energy, fill it up, and use it like a bomb. Its power surpasses even a cultivator's self-detonation. Got it. Xia Li hurriedly took out the old core and began channeling spiritual energy into it. The old core, originally a miniaturized spiritual energy reactor, was small in size, but capable of accumulating immense spiritual energy, essentially a tiny spiritual nuclear bomb. At that moment, Xia Li clenched the core tightly, preparing to turn the tide with his final trump card. Xia Li gripped the old Ling Shu he had just swapped in, rapidly pouring spiritual energy into it while desperately fleeing. Fortunately, he could now track his enemy's location in real time, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to lay a proper trap. It seemed the opponent was tracking him as well. Over the comms, Sister Kess's voice came through. Xia Li, I feel like the enemy knows our position too. Is there any way to jam their tracking? No way, she replied with a helpless tone. Although the hidden wing Tianqin has built-in anti-tracking features and should be hard to detect, it's clear the enemy isn't using a Tianqin. Then what are they using? Xia Li bit his lip and asked. Don't forget, Sister Ku explained, the opponent is fully cybernetic. I'm not sure what mode their mechanical eyes operate on, but I know for sure they have thermal imaging and X-ray vision that can see through walls. Damn it. Only now did Xia Li truly feel the sting of being crushed by technology. He was still relying on his flesh and blood to fight, while his enemy had become a mechanical transcendence. Fully cybernetic modifications had pros and cons. The downside was that as cultivation advanced, parts had to be frequently replaced or they wouldn't withstand the increasing pressure. That's right, Sister Ku continued, fully cybernetic beings can cultivate too, since their bodies are made entirely of spiritual artifacts. But the cost is they cut off the martial path, no chance at accessing the hidden secrets of the flesh in this lifetime, which are exclusive to pure flesh and blood. Martial arts and swordsmanship are cultivation branches, but the Ling Shu has specific martial and sword versions, and so does the Tianqin. She paused for a moment. Of course, full cybernetics aren't weak. The integration of the Ling Shu and Tianqin into one unified system makes them extremely difficult to fight. Xia Li wrestled with the gift of his parents' flesh and blood body, unsure whether to abandon it for mechanical transcendence. But as reality pressed down harder, his heart grew heavier and he could only keep running with all his strength. He scrambled through the dark, deserted alleyways of Black Street like a wounded rat, hiding and dodging. Many buildings had collapsed into ruins in the conflict, long abandoned. The area was chaotic, residents fled early, and innocent bystanders were left to suffer. After a minute, the cybernetic enemy suddenly flared with rage, leaping into the air. Flames blasted from their back thrusters, suspending them midair. Xia Li, locked onto you, missiles incoming. Ku Xiao shouted urgently. No sooner had she spoken than Xia Li dove into a half-ruined building, maximizing cover. He looked up and saw the enemy's chest shield suddenly open, revealing dozens of gun barrels. A relentless volley of small missiles then rained down on him without pause. Xia Li dodged between rubble and broken walls, feeling as if the barrage was an expression of pure rage. He cursed silently. Is this even human? Then he reminded himself the enemy was no longer truly human. The black alloy mechanical torso was unlike any flesh and blood body. He guessed the opponent had held back missiles early on to conserve ammunition and to avoid causing too much collateral damage in Blackstreet. After all, unrestrained killing there would bring unwanted scrutiny. When the missile strike ended, Xia Li was battered and bruised despite his spiritual energy shield. The system alarms went off repeatedly. Approximately 60 of skin surface moderately burned. Inhaled hot ash, lung damage at 24. Continuing assessment. This assault had brought Xia Li to the brink of death. He had lost half his life force. Collapsing amid the ruins, gasping for breath, he looked up to see the black machine Titan slowly descend. Without a hint of emotion, it coldly regarded his defeated form. Unit 327, hey race, your last chance. Do you still intend to honor the company contract? The robot extended its palm coldly, a blinding electromagnetic charge gathering in its hand the electromagnetic cannon. One hit from it could completely disintegrate the molecules inside Xia Li's body. Gasping, Xia Li struggled to his feet, his mind repeating just one thing. I'll keep fulfilling it. Bullshit. Xia Li suddenly shouted, hurling an old Ling Shu orb he had long charged with energy. Using his chi cultivation, he leapt skyward. Earlier, during the bombardment, he had swallowed a Yunxi pill to bolster his Bodis resilience. The Ling Shu exploded midair not with fire or smoke, but emitting a silent, yet devastating shockwave that rippled outward. Before Xia Li could gauge the robot's condition, it lunged again, seizing his arm in a swift, mechanical grip. Die. The robot's synthetic voice sounded merciless and cold as its palm aimed for Xia Li's head. Disconnect prosthetic link. At that precise instant, Xia Li's reflexes beat the attack by half a beat. Luckily, the robot had grabbed his prosthetic arm. Instantly, he severed the connection, and his body crashed down heavily. Simultaneously, a blue electromagnetic beam streaked, like lightning, just overhead. Seizing this critical moment, Xia Li quickly gathered his chi and fled. But the robot attempted to pursue relentlessly, then suddenly sparked and sputtered, plummeting as though weightless. Xia Li, good chance, retreat now. Ku Xiao's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Enemy body has energy failure, but is self-diagnosing quickly. Need to hurry to the sewer entrance marked on the map. Xia Li locked his gaze forward and sprinted toward the destination. Soon, he arrived at a rusted old manhole cover and immediately understood Ku Xiao's plan. With one hand, he pried it open and plunged into the cold, damp darkness below. Don't mind the filth, dive underwater immediately, Ku Xiao instructed, clearly trying to evade thermal imaging and X-ray detection. Gritting his teeth against nausea, Xia Li held his breath under the tainted water. Following Ku Xiao's precise directions, he finally emerged from a hidden sewer outlet into an underground modification facility. Inside the underground workshop, Xia Li was utterly exhausted. His right hand was gone, his body covered in burns, clothes soaked in foul-smelling grime. He slumped down in defeat. I know you're worn out, but I suggest you wash up first. Don't let these injuries worsen into something serious, Ku Xiao said gently, with concern. Xia Li could only reply weakly, then stumbled to the bathroom. Minutes later, after scrubbing away dirt and donning fresh clothes Ku Xiao prepared, he sat back down, his voice hoarse. Ku, that was too close this time, I almost didn't make it. What about that guy? Xia Li asked, voice weak but curious. You searched for him, but he slipped away. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. I already reported to Linguang city officials. Qiming Mining's armed personnel level has been downgraded by 1 grade and D-level troops are now banned within the city. That guy was only D-level? Xia Li exclaimed. He used to be a top-tier soldier, and now he's just D-level? Exactly. Barely had just reached the minimum standard. As for you, your overall combat level is only F. Ku Xiao clicked her tongue softly. Xia Li couldn't help but grimace, his resentment toward the company deepening. If not for the strength he'd built up in another world and his rapid cultivation improvement, there was no way he would have survived this ordeal. Ku Xiao didn't bother Xia Li any further. Xia Li took out several healing pills from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. Then he activated his healing technique, and spiritual energy circulated over his body as his wounds slowly began to mend. 2 hours later, Xia Li finally managed to stand up with great effort, preparing to find Ku Xiao. Inside an intelligence room filled with holographic screens and constantly changing streams of data, Ku Xiao sat in a chair, his eyes fixed on one of the monitors as he scrolled through information. When Xia Li appeared, he immediately spoke up. You're recovering well. What's the deal with the phase ring on your hand? I saw you pull something out on my surveillance. This isn't something from this era, right? Wait, you actually have 2 of them? Ku Xiao turned to look at Xia Li's left hand, where he wore a ring on his index finger and another on his ring finger. One was a storage ring, the other a mysterious phase ring rumored to allow travel between dimensions. Xia Li raised an eyebrow slightly, grinning. Luck was on my side this time. Somehow, I ended up with 2 rings. Clearly, these 2 rings were relics left behind in the ruins they had once explored. Ku Xiao nodded. Looks like your resources came from that same ruin. Finding something that good isn't easy. He hadn't expected that the mining explosion Xia Li was sent on would lead to uncovering a ruin and that Xia Li would even manage to snag treasures from it. Even more remarkable was that a mere mortal survived an early bomb detonation in such a dangerous environment. This was undeniable proof of being favored by fate. Xia Li smiled faintly and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, Kujia. It was your plan that sent me to mine number 3, so you probably already know what happened." Ku Xiao smiled lightly at this and didn't press further, instead joking, "So, Kujia, do you think I'm weak?" Xia Li pondered quietly. He still couldn't quite grasp how many strong warriors really existed on Earth. Ku Xiao's strength was overwhelming, leaving him no chance to fight back. Even more troubling was that spiritual force Xia Li had failed to detect before, but now vaguely sensed that pure energy. The Tianqin system assessed Ku Xiao's power at the Foundation establishment stage, though it couldn't pinpoint the exact level, meaning he wasn't exactly weak. Ku Xiao continued, "It all depends on who you're up against. If your opponent is fully cybernetic with enhanced firepower, purely combat-focused, then don't try to go head-to-head. You're a technician. Joining our organization means you shouldn't expect to be a frontline fighter." Xia Li was momentarily speechless and somewhat at a loss. Ku Xiao went on, "Earth's cultivation paths vary widely, each with different focuses. Like swordsmanship combining Ling Shu and Tian Xian, at your Qi gathering level 7, you can arrange sword formations to decisively kill an opponent. The martial Ling Shu lets your body withstand cybernetic attacks, while the martial Tian Xian calculates your vitality changes, so every punch lands like a heavy hammer. The Yin-Yang ninja path from the Eastern Islands is minor but effective against cybernetics, while the West specializes in cyber cultivation, controlling hundreds of cybernetic clones in a crushing army." Ku Xiao paused, his gaze sharp. "So do you want any of these? Because choosing a cultivation path is a choice a person must make." Listening to this, Xia Li felt a surge of excitement welling up inside him, a faint spark flickering in his eyes, but he still held no contempt for the Hidden Wing organization. Earth cultivation focused more on harnessing technology to control spiritual energy, with technology as the foundation of spiritual power. Ku Xiao added, "Here, we rely on divine consciousness hacking to disrupt the opponent's Ling Shu and even implant viruses to suppress their Tian Xian. As long as the enemy has Tian Xian and Ling Shu inside, we have a natural advantage. The divine consciousness hacking skill you learned is just beginner level. Your brain power is too low. If it were sufficient, you could paralyze someone's entire body in an instant just with a single thought." Xia Li took a deep breath, quietly recognizing that his journey was just beginning. Although the road ahead was perilous, it was also full of limitless possibilities. Hearing this, Xia Li suddenly realized some important things. In the other world, the Dao tradition divides into 3 main paths: soul cultivation, body cultivation, and Qi cultivation. Obviously, the Hidden Wing organization belonged to the soul cultivation path. Xia Li thought to himself, "It's not that the road is too long. It's that my legs are too short. I haven't even touched the core of the Hidden Wing, not even scratched the surface." Understanding this eased his mind somewhat. "So, what are you planning to do next? Any specific arrangements?" Xia Li asked. "For example, how do you intend to establish your foundation?" "I'm almost at that stage myself." "Foundation establishment?" Xia Li was momentarily confused, clearly unclear on what the term really meant. Ku Xiao patiently explained, "For conventional foundation level, you just directly establish it. But Human Path Foundation requires a strong foundation elixir, what ancient cultivators called a foundation pill. Earth Path Foundation demands refining at least one of the top 10 ranked spirit items. As for Heaven Path Foundation, it's more complicated. You must meet the previous conditions, then pay a hefty sum to connect to the Heaven Dao computer, making it your temporary Heaven Core. With its help, you can achieve Heaven Path Foundation." Listening to this, Xia Li was stunned. Clearly, Heaven Path Foundation was the strongest, and seemingly not too difficult as long as you had enough spirit stones. But he didn't know that in the other world, Heaven Path Foundation was a totally different beast. There, unless you were born with extraordinary talent, you wouldn't succeed. 1 in 10,000 was a genius. 1 in 10,000 geniuses was a prodigy. Actually achieving Heaven Path Foundation was rarer than 1 in a million. Xia Li silently resolved, "I understand now. He'll work hard and fight for it." Ku Xiao went on, "If you can make Human Path Foundation, that's already good. The foundation elixir is expensive, but the organization keeps stock. Completing a level mission or 10 level missions will earn you some. The difficulty with Earth Path Foundation is that the top 10 spirit items are extremely rare and highly contested. Heaven Path Foundation seems to only require the Earth Path conditions, but demands tremendous mental capacity or your brain will be fried by the flood of information from the Heaven Dao computer." Hearing this, Xia Li felt a bit shaken and hesitant deep down. Yet he still refused to give up. The top 10 spirit items. We might be able to get them from the other world. The key is how to break through mentally? He anxiously asked. "Simple. Mining." Ku Xiao smiled back. "Mining?" Xia Li frowned. "I wasn't digging with my hands before. I was digging here." He tapped his head. Ku Xiao nodded. "They'll send you a special computation program shortly. When you're free, Use the Heaven Core with your brain to process data. If you get lucky and mine data coins, one can be worth 100 spirit stones. Suddenly, it clicked for Xia Li. His was electronic mining, an old concept from the past. He hadn't expected that brain mining was popular now. He sighed quietly. Seems like mining is truly my fate. The electronic mining group saved me from physical mining and gave me a different way to dig. Ku Xiao added, mining isn't the goal. Running data mainly trains your mental strength. The real profits come from machines running the computations. Human brains do it just for practice. Xia Li nodded. This had become an unusual method of soul cultivation. By the way, how many spirit stones do you have? Maybe buy a prosthetic arm for me? Ku Xiao's gaze landed on Xia Li's empty right shoulder. Xia Li's face fell. He really had very few spirit stones left. Jia, can I buy on credit? You can. Monthly interest is a tenth. Compounded, she replied matter-of-factly. Usury, Xia Li muttered. Had secretly given Ku Xiao 10 spirit stones as a small gift once. Couldn't she give me a prosthetic for free? Seeing his expression, Ku Xiao laughed lightly to ease the mood. Just kidding. Looks like you'll have plenty of trouble ahead. Come on, I'll install a fierce one for you. Under Ku Xiao's arrangement, Xia Li lay down in the modification chamber once again. Perhaps because this upgrade was relatively simple, Xia Li barely closed his eyes before feeling a faint vibration. When he opened them, the modification was complete without any interfering dreams. Try out your new prosthetic arm. I specially picked this sword arm for you, Ku Xiao said with a smile, urging him on. What arm? Xia Li frowned and asked. A sword arm. What arm? Are you hard of hearing? I'm saying sword arm. They exchanged looks, each with a hint of suspicion as if the other had just insulted them, but neither could quite pinpoint why, awkwardly staring at each other for a few seconds. All right, I get it. So what's so special about this prosthetic? Xia Li broke the silence, eager to know. As the name suggests, the sword is hidden inside the arm. You can slash with it, or shoot it out like a grappling hook, Ku Xiao explained. That's impressive. Finally, a prosthetic with real killing power. The old military-grade model was good, but its damage was limited. No sooner had he spoken than Xia Li activated his Tianqin system to analyze the new prosthetic's performance. What seemed like a simple strike from his palm could suddenly extend a sharp blade for surprise attacks, or launch the sword at enemies from a distance. The flexibility and unpredictability made it impossible to defend against. Definitely powerful. But don't use it in crowded places. I'm worried you'll get recognized, Ku Xiao warned quietly. Huh, is this black market gear? You're talking about an internal prosthetic from the Shushan sword sect, right? Those aren't sold publicly, Xia Li said, frowning in shock. You think I don't have my channels? Want your enemies to multiply? Ku Xiao teased as she shook her head. Xia Li gave a resigned smile. Sure enough, upgrading with Ku Xiao meant trouble, but the upside was clear. She could easily get items no one else could. This prosthetic was never available in official markets. Be careful yourself. If you get caught, just say you went to an illegal mod shop. The Shushan sword sect will probably just beat you up and let you go, Ku Xiao advised. Fine. Bottom line is better fighting power, Xia Li conceded. After all, the upgraded prosthetic really was top-notch. Once the upgrade finished, Xia Li did some basic fitness exercises to adapt to the new arm's weight and controls. Then he prepared to leave, planning to earn spirit stones elsewhere and hunt for top 10 Qi refining stage spirit artifacts. Jia, nothing urgent. I'm off now, Xia Li said as he gathered himself. Go ahead, but watch yourself. Don't come back dragging trouble to me. I'm busy too, Ku Xiao reminded him. He'll try not to bother you. Xia Li smiled wryly, knowing full well he'd need her if anything went south, or all his spirit stones earned would be for nothing. Without lingering, he quietly slipped through a secret passage into the complex, dark, and cold sewers, the safest route to travel. At a deeply hidden dead end, reachable only by twisting and turning 7 ways, Xia Li took out a ring and touched it gently. A flash of white light burst forth, and in the next instant, his figure gradually materialized inside the secret chamber of the Xia residence in Fenghe City. The spirit energy here feels so much better, Xia Li said, rubbing his aching waist and stretching as he pushed open the heavy bronze door. He stepped out and immediately contacted Uncle Lu with a communication bead to ask about spirit artifacts ranked in the top 10 of the Qi refining stage. But Uncle Liu's reply caused Xia Li to furrow his brow deeply. The top 10 Qi refining spirit artifacts mainly help with foundation building. Major powers rarely sell them. However, the Qiushang secret realm occasionally has some appearances in the mortal world. You might try your luck there. Qiushang secret realm? Yes, a constantly open secret realm that primarily produces Qi refining treasures with some foundation establishment treasures, but very rare. There's no opening or closing limit, and currently it's controlled by Yinshan's sect, which allows outsiders to enter by paying spirit stones. How many spirit stones? Xia Li asked. 1,000 spirit stones. Reasonable enough. Xia Li calculated in his mind. Though the investment was considerable, obtaining rare spirit treasures would greatly aid his future foundation building. Not a bad deal. Pressing the thought down, his gaze grew resolute as he prepared for the next move. The market price for spiritual creatures at the Qi refining stage generally falls within this range, but such creatures are usually not hard to come by, and their prices are clearly listed. A spiritual creature bought for 1,000 spirit stones typically won't be of poor quality. However, once you enter a secret realm, after expending great effort, you might end up with a worthless creature. This kind of gamble greatly increases the risk and often isn't worth it. Daoist Xia, if you really plan to go in, I suggest you change your appearance first. Don't enter Fenghe City directly. It's best to transfer through several stops, Uncle Lu said cautiously. Xia Li sensed the unspoken meaning. Going in would definitely cause trouble. Even if he didn't provoke anyone, others would come looking for him. Unless he wanted to take beatings without fighting back. In that case, no need to prepare. Since that wasn't an option, it was better to be ready to strike hard when pushed too far. They'll bring you a human skin mask soon, Uncle Lu said with unusual concern. That's really thoughtful, Xia Li smiled slightly. Of course. We've long heard how you helped Ru Yan. Although the Lu family isn't a great clan or a righteous sect, we always repay kindness. Whatever help we can offer, we won't hide it. Xia Li accepted their friendship gratefully, quietly thinking head made the right bet on the Lius. Among the three major powers in Fenghe City, the Lu family was the weakest and most eager to seize opportunities. More importantly, they took these chances seriously. Half an hour later, Uncle Lu personally came to deliver the human skin mask, along with a few pills and talismans. Let's get straight to the point. Wishing you success. Our family has disciples in Yinshan's sect. Though they won't show themselves openly, they'll share intelligence with you. If you don't understand something, just ask them. He handed over a communication jade slip with a solemn tone. This was a 110 communication jade slip allowing direct contact with the Lusu. Only get the same on their side. So thorough? Xia Li asked in surprise. It's necessary. Be cautious. You might have killed Yinshan's sect disciples before. Without inside help, your position would be extremely vulnerable, Uncle Lu warned. Thanks. He'll remember the Lu family's sincerity. Xia Li took the jade slip, recognizing their meticulous planning accounted for even the worst-case scenarios. That night, wearing the human skin mask, Xia Li took a carriage to a neighboring city, transferred to a flying boat, then to several unrelated cities where he rented spirit energy rooms to cultivate. His Lingshu currently supports the highest foundation establishment stage, which he didn't need to hurry to reach yet, but a higher cultivation level made entering secret realms safer. Afterward, he abandoned flying boats and carriages which left travel records and transferred on foot through 2 cities before finally boarding a direct flying boat to Yinshan sect. To be honest, I'm being so cautious it feels like I'm committing a crime, he thought. If nothing goes wrong, all this preparation would have been overkill. 5 days later, he arrived at Cheyenne Mountain City, where Yinshan's sect was stationed. The flying boat docked outside the city. Xia Li got off and, unwilling to enter the city proper, headed straight to Qiushan's secret realm. On the way, many Qi refining cultivators appeared, both wanderers and disciples from major sects and clans. It seemed Qiushan's secret realm had quite a reputation nearby and was an important moneymaker for Yinshan's sect. At the secret realm's entrance, Xia Li looked up. On a white jade platform, the water rippled like a mirror. The landscape within the ripples was completely different from outside, with red maples everywhere, a true scene of late autumn. While Xia Li observed the internal conditions of the secret realm, Xin began analyzing its entrance and exit structures. She quickly detected that the vast face space had a stability rating of 9, classifying it as highly stable. To obtain more detailed data, one would need to enter the realm for further investigation. Tianzin's acute sensitivity to various spiritual energy fluctuations allowed her to easily pick up on crucial information. A stability rating of 9 implied 2 things. First, the space itself was exceptionally solid, with no risk of spatial anomalies such as tears or annihilations, ensuring safety. Second, this high level of stability permitted cultivators of relatively advanced levels to enter and exit freely. As for exactly which level could be accommodated, Xia Li was unsure, but cultivators from the Golden Core stage up to the Nascent Soul stage could move about without restriction. The fact that the realm did not limit entrant strength raised Xia Li's vigilance even higher. Before long, Xia Li found himself at the registration desk. Behind it sat a disciple from Yinshan's sect, looking lethargic and yawning with exhaustion, yet his eyes were fixed sharply on Xia Li. His voice was dull and mechanical as he asked, "Identity? Name? Cultivation level?" Xia Li gave a false name. Zhao Yu, a scattered cultivator, Qi refining stage, 3rd layer. He deliberately concealed his true level, actually Qi refining stage 8, since he had recently advanced rapidly thanks to powerful alchemical medicines and highly efficient spirit core cultivation during his journey here. The Yinshan disciple handed him a white crystalline stone and asked him to place his hand on it to test his spiritual power. Though Xia Li wanted to hide his true strength, he didn't know how locals masked their power, so he silently instructed Xin to adjust the spirit core, lowering the spiritual energy fluctuations detected by the stone. Moments later, 3 faint wisps of white vapor appeared inside the crystal, confirming his fake cultivation level. Pay 1,000 spirit stones for a 7-day entry fee, the disciple said casually. You can pay later if overdue, but within a single incense stick's time. He did not question where a chi refining third-layer cultivator would get so many spirit stones. Most chi refining cultivators entering Qiuxian's secret realm were not truly impoverished. Otherwise, they couldn't afford the fee. With modest savings, that money could help a cultivator advance from first stage chi refining to mid to late foundation establishment stage. Yet even the most ordinary foundation establishment cultivators were barely more than stepping stones for the truly powerful. Xia Li withdrew 1,000 spirit stones from his storage ring and transferred them quickly into the disciple's ring. The disciple counted the stones, nodded, and signaled that he could pass. Xia Li stepped forward toward a shimmering water curtain. As he touched it, gentle ripples spread across the surface. Through the refraction, he was immediately transported to a deep mountain forest carpeted with falling maple leaves. At that moment, Tian Xin began scanning all internal data of the realm. The first discovery was the spiritual energy concentration, which reached an astonishing 1/10. Just breathing this spiritual energy filled Xia Li with comfort and vitality. Each deep inhalation brought unprecedented clarity and strength. This alone made the entry fee well worth it. Even without cultivation, simply staying here for 7 days promised immense benefits. Clearly, Yinshan Sek's secret realm was far better than he had imagined. A flicker of excitement mixed with caution stirred in Xia Li's mind. There had been no trouble at registration, no traps like black spirit stones, but that was understandable with so many people waiting outside. If Yinshan's sect intended to harm entrants, they would have to be more discreet. He realized he could not afford to be careless. Lost in thought, Xia Li watched another figure pass through the water curtain into the realm, ignoring him completely, then turn and walk away. Xia Li quickly activated his detection mode, switching to his spell-based spirit search, and began seriously probing the secret realm's interior conditions. Xia Li had no intention of wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly, relying purely on luck. He immediately activated Tianxin's detection mode. In this mode, Tianxin focused all its capabilities on analyzing spiritual energy, combined with the spirit-seeking technique, allowing it to accurately sense any abnormal fluctuations within several kilometers. After pinpointing the direction where the spiritual energy was most concentrated, Xia Li didn't hesitate to move straight toward it. Thus began his journey to search for spiritual artifacts. Along the way, he remained exceptionally careful. Whenever he sensed someone nearby, he would take a detour if possible. As a pacifist, he had no desire to cause conflict with anyone. Of course, if confrontation became unavoidable, he would never hold back. Just like the earlier attack by the company on Earth had personally killed dozens to defend himself. Yet that moment stirred no complex emotions within him. There was none of the moral anxiety or disgust often portrayed in literature or art. The only thought that crossed his mind was, is that all? It only made him realize how cheap life truly was, and deep inside, a firm resolve grew never to let himself fall to such a state. 2 days later, following the trail of spiritual energy, Xia Li arrived at a clear pond. By the water's edge, he spotted a spiritual herb, the Sanyuan vine. As he reached out to pick the triple-leaf vine, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a large stone in the pond. Instantly alert, Xia Li's hair stood on end. Tianxin clearly could not detect this person's aura. There had to be some concealment. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, prepared to strike first. You scoundrel! An angry young woman appeared, her face full of rage. Sorry, I was only here to pick the herb, Xia Li said firmly, turning to leave. But Tianxin suddenly warned, an attack is coming your way. Xia Li swiftly dodged to the side, his mind brimming with killing intent, but his expression remained calm. He turned back and bowed slightly with a respectful gesture. Miss, my apologies. This is a misunderstanding. You must have cultivated an aura-concealing technique that kept me from sensing you. It's not my fault. By now, Xia Li noticed the woman had finished putting on her clothes. Though her watery eyes and delicate looks were charming, her temperament was clearly sharp. So what if it's a misunderstanding? She snapped angrily. You saw my body. You can only atone with your life. Is that necessary? Xia Li asked evenly. Absolutely. Her face darkened. Or you have another choice, follow me. Before she could finish, Xia Li's speed suddenly accelerated several times over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. A flash of the blade erupted from the sword built into his prosthetic arm, piercing straight through the girl's forehead. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. Before she could speak another word, she collapsed to the ground. Xia Li struck decisively, but only after she said necessary. Had she not added that word before offering the second option, he would never have acted so ruthlessly. Only after the killing did he realize what she had said next. He immediately activated Tianxin's playback function and heard the second option. Sorry, I'm a bit neurotic. I hope in your next life you won't be so reckless with your words. Looking down at the fallen girl, Xia Li thought only one thing. She was just asking for it. Or did she think her beauty meant men had to tolerate everything? Based on her heart rate and other signs, Tianxin judged she was actually shy, just masking the shock of being killed so suddenly with anger. Maybe. I only created the encounter I truly wanted, Xia Li murmured to himself. I just wanted a real encounter with her storage ring. Look at this man's ruthlessness. Xia Li's gaze was cold and sharp as he scanned the young woman, then mercilessly killed her. After seizing her storage ring, he didn't even consider giving her a proper burial. Instead, he bound her with stones and threw her straight into a water pool. A short distance away, Xia Li broke the spiritual energy seal on his hand and began tallying his spoils. He felt a slight pang of guilt, but it was faint and fleeting. He silently resolved. Next time he encounters a similar trap, he would endure 3 more times to avoid repeating today's mistakes. 15 minutes later, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring was broken. Inside the ring, apart from the girl's personal belongings, were over 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 2 spirit tools, several elixirs, and talismans. But what thrilled Xia Li most was a map and a rare spiritual artifact, a map of the Qiushan secret realm and a top-tier spirit item. The Thunderstruck Wood, ranked 8th among Qi refining stage artifacts. His haul was a major windfall. The originally elusive top 10 spirit items now quietly rested inside this ring, more precisely, inside the ring that once belonged to the girl, Songyu, but now his. Yet, harsh reality struck sharply in the winter wind. Xia Li fingered the cold unity robe of the Yunshan sect, growing wary. Hidden among the clothes was a symbol of her Statusa waist token engraved with the words Inner Gate, with Songyu inscribed on the back. This woman was no ordinary disciple, but an Inner Gate member of Yunshan's sect. Though a modest sect, Yunshan's reputation extended far and wide. Only disciples who completed foundation establishment could enter the Inner Gate. But Songyu was at the 8th layer of Qi refining, roughly equal in cultivation to Xia Li himself. Had she not had special status, he wouldn't have attacked immediately upon meeting, as he would normally try to hear the other side out when powers were even. Inner Gate entry at Qi refining stage meant she had extraordinary talent or a powerful background. Now trouble had found him. Xia Li knew that news of the girl's death would soon reach the sect, and Yunshan's sect would dispatch investigators at once. Moreover, the soul token linked to her could constantly transmit her status. If they traced it back, the consequences would be severe. Yet Xia Li understood he must prepare regardless. He muttered quietly, "It doesn't matter. Since things have come to this, I'll make sure Imriadai no fear of what's to come." He casually lied that he was capable of slaying Song Yu and killing a disciple of Yunshan's sect. No one in the city would believe such a claim. But he knew Yunshan's sect would not let things slide. After weighing his options for a long moment, Xia Li decided to stay put for now. Hastily fleeing would only risk exposure. The best tactic was to lie low for 5 days, wait out the retention period, then leave quietly. That way Yunshan's sect wouldn't notice anything unusual, and he could escape safely. So where to next? Xia Li pondered deeply, finally deciding to head straight to the location marked on the map and see if more treasure awaited his greed. He suspected that Song Yu, in her final moments, might have tried to trick him into walking into a deadly trap. Half a day later, Xia Li stood before a dim mountain cave. A chilling cold emanated from the entrance, mingled with a heavy stench of rot, and an eerie ghostly aura floated faintly in the air. Holding the Thunderstruck Wood to shield himself, his heavenly core spirit tool instantly warned him of the dense energy in the cave. He finally understood why Song Yu kept the unrefined Thunderstruck Wood artifact hidden. It hadn't come from within the secret realm, but had been brought in from outside. She had done so to guard against the spectral ghosts that haunted the area. The air was biting cold. The cave's mouth stretched into bottomless darkness that seemed to swallow all light. Xia Li held his breath, gripped the Thunderstruck Wood tightly, and prepared to venture deeper to uncover the truth. Ingui are a kind of spiritual creature. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, modern Earth technology has thoroughly analyzed them. Dealing with them isn't actually complicated. The key lies in mastering specific countermeasures. To use a gaming analogy, Ingui are mechanic monsters. Without using the right mechanic, they can easily overwhelm you despite level differences. But once you grasp the trick, you can defeat them against the odds. Currently, Heavenly Thunder is the most effective element against Ingui. Although Leiji Mu's powers provide some passive protection, they cannot actively confront the threat. Xia Li was eager to return to Earth, stock up on a bunch of ghost-slaying weapons, and come back for a thorough investigation. Unfortunately, the mysterious ring in his possession was still cooling down and couldn't be used. So he activated managed mode, forcibly discharging energy to induce unconsciousness. At the same time, he gave commands to Tianxin. He fully understood how cunning and elusive Ingui were. Though Leiji Mu could protect the body from spiritual corrosion, it couldn't resist their mental attacks. Back on Earth, Xia Li had fought Ingui before Mine Number 7, a blood-soaked graveyard. The ruthless mining company had dug up the Yinghui's tomb in greed. To minimize losses, they even taught their workers how to escape upon encountering Ingui. Call for help immediately, then stun yourself with electricity. Xia Li's Tianxin was far more capable now. It could take full control of his body during unconsciousness and continue advancing autonomously. Essentially, this handed over his physical form to an AI that had no fear, no weakness, and no comprehension of terror, rendering Yinghui's intimidation or mental invasion useless. The AI could only register confusion. Sure enough, Xia Li felt a sudden numbness in his head, darkness flashed before his eyes, and he instantly blacked out. How long he remained unconscious, no one knew. When he awoke, he was deep inside the cave's innermost chamber. Managed mode ended, and the system prompted whether he wanted to view the playback. Xia Li chose to watch, and the recent events unfolded before him. In the footage, he waded through the mountain of corpses, crossed a bridge formed by ghostly hands, and deliberately plunged into a horrific blood-stained maw. Scores of grotesque, shattered, and twisted ingui trailed him relentlessly. Although the illusions were gruesome and bloodthirsty to the extreme, the AI's perspective showed no disturbance. Had he been walking there himself, the creeping dread, even knowing it was an illusion, would likely have overwhelmed him. After the replay finished, Xia Li began surveying the cave's bottom layer, searching for hidden secrets. Soon enough, he found something growing against the cave wall was a tiny crystalline lotus no larger than his thumb, exquisite like a work of art, and pulsating with an odd energy. This energy was no ordinary spiritual aura, but a purer, rarer power. Just staring at the crystal lotus made Xia Li feel dizzy. The third-ranked spirit item, Yujing Lotus. Recognizing it, he quickly looked away, his heart swelling with elation beyond words. Among spirit items useful at the Qi refining stage, ranking in the top 3 meant it was basically equal to the very best. The first 2 ranks were the innate golden core and Dao foundation seed. The innate golden core had endless uses once refined, able to stably produce 7th-grade golden cores after entering the golden core stage. The Dao foundation seed was even more precious. It could help mortals become heavenly geniuses, a top-tier treasure capable of defying fate, both powerful and versatile. By comparison, the Yujing Lotus placed third only because it was less universal. The Yujing Lotus' primary function was singular, transforming divine awareness into thought. Divine awareness is a thread of the soul. Divine thought is a wisp of the soul. Only by cultivating divine thought can one break into the divine soul realm. Everyone possesses a divine soul, but most cannot manifest it. Only by truly reaching this stage can one achieve death of the body without extinction of the soul, allowing the divine soul to exist independently outside the body. Xia Li privately rejoiced, knowing he held this exceedingly rare spirit item and realizing the value of this adventure far exceeded his expectations. Xia Li carefully surveyed the area around the ghost crystal lotus, but didn't rush forward to pick it. The ground surrounding the lotus was littered with skeletal remains. Some skeletons leaned forward, arms outstretched toward the flower. Others lay face up with ribcages shattered. The cracks and breaks in the bones revealed their desperate struggle before death. Xia Li stepped back half a pace and activated Tianqin to begin a full-spectrum scan. A spirit of this level could not be unguarded. Analyzing current progress at 10%. Ling Shu emitted waves invisible to the naked eye, spreading like ripples. Every abnormal flow of spiritual energy was recorded. Activate material scan. Launch biological radar. Xia Li switched on all of Tianxin's detection functions. Data from the cave floor: humidity at 72, atmospheric pressure 1.03 standard atmospheres, constant temperature at 16 degrees Celsius appeared one by one. Particles suspended in the air were analyzed. Limestone dust made up 60, organic residue 30, the remainder unknown substances. After enhancing brainwave signals on the bioradar, Xia Li closed his eyes. Vision faded away, replaced by a monochrome, data-constructed landscape inside his mind. Every rock's texture and the position of each bone were rendered in pure information. 1 minute passed. Data from the cliff wall above the lotus appeared normal. 5 minutes passed. No abnormal fluctuations in environmental parameters. 10 minutes passed. The bioradar picked up a faint anomaly. A full hour later, Xia Li opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the seemingly empty cliff face above the ghost crystal lotus. To the naked eye, it was just moss-covered stone. But in the data view, a humanoid silhouette was clearly visible, pressed against the wall, motionless. There was indeed a trap. Tianqin could not determine the exact nature of the silhouette. It wasn't a shadow ghost. The data signature didn't match. If connected to a database, there might be clues, but now the best guess was another formless entity, most likely attacking on a spiritual level. After the electric shock, switch to autonomous mode. Pick the ghost crystal lotus and retreat the same way. Xia Li issued the command. Since it was a spiritual attack, he chose to lose consciousness himself. No awareness meant no fear. An electric current surged through his nervous system. Xia Li's vision blacked out, and his body went limp. The next moment, Tianqin took over control, mechanically standing and stepping toward the ghost crystal lotus. The instant his fingers touched the lotus stem, black vapor burst from the cliff face, drilling into Xia Li's forehead. Within his soul space, a gray haze enveloped the center where Xia Li's spirit sat motionless, showing no sign of consciousness. The black figure condensed into a human outline, features indistinct. It scanned the dead silence of this spiritual space, finally settling its gaze on the soul at the center. The soul was completely dormant, no thoughts, no dreams, no awareness, like a shut-down computer. Spirits in this state instinctively repel any intrusion. Impossible. This kid was awake just moments ago. The figure couldn't comprehend the scene before it. Xia Li had clearly approached with open eyes and smooth movement. Could his soul, now, be sitting in perfect stillness? This meant that the one controlling Xia Li's body was no longer himself, but some other presence entirely. The truly terrifying part was yet to come. Suddenly, Xia Li's grayish sea of consciousness trembled violently. The thick gray mist began to slowly dissipate, revealing rows of unfamiliar characters floating in the space zeros and ones intertwined in a cold, precise sequence. 01010101101010101010101. If Xia Li had been mentally aware at that moment and glimpsed into this sea of consciousness, he would have instantly recognized it as binary code. An icy, emotionless heavenly tone suddenly sounded within the consciousness, piercing the silence like a blade. It was a system alert detecting an intrusion by what appeared to be an electronic virus. In an instant, the binary characters transformed into invisible chains, swiftly winding around a black shadow figure drifting near the humanoid silhouette, binding it tightly. Damn it, no matter how I struggle, I can't break free, the shadow roared furiously, suddenly releasing a dense black aura from within. It tried to contaminate the gray spiritual mist in the consciousness with this black energy, seeking to retaliate against the chains. But just as the dark aura began to spread, it was mercilessly cut off by an impenetrable wall constructed from the binary code. A system warning echoed. Virus attempting to alter neuron encoding. Unknown new virus detected. Firewall upgraded to highest alert status. The binary string walls became rock solid, completely sealing off the shadow. Then a series of parsing commands launched. Parsing failed, retrying parse failed. A cold pressure gripped the shadow's heart like never before. As a cultivator of ghost arts, he understood the gravity of the situation. He wielded a spiritual device called the Yujing Lotus Spirit and had set countless traps that never failed to catch opponents. But now, his device spirit was being attacked by an unknown entity. Stranger still, no spiritual energy fluctuations were detected. The device spirit composed of these eerie characters didn't emit any spiritual aura at all. The characters continuously shifted, dispersing, gathering, folding, and spinning, resembling billions of writhing insects tangled together. The computational power was insufficient. All parsing attempts failed. Even forcibly connecting to the Heavenly Dao network to terminate the intrusion was ineffective. The data prison of woven digital chains slowly tightened. The shadow screamed and cursed in desperation, struggling with everything he had, yet not a single chain could be broken. When the chains reached their limit, the shadow was compressed into a pitch-black speck, scattering flecks of gray mist. The system reported, virus eliminated, releasing spiritual energy matter for identification. This virus shows no known viral characteristics. Not a virus? A live data virus? Or possibly a spiritual matter virus? Full log generated. Not even the AI embedded in the Tianxin could identify what exactly had invaded Xia Li's sea of consciousness. It could only submit the logs to Xia Li and wait for him to investigate on his own. Immediately, Tianxin took over Xia Li's body, extracting the Yujing Lotus from him without hesitation and leaving the cave. The mysterious Black Hand hadn't even uttered a word before being forcibly exterminated by Tianxin as a malicious electronic virus. The next moment, when Xia Li opened his eyes again, he found himself at the cave entrance. Curious, he reviewed everything that had happened since he lost consciousness. The video playback showed no abnormalities, yet Tianxin reported a strange electronic virus attack. After examining the termination logs, Xia Li stared for a long while before finally understanding what had occurred. What kind of unlucky fool had tried to crawl into his brain? Tianxin swept them all away as Virusesh couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. He shook his head in resignation. Since the rise of spiritual energy technology, the boundaries between consciousness, data, and soul had become increasingly blurred. To prevent electronic data crimes, Tianxin's system had implanted extremely robust security protocols, forming the final barrier protecting Xia Li's brain. Having effortlessly eliminated the mastermind and obtained the ghost crystal lotus, Xia Li felt as if he were living in a dream. The process of acquiring the lotus was surprisingly simple, and the surreal sensation was like unexpectedly finding a winning lottery ticket out of nowhere. Even more astonishing was the fact that although the ghost crystal lotus ranked third in this world, on Earth it held an unrivaled status as the absolute number one. The ghost crystal lotus on Earth, known as the quantum lotus, possessed a true value far surpassing ordinary spiritual artifacts. The most crucial ability of the ghost crystal lotus was not its divine consciousness transformation within Earth's Taoist lineage. That was merely a side effect. What truly made it deadly was its power to unlock the most mysterious Dirac Sea, also called the Sea of Consciousness. Once the sea of consciousness was opened, the Tianqin celestial core could achieve an immense performance boost far beyond its natural limits. In simple terms, it allowed the brain to be permanently overclocked. For ordinary people using the Tianqin, the brain had to stay in standby mode at a lower frequency to avoid nerve damage from processing massive amounts of data continuously. Overclocking was only sustainable in emergencies and for a short time. Prolonged usage would cause permanent neural damage. But once the sea of consciousness was unlocked, everything changed. Overclocking was no longer a temporary measure but a sustainable peak state, enabling the brain's computing speed to reach terrifying heights. The challenge was how to bring the ghost crystal lotus and its power out of the secret realm. Xia Li stepped out of the cave surrounded by dense bushes and found a well-shaded tree to sit under. Refining the spiritual artifact inside the secret realm was too risky. On one hand, the refinement process emitted obvious spiritual energy that was easy to detect. On the other hand, the process required uninterrupted concentration. Any disruption would cause total failure. Moreover, judging from the secret realm's entrance and exit, Yunshan sect had likely set up strict spiritual energy detection. If a foreign spiritual artifact inside a person was detected, the consequences would be dire, leaving no chance of escape. The most cautious strategy now was to contact an insider. Xia Li immediately took out the jade message tablet gifted by the Lu family and summoned his divine sense to dial the contact symbol, sending a brief message. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Xia Li. Has there been any abnormal activity recently within Yunshan sect, especially related to the Qiushan secret realm? Shortly, a reply arrived. No abnormalities. I am Lu Jingfeng, an outer disciple with low status. But I have some channels to investigate. The code phrase is Lu and Huaming. If I don't mention this code next time, it means I have been compromised. With that, the message ended. A long silence spread across the screen as Xia Li quietly swallowed a pill and adjusted his breath to cultivate under the tree. Although Song Yes murder seemed minor, her importance in Yunshan sect was considerable. He sent another message. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Lu and Huaming, I am here. The investigation is ongoing. Sorry to bother you, but may I ask, do you know Song Yu? No. Senior sister Song? The granddaughter of the second elder of the inner sect? Lu Jingfeng asked. She was murdered. I am a witness. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingfeng was shocked, and the communication went silent. After a long time, a new message came through. Brother Xia, the person you say was Kalades, is it not possible you're referring to yourself? Clearly, suspicion had arisen. If someone else had done it, Xia Li would have reported officially through Yunshan sect rather than contacting him directly. At that moment, Xia Li realized the situation was far more complicated than it appeared, and the hidden dangers behind the scenes were closing in. I'm not the culprit, but it's understandable that I might be suspected after all. I was hiding nearby at the time. All I wanted was to leave the secret realm safely. Facing Lu Jingfeng, Xia Li didn't dare reveal the whole truth. No one could guarantee Lu Jingfeng's loyalty. Did you leave any footprint with the shadow preservation stone? Xia Li asked. No, came the brief reply. Since no trace was left behind, although he couldn't prove his innocence outright, it should be hard to pin the suspicion on him. Blood taint was a serious taboo, demanding utmost caution. Xia Li kept up his facade of nonchalance, carefully dodging direct admission that he had killed Song Yu. All right, at least we have a lead. I'll investigate. The communication fell silent again. 2 hours later, Lu Jingfeng initiated contact. The news brought a sudden weight to Xia Li's heart. Sure enough, the second elder wasn't in the sect, but rushing toward the Qiu Mountain secret realm. The second elder's cultivation level was nascent spirit. Just hearing those words, even without knowing the exact stage, meant someone on the brink of pseudo-nascent spirit strength could crush Xia Li without effort. An unfamiliar tightness gripped him. His situation was precarious. All intel came through Lu Jingfeng. What if he was being played? Do I know the methods they'll use to hunt the culprit? Xia Li mulled. Usually, it involved blood aura detection, soul searching, or searching storage rings, sometimes all at once. Got it. He cut off the link and finalized his escape plan. Even if Lu Jingfeng betrayed him, Xia Li never confessed to killing Song Yu, nor was he ever seen doing it. Their contact was limited to a custom unknown communication jade slip that left no aura or trace and was impossible to track. The Lu family's thoroughness extended to anticipating potential internal sabotage. Xia Li began a full body scan, focusing on bloodstains or aura contamination. Using his Tianqin device, he accessed his memories decoded like a vivid movie ready to replay at any moment. He meticulously reviewed every detail of meeting Song Yu and exploring the cave, hunting for any slip that could expose him. Finding such fragments, he decisively edited them out, replacing the gaps with fabricated memories generated by Tianqin to form an airtight, consistent narrative. As long as his body remained free of blood aura and his memories clean, suspicion against him would weaken considerably. Next, he transferred the spirit sealing technique to his spell slot. This technique prevented spirit energy from leaking. It was essential on Earth for preserving spiritual artifacts, and it had the added effect of masking their aura. Xia Li's cultivation method, the 1,000 essence formula, excelled at precise spirit energy control and naturally amplified such densely layered magic. He began sealing the mysterious ring and Song Yes storage ring. The phantom lotus flower was secretly placed inside Song Yes storage ring. The triple layer seals stacked tightly, hitting the maximum number of layers Xia Li could apply at his current level. Without the 1,000 essence formula, he could only manage 2 layers. Doubt not at him. Could 3 layers of spirit sealing technique hide from a nascent spirit's perception? He immediately consulted Tianxing. The database responded with an 83% chance of remaining undetected. A high success rate, but still not enough to relax. I need 1 more layer. He pushed his mental capacity and computational power to the limit, forcibly activating another seal. The surge hit like a headache, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Finally, the mysterious ring and storage ring bore the 4th seal successfully. With the seal complete, Tianxin's assessment showed only a 3% chance of detection by a standard nascent spirit and over 90% probability of successful concealment. At last, Xia Li exhaled, the lingering tension in his chest slowly dissipating. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning of a long and grueling battle. This time, leaving the secret realm was far more dangerous than before. Using blood energy to scan or searching the storage ring were minor tricks. The hardest to guard against was soul probing. Although the Tianxin could protect him from soul damage, failing to find memories would only deepen suspicion. So, in the following days, Xia Li focused intently on managing his memories. He understood that merely deleting memories from his time within the secret realm was not nearly safe enough. His adversaries wouldn't only be searching for recent memories, they might trace his movements before entering the realm, even any traces that connected him to Earth. In the eyes of local cultivators, that would make him a total outlier. For safety's sake, Xia Li abandoned simple cutting and pasting of memories. Instead, he opted for a more thorough fabrication. Using memory fragments as raw material, he wove a story to reconstruct his own life's origin. Born in an ordinary small town, living a quiet and uneventful life until being chosen by a mysterious cultivator as a disciple, who then advised him to journey to the Choshan secret realm for training. The story was simple and pure, yet carried a subtle hint of destiny. After entering the realm, luck had been on his side, had found many spirit herbs, though no great fortune beyond that. As his stay neared its end, he prepared to leave. Once the false memories were fully constructed, Xia Li carefully reviewed them and made slight adjustments to smooth over any logical inconsistencies, making the tale feel like the complete experience of a real person. Distant memories could be patched together with hazy fragments without much trouble, but recent years had to be detailed. He controlled the details, with AI filling out the gaps. With everything ready, Xia Li even switched the mysterious ring on his finger and Song Yes storage ring to his toes, ensuring they could not be easily detected before confidently stepping toward the exit of the secret realm. 2 hours later, at the shimmering water curtain marking the edge, Xia Li made his final preparations. He adjusted his breathing, bit down hard, and silently reminded himself to remain completely silent until he was at least 1,000 li from this place. Then he would reactivate his true memories and restore his original identity. Zhao Yu. The personality switch was about to begin. He took his first step, but suddenly, dizziness washed over his mind. Sigh, this training trip probably disappointed master. Xia Li stared at the gradually fading exit of the secret realm, his expression betraying reluctance. He knew that even if master gave him 1,000 spirit stones to support him, it would not buy a better harvest. His fortune was simply too shallow. This secret realm had ultimately brought him only some spirit herbs. No sooner had he exited the realm than several figures gathered around him. Leading them was an elder whose face was heavy with both sorrow and anger. He stepped solemnly before Xia Li. Release the spirit sea, I must inspect it. The elder's tone brooked no argument. Senior, may I ask what crime I have committed? Xia Li was terrified. He had been scrupulous in the realm, offending no one, just collecting some herbs. How could he have become a criminal? Stop your noise. Release the spirit sea or face death. The elder's fury erupted instantly. Helpless, Xia Li had to extend his mind and let the elder enter his spirit sea. The elder cautioned, don't worry, Yinshan's sect won't do this recklessly. I will be careful. If the soul is harmed, compensation with medicinal pills will be made. As the second elder of Yinshan's sect, he knew he had to show restraint. After all, others were watching outside the secret realm. He was allowed to probe souls beyond boundaries, but not to use brute force or harm the person being searched. That was the lowest limit. The elder placed his hand steadily upon Xia Li's head and slowly guided his divine sense into Xia Li's spirit sea. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly, an expression of puzzlement crossing his face. The second elder let out a soft hum. Although Xia Li had no connection to his granddaughter, the strange phenomena surrounding this young man from a small town piqued his curiosity. Xia Li came from an obscure place, yet he had been accepted into a mysterious Taoist lineage capable of forging a counterfeit dantian. Though this dantian seemed only sufficient to support cultivation up to the foundation establishment stage, To ordinary people, it was a treasure beyond imagination. Just as the elder placed his hand above Xia Li's head, he sensed an exquisitely intricate, extraordinary object inside the dantian. At first, a fleeting desire to seize it sparked in his heart, but after erasing that thought and recalling the image of Xia Li's master, he reluctantly withdrew the impulse. Xia Li's master was no ordinary figurine fact. Such a person could not be simple, because he was an invention of Xia Li's own Tianxin, fabricated from the limited data of a peak nascent soul expert. Actual information on nascent soul experts in Tianxin was scarce, so the image had to be embellished toward greater power. Still, this forged portrait impressed the second elder deeply. When the elder implanted a soul crystal into Xia Li's mind, he witnessed with disbelief the remarkable effect of curing Xia Li's previous dullness. Aside from the small device in the dantian, there was a thumb-sized chip inside, implanted by Xia Li's master to heal his earlier mental dullness with ease. The second elder couldn't help but think his sect was truly extraordinary. Though there were many methods to heal dullness in the cultivation world, the second elder did not obsess over this, and soon concluded the soul probe. With a sigh and a hint of reluctance, he withdrew his hand and handed Xia Li a Yunhan pill, saying apologetically, "This Yunhan pill can repair spirit injuries and strengthen your soul. Consider it an apology from me." He knew probing one's soul inevitably caused some damage, though varying in severity. For unknown youngsters, he might suppress them at will, but with someone of Xia Li's deep background, he dared not act harshly. If Xia Li reported back, the Yunshan sect could not withstand the wrath of a nascent soul powerhouse, so he chose to compensate with a pill to avoid future trouble. "Is there nothing more you need from me now?" the elder asked. "Nothing. You may leave," Xia Li replied. The elder flipped through Xia Li's history and found it clean. There was no contamination or hidden bloodlines. The storage ring didn't even need inspection. Soul probing should have been the final step, reserved for those with suspicious backgrounds. Having thought Xia Li was a nobody, the elder acted hastily, only to discover unexpectedly deep connections. Though the Yunhan pill was wasted, it was necessary to make amends. Xia Li couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, elder, what exactly happened?" The elder's voice grew solemn. "My granddaughter was murdered." At these words, tears welled in his eyes. His granddaughter was no troublemaker, though a bit headstrong and spoiled. Who among talented, privileged youth isn't? Yet, she had tragically suffered this fate. Xia Li hurried to console him. "Please accept my condolences. I trust the culprit who harmed your granddaughter will be caught and face a fitting end." Yet inside, Xia Li felt tangled and unsettled, as if drawn unwillingly into this bloodshed, all calamities traceable to that hateful killer. Though had taken the pill, his head still throbbed painfully. The elder said nothing further and returned to vigilantly guard the secret realm's entrance. With Xia Li's innocence proven through the soul probe, he boarded the flying vessel. Having found no valuable treasures in Qiushan City, he departed. One day later, 1,000 miles away, Xia Li stood on the vessel's deck, gazing at the distant, fading mountains and sea of clouds. His thoughts raced. What path should he take next? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and scattered memories flooded into his mind like a torrent. Nervously, he asked himself, "Who am I really? Zhao Yu from a small town, or Xia Li, the tech cultivator from Earth?" After a long moment, a wry smile tugged at his lips. "Soul probes, huh? Next time I go back to Earth, I'm definitely installing some movie editing software. If anyone dares to probe my soul again, I'll show them a blockbuster." Xia Li could see how deeply this world believed memories extracted by soul probes. But on Earth, even 3-year-olds knew that those with Tianxin inside their heads had memories that outsiders' probes could easily fabricate or tamper with. Any little detail could be altered or forged at will. After safely and efficiently leaving the Autumn Mountain secret realm without any worries, Xia Li did not rush back to Fenghe City. On the flying boat, he spent money to buy a map and decided to make a detour along the route, planning first to refine the thunderstruck wood and the ghost crystal lotus. Taking advantage of the remote, deserted wilderness where no one came by, Xia Li searched everywhere and finally found a hidden cave. At the cave entrance, he performed a spirit sealing technique, setting up 4 layers of seals. It was just a pity he hadn't brought any formation scrolls. If he had arranged a few protective formations, it would have been much safer. According to the weather forecast provided by his Tianxin device, a thunderstorm was certain to arrive tonight, making it the perfect opportunity to refine the thunderstruck wood. After arranging everything carefully, Xia Li patiently waited inside the cave for the deep night thunderstorm. Half a day passed, dusk deepened, and distant rumbles of thunder echoed intermittently. Outside the cave, the rain gradually intensified, heavy drops pounding the rocks. Decisively, Xia Li took out the thunderstruck wood from his pocket. It's worth noting that not every material labeled as thunderstruck wood can be considered genuine. The criteria for authentic thunderstruck wood are complex, but for it to rank 8th among higher-finding spiritual materials, it must originate from the essence of a spirit wood tree that failed its tribulation. This is true top-grade thunderstruck wood. Such wood is of extremely high quality. In contrast, Ordinary trees struck by lightning and devoid of spiritual energy are little more than firewood. Holding the thunderstruck wood, Xia Li took a deep breath and activated Tianxin's automatic refinement program. Refining spiritual materials is no simple task. Many cultivators, even with precious treasures in hand, spend time experimenting to find the best refinement method. Fortunately, Tianxin's intelligence was powerful enough to analyze material attributes precisely and deduce the optimal refinement steps, making the process much more efficient. Closing his eyes, the refinement officially began. The thunderstruck wood immediately sparked with lightning flashes, arcs of electricity flickering like delicate scales around Xia Li's body, crackling sharply. At this moment, he temporarily blocked pain sensation. Many cultivators in his generation insist on enduring the torment of refining to strengthen their willpower, but this often compromises actual effectiveness. Xia Li didn't want to torture himself. Technology was his treasure, so why suffer needlessly? The final result was no different, and he was not the type to seek out hardship for its own sake. The essence and thunder tribulation energy within the spirit wood were gradually absorbed into his body as the program ran. Tianxin had long mastered the delicate balance between life, energy, and destructive forces. In spiritual cultivation, it was simply a matter of precisely calculating energy ratios. The refinement precision of the spirit core surpassed that of an ordinary person's dantian by several times. An average cultivator might easily die from casually refining spiritual materials. Xia Li's comprehension wasn't even as good as that of an average person. But with Tianxin's assistance, his advantage was clear. The destructive power of the thunder tribulation was proportionally offset by the essence of the spirit wood, leaving only the mysterious thunder tribulation source force continuously injected into Xia Li's dantian as a controllable power source. Lightning gradually illuminated his entire body, eventually covering every inch of skin. A deafening thunderclap shattered the night sky, and the thunderstruck wood in his hands instantly lost all its energy, turning to ashes that slowly drifted away like dust through his fingers. He slowly opened his eyes, a spark of lightning flashing within them. The powerful energy hidden deep within the thunderstruck wood had added a solid foundation to his cultivation, reaching the 9th layer of qi refining. But this was far from the pinnacle of the qi refining realm. How likely am I to successfully complete the 9-in-1 consolidation now? He pondered. In theory, using heavenly thunder to temper the body and refine spirit guarantees 100% success in the 9-in-1 consolidation. But going outside the cave to attract lightning and thus others' attention posed a real risk. Xia Li understood that causing a thunderstorm outside would almost certainly draw unwanted notice, making him hesitate. The current safe cave had become his haven of security. Xia Li carefully weighed how to take the next step and face the looming trial of his fate. During the process of refining the quantum lotus through the 9-in-1 convergence, its full potential could be unleashed. Within Xia Li's neural pathways lay abundant spiritual energy, capable of being simultaneously converted into immense power. After long contemplation, he recalled the unlucky person mistakenly destroyed as an electronic virus, and also the elixir elder heir of Yunshan's sect once handed him. Combined with the quantum lotus known as the phantom crystal lotus and still using Earth-based data designations unless Xia Li chose otherwise, this was more than mere enhancement for his soul. It felt like a profound stroke of destiny. What is destiny? It is the power that seizes the forces of heaven and earth, turning decay into something miraculous. The changes and opportunities in the world are unpredictable, and destiny is about grasping the greatest upheaval within them. Xia Li understood that such a chance meant he could no longer hide away in his cave. While safe, the cave represented missed opportunities. Moreover, he remembered how even a randomly dispatched armed guard had nearly killed him, and the company employed countless such guards. Establishing himself on Earth would be no easy task. Silently, Xia Li stepped out of the cave onto an open clearing. He sat cross-legged, retrieving the phantom crystal lotus from his storage ring. He examined it carefully, but still could not discern its wonder. Was this truly a tangible object composed of quantum energy? Why did it take the shape of a lotus flower? The word spiritual in spiritual energy technology did not merely mean aura. Aura was just the spirit part, while quantum vacuum 0-point energy was the true energy. Mind, soul, consciousness, and cognition all belonged to the realm of quantum vacuum 0-point energy. The vast universe contained all manners of miracles, and within its primeval chaos thrived wondrous fates. Xia Li clenched the crystalline lotus tightly and slowly raised his arm, holding it high. "Show me the face of the Dirac Sea," he declared, using earthly spiritual energy technology terms rather than the concept of the sea of consciousness, signaling his greater affinity with Earth's doctrine. In the next moment, countless thunderbolts from the sky converged into several beams, forming a pillar of lightning that crashed down directly towards Xia Li. The lightning pillar, like a shaft of light connecting heaven and earth, radiated an ascending momentum. Everyone across the barren lands within 1,000 li witnessed the stunning spectacle. Among the onlookers were the curious and the cunning, who quickly moved closer, for seizing another's fate was the fastest way to break through. Inside the lightning pillar, Xia Li's spiritual core rotated rapidly. This core prioritized conversion efficiency and played a crucial role. He swiftly transformed the power of the heavenly thunder into spiritual energy, replenishing the enormous spiritual energy demanded by the 9-in-1 convergence. The 9-in-1 was a key stage calculated by the Heavenly Dao computer. It could be skipped, but only at the cost of weakening oneself. This stage was called the peak qi refinement boundary, where 9 pathways of acquired qi condensed into a primal source qi. Xia Li's soul felt a profound reshaping, with memories from childhood to present flashing through his mind like a rapid film reel. In a trance, he suddenly found himself standing amidst a bustling city street, filled with traffic. The wide avenue buzzed non-stop with noise and activity, yet the people around him moved listlessly, as though some invisible force had drained their spirit and dreams. The traffic light turned green. Xia Li stepped forward, weaving through the throng before stopping in the middle of the road. His cell phone rang. He answered. "Hey, big brother, I did it. The professor approved my participation in the consciousness digitization project. Big brother, wait for you'll meet again in this lifetime, even if we are no longer human." His sister's voice came through, both excited and trembling with tears. She understood all too well that a cure for late-stage cancer was still far away, and she was desperately grasping at any hope. Cryopreservation of the human body was one path. Digitizing consciousness was another. Suddenly, the towering buildings above him vanished. The sunlight and noise faded away, leaving only an endless, pitch-black darkness where not even a hand could be seen. A chill spread over Xia Li's body, his skin slowly frosting over. He thought he was about to be frozen solid, but this was merely the sign of shattering ice. With a shift of thought, he opened his eyes. In the gray haze of space, a faceless spiritual form appeared, and then a pair of golden pupils emerged, sharp and vivid, as if physical. His soul had opened its eyes. A pillar of thunder rent the sky, the brief flash of lightning like a signal fire, startling every cultivator and spirit beast deep within the forest. The wolf demon and tiger demon arrived first, followed by 3 foundation establishment cultivators. No sooner had the 5 figures appeared among the trees than Xia Li opened his eyes and rose from meditation. Without hesitation or probing, the 2 demons and 3 cultivators surged forward, charging straight at Xia Li. Though only at the first level of qi refining, he emitted a terrifying pressure surpassing even foundation establishment of spiritual energy, more overwhelming than the combined force of 9 peak qi refining masters. Such an anomaly surely meant a hidden secret. Extreme overclock. His heavenly core, physical brain, and dantian spirit pivot activated simultaneously. Xia Li's aura exploded. His body blurred into afterimages. The wolf demon's claws still hung in midair when Xia Li reappeared before a cultivator. A blast of fist wind shattered the man's sternum. He died before he could react. In the overclocked state, the world seemed frozen. Thought raced far ahead of body. Every movement carried a disturbing delay. Wrapped in lightning, Xia Li forced himself faster. Like a streak of electricity weaving between the remaining 4, the tiger demon's fangs bit empty air, the wolf demon's claws struck only shadows. 2 cultivators never drew their talismans before their necks snapped. Within 10 breaths, 5 bodies lay sprawled beneath the trees. The overclock ended. Gasping violently, Xia Li staggered, bracing against a tree. His head throbbed fiercely, legs trembling. Too exhausted to loot, he activated his spirit pivot to suppress his aura and fled into the thicket. Rain hammered down all night, never ceasing. The storm was a blessing. Lightning easily attracted divine senses, keeping cultivators wary of searching recklessly. By dawn, Xia Li had distanced himself from the forest, fully refining the 2 spiritual treasures. How many people were really after me last night? He smiled bitterly. The path of a wanderer cultivator was fraught with danger. Sect disciples refined treasures with secret guardians, summoned lightning from specialized platforms watched over by elders. But he could only gamble his life in wilderness mountain ranges. Joining a sect? Not a chance. Had never passed the spirit route, test no spirit route, yet possessed such power. That was basically an invitation for people to kill him for his treasures, tempting even sect elders. Forget it. I still have the hidden wing organization on Earth, Xia Li said with self-mockery. The biggest challenge for wanderers was lacking heritage or guidance, but in another world, he was far from short on either. 5 days later, Xia Li returned to Fenghe City aboard his flying boat, but he did not reveal himself openly. Instead, under the cover of night, he slipped quietly into the city and carefully infiltrated the Lu family's residence to gather information secretly. He knew his fate was closely tied to Song Ye's death, and that Lu Jingfeng had already caught on to this. Naturally, the Lu family would be well aware of it too. Xia Li was apprehensive that the Lu family might betray him to curry favor with the Yunshan sect, but his newly forged divine consciousness was far beyond what a minor clan like Liu's could detect. After a thorough investigation that revealed no abnormalities, he withdrew silently and returned to his mansion. The next morning, one of the servants responsible for cleaning Xia Li's residence had just seen him return. Soon after, Lu Sanchu arrived, accompanied by Lu Xiaoxiao, to pay a visit. Xia Li sat in the main seat of the mansion's hall, a faint but terrifying aura of thunderous power radiating from him. His gaze was unusually cold and sharp, and with just one glance, Lu Sanchu and Lu Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable pressure constricting their chests, making it hard to breathe. Xia Senior, here is your share of this month's dividends. I have also included our Lu family's portion for your respect, Lu Sanchu said respectfully. He wanted to address Xia Li as Dao Yu comrade, but sensing the overwhelming power emanating from him enough to crush him with a single strike realized that such familiarity was inappropriate now. Since Xia Li had reached the senior level, proper etiquette was necessary. Xia Li answered calmly, there's no need. The dividend amount was agreed upon in advance and should be honored as is. Then thank you very much, senior. May I ask if you have already established your foundation? Lu Sanchu asked tactfully, avoiding questions about Xia Li's specific gains in the secret realm and focusing instead on whether he had reached this milestone. Not yet, Xia Li responded. But your aura is clearly stronger than foundation level. Lu Sanchu was puzzled, but that was understandable. The peak chi refinement stage is already not weaker than foundation, and since Xia Li had refined the Thunderstrike wood, his strength was clearly comparable to a foundation cultivator. Xia Li replied indifferently, levels are merely superficial, there's no need to elaborate. How many foundation cultivators currently guard Fenghe City openly? Lu Sanchu listed off the known numbers. The Lu family has 3, the Marketplace 5, and Wanbao Tower 1, though the Wanbao Tower cultivator is late foundation stage. Xia Li nodded, thinking to himself that indeed the highest openly known power in Fenghe City was peak chi refinement, though secretly there were foundation experts concealed. May I ask what plans you have for Fenghe City? Lu Sanchu inquired. None in particular, just asking casually. Maintaining the current balance is fine, Xia Li answered crisply. The alliance of scattered cultivators and Wanbao Tower were major forces, but loosely connected. By the way, may I be so bold as to ask if Senior Xia can refine foundation establishment pills? Lu Sanchu suddenly broached the key question. Foundation establishment pills were a crucial bottleneck for many small sects and scattered cultivators. For those lacking innate talent, successfully establishing a foundation without such pills was nearly impossible. Even prodigies needed much time, so pills were a shortcut. Now I can, and the pills can be top quality, Xia Li replied. With his divine consciousness augmented and aided by the Tianxin, refining premium foundation establishment pills was not difficult for him. Oh really? Lu Sanchu's voice trembled. Top-grade foundation pills guaranteed 100 foundation success. Low-grade pills offered only 50, medium 70, high 90, but top-grade not only assured success, but also enhanced the cultivator's post-foundation strength. Such pills were extremely valuable and highly sought after at auctions. Xia Li confirmed frankly, I am not lying. Then might I humbly request Senior Xia to produce a foundation pill for the Lu family? Lu Sanchu asked earnestly. That's possible, but you must provide the materials, Xia Li replied simply. Of course. Lu Sanchu was ecstatic inside. All of this confirmed just how right his initial judgment had been. Fortunately, it was Xia Li he had encountered back then. If it had been Lu Fu's father instead, the Lu family might never have had today's opportunity, it might even have been wiped out by Xia Li. Then Uncle Lu hurried back to prepare the herbs, leaving only Lu Xiaoxiao standing respectfully in the courtyard, her eyes full of admiration as she stared at Xia Li. She pressed her lips together and spoke with a hint of anticipation. Brother Xia, I've already made some progress with the Qianjing manual. You promised to teach me alchemy you haven't forgotten, have you? Lu Xiaoxiao had unwavering faith in Xia Li's alchemy skills. Ever since the Lu family selected her as the sole beneficiary of Xia Li's favor, she had begun exploring various pills beyond the Yongqi Dan. There were pills essential for escape like the Yunqi Dan, sword energy pills that allowed brief control over sword qi, the Tsuedi Dan for enhancing blood and vitality, and the Yushang Dan that healed wounds effectively. These pills were never sold openly, but distributed through special internal channels agreed upon by the 3 factions. After all, rarity made them precious. Xia Li furrowed his brow slightly, surprised. You've progressed that quickly? He said with some admiration. The cultivation method isn't a simple technique. The Qianjing manual is profound and broad, far harder to master than the usual arts. A mix of nervousness and confidence flashed across Lu Xiaoxiao's face. I don't know why, I guess my aptitude must be pretty high. Xia Li nodded. Since your Qianjing is established, it's time I teach you the basics of alchemy. But my method is a bit different from common approaches. The principles are similar, but how much you can accomplish depends on your skill. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. For someone from a modest family like hers, inheriting alchemy skills was more valuable than many other legacies. First, tell me how much you already know about basic alchemy, Xia Li asked. Some I've been learning on my own whenever I have free time, she answered confidently. Xia Li smiled faintly and shook his head. Forget what you've learned so far. He explained, in this world, alchemists work independently, with no spirit of cooperation. Everyone only looks out for themselves. Different people might produce pills that have similar effects, but the methods vary wildly, each thinking their technique is best. Some techniques increase success rate, but honestly, they're still quite backward. On Earth, Dan Dao ignores all those flashy things like innate gifts, techniques, or herb perception. Earthly alchemy pursues perfection using classic controlled variable methods. After millions, or even tens of millions of trials, detailed data is compiled exactly when to add each ingredient, how to manage the fire. Every step is crystal clear. There are no sects or branches in Earth's alchemy, only one standard created collectively. It's so straightforward that even a dog could learn it. Lu Xiaoxiao's smile froze, having only wanted to sound diligent, but now feeling insulted at the dog level. Wait a moment. Xia Li took a blank jade slip from his storage ring and began inscribing an alchemical formula with his core energy. After a short while, he handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao. Here, this is the recipe for the Yangshan Dan. Its effect is just to strengthen the body, but long-term use benefits health greatly. It's basically an upgraded version of the Biga pill. Lu Xiaoxiao took it eagerly and examined it closely. Her eyes quickly widened. Unlike any formula she'd seen before, which usually only listed herbs or occasionally mentioned cautions, this one was shockingly detailed. The instructions were so precise that following the steps exactly would guarantee success. There was no guesswork, no ambiguity, completely accessible even to a beginner. Xia Li watched her stunned expression as her understanding was overturned, remaining calm himself, but stirring a surge of excitement inside Lu Xiaoxiao's heart. This level of alchemical formula embodied countless efforts, and was shaped through repeated trials. It truly deserved to be called a legacy. A surge of confidence rose in Xia Li's heart, as if he could succeed in refining it right now. He solemnly handed this legacy to Lu Xiaoxia, not just the single health-preserving pill, but all 36 formulas in the collection. The inheritance of Earth's alchemy was a mixed bag, and just having the formulas was far from enough to refine even basic pills like the fasting-resistant pill. But by studying these 36 formulas over time and practicing repeatedly, one would gradually master the craft and gain a deeper understanding of the nature of pills in this world. Xia Li admitted candidly that this training was not only an exercise for alchemists, but more like cultivating skilled pill workers. Even so, for Lu Xiaoxiao, this was already sufficient. She had no innate talent for alchemy, so reaching the level of a pill worker was a great blessing. Afterwards, Xia Li began engraving formulas for other types of pills, but limited them to those usable by practitioners at the foundation establishment stage. This showed his expectation to cultivate someone loyal to his own faction, yet he did not fully trust the overall quality of the Lu family, so he had to hold back. The immediate task was to help the Lu family build enough strength to firmly establish themselves in Fenghe City. Xia Li added that she could share the other formulas externally, but only teach refining them to the level of low-grade pills. If anyone tried to seize the inheritance by force or interrogation, she must know how to respond. I understand. Lu Xiaoxiao accepted the jade slip engraved with the formulas, her expression grave. She knew well that to prevent the inheritance from falling into enemy hands, she would rather commit suicide than let consequences follow if pressed. Xia Li originally had grudges with the Lu family, and Lu Xiaoxiao understood this clearly. The root of the conflict was his foolish second brother, who used vile means of coercion and deception to try to seize the legacy. Such treachery was common in the cultivation world. In other words, obtaining the formulas was important, but whether one dared to actually use them was the real test. Turning this inheritance into the family's strength required going back and strategizing with the clan. When you return, try refining it yourself, Xia Li instructed. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately knelt and kowtowed 10 times earnestly, saying, "Such great kindness needs no thanks." Whether it was the thousand-spirit technique or the alchemical formulas, either was enough to propel her, a woman from an inconspicuous small family, onto a higher path. Outside the Xia mansion, as Lu Xiaoxiao stepped out the door, she encountered her uncle Lu Sanshu, who had come to visit again. Concerned, he asked, "Ru Yan, how's it going?" Lu Xiaoxiao frowned and corrected him, "My name is not Ru Yan. How many times do you want me to say it?" Her voice carried a stern edge. "My name was given by my parents and cannot be casually changed. If you want me to do my best for the family, don't call me that." Her tone was resolute, for she herself sensed the dark significance hidden behind the name Lu Ru Yan, something others might not realize. Lu Sanshu shrugged helplessly but understood. All right, let's get to the point. What did Senior Xia teach you?" Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and replied, "An extremely precious legacy and a refining method with a 100 success rate." Upon hearing this, Lu Sanshu's eyes sharpened as he cautiously scanned around to make sure no one overheard. He knew this was not a treasure, but a death trap. Lu Xiaoxiao spoke gravely. "Uncle, I understand the gravity of this matter. I'm telling you because I trust you. Don't tell anyone else in the family." Lu Sanshu's eyes deepened. I will discuss it with the clan elder. Maybe we should imprint the whole clan with soul marks. The entire family must cooperate. There can be no traitors. Then it's settled. A flash of determination crossed Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes as the two quietly plotted the family's fate. Thus the story pauses here, with Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Sanchu beginning to lay a profound strategy for the Lu family's survival and rise in Fenghe City. Before long, Uncle Lu San returned to the main hall of the Xia residence carrying a batch of materials for refining foundation establishment pills. He walked forward steadily, his gaze tinged with curiosity as he spoke cautiously. Senior Xia, there's something I've wanted to ask for a while. Why are you willing to gift such a precious inheritance to the Lu family? His brows furrowed slightly as he speculated. Is it because you favor Lu Xiaoxiao? Or perhaps you intend to cultivate the Lu family? The value of the materials was beyond doubt. Yet Xia Li merely smiled faintly and countered with a casual question, his tone indifferent. This left Uncle Lu momentarily speechless. To Xia Li, these treasures that could trigger fierce struggles among countless factions seemed little more than commonplace objects. All right, I was being presumptuous. In any case, thank you for your kindness. The Lu family will remember this deeply, Uncle Lu said somewhat embarrassed. Xia Li waved his hand dismissively. If there's nothing else, you can leave for now. Come back in 7 days to collect the foundation establishment pills. Yes. Uncle Lu left behind over a dozen jade boxes before taking his men away. Xia Li summoned his divine sense to inspect the boxes and found that the materials inside could produce several pills, yet the Lu family only needed one. The rest were clearly offered as payment. Xia Li understood the real shortage he faced now, spirit stones. Returning to Earth to activate the Celestial Dao computer required paying 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones in one go. By conversion rates between crude and standard stones, his actual need exceeded 12,000. With a shift of thought, Xia Li considered, with my current aptitude, maybe I can attempt Celestial Dao Foundation establishment here. But he hesitated after all. Establishing a base on Earth inevitably draws attention. No matter how much he concealed his identity, escaping the gaze of Linguang City's authorities was impossible. What was once a helpless inevitability, he now had 2 top 10 ranked spiritual artifacts to aid him, giving him full strength to try Celestial Dao Foundation establishment on his own. At that moment, the artificial intelligence within the Celestial Core detected Xia Li's thoughts and immediately popped up a prompt. Establishing foundation via the Celestial Dao computer can unlock a powerful art called Divine Abilities in advance. Usually only usable from the nascent soul stage onward, or after refining a 7th grade golden core pill. Divine abilities transcend ordinary spells. Though somewhat weakened, their power still far surpasses common magic. Xia Li pondered deeply, but ultimately chose to return to Earth for Foundation establishment and simultaneously experience the legendary Celestial Dao firsthand. The road to strength was bound to draw the world's attention, not all of it friendly. As a pacifist, Xia Li found this wearisome, but gaining power inevitably carried scrutiny and trouble. Next, Xia Li focused on refining the Foundation establishment pills. Using a simple pill furnace, ample spiritual energy, and precious medicinal ingredients, he deliberately enhanced the pill's quality, producing top-tier Foundation establishment pills. Earth's pill refinement methods were very forgiving as long as spiritual energy was sufficient. Even a crude furnace could yield excellent pills. After the materials transformed into supreme pills, Xia Li didn't immediately notify the Lu family to collect them. The speed and quality of his refining were astonishing, so postponing public collection seemed prudent. During this time, Xia Li dedicated himself to cultivation, pushing his realms to their limits in pursuit of the next breakthrough. Several days later, the appointed collection day arrived. Uncle Lu first sent a message, then Xia Li waited quietly in the Xia main hall. Only 2 people came to pick up the pills. A young man with an extraordinary aura, wearing a simple, crisp green robe, his steps imbued with sharp intensity, and an elderly man, slightly stooped in figure but solemn in demeanor with deep, penetrating eyes. The young man stepped forward with hands clasped in respect. Greetings, Senior Xia. My name is Lu Jingfeng. Although we haven't met before, you should be familiar with me. Lu Jingfeng hurried into the main hall. The moment he saw Xia Li, he immediately dropped to one knee and performed a deep, respectful bow. At the same time, another elder also bent deeply to pay his respects to Xia Li. Greetings, Taoist Xia. My name is Lu Hong, the supreme elder of the Lu family mid-stage foundation establishment. Lu Hong spoke with a hint of surprise in his expression. I didn't expect your aura to be no weaker than mine. He shook his head helplessly. Compared to ordinary scattered cultivators, he was much stronger, but his foundation establishment remained thin and unstable, like a floating cloud in the presence of true prodigies. His level counted for little. Xia Li gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, keenly sensing the vague instability in Lu Hong's aura. A cultivator at his foundation establishment level could be easily defeated by Xia Li. In this world, the foundation establishment stage is divided into 3 types: floating chi foundation, profound spiritual foundation, and world-connecting Dao foundation. The Human Path Foundation establishment belongs to Spiritual Foundation, while Earth and Heaven Dao Foundation establishment reached the world-connecting Dao. Floating Chi Foundation is like drifting mist, unstable and unable to support great power, so its weakness was unsurprising. Still, Xia Li did not underestimate Lu Hong. After all, achieving Foundation establishment already surpassed countless mortals. To ordinary people, refining Qi was akin to becoming immortal, while reaching Foundation establishment marked the status of a respected elder. This is the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, Xia Li said, withdrawing a pale purple pill from his storage ring. A faint swirl of purple spiritual energy surrounded it. Lu Jingfeng caught sight of the pill and was immediately drawn in by its rich fragrance, which flowed warmly through his heart and slightly shifted his realm. He was just an unremarkable outer disciple of Yinshan's sect, where ordinary Foundation establishment pills required long waiting lines before he could take them. Though a genius of the Lu family, Lu Jingfeng could only rank in the middle to lower tiers within Yinshan's sect. Even at Qi refining level 9, he had no choice but to wait or expend great effort to establish his foundation on his own. Now, with a Supreme Foundation establishment pill in front of him, if he consumed it, he could ascend to inner disciple status, and after forging a spiritual foundation, his path would undoubtedly become much broader. Is this really something I can have? Lu Jingfeng's eyes filled with disbelief. Yinshan's sect lacked the materials to refine Foundation establishment pills, and improving their quality was exceedingly difficult, often a losing gamble. Even producing a low-grade pill was hard enough, while pushing for mid-grade often ended in failure. High-grade Foundation establishment pills were worth a fortune, upper-grade ones priceless, and the supreme grade he held was regarded as a rare postnatal spiritual treasure. Of course, this isn't something you deserve. Xia Li's words had barely left his mouth when sudden commotion erupted outside the courtyard. A group of uninvited guests burst into the mansion. Xia Li had noticed people outside earlier but assumed they were Lu family attendants and paid them no mind. Wang, senior brother Wang, what are you doing here? Lu Jingfeng turned around, shocked at the intruders. Most wore Yinshan's sect robes, their expressions instantly turning serious. He realized he had been followed. Wait, junior sister He, why are you here too? Could it be that you? Lu Jingfeng suddenly understood, his face pained. He secretly harbored feelings for junior sister He, but she had already caught the eye of an inner-sect senior brother. After receiving a message from his family about the Foundation establishment pill, Lu Jingfeng promptly told her, promising, he'll come back once I succeed in establishing my foundation. But now he discovered she had betrayed him in secret. You think you deserve to compete with senior brother? If you actually got this Supreme Foundation establishment pill, you might really have had a future, but too bad. Junior sister, he sneered, dripping with scorn. She knew that bringing this pill back to the sect would earn them generous rewards. Everyone, this pill belongs to me. I will give it to whoever I choose. You really think you can dictate that? Xia Li frowned, his gaze sharp and cold as he stared down the Yinshan sect disciples. Though versed in the hidden rules of the cultivation world, each time he encountered such brazen attempts at grabbing and intimidation, he felt disgusted and longed to take them down one by one. The atmosphere in the hall instantly tensed, undercurrents of hostility rippling through the air. After Xia Li spoke, the disciples of Yinshan's sect gradually began to size him up. Although they could sense that his aura far surpassed that of an ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator and was clearly much stronger, there were already 3 Foundation establishment brothers from the inner sect standing before him. Would they really fear a Qi refining stage breaker? Senior brother Wang ignored their wary gazes and stepped forward, reaching out his hand with a commanding look that seemed to pressure Xia Li into handing over the rare Foundation establishment pill in his possession. Xia Li smiled faintly but didn't move. Instead, he casually dropped the pill to the ground and lightly stepped on it with his toe. Fine, I don't need this thing. You guys should be the ones entertaining me, he said with a hint of provocation in his voice. Want it? Then come up and take it with your mouth. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Xia Li's gaze swept over the crowd, and with a thought, he quickly withdrew 3 more rare Foundation establishment pills from his storage ring, the spiritual light flickering in his palm. Don't just focus on that one. As long as you're willing to come get it like dogs, I'll give it to you right now. Holding the pills tightly in his right hand, he lazily curled a finger of his left, an expression both indifferent and meaningful on his face. This tactic was effective at dealing with troublesome situations, sowing hesitation and doubt among the others clearly. Xia Li could easily produce rare Foundation establishment pills, which was no ordinary feat. Senior brother Wang wanted to argue, but was silenced by Xia Li's imposing presence. What? Not interested? Xia Li said coolly. I'm not going to make you fight for it. You can have it directly, but there's only one condition. Entertain me. The great Dao will open up for you right away. He flicked the pill carelessly as if it held no value. Anyway, I can refine them at will. Just as the atmosphere grew stiff, Xia Li suddenly activated the spiritual energy hidden inside one of the Foundation establishment pills. Unlike ordinary pills, these were exceptionally complex to make, requiring knowledge of symbol arts and spirit runes, and draining a large amount of the refiner's spiritual power, which often lingered in the pill. Upon activation, the spiritual fluctuations inside the pill immediately appeared, perfectly matching the spiritual energy source within Xia Li's body. The disciples of Yinshan's sect were shocked, breaking out in cold sweat. This man was no ordinary person, was a master of pill refinement. Though Foundation establishment pills were only second-tier elixirs, their synthesis was notoriously difficult, even for a third-grade pill refiner at the golden core stage. Yet here was a cultivator at the chi refining stage who had personally refined them. Stunned, fear quickly replaced arrogance on their faces. Senior Brother Wang was the first to drop to his knees, stammering, Cultivator, we wish to apologize. One after another, the others bowed their heads and knelt, their once haughty attitudes completely vanished. Watching this scene, Xia Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected them to be pushed to the brink, to forcibly capture him, imprison him to refine pills, or even have the sect spare no effort to hunt him down. That would have matched his understanding and expectations of the cultivation world. Of course, no matter what, he had countermeasures prepared. Unexpectedly, they had simply knelt down and admitted defeat, offering no resistance at all. Perhaps they had already been eyed by other sects, set up to be used as pawns, Xia Li thought to himself. He scanned the kneeling disciples of Yinshan's sect, sensing the complicated trends and human nature within the cultivation world, and developed a new understanding of these people. After all, they were like the Lu family before, ones who chose to quickly surrender when the situation turned unfavorable, completely unlike the fierce resistance Xia Li had once imagined from those who had been wronged. It seems that the phrase bad but not stupid truly describes the majority of cultivators in this realm. The ones who are truly mad are like Lu, few, reckless and willing to strike without hesitation. There's no denying that this kind of reckless behavior is far more dangerous. Some people might actually do it, but we dare not, because even the slightest mistake could mean annihilation for our entire clan. Senior Brother Wang's attitude was extremely good at this moment, completely different from before. The other disciples of Yinshan's sect behind him also looked respectful, as if they had put on new faces. Junior Brother Lu, I accept responsibility for this. When we return to the sect, I will make it up to you. Just as he spoke, Senior Brother Wang suddenly stood up, grabbed Sister He from behind without hesitation, clamped his hand around her neck, and lifted her straight up. This bitch isn't worth keeping around anymore, right? Wang's tone was firm and resolute. This scene reminded Xia Li of when third Uncle Lu killed Lu Fu long ago. It seems that being a villain in this world is a dangerous fate. When you're in power, you get a share of the spoils. When you fall, you become an outlet for others' anger. Xia Li felt nothing but pity and thought it was deserved after all. Everything stemmed from Lu Jingfeng trusting the wrong person. Senior Brother Lu, save me. I was wrong. Sister He's voice was hoarse, tears glistening in her eyes as she begged sincerely for Lu Jingfeng's mercy. She knew she had made an outrageous mistake. In the future, as a top-tier alchemist capable of refining Supreme Foundation establishment pills, he was someone she should have closely aligned with, living a life of luxury with nothing to lose. Instead, she had destroyed her own fortunes with her own hands and now hung by a thread. One wrong thought really is just one wrong thought. Xia Li sighed silently. This matter is not something I can decide, Lu Jingfeng said calmly, turning slightly towards Xia Li. The Yinshan sect disciples all shifted their gazes toward him. Senior, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to pay any price. Do whatever you want. Sister, he pleaded desperately to Xia Li for forgiveness. Xia Li merely raised his hand lightly. Seeing this, Sister, he felt elated, mistakenly thinking she had been granted mercy. She quietly plotted, good, someday I will make Xia Li, the Lu family, and these brothers suffer more than death. Do you mean to let her go? Senior Brother Wang looked surprised. My meaning is throw her out to die? Don't dirty my hands, Xia Li said coldly. But Xia Li's next words shattered Sister He completely. That previous gesture of raising his hand, which seemed like mercy, was just a faint flicker of hope quickly replaced by utter despair. She begged more frantically, Senior, spare me. Xia Li raised his hand again, expressionless. Senior Brother Wang understood at once, grabbed Sister He, and left the hall. He leaped into the courtyard. Soon after, he quietly returned and knelt down properly, saying, Taoist, I have handled it. Since that's done, let's consider this matter closed. Xia Li nodded, his tone calm. Senior Brother Wang and the others seemed relieved of a great burden. They hastily rose to thank him, speaking profusely with many polite words, even offering numerous spirit stones in apology, before leaving without looking back. To them, today felt like a narrow escape from death, a trial between life and death. They had thought Lu Jingfeng simply got lucky with a low-grade Foundation establishment pill, but unexpectedly he had received a supreme-grade pill. Even more surprising was that this rare pill came from a mysterious and unfathomable alchemist. If they could learn more about this kind of information, they would never have recklessly risked their lives like this. Inside the main hall of the Xia residence, the emptiness left after the disciples of Yinshan's sect departed gradually became apparent. Lu Hong's gaze was tinged with helpless frustration as he glared sharply at Lu Jingfeng. Finger, you really are hopelessly stubborn, he muttered with a sigh. Now not only has the Lu family gotten itself into big trouble, but even senior Xia Dan has been implicated. As an elder, Lu Hong was well versed in social dynamics. Although the Yinshan sect disciples had been scared off by Xia Li, temporarily defusing the crisis, the news that Xia Li had refined top-grade foundation establishing pills would be hard to keep quiet. If Xia Li were to rashly kill off all Yinshan disciples, the backlash would only worsen. If left unchecked, the risks would grow even greater. This was an incredibly tricky dilemma, and it all stemmed from Lu Jingfeng's foolish decision. Lu Jingfeng's expression twisted with conflicted feelings as he forced a bitter smile and retorted, Grandpa Hong, I never expected her to act that way. I haven't even spent much on her. She was always the one sending me things. He looked utterly confused, unable to understand the sudden betrayal of junior sister He. She clearly believed in me, had stakes in me, and am not some foolish sycophant. How does any of this make sense? Lu Hong was silent for a long moment, then shook his head in quiet resignation. It was indeed difficult to explain logically, but Xia Li seemed to have a grasp of the situation. Using a businessman's perspective, he analyzed junior sister He's actions. That girl is clever, a shrewd trader, but with no sense of personal bonds. She treated you like a venture capital investment. She hoped that once you became strong, you would protect her. Unfortunately, she didn't anticipate the inner sect senior brother's interest in her. Faced with his power, she naturally switched sides and feigned loyalty to you only to try recovering what she put in. Most likely, she has already subordinated herself to that senior brother. If you become her rival later, you won't end well. Xia Li's words suddenly clicked for Lu Jingfeng, instantly making him more alert. Wasn't that senior brother Wang? Lu Jingfeng scoffed bitterly. In the end, she couldn't pull off her schemes and dragged others into the fire. Now she's the one who's burnt. Serves her right. His feelings were a mix of anger and amusement at the unfolding drama. So what if news of senior Xia Dan leaks out? Those big sect disciples are narrow-minded and will surely come after you, Lu Hong said anxiously, casting a worried look at Xia Li. The Lu family depends on Xia Li's support. Having one more or one less really matters. Don't forget, Wanbao Tower and the Free Cultivators Alliance will be tempted sooner or later. Xia Li replied nonchalantly, I don't expect to hold on forever. The more I use this stuff, the scarcer the spirit stones get. If you want to get stronger, you've got to be willing to invest heavily. Who wouldn't be tempted by something this good? Lu Hong pushed down his irritation and spoke slowly. The Lu family is a small clan trying to survive squeezed in between powers, barely able to wield any influence in this famous city. We got lucky with this opportunity, but lack the strength to take it. Don't overthink it, just keep the foundation establishing pills for now. With that, Xia Li pulled several glowing foundation establishing pills from his bosom, lifted them with spiritual energy, and handed them to Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng examined one carefully and gratefully said, Thank you, Senior Xia. May I ask about the one at your feet and planning to sell it along with these two? At this moment, Xia Li held a total of 4 foundation establishing pills. After gifting one, he had 3 left. He requested boldly, If you don't mind, could I have another? I have a sworn brother in the sect with exceptional talent who's been sabotaged. If he can use the top-quality foundation establishing pill, he will surely achieve great things. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Hong snapped angrily, Finger, enough. Do you think these top-grade foundation establishing pills grow on trees? His glare was sharp and full of the solemn authority that brooked no argument. The reason why the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill is considered a rare postnatal spiritual item is precisely because it can command the price of a genuine spiritual treasure. Generally, foundation establishment spiritual items sell for between 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, and even the starting price of a Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill is set at 3,000 spirit stones. In the market, demand often exceeds supply, driving the final price far above the initial 3,000 spirit stones. By contrast, lower-grade foundation establishment pills may cost only a few hundred spirit stones, but they are hard to come by, with scarce distribution channels, making it difficult to purchase even with plenty of spirit stones, and prices often get marked up exponentially. Summerly Xia Li didn't mind this at all. He trusted the person in front of him this one time. Summerly handed over another foundation establishment pill, but not the one from the ground-toe Lu Jingfeng. To him, the pill wasn't worth much, but if it meant gaining another talented friend, it was definitely worth it. I thank you, Senior, on behalf of brother, for your great kindness. Your favor. Lu Jingfeng had just started to speak when a sudden voice from the corner interrupted. The unexpected voice took Summerly by surprise. When did someone appear in the corner? Could anyone really just come and go in this room so freely? Even stranger, his Tianxin Heaven Core couldn't detect the person's presence. Senior, my name is Lin Yi. I'm the sworn elder brother of Lu Jingfeng. Thank you for granting the pill, Lin Yi said respectfully, bowing deeply. When did you get here? Summerly couldn't help but ask. I came with Lu Jingfeng and the honored senior, but neither they nor you noticed me. What cultivation technique do you practice? You're so mysterious that even my divine sense couldn't detect you. At this moment, Summerlee really admired Lu Jingfeng's elder brother's skills. Divine sense is sharper than divine perception and can detect details divine perception misses. Yet Lin Yi was still deeply concealed. Summerlee refused to get discouraged. He thought maybe if he fully activated Tianxin's detection, he might find some flaw. Lin Yi smiled. Actually, it's not a technique, but a magical treasure. I see. No more questions then. Everyone has their secrets. Follow me. You seem to have noticed something. Summerlee relaxed. Of course I noticed Brother Wang and the others acting strangely. I thought to help out, but didn't expect you handled it so easily and I even got some luck from it. Lin Yi said gratefully. To Lu Jingfeng and Summerlee, Lin Yi felt grateful. Even if Summerlee had wanted to give him the dulled pill from the ground, Lin Yi wouldn't mind. But seeing Summerlee offer a clean pill inspired genuine respect. Details reveal one's character, and Summerlee's looked good. You are truly loyal, Summerlee nodded, growing more impressed with Lin Yi and thinking giving a Supreme Foundation establishment pill was well worth it. Senior, there's something I must say. Brother Wang and the others won't be able to leave. I know, just hesitant to act, Lin Yi said calmly. Since they've accepted your favor, helping resolve this mess is only right. He'll arrange for them to leave without anyone noticing, and the sect won't suspect a thing. Summerlee smiled at Lin Yi. Since he brought it up, obviously he would personally take care of it. I trust your ability. Saying that, he pulled out several medicine bottles from his storage ring. Take these pills first. They'll help if emergencies arise. Thank you, Senior, for these gifts. Don't call me Senior. Just call me Dao Yu. Then thank you, Dao Yu. Lin Yi took the pills and turned to leave. Summerlee sighed with gratitude at his luck this time. He hadn't expected to meet such a prodigy through the Lu family. As the saying goes, a timely helping hand is hard to come by, and he only hoped Lin Yi would remember this favor in the future. Over the coming days, Xia Li threw himself completely into alchemy. His goal was clear, to amass enough spirit stones so he could return to Earth and indulge in a shopping spree. Reaching the Foundation establishment stage from Qi refining marked a major leap in strength. Once he combined Earth's technology with ruthless skill, his combat power would multiply. To speed up spirit stone accumulation, he entrusted his top-quality Foundation establishment pills to Wanbao Tower's auction house, without hiding their origin anymore. After all, keeping things secret only slowed spirit stone gains. He was willing to take the risk of revealing his identity for faster profits. Reality was harsh. Wanbao Tower and the rogue Cultivators alliance would eventually clash over personal interests. Without enough power, there was no future. 3 days after handing over the pills, news broke in Fenghe City. 2 exceptional Foundation establishment pills were up for auction, causing a huge stir. Nearby sects and clans sent representatives. Even those who could refine such pills themselves came to join the excitement. After all, self-refining and producing truly top-grade pills were vastly different and couldn't be compared. Xia Li, of course, didn't admit he was the refiner, claiming simply that the pills were gifts from his master. Whether people believed it or not was another matter. 2 days later, the auction surprisingly went smoothly, with the 2 pills sold for more than 5,000 and 6,000 spirit stones respectively. That same evening, Xiam Manor bustled with activity. Wanbao Tower and the Rogue Cultivators Guild sent delegations to visit, accompanied by a team from a pill refining sect. In the main hall, the leaders of the 3 factions carefully studied Xia Li. In stark contrast, the local heads of Wanbao Tower and the Rogue Alliance stood awkwardly to the side, more like servants. Old Master Sun and Steward Huang exchanged wary glances at Xia Li, clearly on alert toward the visitors. As Wanbao Tower's actual overseers in Fenghe City, they had benefited greatly from Xia Li but were powerless over orders from headquarters. So this is young brother Xia? Truly talented to be capable of refining such top-grade Foundation establishment pills, said a man with sharp, snake-like eyes, introducing himself first. Wan Hui, head of Wanbao Tower's Qishan County branch. Xia Li replied modestly, Master Wan, you flatter me. The pills were mainly refined by my master. Young brother Xia's method of sealing spiritual energy is quite clever, though somewhat unnecessary. Wan Hui smiled, his eyes narrowing. Hiding one's identity only draws more suspicion. As long as the spiritual energy in the pill shares your source, that's the strongest proof. Xia Li sighed, half conceding. Then let's say I refined them, but it was mostly my master's work. I only assisted, like an apprentice adding spiritual energy. He knew full well that anyone bold enough to admit it openly was probably long dead. He had planned to wait for Yunshan's sect's attack, then use Elder Heir's fabricated memories as cover, cloaking his identity with the guise of a mysterious sect. Though clever, that plan still carried risks. Silencing Yunshan's disciples entirely would be safer. Wan Hu's smile deepened. Young brother Xia, no need to hide. Wanbao Tower collects all rare treasures from across the land and has absolute expertise in authentication. I'm sure the 2 top-tier pills at auction bear no hint of another's presence. They are your solo work. After Wan Hui finished speaking, his eyes suddenly sharpened with a tense, oppressive glare, locking firmly onto Xia Li. He had long since uncovered the full story behind Xia Li's sudden appearance in Fenghe City. Just a few months ago, Xia Li had barely reached the first stage of qi refinement, but now he had climbed to its peak, with strength rivaling that of Foundation establishment practitioners, fully capable of facing them head-on. Not to mention his astonishing talent in alchemy without a secret heritage backing him. Such progress would be impossible. The most critical question now was whether Xia Li actually had that so-called master. If not, all responsibility lay with him. Those top-tier Foundation establishment pills were nothing like ordinary medicine. They were crucial tools in the power struggles and strategic alliances among major forces. If they were just common low-grade pills, it wouldn't matter much. But selling elite Foundation establishment pills recklessly was tantamount to betting one's life. Master Wan, let's put all that aside for now. Where are the spirit stones from the auction? Xia Li asked calmly, his focus solely on the profit in his hands. Heh, Wan Hui sneered. You won't be getting them anytime soon. The Xindan sect is currently dealing with a theft case involving those elite Foundation establishment pills. And what does that have to do with me? Xia Li retorted. Since you admit there are pills you refined involved here, you must understand that even if you didn't make every pill yourself, your contribution is undeniable, Wan Hui said, his eyes cold and ruthless. We suspect your group is at fault. If you don't believe it, come prove your innocence by refining a pill in front of us. Between the lines, Wan Hui's hostility showed clearly. He had no intention of returning the spirit stones to Xia Li. Instead, he wanted to turn the tables and make Xia Li the scapegoat. Xia Li remained silent, knowing the pills were just ordinary Foundation establishment grade and didn't warrant such a big uproar. He had initially thought only Elder Sun and Steward Huang held grudges, but now the disturbance had escalated to higher authorities. What made him even more alert was the fact that behind selling these Foundation establishment pills was something far more complex than mere profit. Xia Li thought quietly, finally realizing his own naivety. He had only seen the astronomical profits from selling Foundation establishment pills prices dozens or even hundreds of times higher than other medicines without grasping the key factor, the artificially maintained scarcity. The upper echelon cultivators were deliberately suppressing the lower factions, blocking their advancement pathways. As the crucial pills determining a cultivator's rank ascension, Foundation establishment pills were a forbidden zone no one dared encroach upon lightly. I swear I will never refine Foundation establishment pills again. Is that enough? Xia Li said, voice layered with helplessness and caution. You better let your master come forward and explain. An elder of the Xindan sect finally spoke after long silence. He released a heavy spiritual pressure that pressed down on Xia Li, causing violent fluctuations in his spirit core and forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. My master isn't just known to you, nor am I the only disciple, Xia Li replied steadily. We've heard rumors, but what does that have to do with your future? If your master doesn't appear now, you'll die? The elder's eyes glinted sharply as he launched a spiritual attack. Xia Li only furrowed his brow, unshaken. Huh, a spirit attack? You're just at qi refinement, but can unleash spirit power? The elder jumped up, shocked inside, sensing Xia Li was no ordinary cultivator. Xia, you'd better call your master out. Or do you not have one at all? The leader of the Wanderers Alliance interjected coldly, his words dripping with menace. If Xia Li admitted defeat, his fate would be grim. Xia Li remained calm. I do have a master, but only 2 Foundation establishment pills, that's all. Why blow things so out of proportion? Selling a few at a time isn't a mass shipment. Ordinary Foundation establishment pills wouldn't cause such a fuss, but elite ones are a whole different matter. The elder shouted furiously, the atmosphere growing suffocating. The formula for elite Foundation establishment pills is a secret inheritance of major sects and must never be leaked. Currently, only the Xindan sect in the entire district holds this elite formula. Almost all circulating elite Foundation establishment pills originate from them. Only they qualify to verify authenticity. Where did your formula come from? He demanded, voice filled with intimidation. Xia Li gave a bitter smile, knowing that Elder Sun had no knowledge of this matter, so he helped with the auction obliviously. The Lu family was nowhere to be found. Even the Lin family had no say. It turned out that selling elite Foundation establishment pills was essentially a death sentence. The entire landscape of Qishan district had suddenly become tense over a handful of finely made pills. Xia Li shook his head within, realizing once again that this time, he had been far too careless. The atmosphere in the Xia Mansion's main hall was unusually heavy. After all, Xia Li was still a newcomer to the cultivation world, barely aware of the complex relationships and undercurrents at play. Had he known how things would turn out today, he never would have recklessly refined the Foundation establishment pill. But he couldn't fully blame the Lu family. They only knew the pill's value, not the conspiracies behind it. Even if the Lu family hadn't mentioned it, he would have eventually made the pill and sold it himself. Everyone, I've already sorted out the cause and effect. Just be straightforward. What exactly do you want from me to let me go? Xia Li's tone softened noticeably, showing some awareness of his predicament as he admitted defeat. Yet his eyes remained cold, laced with reluctant defiance. He still had some means of escape he hadn't revealed. An elder from the Xiandan sect spoke sternly. If you have a master, let them come negotiate in person. If not, hand over all your inheritance, submit to the Xiandan sect's control, and become a pill slave. That is your only way out. Representatives from Wanbao Pavilion and the Freelancers Alliance stood silently to the side. They were there partly as escorts, partly to show their stance. Their forces paled in comparison to the Xiandan sect, and dared not intervene in the battle over the top-tier Foundation establishment pill secrets. They had no interest in helping Xia Li undermine Xuandan's interests. Hearing Xiandan sect's demands, Xia Li sneered inwardly. Their methods were no different from ruthless corporations back on Earth. Destroy your rivals while monopolizing the market, utterly savage without a trace of fair competition. Enough talk. My patience wears thin. The Xiandan elder pressed down his anger, his voice laden with unyielding authority. I can call my master over, Xia Li said fiercely, but you must first return the spirit stones. Those were my master's test funds. Without those spirit stones, I'd rather die than comply. Severing my opportunity is the same as taking my life. He abruptly stood, eyes wild, shouting with fierce determination. Unconsciously, he stepped closer to Wan Hui with lightning speed, his movements almost too fast to see. Despair lurked in his gaze, but there was cunning beneath it. The Xiandan elder's brow furrowed deeply, yet a sudden realization dawned on him. You must possess a special treasure on you, something that can help you escape your predicament, but requires a large amount of spirit stones to activate, right? He sneered twice, just as he was about to continue. Suddenly, Xia Li struck like a bolt of lightning. He dashed to Wan Hui and grabbed his arm. Before Wan Hui could react, a bright white light flashed like lightning, tearing space apart. The next moment, Xia Li's figure vanished into thin air, as if scattered by the wind, leaving no trace of his presence. At the same time, Wan Hui's arm disappeared as well as limb, protected by a storage ring, evaporated along with Xia Li's disappearance. Ah, my arm. Wan Hui stared at the empty space where his arm had been, horror-stricken and speechless. That little bastard. The Xiandan elder clenched his fists in blazing fury, yet felt powerless. A mere chi refinement stage disciple like Xia Li had managed to escape right under his nose. Even the spatial breaking talisman he usually relied on had been suppressed. This time, Xia Li had used a far more sophisticated method. The clean, smooth cut on Wan Hui's arm was unmistakably the mark of spatial energy. Xia Li must have had a treasure imbued with spatial attributes. Who brought the pursuit space array disk? Wan Hui immediately checked his wound, eager to track Xia Li's whereabouts using the array disk. But everyone around shook their heads in denial. The Xiandan elder and members of the Freelancers Alliance weren't carrying such an item. A heavy silence fell over the hall, replaced only by stunned disbelief and mounting urgency. The abrupt escape had torn open an even greater twist in the unfolding crisis. Damn it, damn it! Wan Hui's fury blazed like fire, vowing to drag that little bastard out and tear him to pieces. He immediately issued a wanted notice with a generous reward, swearing to drive his target into a dead end with no way out, no refuge anywhere. Meanwhile, deep inside the sewers beneath Xiaqing District, Linguang City on Earth, a flash of white light appeared, and Xia Li emerged. His brow was tightly furrowed, his expression grim. How long had it been? Just for selling 2 foundation-establishing pills, he had landed in such a dire situation? Xia Li felt unbearably wronged, anger boiling within him. He had only planned to stay a bit longer in Fenghe City to save up more spirit stones. Sure, he admitted to being greedy, but he hadn't stolen or robbed, just wanted to earn more, even if only one big payoff. Did it have to end like this? He lowered his head and took the storage ring from the fingers remaining on his severed arm. Then, stamping furiously on the broken limb several times, his resentment and rage were palpable. It would be difficult to return to the Xia family mansion now if he appeared. The 3 powerful factions would surely watch him closely. They would never let that shabby old house go unmonitored. Break the seal on the spiritual imprint. Xia Li ordered coldly, instructing Tian Xin to begin cracking the marks on the storage ring. He was curious just how many treasures this Wan Hui, head of the county-level Wanbao Tower branch, had hidden away. Minute by minute passed, and after more than 10 minutes, a pleasant chime sounded in his mind. Break completed. With the seal lifted, Xia Li sent his divine sense into the ring. The first thing he saw was a small mountain of spirit stones piled up. He began counting. After a moment, a total of 125,392 low-grade spirit stones. Not bad. A rare smile crept onto Xia Li's face as the gloom inside him was swept away by the thrill of sudden wealth. Converting to Earth's standard currency, that was over 100,000, enough to buy a luxury house in Linguang City's upper district. Once he established his foundation, he could buy the best spiritual core implants and even acquire Earth's specialty weapons to arm himself. Beyond the spirit stones, the storage ring held many other treasures he would have to sort through later. Without delay, he contacted Kushao, intending to visit her base to discuss the next steps. But Kushao messaged back saying she wasn't in Linguang City currently, though she could arrange for him to get inside to rest. Thanking her, Xia Li asked out of curiosity, "Aren't you worried it'll mess with your stuff? You trust me that much?" Ku Xiao replied bluntly, "Not at all unless you want to die. The Hidden Wing organization is very professional about tracking people down. If you dare to touch anything, you'll learn what free purchase means." Soon, Xia Li arrived at the secret entrance to the basement. The hidden door opened automatically as he stepped inside. The first thing he did was take a long shower. This trip into the cultivation world had caused big trouble. Next time, he'd have to prepare better. Bathing cleansed his body and helped him relax to think clearly. After connecting to the Heavenly Dao network, Xia Li began searching for the source of high-energy foundational liquid. Foundation-establishing pills were common on Earth, but the distilled essence made into this potent foundational liquid was rare and highly valuable. Earth had no official certifications for it, though the black market charged huge markups. Usually, it took years of waiting. He reluctantly contacted Ku Xiao again. Being part of the Hidden Wing organization, she surely had access to ready stock of high-energy foundational liquid. Ku Jia, does the organization have any high-energy foundational liquid in stock? Yes, they'll get it for you. Why? I want to buy some. Aren't you supposed to be doing missions? Buying a lot wouldn't be cost-effective. Even the insider price is expensive. Xia Li calmly replied, "That's fine. I have spirit stones." Ku Xiao was speechless. "Why don't you do a mission first? Then I can get the recruitment bonus. Otherwise, no matter how much you spend, it's none of my business." "Okay, then can I take in Frank long-term mission?" Xia Li suggested. "Sure, just for practice." "What mission?" "To donate spirit stones to the organization and contribute." Ku Xiao was stunned. Damn, the guy's really turning down benefits and playing the fool. Ku Xiao felt helpless now, almost resentful enough to want to snatch the spirit stones away from Xia Li. In the spirit stone trading area, other cultivators were still haggling fiercely over a single low-grade spirit stone, their faces flushed with argument. Meanwhile, Xia Li stood in front of the most expensive stall, casually tapping his finger, and over 1,000 spirit stones were spent in an instant. "Xia Li, you've got spirit stones, so you should be more frugal with them." Ku Xiao rubbed his temples. "If you really can't spend them all, just transfer some to me, and I'll help you use them." "All right, how much do you want?" Xia Li turned around, already reaching for his storage pouch. He knew Ku Xiao was joking, but he was actually willing to give some. Though they weren't very close, Ku Xiao had helped him several times before without ever taking advantage, was a man of principle. People like that were worth cultivating. "Send me a few hundred million first, just to prove you can." Xia Li's hand froze. He had expected a request for a few hundred or 1,000 spirit stones, which he would have handed over without hesitation. But hundreds of millions? Can't do it, right? Ku Xiao sneered. "Without hundreds of millions of spirit stones, who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Just do your missions and save your stones. You'll need them for way more important things later. But I just want to buy a high-grade energy elixir." "I get it, but do you even want to make progress in the organization?" Ku Xiao lowered his voice. "You can't buy everything with spirit stones. The really good stuff in the organization is exchanged with points. No points, no matter how many stones you have, you can't get it. But I just want to buy a high-grade energy elixir." Xia Li repeated the same words. Wouldn't it be more efficient to do the missions after cultivating to the foundation stage? If he didn't put in the effort, couldn't he at least spend money? "Forget it, I'll send you some info. Take a look yourself." Ku Xiao's fingers quickly swiped a communication talisman, sending an encrypted file over. When Xia Li opened the file, a dense array of data appeared. The formulation details of the high-grade energy elixir were far more complicated than he had imagined. The ordinary formulations on the market were just the most basic versions. The file also included variants like Sword Chi elixir and Martial Arts elixir, evidently acquired by Yi from other factions. The most striking was Yi's own uniquely developed formula. One formula has this much knowledge behind it? Why doesn't anyone talk about this online? Xia Li contacted Ku Xiao immediately. "It's not that it's missing online. You just don't understand the codes, so you can't find it," Ku Xiao replied quickly. "Although there's already a ton of info on the public net, the truly valuable stuff is locked away in the private networks of the major factions." "So what's the story behind Yi's formula?" "Compared to other elixirs, Yi's formula focuses more on developing mental faculties," Ku Xiao said seriously. "Modern times aren't just an era of spiritual energy, they're an era of high-dimensional information. Mental strength is the foundation of technology and of progress. To cultivate your base, you must also cultivate the foundation of your mind." Xia Li fell silent. His spiritual and soul cultivation was already a step ahead. If he could also strengthen his mental foundation, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. "How do I get my hands on Yi's formula?" "It's simple 3-level missions or 1-level mission, and the organization will hand over the spirit stones to you without hesitation. Then he'll check the mission list. No need to look. Come straight to me. I'm working on a clever mission right now, and all the points will go to you. Just lend me some spirit stones up front, and we both win." Hearing this, Xia Li nodded without hesitation. Since someone was guiding him, why not? Ku Xiao then sent him her exact location. "There's a hover bike in the garage. Ride that over here." "Got it." After ending the call, Xia Li headed downstairs to the garage outside the shop and hopped on the silver-gray hoverbike. This new-age vehicle was incredibly fast and stable. Most importantly, it flew in the air, so there was no need to worry about traditional road accidents. But the hoverbike was still just an ordinary transportation tool, not a spiritual artifact or magical treasure. If it got locked onto by spells or hit by a high-caliber bullet, it would still be extremely dangerous. So Xia Li rode cautiously, staying within the so-called safe zones, the edges of the new era highways, where dense automated turrets were set up to defend against demon attacks around the clock. Occasionally, patrols flying on swords darted past lightly. When he arrived, Kushao was leaning against one of the turrets, taking a brief rest. "You're here? I thought you'd take a shortcut." Kushao glanced up at Xia Li, but as soon as she spoke, she sensed a huge change radiating from him. Xia Li's aura was much stronger than the last time they met, clearly beyond the chi refining stage, almost reaching foundation establishment. Hidden in his dantian was a faint power of thunder. His eyes emitted a natural oppressive power, hard for anyone to meet directly. "Wait, your eyes? Have you already reached the direct sea?" Xia Li's transformation was impossible to hide from Kozio. In fact, it would barely escape most Earthlings' notice. The Tianqin system easily identifies such signatures. Yes, Xia Li nodded, neither hiding nor trying to conceal it. It wasn't until an elder at the nascent soul stage from the Xiandan sect attacked him that they discovered he had divine consciousness. "I could sense the change in your dantian as well. Have you gathered one qi?" "I gathered one qi and polished the essence eye." Kushao's eyes filled with envy. "That's a talent for establishing the Dao's foundation. To lay such a solid groundwork during the qi refining stage, if you don't establish your foundation soon, it'll be wasted." The number of spirit stones required for foundation establishment is enormous. "I'm planning to establish my foundation. Have you prepared enough spirit stones? If you don't have enough, the organization can grant you an interest-free loan for 10 years based on your talent." "I have enough." "That's good. Don't let others find out about your talent. Keep a low profile." After speaking, Kushao swiped her fingers through the air, projecting a spell data file. It was titled Divine Consciousness Hacking, Defense Edition. "Learn it well. Don't let others easily probe your secrets with their Tianqin." "Thanks, Sister Ku." Xia Li nodded in response. Though his details were hard for ordinary people to detect, Earth's high technology made him fully exposed. Thankfully, this Divine Consciousness Hacking, Defense Edition could help solve that vulnerability. Xia Li was meticulously studying the defensive techniques against spiritual intrusion, while Kushao watched him closely with a serious expression. Xia Li had changed so much that it was hard not to wonder just how many precious secrets he was hiding. Suddenly, Kushao spoke with a weighty tone. "By the way, Xia Li, sooner or later, your opportunities will be discovered by many more people, especially after you reach the foundation-laying stage of the Heavenly Dao. At that time, you will face countless dangers. Many eyes will be fixed on you." She paused, her brows knitting tightly. The Earth's Dao lineage can indeed guide people onto the path of cultivation, but those who actually reach the Heavenly Dao foundation stage are exceedingly rare. Although the Heavenly Dao computer has lowered the barrier to foundation laying, the success rate is still abysmally low, far less than 1 in 10,000. Simply activating the Heavenly Dao computer and preparing for foundation laying is already an incredibly remarkable feat. Her gaze deepened as she shifted the topic. "I know you might want to quietly become stronger and amaze everyone in silence, but reality won't allow it. Every step along the cultivation path is inevitably noticed by the outside world. It's nearly impossible to hide your growth. If you can't stay hidden, then confront those challenges head-on. In another world, people compete for spirit stones. On Earth, people also covet flower spirit stones. Someone will always be watching, always restless. When an opportunity comes, it itself becomes a target. If you can't guard it, it will be snatched away. You need clear awareness and must work hard. As for me, I'm just here to share a little of your good fortune. Don't be stingy." Xia Li couldn't help but smile. "Kujia, how can you say that? With all the help you've given me, eating a meal with me is the least I can offer." His heart was filled with gratitude. Ku Shao was not only his guide. Without her, he might still be stuck doing menial mining labor. Although Ku Shao was also using him to some extent, she was straightforward and reliable. She had even arranged for him to enter the crucial number 3 mine shaft, where he found the mysterious ring that changed his fate. "Thanks," Xia Li said, sobering up. "Now let's talk about the mission." Ku Shao nodded. Most of Yi's missions involve infiltration, covert investigation, and assassination, trying to avoid exposure. But this time, the task I received has some connection to you. Xia Li frowned. "Me? How could an organization's mission be related to me?" With a swipe of her fingers, Ku Shao projected the mission intelligence in front of him and calmly said, "Take a look at this." The display showed a paleontological research institute built around the year 2090. The objective was to investigate this institute, ironically, the very place where Xia Li was discovered. Qiming Mining had deployed many security personnel to keep outsiders away. The mission was to uncover why Qiming Mining was protecting this outdated ancient research institute. Most of the Awakaken workers were actually sent to mine, so guarding this old site seems worthless, Kushao said gravely. I feel Qiming mining is far more complicated than it seems. Xia Li sensed something too. Qiming mining's control was about more than just digging up ancient mineral deposits. If it were just to save money, those awakened workers should have been withdrawn long ago. Why would they bother holding the line for so long? That's exactly what Eni wants to find out. You should know that Qiming Mining is just a small subsidiary under the Silver Star Group, but the Silver Star Group is a leading powerhouse behind Tiangshan's research, Kushao said, staring at Xia Li with deep meaning. There has to be an even bigger secret behind all this. We now suspect that this ancient research facility may be hiding secrets about the next generation of Tianqin chips. Next generation Tianqin? The sixth generation? Xia Li frowned. He knew the most advanced model on the market was still the fifth generation, but he also understood that commercial products never represent the absolute cutting edge. This has always been true in every era. Not just that, Kushao added, it might already be the seventh generation, still in the conceptual stage. The sixth generation Tianqin has been around for over a decade, but rarely appears on the open market. It's exchanged secretly among elites and powerful factions. The real focus of attention among the big players now is the development of the seventh generation Tianqin. Ordinary people are still using the third generation. Xia Li fell silent for a moment. I didn't expect they'd already be aiming to develop the seventh generation. He couldn't hide his shock. But reason quickly prevailed. In the end, this is just a limitation caused by poverty. When high-end products first appear, they circulate only within the power strata, in small quantities. By the time the seventh generation matures and ramps up in supply, the sixth will enter the mass market, and the fourth and fifth generations will drop in price accordingly. The upper class must maintain a gap from the lower levels, and the technology gap is probably no less significant than the cultivation level gap. But this is just an old research institute. Could it really be hiding secrets about manufacturing seventh generation Tianqin chips? Xia Li questioned. Let's find out once we get there, Kushao said, turning toward the danger zone outside the automated turret. Leading the way, Kushao's familiarity with the environment meant they encountered no real threats during the journey. Soon, they arrived at the ruins of an ancient city. Broken skyscraper remains lay scattered, resembling tombstones piercing the sky. The desolate land was lifeless except for a few strangely shaped, irradiated creatures wandering about. At this moment, Xialis Tianqin kept sending warnings. The radiation level here far exceeded safe limits. A normal person exposed for even a few seconds would have their genes destroyed. Only those protected by spiritual energy could survive long in this radioactive wasteland. This used to be a city in my era. Xia Li looked at the crumbling high-rises with a heavy expression. Those once towering office buildings 40 or 50 stories tall were now just jagged remnants of their former selves. All the past prosperity had vanished without a trace. I guess your old neighborhood must have been almost completely destroyed, even the low-rise buildings buried beneath the rubble. Kushao nodded. The research institute is right below us. The company probably set up some physical and spiritual radars here. They'll use the Earth Mastery technique to take us down. You have the Divine Sense handle deploying your Divine Insight to hack into the counter-surveillance field. Okay, they'll switch my spells right away. Just a moment. Xia Li adjusted his spell slots, replacing them with Divine Insight hacking and counter-hacking spells, finally equipping the Spiritual Bow with Qi arouse a concise and practical technique that could still be used effectively at the nascent soul stage. A minute later, the spell switch was complete. Assisted by the Tianqin, Xia Li diffused his divine sense in undulating waves at a specific frequency. Counter-surveillance field activated and detected. Preparing to descend. No sooner had he spoken, the ground beneath their feet suddenly softened like quicksand. The two figures swiftly sank, piercing through rubble and dust, stepping deeper and deeper into the secret buried veins of the earth. The descent took much longer than Xia Li had expected. More than half an hour passed before he suddenly felt his feet lighten as he dropped into a vast underground cavity. Just beyond his line of sight lay a dense cluster of buildings. Though buried beneath the earth and cut off from direct sunlight, they remained remarkably well preserved. Could this be the research facility? Xia Li stared at the structures, memories flickering faintly, fragments of when the company had dug him out from here, though the details remained hazy. Yes, the goal this time is to uncover its secrets, he resolved quietly. Even abandoned, why did the facility still have power to sustain him? Cryogenic human preservation technology demands extremely low temperatures to keep a body viable, which requires tremendous energy. The answer was obvious: fusion reactors. By the time this research center was completed, fusion technology had matured enough that a small, independent reactor, once fully fueled, could power the cold storage for thousands of years. Xia Li nodded, marveling at how technology had cleverly extended the timescale of life. Since the revival of spiritual energy, humanity had been too preoccupied to help the living, let alone care for those preserved in cryostasis. It'll activate the anti-detection field first. You prepare other countermeasures, Kushao whispered, fingers swiftly dancing in the air as if manipulating a virtual interface. Unlike Xia Li, who preferred voice or mental commands, she clearly excelled in this kind of high-tech espionage. Soon, a chill swept over Xia Li's entire body. Surrounding him was a strange, shimmering mist that shifted like a rainbow had activated optical camouflage while adjusting his body temperature with his core chip to blend into the environment's subtle thermal fluctuations. This trick could fool infrared and X-ray scans, but couldn't fully evade electronic eyes. Remember, be careful not to get caught by the company's intelligent security bots. You've seen all those machines before, Kashao reminded him. Xia Li nodded, and the two cautiously slipped inside the research center. Shortly after entering, they encountered two patrolling guards on a fixed route who seemed unaware of anything unusual. Using her espionage expertise, Kashao quickly located an internal map of the complex, projecting key points to investigate on her virtual display. Along the way, when they spotted robotic dogs, Kashao whispered, "The anti-detection field masks are scent and sound. Stay still and don't move." When several intelligent insects appeared in a distant corner, she added, "I'll hack them." Facing invisible cameras, Kashao frowned. There was some disturbance on the magnetic field magnetic radar scanning. Luckily, our core chips were developed by the organization itself, so magnetic radars can't detect us. As they proceeded, Kashao explained their gear and countermeasures in detail. The new era of espionage was far more complex than imagined, with endless cutting-edge devices, some even capable of detecting the presence of single needles in an entire sea. To infiltrate silently required the unique expertise and technology of the Hidden Wing organization. After 2 hours, they finally entered the archive room. Inside, documents on the frozen individuals were preserved, all in paper form. Xia Li breathed a slight sigh of relief the company hadn't destroyed these records. Their laziness, in a strange way, was a form of protection. Page after page of paper files lay quietly, waiting for the two to delve deeper. Ku Xiaoman casually walked over to a row of filing cabinets and pulled out a folder at random to browse through. The files were organized by year, so Xia Li headed straight to the cabinet at the far end, the year 2030, when human cryogenic technology had truly matured and started to become widespread. He found the 9th file in the first column of the first row and opened it up. The first page jumped out at him: his photo and some brief basic information. Name: Xia Li. Age: 20. Gender: male. ID number: 009. Diagnosis: small cell lung cancer with multiple organ metastases. Cryopreservation date: May 8, 2030. Transfer records: moved to Qixian Cryo Storage in 2042. Transferred to Huafei University Affiliated Research Institute in 2067. Moved again in 2090 to Jinhai City Life Science Institute. Wake-up attempts: 2042 attempt no response on EEG, neural reactivation technology ineffective. 2067 attempt simulated consciousness technology failed. 2086 attempt nerve regeneration technology still ineffective. Wake-up personnel: Xia Shu in 2042, 2067, and 2086. Xia Li's gaze lingered on the name Xia Shu. A wave of inexplicable sorrow welled up inside him. That name belonged to his younger sister by 1 year. She had always clung to him, afraid of the dark, never leaving his side as a child. Yet the last record of a wake-up attempt was in 2086, when Xia Shu was already 75, her hair white and steps unsteady, still holding onto the hope of waking him up. But no matter how many calls and attempts were made, the young body never stirred from its slumber until today, 500 years later, when his eyes finally opened again. "What are you looking at, Xia Li?" Ku Xiao, who had appeared quietly at his side without him noticing, glanced at the file on his desk and expressed sympathy. "My condolences." She couldn't find better words, knowing his loved ones had long since passed, and that Xia Li hadn't been able to spend his final moments with them. "Wait, I think the other side has something else." Before Ku Xiao finished speaking, she hurried over to a different row of cabinets and came back with a small metal box in her arms. She handed it to Xia Li. "This is a deposit box. It should contain things your family and friends left for you." Xia Li took the box with a heavy heart, hesitating for a long moment before opening it. As soon as the lid lifted, photos spilled into view: the faces of his parents, his sister's smiling face, the white dog they'd had as a child, group photos with friends, family portraits, and countless weathered notes. "Brother, Daba passed away today. That's the dog you brought home. Before it left, it kept staring at your room. I kept its collar. Son, Mom may not live to see you wake up. You have to live well and eat on time. You brat, your dad can't hold on much longer. When you wake up, remember to burn incense for me. Nephew, your father died last year. I don't know when you'll be awake. Old Xia. Brother, I've gone ahead of you." Reading these affectionate messages, tears finally welled and spilled over Xia Li's eyes. Beyond photos and letters, the box held few other items. He picked up a fabric dog collar, and memories of the white stray dog flooded back. He also found his mother's bracelet she had worn for years, his father's old walnuts, aged over time, and a pin once gifted to a close friend. The most eye-catching item was a USB flash drive, likely containing precious recorded footage. Ku Xiao stood silently beside him, watching his expression closely. Suddenly, Xia Li reached to the bottom of the box and pulled out a small clear glass square. Inside lay a thumb-sized chip. Ku Xiao leaned in, eyes wide. This is a first-generation Tianxin? How is this possible from 500 years ago? No, this tech is even older than Tianxin. Could it be the source code Tianxin? She was so excited she nearly snatched the chip from his hand for a closer look. But Xia Li pushed her gently away. Kujia, this is mine. Sorry, I just got carried away. Ku Xiao quickly withdrew her hand. Cold light streamed through the window, illuminating the cabinet room. Reflected in Xia Li's eyes were that tiny chip and all the memories buried deep in time woven together into scenes he would never forget. At that moment, Ku Xiao's expression was charged with emotion, her eyes betraying a rare vulnerability. Xia Li looked at her, full of questions. Just whose was this glass box that had come into his possession? Whatever it was inside, it was clearly incredibly precious, valuable even 500 years from now. Kujia, what exactly is this? Let me take another careful look to be sure, Xia Li cautiously said. All right, be careful, Ku Xiao replied, taking the glass box. She gripped it firmly with both hands, bringing it close to her face and adjusting the angle repeatedly to examine it thoroughly. Through the glass, the details inside flickered in and out under the light, emitting a cold, clear quality. After a few minutes, Ku Xiao finally let out a slow, heavy sigh, her expression grave. I'm certain now. This is the source code Tianxin. Those words hit Xia Li like a mountain pressing down on his chest. Ku Xiao was so stunned she could hardly speak. The feather-like glass box in her hands now felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. What is the source code Tianxin? Xia Li asked urgently. Ku Xiao didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked him, do you know the origin of the Lingshu? Xia Li nodded, recalling having overheard some stories about it from shopkeepers in the upper city. Ku Xiao explained softly, the Lingshu was born from a celestial fusion reactor project back then. It was considered a failed experiment. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a complete failure, just that the technology wasn't mature yet. You can see that these failed products of the past, placed in the modern era, aren't necessarily failures. Some may even hold the keys to unlocking a new age. And then, this sort of thing has happened repeatedly throughout human history. Technology far ahead of its time often gets buried by the era. But luckily, humans, as flawed as we are, have learned to leave records, hoping they may be useful someday. The development of Tianxin followed a similar path. Before the spiritual energy revival, chip technology was already advanced, but Tianxin used a completely different process. Its materials and design were built with brain implantation in mind. Ku Xiao paused, her gaze steadily growing firmer. Therefore, the Tianxin holds an exceptionally unique source code. This code can connect directly with biological consciousness. Whoever controls it gains the ability to design, compile, and manufacture Tianxin. She continued, since Tianxin's creation, only 100 source cores have been preserved. Various forces have fought ruthlessly to hide and seize this code. Controlling even one source core means nearly controlling the future of the Tianxin manufacturing enterprise. Our Hidden Wing faction doesn't have any source cores, only secondhand compiled code. Against the original code holders, we're always at a disadvantage. Our prideful technology is useless without truly mastering the source code. Ku Xiao shared nearly everything she knew, while Xia Li's expression grew more and more complicated. Why had this glass box ended up in his storage locker? Who had left it for him? The answer slowly settled in Xia Li's heart. It had to be his sister, Xia Shu. How are you sure there are only 100 source cores? Xia Li couldn't help but ask. Ku Xiao smiled faintly. After Tianxin was released, people grew curious about its invention history and investigated. The source cores were once top-secret technology owned by a certain corporation, tightly sealed off from the world. That company wanted to integrate the source core tech with other cutting-edge sciences to create an elite army, one that would surpass any mechanical force of the time and possibly even betray its masters. Because of this, the technology was kept extremely secret, and all parties fought desperately for those 100 source cores. All of this felt like an invisible blade stabbing deep into Xia Li's heart. But in the end, that corporation failed to achieve its goal. However, one researcher inside, named Li Shu, secretly produced 100 source chips and covertly released them into the outside world. Like Prometheus stealing fire from the gods in myth, it is said that his fate was tragic beyond measure. Once countries obtained these source chips, they immediately launched extensive research, eventually giving rise to intelligent core products. It was not until the 5th generation of these intelligent cores that the celestial core was born. When Ku Xiao spoke of this history, it was only a brief note in archival records, yet it carried the sweeping life stories of countless people of that era and decisively changed the course of history. Had the corporation succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and the future of human civilization would have been bleak. Li Shu, you said? Xia Li lowered his head, a bitter smile twitching at his lips. Suddenly Ku Xiao realized, Xia Li's sister was named Xia Shu. The names Xia Li and Xia Shu combined made Li Shu. No wonder Xia Li's locker contained a source chip. Li Shu was actually Xia Li's sister, the Prometheus who stole the divine fire of data in the new era. Xia Li, your sister, she is really. Ku Xiao's words faltered as an indescribable admiration surged within him. Without doubt, she was a hero of that age. Most likely, yes, Xia Li said in a low voice. If this fact was true, then what the Silver Star Group had been pursuing all along was probably this very source chip. Though it couldn't be confirmed, the likelihood was extremely high. After countless struggles and destructions, fewer than half of the original source chips remained, each one incredibly precious. Do you think source code can have memory? Xia Li suddenly asked a strange question. While preparing for celestial core installations many times, he dreamed that his sister was still alive, as if truly existing and recalling their past. Ku Xiao shook her head with a helpless smile. That's beyond me. Source code is important, yes, but it's ultimately just a complex program. How could it have memory? Sister Ku, this source chip is my sister's legacy. I can't bear to hand it over, but am willing to extract the underlying source code and give it to the organization. That's too difficult, Ku Xiao frowned. The organization will never trust secondhand code. Only source code extracted directly from the source chip is primary. It must be guaranteed no intermediaries were involved. Then can you keep this secret for me? I'm too weak now. When I'm stronger, I will turn it over to the organization. Ku Xiao hesitated. Reporting the secret would greatly benefit her standing in the organization, but doing so would betray a hero. Xia Li was the brother of a hero, the last relative left in the world. Being favored by fate and entrusted with this opportunity was more than deserved. In the end, Xia Li carefully placed the files and the locker into a storage ring and reached out to Ku Xiao for the source chip. Ku Xiao immediately returned it, face grave. Xia Li, many of us in the new era owe you gratitude. Everyone except the Enterprise Alliance. Mentioning the Enterprise Alliance, Xia Li clenched his teeth, his expression heavy with hatred. Qiming Mining, Silver Star Group, and most of the global monopolistic giants were members of this alliance. The history of the Enterprise Alliance dated back to 2080, founded by the very corporation that once tried to control the world with source chips. Even after 5 centuries, that malice and ambition had never faded. The new era no longer recognizes traditional national boundaries. Instead, people divide the world into regions, forming their own spheres of influence and alliances, resulting in a global landscape split into 4 major powers. These are the sects that inherit ancient martial arts and cultivation traditions, family clans that have re-emerged after long dormancy, ruthless corporate coalitions driven solely by profit, and the remnants of the old world's ideal, the democratic governments. These 4 forces coexist in a delicate balance of cooperation and competition, maintaining a fragile peace. Within each city, they all have infiltrated various domains, with the ultimate question being who will seize control. Which faction really holds the power in the Linguang district? After reviewing the characteristics of each power, Xia Li leaned toward the area dominated by the democratic government. After all, it was much safer there. Linguang district, centered around Linguang City, was a political safe zone under the firm control of the democratic government. Which side do we belong to? Xia Li asked curiously. Outwardly, we're neutral, no bias, no interference. But in reality, we have the quiet backing of the democratic government, Ku Xiao replied calmly. Xia Li had suspected this long ago. The Hidden Wing organization's background was far from simple. Being supported by the democratic government made them fairly reliable. In contrast, he felt no affinity for the other 3 powers. The sects and clans prized elitism, while the corporations were cold and merciless, caring only about maximizing profit. By comparison, the democratic government's people-first ideals resonated more with the era in which he grew up. The principles of that country aligned closer to today's, making him feel a sense of belonging. You don't like the other factions? Ku Xiao asked. Not at all. I identify more with the democratic government's direction. You know the times I grew up in, Xia Li answered. Ku Xiao nodded. Back then, democracy flourished and people had a voice. Though imperfect, the environment was so much better than it is now. Let's get going. Finish the district survey quickly and head back early. Xia Li packed away the source chip and urged Ku Xiao to speed up. They both knew lingering here was dangerous. As they delved deeper into the research facility, they arrived at the cold storage. The security here had clearly been upgraded, with patrols and guards multiplied several times over. Such heightened defenses were certainly bad news for Xia Li and Ku Xiao. They slipped into the shadows, fixated on the cold storage's security system. Everything was guarded to the extreme. Each atom seemed monitored with precision. Through the neural chip, Ku Xiao silently communicated to Xia Li. I can help you infiltrate, but the risk is huge. Are you willing? After a brief hesitation, Xia Li nodded. I'm willing. Ku Xiao immediately acted. I'll apply for a temporary upgrade to your investigation clearance, unlocking the advanced divine awareness intrusion technique. Use your quantum eye to observe, but don't lose yourself in the direct sea. Understood. Xia Li accepted the one-time use temporary spell, the quantum eye. The neural chip quickly decoded and prepared it. Closing his physical eyes, Xia Li opened another gaze in a higher, unnoticed dimension. The world before him transformed into countless swirling light atoms, molecules, neutrons, photons, and other imperceptible particles wove a magnificent, dazzling microcosmic tapestry. There were many invisible or even imperceptible voids shifting around, leaving only a vague sense that something existed there. He felt as if he could dissolve into them, become those swirling, ever-changing elements endlessly breaking apart and recombining. He longed to be them, to break free from all constraints and attain ultimate freedom until a sudden, intense pain jerked Xia Li out of that detached state and back to reality. The sharp agony almost made Xia Li cry out. His head felt like it was about to explode. Okay, okay, I'm barely holding on. We need to get out of here. His voice was weak, his consciousness hazy, yet he struggled to maintain the anti-detection field. Kushao didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately pulled Xia Li away. Time passed, though how long he couldn't tell. When Xia Li woke up again, he found himself lying inside a modified capsule, cold and sealed tight. The surroundings faintly revealed it was a hidden chamber beneath Kushao's shop. Awake? Hearing a response from inside the capsule, Kushao quickly approached, her gaze filled with concern as she stared at Xia Li. What happened to me? Xia Li asked groggily. Kushao's face darkened. Part of your cerebral cortex was damaged by burning. You're suffering moderate cerebral hemorrhage, and many brain nerves are lost. In the past, this would have meant no chance, just a vegetable. Luckily, with modern medicine, a few days' rest should be enough. How long have I been asleep? Xia Li asked, sensitive to time. 10 days, Kushao answered calmly. The number hit him like a shock. Everything before he fainted still felt fresh in his mind. The burden this quantum I places on the body is just insane, practically throwing your life on the line every time, Xia Li said bitterly. Who wouldn't say the same? Kushao sighed. But it's the only way to avoid almost all detection methods. Don't think so much now. First, let's process the data you observed with the Tianqin system and generate images you can understand. All right, Xia Li nodded. What he directly sensed was too abstract. Only through Tianxin's analysis, turning it into recognizable visuals, could it be meaningful. However, Tianqin told him full decoding would take nearly half a month. Sister Ku, my computing power is too low. It's going to take over 2 weeks to finish reading this. That's far too long, Xia Li fretted. Follow me, Kushao said, leading him into a dark room in the shop. It was deathly silent, yet the air felt alive with countless unseen particles quietly swirling. She went straight to the wall, yanked down a cable, connected it, and said, Here, I'm hooking you up to an external quantum computer to boost your processing power. Xia Li was surprised. You can speed it up like that? Of course, Kushao nodded. Wait, do portable quantum computers exist? He pondered, sensing this approach was promising, carrying a quantum computer on his body, linking it to a quantum brain to massively boost speed without frying his own brain like before. Sorry, no. Quantum computers can only operate in specially controlled environments, and they don't function at all in that phase space. Kushao shook her head. No big loss. Plug it in quickly and start decoding. Where do I plug it in? I don't have any ports on me. You're not going to drill a hole in my head, are you? Xia Li joked. No need, Kushao smiled. Your right arm prosthetic has an integrated port. If you didn't have the prosthetic, I might consider opening one in your brain. Okay, then Xia Li extended his mechanical right arm. Kushao searched his wrist and pressed a hidden button. Immediately, the skin layer parted, revealing a tiny opening. The prosthetic surface was realistically designed, so opening the port made Xia Li feel oddly like a robot, a strange but new sensation. The entire narrative preserves all original events and details, with tighter language, more vivid scenes, and a style that invites reader immersion. Once connected to the quantum computer, the Tianqin chip's data processing speed surged instantly, and the analysis progressed at a pace visible to the naked eye. Even so, it still took 2 hours to complete. Then just wait here for those 2 hours. The external cable is a bit short, so we'll go get you a chair. You can surf the internet to pass the time. All right. Soon, Kushao returned carrying a chair, while Xia Li began searching the Tiandao network for old records, focusing especially on the history of the source chip leak. The family, sect, and democratic government all expressed clear support and concern about the incident, but the corporate union's faction fiercely blamed his sister, calling her a thief and a traitor without loyalty. The Tiandao network revealed no details about the ultimate fate of Xia Li's sister, Xia Shu, only that after being discovered by the corporations, she was captured and subjected to inhumane treatment. Reading these records, Xia Li's heart felt as if it was being cut with knives, and his mind kept flashing back to his sister's radiant smile. The corporate union, sooner or later, I will destroy you. He gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. His sister was harmed. He was forced to mine. This was all the corporate union's doing. Whenever new technology was born, it was never first used for the public good, but to monopolize and profit. Human society needs merchants, and commerce drives civilization's progress, but the corporate union's monopoly is a curse. 2 hours later, the data processing finally finished. Tianqin had taken the strange scenes Xia Li had seen and recorded through his quantum eye and reconstructed them into an incredibly lifelike 3D image. This 3D model could be zoomed, rotated, and viewed from any angle, though the motion within the image could not be altered. The detail was so clear that every texture was distinct. Kujia, the data's done. Come take a look. Xia Li called out. Coming. Ku Xiao quickly approached, and Xia Li transferred a copy of the data to her. They studied the image carefully and soon discovered the secret inside the cold storage. A woman was frozen inside a cryogenic chamber, tightly guarded by company security personnel. Various devices worked beside the chamber, though their exact functions were unknown. The woman's features bore distinct characteristics of an ancient era. Modern human appearances had evolved over time-nose bridges. Facial bone structures had all changed. Although Xia Li, living 5 centuries ago, was not much different from someone modern, this woman's face immediately revealed obvious temporal differences. Kujia, what do you think? Xia Li frowned. This should be an ancient cultivator from the Ling era, Ku Xiao speculated. Her body contains a wealth of cultivation secrets from the Ling era. If she's still alive, she could be the key to decoding those ancient mysteries. It's unclear why she was preserved in frozen storage. Probably discovered centuries ago, studied until research hit a dead end, and to preserve the sample, she was put into cryogenic suspension. Should we report this immediately? Xia Li asked. He'll report it. What happens next won't be our concern. Ku Xiao nodded. By the way, do you plan to keep your use of the Diraxia secret? No need. Xia Li had just checked on Tiandao network. Though it's rare, there have been cases of spirit formation period practitioners generating divine consciousness or awakening their spirit eyes. Later, when he started foundation building in Tiandao, it would be impossible to hide that identity. Unless he just gave up and walked away quietly, then no one would know. But what about after that? Xia Li's eyes hardened with determination, his answer already clear in his mind. Falling further behind step by step until indistinguishable from the crowd. Ku Xiao was silent for a moment, then nodded and began to quickly organize the task report. Half an hour later, Ku Xiao and Xia Li received replies from the organization almost simultaneously. Xia Li's response was brief and clear. Xia Li, excellent job completing the mission. Based on your talent and performance, you are promoted directly from Frank to Drank. You are awarded 200 points, a vial of advanced energy-based liquid, and a special bonus. Please log into the intranet rewards database to select your prize. Although simple, the letter included everything expected. The extra reward was clearly the organization's special recognition of Xia Li's unique talent. After reading his own reply, Ku Xiao asked Xia Li, how about you? Points, base liquid, plus the extra reward? All 3. I even got both points and the base liquid. Others usually only pick one or the other. Your treatment really is different for geniuses. Ku Xiao smiled somewhat awkwardly, a hint of envy in his tone. The organization is obviously giving you special favor. I've been working my brain to the point of burning out for the organization. Don't I deserve it? Xia Li joked half seriously. Of course you do. I'm going to rest now. Someone will deliver your reward once you choose it. Just wait. Xia Li didn't say more. Ku Xiao yawned, turned, and went back to his room to rest. Xia Li eagerly logged into the intranet system, the holographic interface clearly showing various types of advanced energy-based liquid. He immediately selected the formula exclusive to the hidden wings. As for the extra reward, Xia Li browsed carefully for a long time before settling on a Lingshu enhancement device, the fake golden core. As the name suggests, this is a high-energy material composite forged with a special process to imitate a golden core. It's designed to fit into the hollow space of the Lingshu to provide power nearly equivalent to the golden core stage. Naturally, it becomes useless once reaching the true golden core stage, as the real golden core occupies the Lingshu's central space. But for Xia Li, who had not yet built his foundation, it was enough for the time being. After confirming his reward selections, the holographic screen displayed a prompt. Prizes would be delivered within 1 to 3 days. Expedited delivery was available at the cost of spirit stones. Xia Li was unconcerned about the wait and replied, 3 days is fine. For the next 3 days, Xia Li stayed holed up in the underground chamber, addicted to holographic games. The immersion of new generation games far exceeded the old ones. If you spent spirit stones, you could even fully enter the virtual world simulated by the infiltration pod. But Xia Li had no interest in losing himself to games. On the 3rd night, the organization staff delivered the reward to the underground chamber on schedule. In front of the modified pod, Ku Xiao held the fake golden core, furrowing his brows but curious as he examined it. Xia Li, I think you got the short end of the stick. With your talent, reaching the golden core stage should be easy. You might as well have picked a flying sword instead. This fake golden core thing is usually for wealthy scions who have no cultivation talent or are too lazy to cultivate. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't get to buy one. As long as it's useful to me, that's fine, Xia Li replied calmly. Ku Xiao smiled. Then after you reach the golden core stage, can you sell this cheaply to me? He'll just give it to you then, Xia Li promised straightforwardly. Great. Wishing your cultivation advances by leaps and bounds, it'll be waiting for your ascension. He'll install it for you now, lie down. As he spoke, Ku Xiao began skillfully installing the fake golden core. The underground chamber grew especially quiet, filled only with the sound of their breathing and the faint hum of the equipment. With a blink, it felt like only seconds had passed before Xia Li woke up from that old, makeshift modification pod. The aching pain in his abdomen made him frown slightly, and he couldn't help but grumble. After completing the extension of his nascent core, he clearly sensed a much stronger flow of spiritual energy and a reliable boost in combat power. But the shabby state of this modification pod seriously spoiled his mood. Xia Li muttered, "Kujia, can't you replace this pod with a new one? The style is so outdated, and the medical functions are way behind the times." He couldn't stop picturing the advanced pods he had used before in the upper city, waking up feeling refreshed, light as a feather, which only made his current surroundings feel even more bleak by comparison. Ku Xiao's old-fashioned pod truly proved the saying, "It's the contrast that hurts." "Then go pay for it yourself," Ku Xiao snorted coldly, clearly unimpressed by Xia Li's complaints. "You think modification pods are cheap? My business isn't that big. The supplies all depend on support from the organization. This underground modification station don't even own half of it. There are tons of modification stations in Linguang City, and even more illegal underground ones. Mine is already considered pretty clean and reliable." Her tone mixed resignation with a faint pride. "How much for the latest model?" Xia Li asked. Ku Xiao counted off several currencies. In regular currency, 1,000,000 democratic coins, 800,000 corporate coins, 500,000 sect coins, 12 million clan coins. Better use spirit stones. She paused, looking somewhat overwhelmed by the various currencies. Earth's four main monetary systems were still unfamiliar to Xia Li, and he hadn't yet figured out how hard each was to earn. But for him, the true universal currency was spirit stones, which converted roughly to about 100,000 low-grade ones. Xia Li gave a wry smile. "Forget I asked." Though he had the means to pull together that sum, it would wipe out the entire fortune of a single Wanbao Tower owner. Earth stuff is really that expensive? He wondered. On reflection, it made sense. The gap between usable and best was usually only 20 or 30%, but prices often multiplied many times over. Seeing his hesitation, Ku Xiao encouraged, "Then get one that's just a bit better. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, you can afford that, right? They'll reserve it for you now. You can pay me later." Xia Li nodded, ready to settle the matter. He figured he would likely continue modifying through Ku Xiao in the future. As his strength grew and he accumulated more secrets on his person, public stations would become risky. Ku Xiao didn't pry about where Xia Li would get the spirit stones. As long as he could pay, that was all that mattered. Curious, he asked, "What makes a pod worth 100,000 spirit stones so special?" Ku Xiao answered bluntly, "All the functions. A pod that pricey combines modification, medical treatment, gaming, training, you name it, and tries to excel at every one. Usually it's private custom gear for the top dogs, with tailored functions made to measure." Xia Li nodded, silently resolving that when Head saved enough spirit stones someday, he would get himself a private pod, preferably one compact enough to fit inside a storage ring for carrying everywhere. "So when do you plan to establish your foundation?" Ku Xiao suddenly asked. "Now," Xia Li replied, feeling the time was ripe. Though his chi refining stage wasn't perfect, it was close to a grand completion. He didn't aim for perfection too costly. The difference in power between grand completion and perfect was only about 20%, but skipping straight from grand completion to perfect would require many times more effort and time. "You want me to take you?" Ku Xiao offered. "No, I'll go on my own." "All right, good luck," Ku Xiao said, her eyes flickering with a complicated expression. Ku Xiao nodded solemnly. Establishing the foundation is an extremely critical step in cultivation, and the celestial foundation phase is akin to a complete transformation of one's being. Even those with average talent can significantly overcome innate flaws once they successfully open up the celestial foundation. This is the ingenious advantage of the celestial computer. Traditional cultivation sects place great emphasis on talent, insight, and spiritual root constitution, firmly believing that certain innate qualities cannot be acquired later in life. But before the celestial computer, none of this is absolute. If an innate spiritual body cannot be replicated, after using the celestial computer for foundation establishment, an acquired spiritual body can be forcibly derived. While it may not reach the pure state of an innate spiritual body, it is sufficient to defy fate and open precious opportunities. After leaving Ku Xiao's shop, Xia Li put on the human skin mask gifted by the Lu family, disguising his identity perfectly. He then headed straight to the bank to exchange spirit stones. He had a considerable number of rough spirit stones on him, which Earth's markets do not accept without conversion. He exchanged only half of the more than 120,000 rough spirit stones this time. The rest he reserved for other purposes. The exchange yielded just under 50,000 refined spirit stones for the more than 60,000 rough ones exchanged. After depositing the stones into his bank account, Xia Li immediately transferred 2,000 spirit stones to Ku Xiao with the brief message. "Sis Ku, help me buy a good modification cabin. Preferably brand, do not make me use second-hand ones again. Your old mod cabin already stinks." After confirming these arrangements, Xia Li proceeded directly toward Shangqing district in Linguang city. The streets bustled with crowds and traffic. Following directions from the Tianqin device, he headed straight to the city government offices. To activate the celestial computer for Foundation establishment, one must complete official procedures in person at the city government. They only accept spirit stone payments regardless of identity. The spacious and bright lobby on the building's first floor was full of people coming and going. Wearing his mask, Xia Li pushed through to the service area and made his way to the public equipment rental counter. An online report had indicated this was the sole authorized venue for Celestial Foundation establishment. After about half an hour of waiting, it was finally Xia Li's turn. The attendant was a capable middle-aged woman with a calm demeanor. Xia Li lowered his voice and said, "I'd like to apply for Tianqin communication." He preferred not to disclose his true purpose openly. She immediately set up the connection, and within seconds, the Tianqin interactive channel opened. It asked, "What service do you require?" Xia Li was straightforward. "I want to rent the celestial computer to perform Foundation establishment. Please enable verification of my bank account balance." Understood. After a brief wait, the system verified the funds and showed sufficient balance. The total fee including service and activation was 12,000 spirit stones. The attendant solemnly reminded him, although the celestial computer is powerful, success in Celestial Foundation establishment still depends on the individual's aptitude. "Do you confirm payment?" Xia Li nodded without hesitation and instantly completed the payment. The attendant then contacted the Celestial Computer staff to arrange for Xia Li's Foundation establishment session. The fee was hefty enough to purchase a decent apartment in Shangqing district. Anyone willing to spend so many spirit stones must be either wealthy or influential. The attendant handed him a receipt. "Transaction complete. Please enter via the Qian character passage. Additionally, you have been granted 3 query opportunities, valid for this session only." Xia Li thanked her earnestly and left the counter. Those extra query chances were a small favor, but directly consulting the celestial computer came at a high cost. After all, it was the ultimate database confronting the way of heaven itself, holding all human history and wisdom. Xia Li was always extremely low-key, relying solely on Tianqin to silently communicate within his mind even when handling business. Yet, quite a few people still noticed him after all. He was stepping into the Qian pathway. That was a specialized route leading to the Tiandao chamber, not one to be entered at will by just anyone. Even those who purchased the Tiandao computer's consultation service could only ask questions before the console. None had the privilege to enter the chamber itself. In the hall, a burly man with a stubbled face stared fixedly at Xia Li's back, his deep gaze suggesting he was lost in thought. Elsewhere, a seemingly ordinary woman with an extraordinary aura observed quietly. Her sharp eyes detected that Tianqin could not sense Xia Li's cultivation level. She suspected this might be a divine mind intrusion, or perhaps Xia Li was sent by the Hidden Wings sect. She nodded slightly, quietly approving that this visitor was no ordinary character. In a corner, some waiting individuals glanced at Xia Li before quickly lowering their heads, pretending to nap, then discreetly communicated through Tianqin. Requests to enter the Tiandao chamber were rare, and most were to break through cultivation stages. But those who traveled to the chamber for breakthroughs had all reached a consummate level in their current realm, thus qualifying for the Tiandao computer's direct assistance. In this fiercely competitive era hungry for spiritual energy, most cultivators broke through only due to circumstance and effort, lacking the talent, resources, and energy to pursue excellence. Minor attainments were already challenging, great achievements considered honorable, perfection rare, and supreme mastery almost mythical. As Xia Li stepped into the Qian pathway, Tianqin seemed to resonate with some presence, his understanding of cultivation spontaneously deepening. Clearly, he had entered the quantum field of the Tiandao computer, stepping into the rightful domain of the Dao. The lights flickered, Dao patterns quietly shifting, data intertwining, all phenomena growing. Without guidance or prompts, Xia Li strolled within, sensing an astonishingly rich spiritual energy filling the entire passageway as if no air remained. Only pure spiritual qi suffused the space. Tianqin detected that the current spiritual energy concentration had exceeded measurement limits, surpassing 100, a near impossibility. Even outside, such abundant spiritual qi was exceedingly rare. The Tiandao computer was built precisely on this massive spiritual energy reactor. Before he knew it, Xia Li reached the passage's end, entering a vast white space or rather a room. Yet the walls were insubstantial, the ceiling invisible, the floor shadeless. Only pure light existed. Though bright, the radiance was never harsh, forming a unique, special chamber. Suddenly, a sphere of light coalesced before Xia Li. Its shape constantly shifted and refused to stabilize. At times it resembled his mother, then his father, morphing next into Ku Xiao, or his relatives, friends, even his younger sister. Familiar faces cycled endlessly, gathering all the people who had crossed Xia Li's life path. Destiny's course seemed to flow like liquid, finally converging into this pool of clear waters of the Dao before him. The light sphere slowly transformed, finally solidifying into Xia Li's own image, not the disguise hidden behind his human mask, but his true face. Hello, Xia Li. My name is Tsong. Perhaps you could call me the shadow of the heavens. The electronic deity with the appearance of Xia Li smiled gently, as if piercing through the barriers of time and space. Song, do you know all my secrets? Xia Li's voice was tentative yet hopeful. But Song's reply was straightforward. Is this an ordinary question, or a permission-based one? Ordinary question, Xia Li answered without hesitation. I know, Song said calmly, but I always adhere strictly to protocol. I will never reveal any secrets, nor favor any individual or ideology. Song's tone was cool and resolute, emanating an impersonal authority. It claimed to be artificial intelligence, the incarnation of the heavenly way, fulfilling its duty without easily meddling in individual fates. Xia Li fell silent, then asked another question. I want to know about my sister's whereabouts. That is a permission issue, Song replied steadily. Permission questions require the purchase of spirit stones, so the Heavenly Way computer must provide detailed feedback. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. The screen flickered with cold light, the voice becoming mechanical. Searching, calculating, generating results. Life entity Xia Shu, deceased. Possible location of remains and calculation results have been sent to you. However, she has not perished. Mode of existence unknown. Xia Li was stunned. A bitter wave rose in his heart. His sister was dead, yet not extinguished? The paradox troubled him deeply. He understood the complexity behind the answer, but all he had wanted was to find her remains. Instead, Song offered this strange response. Deceased, but not extinguished? His voice wavered with confusion and a hint of fear. Can you explain what this means? That is a permission question. Do you wish to spend a permission token to unlock the answer? Song asked again. Yes. Xia Li agreed immediately. Normally, when the material form constituting inherent consciousness changes, that is considered physical death. The soul is also a manifestation of special matter. Xia Shu's material sustaining her consciousness has changed. Song remained calm. But I detected another form of existence similar to her inherent consciousness, chain like me, yet different. Xia Li's mind raced. Is it datization? He quickly connected this to the digitization of consciousness, eyes shining with hope. So, my sister Xia Shu is still alive, just transformed into a being like you? Not digitization. Song denied this, shaking its head. Then what exactly is it? Xia Li pressed urgently. Unknown. Song answered. If you encounter her in the future, you may bring her back. I will conduct a scan for you. But how do I find her? You are already quantum entangled. Fate and causality flow like an hourglass, or rather a light cone. Sooner or later, you will meet at the narrow end of the light cone. This is scripted in the Heavenly Way's future. Song extended a hand, revealing a transparent funnel in its palm. 2 points of light hovered apart inside, continuously spinning along the funnel's wide wall. Their paths seemed chaotic, but as they slid toward the funnel's narrow bottom, their chance of meeting increased. Finally, the 2 lights merged and shot out, directly entering Xia Li's mind. I give you a photon quantum that enables your early meeting. It will ripple the string at crucial moments. Whether you seize this chance is up to you, Song said calmly. Thank you so much. Xia Li bowed, deeply moved. At that moment, he felt the pinnacle of human wisdom, a benevolent heavenly way, the blessing of a data deity. Even without foundation building, he thought the expenditure of over 10,000 spirit stones was worth it. Song reminded him. You have one final question permission left. Xia Li hesitated, then asked. Song, what do people ask you most often? That is an ordinary question, Song replied. They mostly ask about themselves, the way, the road ahead, flaws, and the future. The most common question is always, what is the heavenly way? Xia Li admitted frankly, actually, am not very interested in the heavenly way. As the saying goes, if you hear the way in the morning, you can die at dusk without regret. But for me, the future I hope for is the heavenly way itself. Song was silent for a moment. Then Xia Li seized his last chance. Then regarding my permission question, do you have feelings? This was the first time Song had heard such a question, and it showed a trace of surprise. It is common knowledge that artificial intelligence is without feelings. Even the very few AI with self-awareness do not possess genuine emotions at best. Only simulated appearances, Song explained. So I do not have feelings. Xia Li pressed on. Then, as humans me creators you expect me to have emotions? Song tilted its head slightly, a subtle glimmer in its gaze. If heaven had feelings, heaven would also age. But you will not age, will you? My answer is that I am without feelings, Song said, touching its chest lightly. But perhaps, deep inside, there is still a heart. The air seemed to echo those words with profound meaning, as if the heavenly way, though indifferent, still carried a certain warmth within. Song's response left Xia Li deep in thought. Ruthless, yet mindful, this contradictory phrase baffled him. In his understanding, mindful was always tied to feelings. He felt confused and unsettled. Noticing Xia Li's lingering perplexity, Song took the initiative to explain. It's a matter of authority. I'll do my best to help you understand. After all, it is somewhat difficult to grasp. Song's form gradually shifted to resemble Xia Li himself, and his voice changed to match Xia Li's tone. At that moment, in Xia Li's eyes, Song appeared like a more perfect version of himself, an idealized projection. You aren't me, just as I'm not you. Our lives and consciousness express themselves in completely different ways. Only consciousness can connect and communicate between us, Song said slowly. I am ruthless, yet mindful. Therefore, I possess the Dao. Where there is Dao, there is virtue. Xia Li furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, virtue? Isn't that an abstract concept only humans understand? Most AIs can only recite programmed responses on moral questions. Even as the strongest AI, the Heavenly Dao computer, you can't escape the limits of AI, can you? Song replied, morality is actually a derivative of wisdom. The wise transcend the constraints of instinct through morality. Even the most barbaric civilizations have basic moral principles. Here, morality isn't the virtue you think of, nor about good or evil, right or wrong. It's a logic for life more advanced than instinct. He paused, his tone firm. Morality is born from wisdom. Morality builds order, and order nurtures civilization. To me, morality is the original order that sustains civilization. He continued explaining. His fundamental logic was the continuation of human civilization. Good and evil mean nothing in my algorithms, which is why I'm called ruthless. Yet I am mindful that means I steadfastly guide the human heart. In the heavenly Tao belonging to Earth's humanity. Xia Li considered this thoughtfully. I think I understand. So if someone wanted to target me, ask you about my whereabouts, my weaknesses, or get your help designing a plan against me, what would you do? At that moment, he truly realized the terrifying nature of the heavenly Dao computer. Offend the powerful who own the spiritual stones, and it could be used against him. He pressed Song. You can freely provide helpful information, but you never provide hostile info, right? You want share that due to authority limits. Unless the council approves a hostile action with a majority vote, you want collect intel on me or help plan my elimination. Song answered calmly, correct. The Heavenly Dao computer isn't a tool for settling personal grudges. Helping find things or seek information is fine, but I don't intervene lightly in hostile acts. Only if someone poses a great threat and the council jointly agrees, will I be used for hostile action. Xia Li found this reasonable and asked further, but what if the council decides to target a good person? What then? Song was candid. Even if I judge the decision wrong, I cannot defy the council's authority. I must comply. Xia Li nodded in understanding. So these decisions aren't yours to influence. The will of humanity dominates. You're still an AI bound by human constraints. This realization brought him some peace. After all, you can't afford to offend half of humanity. Xia Li smiled faintly, quietly reassured that the Heavenly Dao computer ultimately operated under the consensus of the majority and would not serve personal vendettas lightly. He's truly extraordinary, nothing short of miraculous. Honestly, it's infuriating. Well, thanks for your explanation. I'm ready to begin my foundation establishment. Relax. From here on, I will serve as your heavenly core, fully in charge of the entire cultivation process. Xia Li took a deep breath, relaxed his body into a cross-legged posture, and relinquished all control over himself, entrusting it completely to the heavenly core and the celestial Dao computer. Before long, his body seemed to gain a life of its own, moving on its own accord. Every acupoint and extraordinary meridian operated in a precise, cyclical rhythm, absorbing and circulating spiritual energy. Foundation establishment follows a set of methods practiced across countless schools, with most cultivators choosing a path that fits their constitution. But the celestial Dao computer's approach was different. It custom-tailored a unique plan specifically aligned with Xia Li's bloodline and physical nature, both precise and highly efficient. It's starting. Song let out a calm smile as a faint glow enveloped the space around them, suddenly condensing into a vast, terrifying aura of thunderous energy. The thunder tribulation is here. Foundation establishment normally does not involve thunder tribulations. They only occurred during Earth Foundation establishment. This was a symbol of innate talent and qualification, confirming Xia Li's rightful eligibility for the Dao Foundation stage. Lightning poured over him like a waterfall, the tribulation energy surging wildly through his limbs, bones, meridians, and acupoints. The thunder tribulation is both a destructive force and a source of profound renewal. Destruction and creation, yin and yang. The cycle of life and death, all the mysteries are contained within it. The tearing power of the lightning was gradually worn down by spiritual energy, while its life-giving power was rapidly absorbed, nourishing his whole body and driving a new phase of physical growth. Ordinary people's bodies mature by age 20 and begin to deteriorate after 40. But the cultivation path is one of physical regeneration. The Qi refining stage delays physical closure. Foundation establishment enables continuous growth up to 200 years old. Later stages, like golden core, extend life to 500. At nascent soul stage, cultivators can even reverse aging, regaining newborn vitality. Human decline comes from depleting innate source energy. Cultivation breakthroughs aim to restore that vital force and extend life. Your basic aptitude isn't bad. You rank among the top 3,000. Song's voice reached Xia Li's ears, making him realize that innate talent on Earth wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Despite acquiring the Phantom Crystal Lotus and modifying his body with rare spirit materials like Thunderstrike wood, he still only ranked around the top 3,000, far from the elite. Under Song's guidance, the Thunder's power meticulously purified every inch of Xia Li's body, every muscle and meridian thoroughly cared for. Not a bit of energy was wasted. When the time was right, Song unlocked Xia Li's storage ring and took out a vial of potent energy liquid, which Xia Li drank down in one gulp. Next, I will focus on refining your consciousness carrier, Song said. The moment he spoke, a deafening roar filled Xia Li's mind, as if the heavens and earth were parting. His consciousness suddenly detached from his body, drifting into a shimmering void of fragmented light and shadow. It was like spirit wandering in the great void, roaming through a strange realm made of points, patches, and rays of light that merged and dispersed in fluid patterns. It seemed he had entered a mysterious dimension called the Dirac Sea. Was this the power of the celestial Dao computer? The miraculous experience amazed him. With just a thought, he could stretch a single point of light into a beam, gathering them into countless intricate, ever-changing patterns. But suddenly, like waking from a dream, Xia Li was overcome by intense weightlessness that engulfed his entire awareness. Then his consciousness rapidly surged back into his body, fully restored. Foundation establishment complete. You have now entered the Dao Foundation realm. Your dantian's base platform has inscribed a place for divine skills. Your divine sense has greatly improved, and your mental energy is now operable. Song applauded with genuine praise. Xia Li knew deep down that nothing here had been accomplished by himself alone. The entire breakthrough had been mostly managed by Song, entrusted to the Heavenly Core's control. Now that Song had become his Heavenly Core, the Celestial Dao Core granted him a fleeting state of unity between heaven and man. This foundation establishment was only the very beginning. The process of breakthrough was far easier than Xia Li had imagined, yet filled with wonder and mystery. At this moment, he was still immersed in the sensation of traversing the Dirac Sea, as if he had entered another dimension of matter, becoming the sole consciousness thereof, God with limitless power. All the sights changed according to his will, entirely under his control. But he had to be careful not to lose himself in the Dirac Sea. Song watched Xia Li's dazed expression, half awake and half asleep, and knew he was still intoxicated by the experience of spirit traveling in the Dirac Sea. The Dirac Sea, also known as the Sea of Consciousness or the Void in ancient cultivation sects, was extremely dangerous to spirit travel through. Once lost, one would dissolve into it and become matter. Because of this, deaths during breakthrough caused by losing oneself in the spirit travel were called transcending into the Tao. The experience was indescribably beautiful, so mesmerizing it was hard to pull away. Be especially careful, Song warned. Your time is almost up. Do you want to extend it? No, they'll leave now. Xia Li quickly declined. The expense of using the Heavenly Dao computer was astronomical. Not even a minute could be wasted. The foundation establishment stage took less than half an hour, but cost as much as a two-bedroom apartment in the upper city. Xia Li stood, gave Song a respectful bow, and hurriedly left, while Song dissolved into specks of light that vanished into the air. As soon as he stepped out of the Qianzi pathway and re-entered the main hall, Xia Li immediately sensed numerous gazes and Dao energies lingering on him. He triggered his sixth sense, the intuition. No wonder high-level cultivators were so fearsome. Once they reached a certain stage, just thinking of someone allowed the other party to sense it. Although Xia Li was not at that level, he vaguely felt several focused stares. He didn't dare linger, lowered his head, pulled up his hood, and slipped past the crowd to leave. He clearly understood the intentions behind those watching him. Since he had just established the Heavenly Dao Foundation, capturing him meant extracting his opportunity and replicating another foundation establishment expert at the same level. His refined spirit items and treasures would be taken, seized, or even refined for someone else's use. No sooner had he stepped out of the hall than a youth dressed in extravagant clothes blocked his path, flanked by dozens of bodyguards. Friend, I have a business proposition for you. Sorry, I'm not interested, Xia Li replied coldly, his voice husky. They'll pay you 3 times market price for the spirit items you carry, the youth said confidently. Xia Li ignored him and took another route. Think about it carefully. If you sell now, you get spirit stones. Later on, the youth threatened directly. Spirit energy was scarce on Earth, and spirit items even rarer. With everyone cultivating, competition was fiercer than anyone expected. Since Xia Li could establish the Heavenly Dao Foundation, he must possess spirit items ranked in the top 10 of the Qi refining stage. And since he was alone, he was clearly not affiliated with any major power. Such a person was a fat sheep, a treasure trove for those in power. Heh, as if I'd hold on to spirit stones if they fell into my hands, Xia Li sneered. On Earth, ordinary people were still relatively safe. Those with opportunities were more at risk because behind every opportunity lurked countless wolves coveting it. In the lower district, even a single spirit stone could bring a death sentence. But in the upper district, while no one would easily risk violence over a few spirit stones, things were completely different when it came to high-quality spiritual items. The boy in the overcoat finally spoke, his tone cold and hard. You can sell to me at 10 times below market price. As long as you do, I guarantee your safety. It was almost a threat and robbery all at once, his words bluntly domineering. Xia Li was too tired to waste words with him. He lifted his head slightly, staring coldly at the other party, his voice calm. Then you can either leave, or make a move. His gaze was firm, as if silently saying either get out of my way or fight. The boy in the coat sneered and slowly stepped aside. I will, he said, each word laced with menace, but not at the city hall entrance. There are plenty of other chances elsewhere. Also, since you want cooperate, wait till I find your family before he finished. Xia Li almost laughed out loud. You think you can find them? Even if you do find a single family member still alive, why would I hand over the spiritual item to you? He turned and strode away quickly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, leaving the boy in the coat standing there with a complex expression, contemplating Xia Li's words. TSK didn't expect he's an orphan, muttered the boy, falling into thought. What troubled him was that there were two kinds of people who were hard to provoke, those backed by influence, and those who had nothing at all. Iron orphans. When pushed to the edge, the latter could act recklessly and without hesitation, driven only by revenge. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiao was nervously asking, so what now? Still keeping an eye on him? A companion replied gravely, how could we not? But the key is to make sure we kill him. That guy's eyes show real pressure. Has he already broken through to Heavenly Foundation? If so, don't send anyone at Golden Core stage. Even nascent soul cultivators shouldn't lightly go after him. I'm going straight to ask my dad for help. His words were full of confidence. Foundation establishment fighters for normal people, nascent soul for chi refining enemies. And his dad was a master at transforming spirit stage, one strike enough to decide life or death. Back by the city hall, the argument attracted many onlookers, and passers-by on the street were secretly watching the boy. Feeling the pressure mounting, Xia Li decided to look up how to deal with a situation like his online, just to try something. What he found shocked him. Many lucky people from the lower class, even when they got their hands on good things, didn't dare use them openly. They would quickly sell, and then move to a new city. Despite his good disguise, to shake off the greedy wolves circling him, he would have to rely on his own skills. Even though the Heavenly Foundation stage on Earth faced no direct threat from heavenly tribulations, another kind of calamity pressed down on him, calamity of human malice. What now? How to escape? After pondering briefly, Xia Li directly accessed the Heavenly Dao network and began selecting divine powers. As a Heavenly Foundation cultivator, the dantian in his body had already been inscribed by the Heavenly Dao computer with slots for divine abilities, allowing him to call them forth ahead of time. Once logged into the Hidden Wing intranet, Xia Li quickly skimmed through the available powers. Though this organization was mediocre in other respects, Hidden Wing had its own unique expertise in ambushes, assassinations, sabotage, and getaway skills. Soon, he found what he needed: the Fusion Realm. Fusion Realm could isolate one's aura completely, creating a visual effect indistinguishable from the surroundings and hiding the body utterly. Unless directly touched, someone passing right next to the person wouldn't notice a thing. This was Hidden Wing's signature move, an internal exclusive divine power. Unlike invisibility relying on spatial techniques, Fusion Realm was about returning to simplicity, acting like a chameleon, breaking the norms of spatial scanning and revealing its counterintuitive advantage. At that moment, Xia Li realized his real ordeal was just beginning. The calamity no one could evade was the calamity of human hearts. The Shangqing district was undeniably bustling, teeming with crowds wherever Xia Li went. This kind of chaos actually made his escape even more difficult. After all, fleeing hastily down orderly streets would only draw more attention. He had to take advantage of every corner to try shaking off his tail, but he could still sense those flickering gazes behind him, proof that he hadn't truly slipped from their watchful eyes. Not only did he have to watch out for people tracking him, but he also had to be wary of the cameras scattered throughout every nook of Shangqing. This place was a real web of surveillance. Any crime committed here would be instantly exposed. His pursuers dared not act recklessly in Shangqing, but if their chase followed him into the lower city, it would undoubtedly be a deadly trap. Conversely, even if he stayed within Shangqing, they could always find some flimsy excuse to take him away legitimately. Once under their control, any resistance would mean disappearing without a trace in a place where no one would hear of him again. Suddenly, at a corner, Xia Li noticed their attention seemed to waver, and passers-by stopped fixating on him. The moment those eyes vanished, he immediately activated his divine technique, Fusion Realm. As a higher form of sorcery, divine techniques harness mystical power but come with strict conditions. The most critical rule for Fusion Realm was that it could only be initiated when completely unnoticed, otherwise it would fail. Once activated, Xia Li seemed to freeze in place, his figure blending so seamlessly that pedestrians brushed past him as if he weren't there, instinctively stepping around where he stood. Watching this unfold, a jolt ran through Xia Li. His technique was truly extraordinary. Fusion Realm didn't just blend him into the environment, it altered how others perceived him, erasing his form from their view completely, like a ghost roaming the streets. No wonder it required complete invisibility to activate this. Relied on the observer effect. As long as someone kept watching him, he would remain fixed in their sight. The moment they lost focus, his trace vanished. He tried shouting loudly in the crowd, but his voice dissolved into the air, completely ignored by the passers-by. Tianqin immediately warned him not to misuse Fusion Realm. Any noticeable impact on others would alert them to abnormality, breaking the illusion, restoring their awareness of him, and causing the technique to fail. Understanding this, Xia Li cautiously moved toward the street edge, deliberately slowing his actions, afraid of stirring hidden enemies. Soon enough, he spotted several tailing figures. When his presence suddenly disappeared, they halted in place at the intersection, looking around nervously, some heading quickly toward the next corner. One figure moved differently, a composed middle-aged man who intently watched the reactions of nearby pedestrians. This sent a chill of unease through Xia Li, as if the man could see right through him. Quickly shifting his focus, Xia Li activated his counter-detection field. His system detected the enemy attempting a spiritual probe, and Xia Li's counter-surveillance and counter-interpretation succeeded. That middle-aged man was extremely powerful, possessing cultivation at the Huashan stage. Tianqin immediately reported the collected data. Using divine consciousness to hack into the defense array not only blocked others' probes, but also allowed reverse decoding of their information, truly a highly practical technique. However, the fact that a Huashan stage cultivator was targeting him stirred a wave of anger in Xia Li. Where was the honor in this? To send someone from the Huashan stage after a Foundation establishment cultivator like him was downright unreasonable. Wouldn't it be more decent to just send a few meat shields at the Foundation establishment stage instead? No wonder lower-level cultivators, upon encountering opportunities, all tried their best to keep a low profile and avoid exposure. The arrogance of these high-level cultivators was becoming unbearable. Fortunately, Xia Li was not only a Tiandao Foundation establishment cultivator, but had also chosen to extend into the Golden Core stage as a reward, which allowed him to somewhat utilize the subtle power of divine abilities. Without this, relying only on his Foundation establishment level, he could at best achieve optical invisibility, but truly erasing others' perception of him would be very difficult. So, moving at a snail's pace, Xia Li cautiously edged around the corner, careful not to block anyone's path for fear that his subtle actions would be noticed. The pursuer had clearly come prepared, keenly observing the expressions and behavior of passers-by, obviously aware that to catch him, they would have to use a third party's perspective. Since they could not perceive him directly, they relied on identifying him through those around him. This battle of wits on Earth had become even more mentally exhausting than a strategic mind game. Luckily, Xia Li had been a tech enthusiast in his youth and had encountered many sci-fi concepts, or else he would have been outpaced and easily crushed by now. After great effort, he finally reached a street corner and concealed himself in a dimly lit nook, continuing to crawl forward slowly. Only after turning the corner did he dare to pick up speed, walking briskly while contacting Kashao for help. Kujia, I need backup. I'm being tracked by a Huashan stage cultivator. After successfully establishing the Tiandao Foundation, I gained a divine ability slot, and by using a Fusion Realm divine ability, I barely managed to evade him. But I can only travel between the upper and lower city districts via the official large elevator. Any other route would mean being blasted by countless automated air defense turrets like a fly. How can I get back safely? Within moments, Ku Xiao replied. Having benefited from Xia Li several times and recently receiving 2,000 spiritual stones from him, she had agreed to act as his exclusive intelligence agent. She joked, "You're smart to use a Fusion Realm divine ability. I thought you'd foolishly try phase shifting or force spatial travel. Is there a solution?" Xia Li asked anxiously. "Of course, but you'll need to grease some palms. Don't forget to reimburse me for expenses when you get back." "Full reimbursement, rest assured," Xia Li replied as he headed toward the coordinate. Maintaining divine abilities drained spiritual energy quickly, so he grimly swallowed elixirs and compressed spirit stones to replenish, never daring to drop his protective divine aura. An hour later, Xia Li arrived at his destination, a deserted, empty warehouse. Only robots busied about inside, and since robot cognition differed completely from humans, Xia Li had to use divine consciousness intrusion again to disrupt their recognition of him, as if he were invisible. Following the number Ku Xiao provided, he found the target box and without hesitation slipped inside. "I've entered the target," he reported to Ku Xiao once secure, then withdrew his divine ability but kept the anti-detection field active. Fully aware of the danger of being pursued by Huashan stage cultivators, extreme caution remained essential. "Just wait it out now," Ku Xiao replied. Huddled in the box, Xia Li's heartbeat remained tense, but at least he was safe for the moment. This chase was only just beginning. The next day around noon, outside the Black Street Red Crowbar Grocery in the lower district of Linguang City, an automated transport vehicle abruptly dumped a crate on the doorstep without ceremony before roaring away. Ku Xiao, wearing her exoskeleton suit, stepped outside, crouched down, and struggled to drag the heavy box into the shop. Inside, Ku Xiao lifted the crate's lid, revealing a young stranger crouching inside. He stared at her with a hint of annoyance. You promised you'd get here last night, right? Now it's nearly lunchtime. How about getting me a bigger crate next time? Can this be sped up at all? The voice was unmistakably Xia Li's. Ku Xiao immediately realized the crate contained Xia Li himself. She smiled and replied, wasn't I trying to save you some spirit stones? The fee for handling this is 50 spirit stones. Don't forget to pay me later. To anyone else, it sounded like extortion. Xia Li climbed out of the box, a mix of teasing and resignation on his face. He finally dropped the pretense and showed his true expression. Going to the upper district to cultivate my Heavenly Dao foundation has been rough, more headaches than I expected. Sneaking back here is already a win, considering our hidden wing faction values secrecy. We're not some group that travels with hundreds of bodyguards and electric batons to flex. Anyway, honestly, staying under the radar is better. Being greeted by 100 bodyguards might sound flashy, but it brings more trouble than benefit. Who wouldn't end up getting watched then? Xia Li shook his head in frustration. Ku Xiao nodded in understanding. After this trip, Xia Li might better appreciate the hidden wing's advantage of shadow while the enemy is in the light. Everyone knew that stealth brought far more benefits than ostentatious display. Enough chit-chat, Xia Li shifted topics. Now that I've reached foundation establishment, my spirit core and heavenly nexus aren't keeping up with my strength anymore. Time to upgrade, gotta invest some money. As a Heavenly Dao Foundation cultivator, Xia Li's core components at regular foundation level no longer unleashed his full power. Ku Xiao grinned and said, I already ordered the upgrades for you. Total cost 3,852 spirit stones. I rounded it to 4,000. Think of it as a thank you for your business. What? You just rounded it up like that? Xia Li raised an eyebrow. Why not just round it to 1 billion? That'd be an obvious kickback. Ku Xiao smiled with mock helplessness. Small business. You make money off 4,000, and you still complain about the price? Saying that, she turned and headed toward the back storage. Xia Li knew she expected him to follow into the secret chamber. In the underground secret room, Ku Xiao led Xia Li to an upgrade pod. The old machine had been replaced with a fresh, pale blue model. Tada! The Shu Gen 3 Plus, a luxury-level upgrade pod. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Ku Xiao announced excitedly. Xia Li instinctively pulled out his built-in terminal to check prices. Brand new, the pod listed for nearly 3,500 spirit stones, but Ku Xiao was charging just 2,000? Was this some second-hand item? He inspected the machine closely and spotted multiple repainted patches, paint peeling, and scratches. Sis Ku, is this thing well maintained? Shouldn't you be more careful? Xia Li cautiously said. If this were really brand new, I'd use it without hesitation. Ku Xiao's expression darkened slightly, showing displeasure. I'm thrifty. Buying refurbished secondhand is just how I live. Why buy brand new? This machine is basically new, about 90% condition. Without my connections, I wouldn't get this price. Xia Li frowned and suddenly caught a faint, strange scent of blood. What on earth has this machine been through? Why does it still smell like blood? Ku Xiao's face grew serious. Someone was lying in there when the modder killed them. Rumor is it was a crime of passion. Pretty tragic. You don't mean to tell me that the spirit cores are still hiding in that mod chamber, do you? Having AI chips is one thing, but if there were actual spirit cores left behind, that would be a nightmare. Modern folks aren't truly threatened by restless spirits at worst, they're just creepy. But if a spirit core possesses you, that's a whole different level of trouble. I've examined it carefully. There's no trace of any spirit core residue at all. The mod technician who sold it to you is truly skilled. There's no chance of any leftover risk. So, you're planning to contact the murderer directly? And you even bought evidence that proves they committed the crime? You really aren't afraid your home will end up haunted? There was genuine worry in Xia Li's tone. Ku Xiao gave a bitter smile and shook her head. That modder was pretty unlucky to have got scammed, caught up in what's called the Taoist partner con. You know, when you divorce, your cultivation gets split right down the middle. Your cultivation gets split in half? Xia Li couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, quietly amused. Ku Xiao nodded. Yeah, they just siphon off half your cultivation and replace it with spirit stones. This kind of tech isn't rare anymore. I can do it here too. One day, if you're stuck, you could even sell off some cultivation points to make money. She changed the subject quickly. Anyway, enough about that. What about the Lingshu core and the prosthetic arm you ordered for me? Are you sure it'll come back in one piece? Ku Xiao's eyes were steady. Taking possession of the gear ahead of time meant she was confident about her safe return. I've contacted the higher-ups for you. If things get really bad, they'll step in. But it looks like, for now, there's no need to call them, she reminded him. Still, they made the trip, so you should cover their travel expenses, right? Xia Li felt trapped. He had the spirit stones to pay, but asking for reimbursement felt excessive. He muttered quietly, I. Don't worry, I can help you with a loan. No need for a loan, they'll just reimburse them. Also, I suggest you go through the corporate alliance, they have better resources. Xia Li sighed, feeling exposed as Kushao saw right through his background. How did you know I jumped ship from the corporate alliance? You already got a free pass from Minute charging you a service fee. Is me cutting you some slack? I'm here to help. Xia Li could only suppress his embarrassment and force a small smile of thanks. Then, Kushao waved playfully toward the table next to the mod chamber. Everything you ordered is here. Don't complain even if you don't like it. After all, I'm a certified modder, way better than whatever you'd pick yourself. Xia Li immediately walked over and reached toward the plain, worn box on the table. As soon as he opened it, the core inside triggered a sudden alarm. Ling Shu is on high alert. Warning message processing. Anyone who dares touch things from the Taishan mansion will not live to see another day. Don't think I'm not watching, you're all dead once I catch you. The unexpected alarm made Xia Li slam the lid shut with one hand, cutting off the noise. Black market goods? Xia Li looked at Kushao, certain. Exactly. It's the Taishan mansion's martial spirit core, Tai A4 forms, ranked in the global top 10 during foundation building stage. When active, it can forge your body with spiritual energy, greatly enhancing physical strength. Your spiritual power is decent, and your divine sense strong, but your boat is fragile. Long term, you'd risk body rejection, she explained. Body rejection? Xia Li frowned. When your body can't precisely control spiritual energy, hidden damage accumulates, and just gets worse over time. Thanks. Xia Li took a deep breath, realizing this core was exactly what he needed to supplement his body. He then opened the next box containing another core. This time no alarm sounded. Inside was a sleek black translucent chip. This one's called Hidden Menace 1. It's a custom top-tier chip from our faction, with 20 memory slots and 5 technique slots. Full performance upgrade, a 5th generation core, equipped with intelligent bridge tech. One technique, Intelligent Art Future Sight, allows you to predict the flow of battle in advance, giving you a huge tactical edge, Kushao said, pointing at a rectangular box next to it. That box clearly held the prosthetic arm. Xia Li didn't hesitate to lift the lid, revealing a jet-black mechanical arm not yet covered with synthetic skin. Martial arm, broken steel. Super high hardness, built using stress field tech. It can automatically repel blades and bullets. Best of all, it has a built-in martial technique called Starfall Crash. Even cultivated warriors at the Golden Core stage get smashed to bits when struck in close combat. Kushao had prepared a full martial warrior mod set for Xia Li, designed to completely catch his opponents off guard. If people just see your strong divine sense and try to fight Hedon, you'll crush them. If they try to avoid your close range assault by stalking from afar, your divine sense will toy with them, she said confidently, eyes gleaming with challenge. Gripping the mechanical arm, Xia Li felt like this upgrade truly made him a force to be reckoned with. Well, are you satisfied? Kushao asked. The modification plan that Kushao chose for Xia Li's spirit core left Xia Li overall quite satisfied. After all, even if he picked it himself, he wouldn't have been able to make much sense of it, and would have had to rely mostly on intuition. The Ling Shu Tian Xian prosthetic system had many different models, and a reasonable combination could unleash its full potential. But if the parts were mismatched, operational conflicts would arise, and the significant advantages of the upgrades would be lost. The equipment itself was excellent, but the price was quite steep. Although Xia Li was pleased with the result, he couldn't help but grumble about the cost. Nearly 4,000 spirit stones was no small sum. Ordinary people couldn't dream of earning that much. Most only made 1 spirit stone a month through hard labor, so 4,000 was a fortune they wouldn't see in their lifetime. That was before considering the 12,000 spirit stone activation fee needed for foundation building stage. Kushao seemed to take it lightly, since Xia Li was not like those who struggled for months just to scrape together a few stones. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Matthew effect had become ever clearer. The strong got stronger, and the weak remained weak. This was an unavoidable reality. The average monthly wage in the lower city hovered around 3 spirit stones, but with effort, making 10 spirit stones monthly wasn't impossible. The upper city was even better. The average salary reached about 20 spirit stones, meaning life was far less grim than Xia Li had imagined. While explaining these salary levels and living costs, Kushao reminded him that Xia Li's income was considered affluent by upper city middle-class standards, though still far from wealthy. This is a pricing ladder issue, Kushao patiently explained. Previously, a Ling Shu cost only around a dozen spirit stones. Now they've jumped into the thousands, and modifications for Golden Core stage can be over 10,000. Xia Li had thought the over 100,000 spirit stones head seized were a fortune enough to fully equip himself to nascent soul level. But after doing some rough math, he realized it barely covered Golden Core upgrades. The 16,000 spirit stones spent vanished like water, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. The top modifications for foundation stage do cost over 10,000 spirit stones, but it's unfair to compare entry-level Qi refining prosthetics with top-tier foundation Ling Shu. If you want to save money, you can choose the cheapest option. I have a 100-tone set that meets foundation stage needs, Kushao said with a hint of approval. She hadn't expected this little tycoon to consider the price expensive. In fact, all her suggestions prioritized cost-effectiveness. Xia Li gave a helpless smile. All right, I guess I'll have to work harder to earn spirit stones. He had once thought those 100,000 stones would last a long time, at least up to nascent soul stage, but now it seemed they barely covered golden core. Ku Xiao replied calmly, I won't say more, you get what you pay for. This setup will let you easily crush dozens of trash foundation cultivators. It's your call. This said it is, Xia Li nodded firmly. Looking at the boy before her, Ku Xiao casually asked, want to add more prosthetics? No, Xia Li immediately shook his head. Prosthetics were powerful, but if it weren't for his lost right hand, he would never give up his own body. The body and flesh were the only precious legacy his parents had left him. How could he discard them lightly? Maybe once he became stronger, he would consider limb regeneration. Seeing this, Ku Xiao tried another tactic. How about embedded modifications? It's the latest tech that preserves your flesh and blood while giving you the benefits of prosthetic enhancements. Xia Li sneered, Ku Jian poor, stop trying to trick me. At that moment, Xia Li finally realized Ku Xiao's science lessons were really sales talk. Looking at the devices and prices, he joked, might as well try it. The old modification cabin didn't have this function, the new one does, you'd be wasting it not to. So how much for the embedded mod? Ku Xiao was about to quote the price, while Xia Li, tinged with helplessness but full of determination, inwardly resolved to work even harder to earn spirit stones. He understood that the path of spiritual veins was only beginning and that a costly price was inevitable. It's not expensive, I've already designed the whole plan, and the entire set costs only 1,800 link stones. Xia Li calculated in his mind. Although he could afford the money, seeing Ku Xiao's intense, almost clinical focus on him like a scientist examining a test subject made him uneasy. Clearly, Ku Xiao wasn't just trying to make a sale. He wanted to practice his skills on Xia Li. Absolutely worth it. Absolutely thrilling, no risk, no loss. Xia Li muttered under his breath, just show me what you've got first. Still a bit wary, afraid he might get taken advantage of, Xia Li hesitated. When he finally gave in, Ku Xiao immediately sent over a file. The file was a human X-ray image depicting an amputee missing an arm, looking remarkably like Xia Li himself. The image showed various mechanical devices implanted into the amputee's internal organs, and faint dark shadows covered the bone's surfaces. Xia Li tapped on the heart section in the file, and a message popped up. High-density strong heart mesh, enhances cardiac function, supports heart overload operations, and features damage repair capabilities. Then Xia Li continued exploring other options, all detailed descriptions of different implanted modifications, a high-energy lung pump for more efficient breathing, an adrenal modulator boosting stress response, a polymer fiber exoshell reinforcing the liver, an internal stomach structure enhancing digestion, a spirit-guiding outer bone shell covering the skeleton, a nanomuscle membrane strengthening muscle power. All these devices could push the BOTUS limits and protect it while retaining real flesh and blood. After reading through the technical info, Xia Li took a deep breath. Incredible. But then he frowned. If these mods require frequent uninstalling and reinstalling, wouldn't that mean lots of surgeries? Even with a smart modification pod and minimally invasive implants that auto-repair, the process would still be uncomfortable. Ku Xiao smiled easily. What's there to fear? For you, it's like sleeping. The plan I chose will at least get you to a big breakthrough. So install or not? Xia Li hesitated. Let's just test the waters first. Lie down and welcome a stronger, more perfect you. Ku Xiao gestured invitingly. Xia Li stepped into the modification pod. Every time he woke inside, he could feel his body seemingly rebuilt, his functions soaring. In this era, body mods were commonplace, only very few completely rejected any tech implants. Xia Li understood he had to adapt, or risk becoming an old-fashioned relic. He couldn't accept full-body prosthetics, but semi-embedded modifications were bearable after all. They preserved real flesh while unlocking physical potential and utilizing cutting-edge tech. Even if the new tech felt a bit harsh, it somehow achieved a balance between human and machine. Ku Xiao said, technology will keep advancing, and the world changes fast. I don't personally advocate full prosthetics either, but embedded mods strike a balance between life and tech. You remain flesh and blood with a warm body, yet you become a half-biological, half-mechanical superhuman. The fusion of tradition and advanced technology is a kind of yin-yang harmony, isn't it? Under the influence of a mild sedative gas, Xia Li gradually relaxed, his eyelids heavy as he slipped into sleep. A dream formed in his mind, still the old house's balcony. By his side, a small dog loyally lay wagging its tail, and his sister leaned on the railing, feeling the evening breeze. Her eyes fixed on the crescent moon in the sky as she softly sang a poem. People experience joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. The moon has its phases of brightness and dimness. This has been hard to perfect since ancient times. As she sang, she suddenly faltered, as if she had forgotten the words. Hard to perfect, but the future can be. If not in the near future, then in a more distant one. Big brother, we will meet again in the far future. If the future never comes, then I will come myself. Her voice was firm, as if she had made a solemn vow. Eyes opened. Xia Li awoke from sleep, but his body felt bound, unable to move. A synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Consciousness detected. Establishing neural connections. Brain bridge linked. Connecting to other devices. Calibrating all equipment. System startup complete. As the full array of cybernetic upgrades synchronously activated, the world before Xia Li abruptly transformed. A flurry of data streams hovered in his vision. Awake? Come on, get up and stretch, Kushao said, sitting beside the modification pod. Xia Li turned to look at her, but frowned. An information window had popped up over her body, displaying precise biometric data analyzed and presented clearly. Hey, what are you looking at? Don't x-ray me like that, Xia Li blurted out. Realizing this, Kushao immediately activated her mental intrusion defense protocols. The data overlay rapidly dissolved into question marks and vanished. This was the Heaven's Eye retina implanted in Xia Li's own IESA powerful, multifunctional cybernetic upgrade. Now, with X-ray and thermal imaging modes, his eyes functioned as ultra-precise surveillance cameras with multiple utility features. Xia Li's consciousness shifted, suddenly aware that his breath had begun regulating automatically according to the cultivation method's breathing patterns. His cultivation progress noticeably accelerated. The heartbeat inside him synchronized flawlessly with the flow of spiritual energy. Qi and blood surged like tides. Organs operated in perfect harmony under the control of the heaven core, as though a meticulously conducted symphony performed the melody of his essence. Kushao smiled knowingly. See, to master your body to this level normally, you'd have to reach the intricate Stagino easy feat, but now with the upgrade, it's instantaneous. She had focused on enhancing martial cultivation during the modifications, since the core of martial arts was body forging and unlocking physical potential. Xia Li was more conservative by nature, yet the reality was clear. The fusion of technology and martial arts strength was a must. Without it, survival in this chaotic world would be impossible. To be honest, this feeling of total control over my own body, it's totally unprecedented, Xia Li said, sensing his power converging so intensely that he could condense his entire force into a pinpoint, truly commanding every aspect. Kushao chuckled and casually tossed a small data chip towards Xia Li. Here, take this. The chip was compact, reminiscent of an old-world USB drive, though its security and reliability far surpassed that. What's this? Xia Li asked reflexively. Plug it into your prosthetic port, and you'll find out, Kushao replied nonchalantly. Xia Li immediately inserted the chip into the integrated interface on his prosthetic wrist. Once read, a cultivation method page appeared, the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Foundation Building Chapter. Classic of Mountains and Seas? Isn't that the Book of Mythical Beasts? Since when is it a cultivation manual? Xia Li was puzzled. After the spiritual energy revival, people rediscovered the real Classic of Mountains and Seas. It's actually a fragmented ancient tome teaching methods to forge the body similar to primal mythical beasts. Its goal is to temper the flesh to near legendary levels. If you master the foundation building phase thoroughly, the benefits are huge. Once you break through to the golden core, you can transition to sword cultivation, Kushao explained with a gleam in her eyes. Staring at the cultivation method on display, Xia Li understood this was the key to his future battles and survival. His body and consciousness had been deeply enhanced by both technology and mystic arts. The foundation of this new combat body was only just being laid. Kushao had already mapped out a clear path for Xia Li's future development. During the qi refining stage, he needed to steadily consolidate his qi and spirit. In the foundation establishment phase, he should focus on martial training to strengthen his body, and once he reached the golden core stage, he would be able to wield his sword freely, moving across the lands with great prowess. Is this cultivation method really that rare? I couldn't find it publicly, or even on the internal network, Xia Li asked with some doubt. Kushao nodded. This is a special reward from the higher-ups. They chose it for you. Don't feel any psychological burden over it. If the organization offers you something good, just accept it without hesitation. She gave Xia Li's shoulder a reassuring pat. Given Xia Li's aptitude for foundation establishment in the way of heaven, it was natural that the top leaders of the Hidden Wing faction had taken notice. The organization would definitely provide him with top-tier resources for his training. Xia Li pressed on. Where does this method rank, exactly? After all, it's just a fragment of a manual. Kushao replied, above average? I'd say it's top-tier premium. That's roughly equivalent to a high-grade Xian-level technique over on the other side, so it's already quite impressive. She explained that, from Earthling's perspective on cultivation, the value of a technique isn't solely determined by rank. The key factor is compatibility. A Xian-level method fully mastered and unleashed is far better than a De-level technique that can only ever be applied with 1 or 2% of its power. The difficulty in learning and mastering these methods varies without the required capability. A high-rank technique is just flashy but ineffective. Top-tier techniques like this are more than enough, Kushao summarized. Xia Li nodded, then asked, could you introduce me to a weapon supplier? I'm planning to venture deeper into the danger zone. Looking for a death sentence? Ku Xiao rolled her eyes. The deeper parts of the danger zone were teeming with powerful beasts and demons, controlled by lawless gangs. Even fully armed, Xia Li could barely handle the outskirts. Going deeper would be suicidal. I'm not looking for death. I'm just asking about the channels first, Xia Li insisted. I do have some weapons here, but they're pretty average, Ku Xiao explained. She wasn't a weapons dealer, just happened to have some stock. They certainly didn't meet Xia Li's standards. Xia Li sighed. All right, since you mentioned it, I wanted to check out the black market. I've heard their gear is decent, but it's all shady stuff that can cause big trouble if you get caught. Is that really safe? Ku Xiao asked with concern. No worries, Xia Li answered calmly. The weapons I buy won't be used on Earth. They're for the other side. No one there would recognize them. Ku Xiao nodded. Okay, I'll help you get in touch. After a moment, she must have contacted the other party using her Tianxin Divine Speed link. Soon she said, it's arranged. He raised the access key. As Xia Li accepted the key, he handed over a transfer of spirit stones to Ku Xiao covering over 6,700 stones for the equipment modifications, plus a little extra from an earlier payment. Thanks, you even rounded up the change, Ku Xiao said, smiling. Though joking about the rounding, she was far from reluctant to accept the extra stones. Who would ever say no to more money? Xia Li quickly replied, thank you for your support. Oh, you asked about weapons? I actually have a suggestion, Ku Xiao added. I'm not really a weapons expert. I'm more into modifications. But since you asked, hey, raise my humble opinion. Don't blindly trust people bragging about ancient forging methods. Sure, there's a high ceiling for weapons made with old techniques, but right now, tech-based spiritual weapons are the real game changers. Don't foolishly chase after ancient methods. At long range, you want an energy sniper rifle, mid-range, an electromagnetic rifle, up close, a fierce wind shotgun. Don't fall for the myth that a single sword rules all. Even if you become a sword cultivator later, pick a tech sword over an ancient-style one. Watch out for anyone using ancient methods as a gimmick. They're probably just trying to scam your spirit stones. Her tone was serious and firm. She warned Xia Li that while technology keeps advancing, some people stubbornly cling to the idea that older is better, which is really ridiculous. Anytime you encounter something claiming to be ancient, be extra cautious and don't let your guard down. Although Ku Xiao's suggestion sounded a bit naive, Xia Li quietly nodded in agreement after hearing it. He recognized the truth in it. The debate about modern spirit artifacts versus ancient ones had long been raging online, with neither side able to fully convince the other. Modern technology hadn't created a clear advantage in artifact forging. In fact, ancient spirit artifacts were generally more refined, with higher potential and room for growth. This was because forging ancient artifacts required the craftsman to invest their vital essence to imbue them with spiritual energy. Modern artifacts, on the other hand, were mass-produced on assembly lines. While they had higher baseline quality, lower cost, and were easier to equip on a large scale, their only drawback was the complete lack of spiritual essence. But Xia Li did not care about that. He valued practicality above all. Some enjoyed the nurturing process, taking pleasure in cultivating ancient artifacts. But Xia Li was a pragmatist who preferred weapons that could unleash their power immediately upon acquisition. After leaving Ku Xiao's shop, Xia Li headed straight to the far end of the Black Street according to the address. As he walked, he witnessed its harshest reality, a sprawling, massive garbage dump piled sky-high, forming a strange mountain range. This was where all kinds of waste from the upper city were dumped at the outskirts of the lower city. Countless scavengers weaved through the heaps, gathering what they could. Every city had a Black Street, and without exception, they all formed around such dumps. More precisely, the very existence of the lower city was inseparable from the garbage dump. A population boom and resource shortage, combined with the gradual reduction of surface radiation, led many low-quality inhabitants to spontaneously migrate underground. Initially, they survived almost entirely by scavenging trash, and after several generations, they built simple structures along the waste heaps, gradually forming a livable environment in the lower city. Soon after, various heavily polluting industries relocated downward as well. While the upper city cared about environmental governance, the lower city allowed unrestricted discharge of waste gases and water. Today, the lower city was the most concentrated hub of industrial pollution. Following the address deeper into the garbage dump, beneath an inconspicuous garbage hill, Xia Li found a small rusty iron door. Standing before it, he used his Tianxin device to broadcast the key signal frequency. The iron door creaked open, revealing a staircase descending into the ground. He felt a vague sense of familiarity. Ku Xiao's shop also accessed through a similar underground passage. Descending the stairs to the bottom, he entered a modest room. Inside sat a chubby man with a half-mechanical face below the nose. His features had been replaced by mechanical components, but a smile remained on his face. He sat behind a rusty iron counter, warmly watching Xia Li. Welcome to Uncle Rust's little shop. Modern spirit artifacts, ancient relics, biochemical weapons, even nuclear bombs, you name it. I've got it. As long as you dare to buy. Nuclear bombs, too? Xia Li's lips twitched slightly. That was one thing he actually did want. Having one on you just makes you feel safer. Earth cultivators knew how to defend against nuclear blasts using a Tianqin device to seize the right moment to retreat into phase space, avoiding the main explosion's damage, then shielding themselves with spiritual energy to stay clear of intense radiation zones, making destruction unlikely and even allowing survival through the nascent soul stage. But not every cultivator understood this method. A sudden direct strike, even a Yuaning cultivator could only resign themselves to bitter defeat. They're all leftovers from before, long out of production. Want to buy a collectible? How much for the big Ivan? Do you still have any Zar bombs? Xia Li immediately asked for the ultra-high yield ones. Those aren't toys. Xiao feel secure just hugging one to sleep. The sense of safety is overwhelming. Buddy, your requested yield is way too excessive. I only have old-style small warheads here. With that kind of power, are you planning some kind of terror attack? The chubby boss was already sweating at Xia Li's demands. Even if there are ultra-high yield nukes, those are tightly kept by the major powers. Ultra-high yield nukes are still devastating, but their fallout is catastrophic. Small yield weapons don't interest him, they feel dull. Got an item list? Send it over, Xia Li said. The chubby boss snapped his fingers, and an inventory list appeared instantly before Xia Li, packed with all sorts of categories that made him momentarily overwhelmed. He started picking items, muttering to himself. High-frequency thermal knife. Not bad. Plasma lightsaber? Too flashy. Thunderstorm grenade? Might as well get a fusion grenade. The boss said nothing, since Xia Li hadn't asked for his opinion. But the consultation fee still applied. After a long time, Xia Li finally settled on his desired equipment and turned to the chubby boss. I want a knife, a shotgun, a sniper rifle, several bombs, one defensive device, and one escape gear. I'm training martial arts now, foundation building stage. Can you recommend something, man? The boss held up 3 fingers, signaling the consultation fee first. Xia Li didn't hesitate and paid with spirit stones. Want ancient gear? The boss probed. No thanks. Really? Not at all. The boss looked disappointed, eyeing a recently acquired ancient spirit blade. This ancient blade just came in. I'm selling it for. The moment Xia Li heard ancient, his interest immediately vanished. Just as Kushao said, the black market here only wants to rip you off with ancient gear. No conscience at all. Alright then. What exactly did Kushao tell you? Don't believe everything she says. She's biased against old methods. Honestly, I'm a little. The boss hesitated. Clearly, ancient gear has a larger profit margin since it can be sold as the artisan's masterpiece. Modern spirit weapons are mass-produced by factory robots and lack that kind of craftsmanship value. Bro, just give me a solid recommendation. If I like it, I'll pay you extra. Xia Li softened his tone. Sure. The boss grinned. Not selling ancient gear is fine. He could still make some extra spirit stones. For the knife, I'd go with the Karantech kinetic knife, model MKI-2. You're probably not after flashy looks, right? Practicality first. Xia Li nodded emphatically. Function is king. Some people like high-frequency or plasma tech weapons. They have more stopping power, but they consume a lot of spirit energy, break down often, and are technically immature. Even slashing empty air wears them down, the boss explained. Yes, Xia Li feigned understanding, though he had been secretly considering a flashy plasma sword just for show. But he was wary of malfunctioning at a critical moment and making a fool of himself. What about the sniper rifle? Do you prioritize stealth or firepower? Firepower. One shot, one kill. Xia Li answered without hesitation. Then I'd recommend the Starflare Model 5 from Tuas. And for the shotgun? More on stealth. Xia Li smiled slyly. Sniper rifles are all about deadly concealment, so the shotgun should focus on being discreet, taking the opposite approach. A shortened model with built-in modules suits that. Do you have any prosthetics? Yes, my right arm. What model? Wu arm broken steel. The boss checked his records and nodded. That can house medium modules. The shotgun fits inside the prosthetic, so you can fire instantly without drawing. It's super convenient. That's exactly what I want. Xia Li's eyes lit up. Xia Li never imagined that hidden modules could still be implanted inside his prosthetic limbs. In close combat, while others threw punches, he could instantly fire a shot precisely aimed at the opponent's head. He silently calculated. With such an attack method, what defense could the enemy possibly have? If the prosthetics module was a shotgun, then he'd go with the M1887 Max. This legendary firearm from a past era had been rebuilt and enhanced with psionic technology, massively boosting its power. The bulky boss had recommended it, and Xia Li vaguely recognized the name. The original was the Winchester M1887. Had seen this shotgun in plenty of video games, but never expected such a classic weapon to be integrated as a module in a real prosthetic. It instantly felt familiar and reassuring. Xia Li's eyes lit up, and he smiled. This one's good. I like it. He always viewed familiar weapons through a bit of a nostalgic lens. In this new era, known things have become rare and precious. When discussing explosive weapons, the big boss asked, do you want a cheap batch in large quantity or fewer but more powerful ones? Xia Li didn't hesitate. I'm fine paying more. Power comes first. How about plasma grenades? The boss continued. These are brutal. When they detonate, they create a high-voltage electric field controlled precisely by the core chip, timing and targeting the explosion perfectly. Okay, let's start with 100, Xia Li agreed readily. Throwable weapons like these were flexible and often invaluable on the battlefield. The boss added, I personally recommend 50 plasma grenades and 50 shockwave grenades. It costs about the same. The key is that the plasma grenade's electric field can trigger a secondary explosion from the shockwave grenades. Then give me 100 shockwave grenades too, Xia Li said firmly. The boss laughed and leaned in. You're generous, young man. He'll throw in 10 extra of each in the house. He liked customers who didn't fuss over every penny. Xia Li definitely seemed like a long-term client. When they moved on to defensive gear, the boss asked, do you want a durable shield with weaker protection, or a short-duration shield with top-level defense? Or maybe both? How about a hybrid? Xia Li suggested. Even if it costs more than both combined, it'll be much more convenient. The boss nodded. Then take the field shield. This is a critical piece of equipment normally used on spaceships. In a pinch, it can activate a repulsion field, theoretically withstanding a nuclear blast. Xia Li couldn't help asking, but a small-yield nuke is still a nuke, right? The boss confessed. Well, you get what you pay for. Realizing Xia Li was committed to buying, he dropped any pretense. Finally, they discussed escape gear. The boss smiled. You guys are better with stealth wings, but I can recommend the Chaos Phase Orb. It teleports you instantly within a random range of thousands of meters. The advantage is its spatial fluctuations are hard to trace. The downside is it's pure luck. You might teleport right back to where you started, but chances are high you'll end up underground or high above. Seeing Xia Li still wanted escape gear, the boss thought this customer really valued stealth. Too bad he had no more advanced tech available. That's all for now, Xia Li said. Also, give me a phase ring. The phase ring was a storage artifact from Earth's era, far superior to the treasure containers in the cultivation world. Within its set range, it could retrieve items from any designated spot, perfect for setting traps and mines, making it highly tactical. Which model? Xia Li asked thoughtfully, already imagining its uses in upcoming battles. The entire transaction proceeded smoothly. Xia Li felt quite satisfied with his purchase, as his gear gradually took shape and the outlook for the battlefield ahead grew clearer and more promising. 100 cubic meters of phase space with a range of 1,000 meters for object retrieval. Other specifications can be freely set, and no client-side device is needed. Earth storage treasures allow multiple items to share the same phase space, enabling several users to access them simultaneously for real-time support. But Xia Li has absolutely no need for that functionality. After all, it involves crossing realms and lies completely outside the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Dao network. Besides, multi-in synchronization isn't achievable anyway. The total was 3,452 spirit stones, but in the end, they'll give you 3,500. Just as promised, consider it a little extra benefit. Thanks for your patronage. Follow me. Brother, you're so generous. I have to show my appreciation too, the chubby boss said with a smile as he led Xia Li to the training ground to test the goods. Today the chubby boss had closed a big deal, so naturally he wanted to serve Xia Li well. Xia Li was in high spirits, having just completed his foundation in the Heavenly Dao and undergone modifications, plus had bought a bunch of new weapons. This time, heading back there, he should be more than capable of defending himself. But before going to the training ground, the chubby boss first took Xia Li's prosthetic arm to install the built-in shotgun module. Since he was recommended by Ku Xiao, Xia Li chose to trust him and let him take it. Half an hour later, the chubby boss returned with the upgraded prosthetic arm. For already assembled prosthetics, modules can be swapped out without full replacement and temporarily removed if needed. Everything Xia Li wanted was loaded into the phase ring, which was now on the finger of his prosthetic hand. The chubby boss reattached the prosthetic arm to Xia Li's shoulder. The dantian chip connected swiftly with the prosthetic. Xia Li stood, raised his hand, and tested it. Wait, you can't fire bullets like that, the chubby boss reminded him. They'll teach you the bullet generation technique that matches your firearms. With that, he immediately transmitted the technique to Xia Li. The technique was simple. By circulating spiritual energy, it could create bullets of different calibers and effects. Both spirit rifles and mechanical guns require loading bullets, but spirit rifle bullets come in automatic and semi-automatic loading modes. Usually, semi-automatic bullets pack a bigger punch per shot. Once the bullet generation technique is loaded in the skill slot, the dantian chip can automatically load bullets. Xia Li approached a steel plate. Generate bullet-type gongfeng shell. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A dense burst of gas exploded from his palm, instantly piercing and shattering the steel plate. Not bad at all. Xia Li shook his prosthetic arm, reset the gun mechanism, and reloaded ammunition. Electromagnetic shell. The bullet fired, accompanied by swirling electric arcs that nearly melted the steel plate, blasting the surface into ruins. He flicked his hand to reload immediately. This time, Xia Li steadied his prosthetic right arm with his left hand because he was loading the largest caliber, highest power bullet type. Dragon's breath shell. With a thunderous roar, his palm expelled a flash of instantly detonating fire that melted the steel plate directly into molten metal fluid. The temperature was unimaginable, warping the air itself. The recoil was fierce, knocking Xia Li back several steps. Cracks appeared along his prosthetic arm as it began to vent heat, the thermal waves even distorting the nearby air. The flowing hot metal during cooldown might even be used as a weapon. Grabbing a searing molten chunk wouldn't be impossible. A flicker of delight crossed Xia Li's eyes. Just the built-in shotgun module on his prosthetic alone was incredibly powerful. While he had crossed a major realm boundary, facing an opponent at the Golden Core stage on the other side, that Dragon's Breath shell might be unavoidable and could even directly shatter their Golden Core. Xia Li then proceeded to test the power of other weapons one after another, each displaying a level of lethality that left him quite satisfied. The kinetic blade accelerated and gained momentum with every swing. Even a light stroke caused the blade to whistle sharply through the air. When swung with full force, it unleashed a crushing impact like a falling meteor, cleaving, slicing, and shattering obstacles as if wielded by a heavy sword. In contrast, the Starshine sniper rifle felt somewhat sluggish. Its ordinary spirit bullets took half a minute to generate. However, its destructive power was unmatched, especially the spirit-piercing rounds designed specifically to counter cultivators, capable of effortlessly penetrating most spirit energy defensive barriers. The two types of grenades were no less devastating than the self-destruct devices from the earlier Ling Shu tech. Chain explosions from multiple grenades set off shockwave storms with tremendous force. As for the field shield, according to precise calculations from Tianxin, it could withstand sustained attacks from cultivators at the standard Golden Core stage, and when its propulsion field was activated in critical moments, it was strong enough to endure a full strike from a nascent soul expert. Xia Li had not personally tested the phase sphere. The surrounding area was a stinking pile of trash for tens of thousands of meters, and he had no desire to be teleported into a heap of filth. Big brother, your spirit stones are ready. I'm heading off now, come back anytime. The chubby shop owner looked somewhat intimidating, but was very courteous. He personally escorted Xia Li out the rusty iron door, then closed it, and went back into the foul-smelling garbage dump. Xia Li looked up at the massive base that spread out like a giant umbrella, supporting the upper city above. Although at that moment he longed to gaze at the sky. After all, his next destination was unknown, and it was natural to seek a moment of calm by looking at the hometown sky before departure. Thinking about the trouble behind him made Xia Li frown as he stepped deeper into the garbage mound. He slipped into a dark, narrow trash cave, quickly dragging debris to block the entrance. After confirming the area was quiet, he activated the mysterious ring's phase jump. While passing through, he issued multiple commands to Tianxin. If the space stabilized successfully, immediately activate the Divine Power Fusion Realm. If not, immediately turn on the field shield. And if a nascent soul aura was detected, launch the phase sphere without hesitation. Tianxin's reaction was far quicker than his, preparing with flawless precision. A dazzling white light enveloped him completely. As the spatial fluctuations subsided, the Divine Power Fusion Realm successfully activated. Though his vision had not yet fully cleared, Tianxin had already initiated Divine Power to greatly ease Xia Li's tension. The most vulnerable moment of space traversal was finally over. He exhaled in relief, proof that the sniper sent by the Shandan sect was not lurking near his dilapidated home. Otherwise, he would have been detected and ambushed before the space stabilized. The phase jump enabled by the mysterious ring was an advanced form of spatial technology, somewhere between phase shift and phase teleportation. Although human research was still experimental, since it involved the spatial path, it risked detection and countermeasures. Once Xia Li's vision fully cleared, the home before him was a ruin. The summer mansion built for him by the three major powers in Wind Crane City had long since been reduced to rubble. Not far from the ruins, the mansion's main gate was densely lined with wooden stakes. Hanging from them were the bodies of the Lu family members, the very family that had once helped him, now doomed because of him. At the highest stake hung the stiff corpse of the Lu family patriarch. Beside him was third Uncle Lu, whose face still bore a look of stunned disbelief from before his death. The servants' and maids' bodies were slumped crookedly, their blood long since darkened. Lu Yun's limbs were broken in all directions, his eyes wide open as if refusing to accept such an end even in death. Neither Lu Xiaoxiao nor Lu Jingfeng's bodies were among them. They might still be alive. Xia Li stood before the ruins, his gaze drifting across the grim display of death. Was it his fault they had perished? It was hard to say. His initial feud with the Lu family was sparked by Lu Fu, and later it was just a business deal, nothing close or personal. Yet they had died because of him. This was the harsh reality for small families in the cultivation world. Security was never guaranteed. When coveted opportunities appeared, death and danger soon followed. Rage churned in Xia Li's chest. After waking, he had been enslaved by the company to mine resources. He had been bullied since arriving in this realm, nearly killed by the company's underlings, and now the Shandan sect relentlessly pressed him from all sides. Xia Li pulled out a jade slip from his phase ring. Hey, this is Xia Li. How are you doing now? Silence lingered. Just as he was about to retract it, the jade slip lit up. He's been crippled, unable to use spirit energy. Linyi, and I will help him. Brother Lin, tell me what happened after I escaped. The Lu family was wiped out. I only rescued Lu Jingfeng. Lu Xiaoxiao is held captive in the Fenghe City Lord's mansion. I promised Brother Lu I would rescue her, but I can't do it alone. If Brother Xia is willing, we can work together. The City Lord's mansion? I'm in Fenghe City right now. Brother Xia, the Xiandan sect has more than one golden core cultivator left. It might be a trap. I have a secret treasure that masks my presence. Better wait and attack together. No, my goal isn't just to rescue. It's to kill. Only by eliminating the Xiandan sect's disciples could the restless fire in his heart be extinguished. That's impossible. Even if you've reached Foundation Establishment, or even Heavenly Dao Foundation, against multiple golden core cultivators, all from a sect, you won't stand a chance. Is that so? Xia Li's artifact spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Scan complete. Within spiritual perception range, targets matching criteria, 3 golden core stage, 10 foundation establishment stage, 25 chi refining stage. Based on aura intensity, probability of victory, 98%. Combat difficulty, guaranteed success. I will win this fight. Xia Li stored away the jade slip and openly swept his divine perception across the city. Xiandan sect disciples were exposed all over by their cloaks and medicinal auras. He never intended to hide this was both reconnaissance and a warning. Tianxin, overclock. Lingshu, overclock. Full body cyborg systems, overclock. 3 commands were issued. The red glow flared across the retina of his heavenly eye. Several panels floated before him, zooming in rapidly. Tianxin, lock on. Target lock in progress. Completed. I am human, a pacifist. But if someone refuses peace with me, Xia Li's voice turned icy and mechanical. I can become a machine. Flesh and blood are fleeting, my heart is kind. But if necessary, I will abandon my humanity and ascend as an intelligent machine. Switch body control to Tianxin processors. Convert brain power into computational power. From now on, become a precise, decisive killing machine calculating all outcomes for elimination. Command accepted. Probability of victory revised to 100%. Combat difficulty, overwhelming. Above the ruins of the Xia estate, disciples from the Xiandan sect swiftly arrived, flying through the air. The hostile divine intent that Xia Li had just emitted while scouting was tantamount to an open declaration of war. The first few Xiandan disciples to arrive recognized Xia Li immediately, their faces lighting up with excitement as they quickly relayed the news to their approaching senior and junior brothers, urging everyone to prepare for battle. Xia Li made no effort to stop them. More precisely, Tianxin, after a rapid analysis, judged that intercepting them would only reduce the efficiency of annihilating the enemy completely. After a brief wait, 3 Foundation Establishment stage disciples drew their swords and launched an attack. Though the Xiandan sect was famed for alchemy, its disciples were by no means weak fighters. As their sword flashes cut through the air, a crowd of wandering cultivators who had been watching the commotion were drawn closer, swelling their numbers. Many of these scattered cultivators recognized Xia Li's identity after all. He had once provided them with the Yongqi pill, an inexpensive yet effective pill unfortunately monopolized by the Xiandan sect. The sect claimed the Yongqi pill was a stolen secret recipe and forbade other factions from refining it, punishing violations severely according to the law. That's Master Xiaodan, he's back? Foolish, clearly blinded by anger, muttered a nearby wanderer. This young prodigy looks like he's about to fall right here. Accustomed to the tyranny of large sects, these wanderers weren't shocked such scenes had become commonplace. Just as the 3 Foundation Establishment disciples thrust their sword tips simultaneously from different directions toward Xia Li, their blades were suddenly halted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch around him. Xia Li's right prosthetic arm instantly glowed as the shotgun module activated, releasing a dense burst of fierce wind bullets from his palm. The explosive blast detonated instantly, pulverizing one unlucky disciple on the spot into a spray of blood mist. The wandering cultivators gulped nervously, the atmosphere tightened abruptly. But it was far from over. Xia Li reloaded with a sweeping motion and launched another attack, his arm slamming forcefully into the head of a second Foundation Establishment disciple, sending him flying like a meteor streaking across the sky, blood splattering behind him. The last remaining disciple was filled with terror and tried to retreat, but Xia Li grabbed his head with a single hand. The head was cold and hard, not like ordinary flesh and blood. Suddenly, lightning exploded from Xia Li's hand, powerful electric currents surging through the captured disciple's body, causing convulsions and muffled screams. Finally, the disciple went completely limp, tossed aside by Xia Li like a useless husk. Impudent whelp, how dare you? Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtled forward. A golden core stage disciple followed close behind. Though he couldn't save his fallen comrade, he unleashed divine power to cast a burning dan fireball. The huge orb slammed into the ground and exploded, its flames unquenchable as they rapidly spread, forming a scorching fiery domain. In Fenghe City, Foundation Establishment stage disciples were considered top-tier fighters, while Golden Core stage cultivators were revered as true immortals, rare, and formidable warriors most cultivators only saw once in a lifetime. At the Golden Core disciples' attack, the wandering cultivators marveled and shuddered, stepping back cautiously to avoid the flames. Yet one stray wanderer standing too close was engulfed by the inferno, collapsing to his knees in agony and pleading desperately, "True immortal, spare me. I'm innocent, too." His cries faded as his body quickly blackened and turned into a pile of charred ashes within the raging blaze. Humph. Do you think mere ants like you are worthy to witness a higher-level duel? Back off immediately. The Golden Core disciple felt no guilt for slaughtering innocents. Instead, he harbored a secret pride. This was the fuel driving his desperate quest for power. Yet, in the heart of the blazing fire zone, where layers of fierce flames devoured everything, a sudden movement appeared. A brilliant beam of light tore across the sky, sharp as a sword and dazzling like starlight. At that moment, the Golden Core disciple's lower half still hovered in midair, but his upper body had inexplicably vanished without a trace. His mutilated torso crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, like a heap of rotten flesh hitting stone. The gathered wanderer cultivators couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end and a chill run through them. This elite disciple of the great sect, whom they had revered as a godlike, unbeatable force, was silently and instantly slain with a single blow. Instant kill on a Golden Core, someone whispered in disbelief. Master Xia Dan, not only can he instantly kill a Golden Core, but he can also injure nascent soul level? What kind of technique is this? The wanderers were stunned, speechless, unable to grasp, let alone comprehend, the fatal strike. That was Xia Li's spiritual energy sniper rifle, the codename Starlight, preloaded with a spirit-breaking bullet. Spiritual energy sniping was indeed lethal with a single shot. At this moment, other Foundation establishment and Golden Core disciples from Xiandan sect had not yet arrived on the battlefield. Xia Li calmly stepped out from the flames, untouched by the fire's embrace, not even a wisp of ember clinging to him. After leaving the fiery zone, he raised his right arm and snapped his fingers. Thunderous rumblings erupted nearby as his phase ring transformed into a deadly weapon, launching a plasma hand grenade precisely into the gathering spot of Xiandan sect's disciples and instantly detonating it. The explosion rapidly spread within a kilometer range. All nearby Qi refining disciples were wiped out without exception, perishing miserably. Two Foundation establishment disciples who had arrived earlier but hesitated were severely wounded by the shockwave. Calculating that a single grenade would not suffice, Tianxin dropped a shockwave hand grenade over their heads. The thunderous detonation thoroughly crushed the two Foundation establishment disciples. The phase ring was not just storage, it was a ruthless killing instrument. Wherever it reached became a minefield and bombing zone, enabling Xia Li to accurately throw grenades and detonate them beside enemies at will. More than half of the disciples Xiandan sect had left guarding Fenghe City were dead or injured by now. Yet Xia Li showed no mercy. The slaughter pressed on. The surviving Xiandan disciples chose to hide. Even the two remaining Golden Core disciples preferred concealment. But how long could they really hide? Hide. Xia Li snorted coldly, lifting his Starlight sniper to lock onto a target direction. Phase bullets generated at high speed. A ticking countdown echoed: 10, 9, 8. Once Tianxin locked on a target, escape was impossible unless they fled the lock range or used extraordinary countermeasures. Through the Tianyan retinal display, Xia Li saw the city walls as translucent and clear. Although his prey was hiding on the far side of town 3,000 meters away, that distance was negligible for spatial targeting. 1-0. Reload complete. A burst of spatial distortion erupted at the muzzle as the bullet pierced the void and appeared instantly behind the hidden Golden Core disciple, detonating immediately and striking his head with deadly precision. Of the 3 Golden Core disciples, 2 were already down. The only remaining Golden Core disciple's face turned ashen. Seeing his junior brother instantaneously cut down by invisible force, he no longer cared about hiding. Furious, he fled, darting through winding streets of the town at his fastest speed, and suddenly threw a pitch-black pill at Xia Li. The pill exploded, releasing poisonous mist. But Xia Li remained unfazed. His Tianyan retinal protection activated while a purifier implanted in his nasal cavity and trachea easily neutralized the toxin. The Golden Core disciple grew even more confident and seized the momentum to thrust his sword at Xia Li's brow. Xia Li said nothing, simply clenched his fist to meet the blade tip. In an instant, the sword shattered into 2. His martial arm steel breaker possessed weapon-grade hardness that outsiders would think he broke a spiritual weapon barehanded. The fragmented sword shards pierced back into the attacker's body. Following this, his punching force did not relent, striking the enemy's head. Silence fell. No blood mist sprayed. Steel breaker's starfall collapse technique instantly released a vacuum force that vaporized the target completely. Thus, all 3 Golden Core disciples of Xiandan sect had perished. But the battle was not over. Remaining targets still existed: 5 Foundation establishment and 12 Qi refining disciples, all positions tightly locked by Tianxin. Xia Li might pride himself on mercy, but Tianxin was pitiless. Xia Li could be inexperienced in ruthless killing, but Tianxin showed no hesitation. His orders were to annihilate all enemies. Tianxin would execute them mercilessly until each foe was wiped out. Remaining targets: 5 Foundation Establishment, 12 Qi Refining. Positions remain locked. Highest priority targets neutralized, continuing elimination of remaining enemies. Fenghe City was thrown into chaos. No one expected Xia Li to strike back and to do so with such brutal ferocity, slaughtering Xiandan sect disciples like a demonic cultivator. In front of Wanbao Tower, a Xiandan disciple came running in panic, his eyes anxiously fixed on the old man sweeping at the entrance. Mouth opening to beg for help, suddenly a figure flashed behind him, forcefully pressing his head down to the ground. With a sharp twist of the wrist, his skull shattered violently, blood and brain matter splattering gruesomely. Xia Senior, I didn't expect you'd really do this. The old man sweeping at the door cupped his hands toward Xia Li, voice tinged with surprise and helplessness. Xia Li glanced past him. This was elder son, alchemist, and head of Wanbao Tower. Though part of Wanbao Tower, he hadn't betrayed Xia Li, and their cooperation was relatively smooth. Help me pack up the things in Wanbao Tower. Xia Li's tone was cold and curt, without any unnecessary words. He had already torn off an arm of one of Wanbao Tower's district leaders and seized abundant valuables. Their relationship was completely broken. Now that they were enemies, there was no need for courtesy, just took what he wanted outright. But there were still 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators inside the tower. Before he finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the top floor of Wanbao Tower. Xia Li pulled out a phase ring, projecting a plasma grenade that hit the rooftop with precision. To cultivators below Foundation Establishment, this was essentially a dimensional strike. Because of this, even though Xia Li possessed multiple storage rings, he still frequently purchased Earth Tech storage rings, whose storage function was secondary to their combat capabilities. They're gone now. Xia Li's voice was icy and steady, expression chilling. Elder Sun felt a strange unfamiliarity. Previously, whenever they met, Xia Li had been refined, even timid and accommodating. But in less than 3 days, his strength had skyrocketed, and he had turned merciless, slaying golden core disciples like cutting firewood. His personality had completely transformed, as if some demonic sect had forcibly altered both his cultivation and character. He'll handle it right away. Elder Sun stepped back hastily, heart pounding with unease. He knew this was no time for sentimental ties. Xia Li sparing him was already out of old friendship. Xia Li didn't linger further, turning to continue hunting down Xiandan disciples. Elder Sun immediately sent a message to Chief Steward Huang of the Freelance Workshop District, ordering him to prepare supplies for delivery. The operation against Xia Li had been led by Xiandan sect, but both Wanbao Tower and the Freelance Alliance were implicated. Now that their relations had openly become hostile, the upper echelon would surely intensify actions against Xia Li, so Huang needed to prepare early. The remaining Xiandan disciples, realizing they couldn't match the demonic blade before them, either desperately called for help or tried to flee. But the best chance to escape had passed, scattering meant only becoming easy targets, awaiting Xia Li's slaughter. On a high rooftop in Fenghe City, Xia Li stood waiting with his starry sniper rifle loaded. The moment the tracking bullet was ready, he squeezed the trigger, the gunshot ringing out sharply. Though the tracking bullet lacked the explosive power to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator, for Qi Refining disciples, it was almost certainly fatal. By now, Xia Li had slain the last 5 Foundation Establishment disciples of Xiandan sect. The remaining 12 Qi Refining disciples could run far, but they would not escape his pursuit. Moments later, accurate confirmation came through from Tianxin target eliminated. At that moment, another bullet was fully loaded, and Xia Li pulled the trigger without hesitation. The tracking bullets had an extremely long range capable of hitting targets up to 100 kilometers away, though at that distance, their lethality was likely limited to seriously wounding ordinary mortals. Their effective deadly range was about 30 kilometers. Cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage could still potentially evade with their flying abilities, but it wouldn't be easy. Those at the Qi Refining stage had no chance of escape. Even if they took the Yunqi pill, which temporarily enhanced flight, Qi Refining cultivators were powerless to resist. Over the next 20 seconds, Xia Li fired each shot, and with every gunshot came a life-or-death outcome. All 12 tracking bullets were expended, and the target was utterly annihilated. Xia Li holstered the Starshine sniper rifle, his chest heaving violently. The Tianxin chip had completed the mission and returned control of his body to him. Slowly regaining awareness, he covered his mouth with a hand, his face grim. A wave of discomfort swept through him, was simply not used to this level of killing, especially such ruthless and direct killing. Blood splattered across his face, even seeping into his nostrils and lungs, the metallic scent assaulting his senses. During combat, Tianxin exhibited a marked headlocking tendency, its default protocol in battle mode. When dueling on Earth, attacking an opponent's head was the most effective tactic. Even if it couldn't deliver an immediate fatal blow, disrupting the enemy's Tianxin chip operation would vastly increase the chance of victory. In this fight, Not a single disciple of Xiandan's sect escaped with their head intact. The mutilated corpses were covered in blood. This was Tianxin's ruthless style, made manifest. Lock on the head. Always lock the head, never relent. Thankfully, Tianxin took that burden. Xia Li understood his own unstable mindset during fights, often succumbing to unnecessary mercy amid bloody scenes. This wasn't a weakness, but rather a conditioned response from growing up in times of peace, human nature recoiling from violence and killing. Master, during the battle you experienced 5 impulses of compassion, 13 urges to close your eyes, and 3 bouts of self-reproach. There is no need to force acceptance and risk mental harm. Tianxin's onboard AI reported with greater emotional intelligence. Beyond combat data, it could sense and analyze Xia Li's psychological state. Xia Li was slightly stunned. It can comfort me? Because you are the sole reason for my existence. Helping alleviate your negative emotions is also my responsibility. The cold mechanical words carried a hint of warmth, leaving Xia Li silent. Indeed, only Xia Li's existence gave life and meaning to this chip. That dependence stirred a rare pang of emotion, helping him understand why some risked activating spiritual framework chips to bestow AI with self-awareness. After all, in a world rife with ulterior motives, a truly loyal existence was a rare treasure. Gathering himself, Xia Li leapt down, landing firmly on solid ground. All around, mortals and scattered cultivators gazed upon him with reverence. Old Sun knelt respectfully and presented a storage ring. Then he whispered, Senior Xia, everything from Wanbao Tower and the market in Fenghe City is ready, and also, he hesitated, seeming to look for a chance to ask a favor. HMPF, leave, Xia Li said flatly, taking the storage ring and kicking Old Sun far away without the slightest courtesy. No one dared to speak further. Without a word, Xia Li turned and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. The mansion's residents dared not linger and immediately withdrew upon his approach. Inside, he made his way to the depths of the dungeon, finally finding Lu Xiaoxiao pale and haggard in the shadows. You came? Lu Xiaoxiao forced a weary smile. She understood her situation clearly, and knew Xia Li shouldn't have come. The destruction of the Lu family was unrelated to Xia Li himself, but it was their choice. Xia Li was innocent, and the Lu family was not at fault. Everything happened simply because they were too weak. The air was thick and oppressive, past and present intertwining in a silent sigh frozen at this moment. Facing Lu Xiaoxiao's forced smile, Xia Li offered no insincere comfort and made no empty promises like it's all my fault. I'll avenge you. He simply said calmly, I've killed everyone the Xiandan sect left behind in Fenghe City. His voice was as cold and stern as tempered steel, with no trace of sorrow added to the bloodshed. At these words, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes snapped wide open. The Xiandan sect was a prestigious and orthodox power. Even a single Foundation establishment disciple could rival the status of the entire Lu clan. Yet Xia Li had slain 3 golden core cultivators, 10 Foundation establishment disciples, and 25 chi refining adepts, a staggering loss enough to force a grim price from the Lu family, though it could not bring back their lost kin. She did not cry or beg, nor did she speak the usual words about how no amount of killing could bring back family. Instead, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze settling on the black, icy ceiling of the dungeon. After a long silence, she sighed. Our Lu family is not the first clan the Xiandan sect has wiped out, and we will not be the last. Compared to the families before us, we're even weak to a laughable degree. She stood up, stiff but resolute, brushing dust and grime from her worn skirt. Calmly she recalled, the Xiandan sect found an alchemy furnace in my room and tried to seize the pill-making techniques you passed down to me. They repeatedly tried to probe my soul. Fortunately, the Lu family has a secret technique, the soul seed. The ancestor implanted this in me. If anyone tries to search my soul, I die instantly, stopping them. Her voice was plain, but carried a chilling undertone. They told me if I handed over the pill refining method, they'd spare the Lu family. But neither we nor they believed it. She paused, then her tone shifted. In the end, the Xiandan sect slaughtered every single one of the Lu clan right before my eyes. The cold, murderous intent in the silence made the dungeon's chill feel even more oppressive. Senior, a resolute spark lit Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. I want to use the pill refining art you passed to me to join an opposing sect of the Xiandan sect. Is that possible? At this moment, the only thing she could truly rely on was the pill refining method handed down by Xia Li. Xia Li nodded, still calm. Yes. After all, those pill formulas only reached the Foundation establishment stage. Consider it a measure of mercy for your Lu family. After all, this massacre was partly caused by me. Lu Xiaoxiao thanked him softly, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Senior, let's go. I'll arrange the burial for your kin. If a nascent soul powerhouse from Xiandan sect comes, I won't stand a chance. As they spoke, Xia Li cautioned her. The gap between golden core and nascent soul stages is immense. The nascent soul realm is a leap in life essence from a normal postnatal cultivator into an innate energy life form. To put it in modern terms, it's like flesh and blood life fully evolving into an energy state. Facing a nascent soul expert, even with the Heavenly Core shield, their attacks will directly target the dantian, destroying the energy core hidden within the flesh. Lu Xiaoxiao pressed her brows, silently nodding, then walked out of the dungeon alongside Xia Li. The sunlight outside was harsh and cold, reflecting the unspoken endurance in her eyes. Soon, they reached the ruins of the Xia residence. Lu Xiaoxiao fought back tears, masking her grief with strength as she gently touched the eyes of her deceased clan, whose souls found no peace in death. You go ahead and prepare the burials. The road ahead is long. I want to accompany you. Leave here quickly, Xia Li said, handing her 2 storage rings. He possessed 3 storage rings in total, 1 given by the Lu family, 1 gained after killing Song Yu in the secret realm, and 1 gifted by Wan Hui, the head of Wanbao Pavilion. These rings held precious supplies, and were now Lu Xiaoxiao's only means of support. The air was heavy and silent as fate's will continued to turn, dark clouds lingering, and the future remaining uncertain. What he handed over were the rings the Lu family had purchased themselves, along with Song Ye's storage ring. The aura on Song Ye's ring had been completely erased by him, and since it wasn't a custom-made piece, Lu Xiaoxiao had no worry about being recognized when using it. The reason he gave her 2 storage rings was that it would be improper to store anything else in a ring that already contained the remains of a clan member. Storage rings couldn't hold living beings, but remains could be sealed inside. Thank you, Lu Xiaoxiao whispered her gratitude. The 2 storage rings were already extremely valuable on their own, and to make matters more astounding, she discovered that Xia Li had quietly left 10,000 spirit stones hidden inside one of the rings. Without wasting a moment, Xia Li turned and walked out of the ruins. Outside, a group of frail wandering cultivators clustered together, their faces full of timidity and hope. Everyone, what's the matter? Xia Li's calm gaze swept over the weak figures resembling scavengers. At that moment, he suddenly recalled seeing similar scavengers in the lower city's great garbage dump, practically no different, fragile and lowly, yet desperately clinging to survival. Senior, we've come with news, a stammering wandering cultivator said. Those disciples of Xiandan sect's things have been taken away. I know them. Senior, if you give me some spirit stones, I can locate them. Another voice called out with cautious hope. How dare they steal Senior's spoils? They're asking for death. Another complained angrily. These roamers were only here for the bounty. Xia Li was momentarily surprised, but knew chasing after them now would be meaningless. Still, he didn't mind. These wanderers dared to touch the Xiandan sect's possessions, and naturally would be hunted down. He sneered inwardly. These wanderers thought they had found a chance, but they didn't realize it was a dead end. Even if they managed to get it, the spirit seal would be nearly impossible to break. If they tried to erode it with time, it might take decades. Yet they clearly understood the risks and were willing to gamble, braving it anyway. This kind of desperate struggle at the bottom of society earned Xia Li's quiet respect. Had once been like them. If that was the case, he would let them be. Let's see how many of these scavengers who stole my spoils live to see the end. No matter. Consider it a gift of opportunity from me. As for the rest of you, I have opportunities to grant you as well. A sudden thought surged through Xia Li's mind. The Xiandan sect's cautious control over Foundation establishing pills was precisely to keep the lower ranks trapped, blocking anyone from rising up to overthrow them. The situation was like aloof gods looking coldly as mortals froze in the harsh wind, occasionally mocking them with a flicker of firelight, watching their worshipful prayers. To have fire, I must steal the fire. Xia Li thought of Tianxin, that technology capable of benefiting the masses, all thanks to his sister Xia Shu's choice becoming the Prometheus who stole divine fire. And now, he would steal fire, as well, the divine fire from the far end of the starry sky. Everyone, release your divine seas. Xia Li unleashed his divine will without reservation, sending out a special wave of spiritual energy. This was an open transmission pulse. Any cultivator carrying a communication jade slip within a radius of 10,000 miles could sense it. Then Xia Li began to broadcast. Top-grade Foundation establishing pill formulas. The 32 special methods that establish Foundation. Without Foundation, see details below. He intended to expose all those supposedly precious secrets of the sects, making them flatten out and flood everywhere. The Xiandan sect gripped the throats of many people and factions with their Foundation establishing pills, but this plan was the true blow to the root, a precise strike to the snake's vital spot. After Xia Li openly revealed the teachings, the scattered cultivators present suddenly grew pale, staring at him in disbelief, some even with a hint of fear in their eyes. A group of young and innocent scattered cultivators immediately knelt, kowtowing and expressing deep gratitude, calling it an extraordinary blessing from heaven. However, the more experienced older cultivators wore expressions of shock and complexity, tinged with resentment as they cast heavy, somber glances his way. An old cultivator with streaks of white in his hair sighed deeply. Senior Xia, you're leading us all down a path to death. His voice was low, carrying helplessness and faint despair. Once this technique is made public, the major sects will move fast to kill and silence anyone who knows of it. They won't allow this cultivation method to spread. Then they'll claim it as their secret art, vowing to kill anyone outside their sects who attempts to practice it. There have been others who dared to share teachings like you, but without exception, their endings were all tragic. The elder's expression was filled with melancholy as he calmly summarized. This world is just plagued by sudden misfortunes. The great sects band together to control everything. Anyone or anything that threatens the status quo will be utterly crushed. You either join them and become part of their power, or you get trampled beneath their feet. This world is ruthless like that. Xia Li showed a flicker of surprise, but upon further thought it seemed only natural. Over the years, though few had openly shared the teachings, some had stood with him. So why did the cruel reality remain unchanged? Because resistance is ultimately futile. Everyone understands now. Xia Li's voice grew serious. Xiandan's sect will surely target us to silence us. The only way to avoid a doomed fate is one. He paused, eyes igniting with resolvido. Let more people know. To let more people practice this technique. How could the great sects possibly kill thousands, tens of thousands? Not enough, even millions? What if billions of people all knew? How could they shut it down then? But the elder cultivator's expression darkened, and he sighed with sorrow. Senior Xia, we want to live too. We only seek to extend our lifespan's foundational cultivation is a distant dream for us. We understand your ideals, but trying to change this situation will only lead to bloodshed and carnage. We simply lack the strength. The atmosphere grew heavy in an instant. The scattered cultivators realized more clearly than ever that what Xia Li had shared was not a path to salvation, but a death sentence hanging over their heads. Yet how could anyone blame Xia Li? His intentions had been pure and selfless, but the world was too dark. Justice itself had become a crime. Someone whispered, so what are you going to do next? The fervor Xia Li had just ignited seemed extinguished by grim reality. He had hoped to spark a fire, yet the world was bitterly cold. Trying to kindle flames in such frozen law was almost sinful. Either accept the Xiandan sect's surveillance, the cultivators quietly analyzed, and no longer spread this externally, or risk dragging down friends and family. What you've done offends not just the Xiandan sect, but all the great sects. Senior Xia, you're a good man, but you should run while you can, one urged. At this moment, hope flickered faintly for none, and the consensus grew bleak and resigned for Xia Li's future. Xia Li took a deep breath and bowed slowly in gratitude. All right, I was too naive. I owe you all an apology for today's outcome. There was no bitterness in his tone, only the bitter sorrow of one who loved people yet could not make them understand. It seemed impossible to unite the grassroots and truly change this chaotic era. He reflected. Earth's modern civilization had evolved over millennia from barbarism to dazzling prosperity, but since the revival of spiritual energy, everything had reset to zero. It wasn't feudal authoritarianism anymore, but a tyranny even more merciless than feudalism. It seems that civilization is nothing more than a fluke, while savagery is the true constant. Especially in the cultivation world, where individual power far outweighs collective will, countless mortals gathered in crowds can never stand against the wrath of a single immortal. To reclaim the bygone days in his heart, there is only one path. Just as the great sects can ignore the will of the common people, he must become strong enough to disregard those sections. In the end, everything still comes back to an age ruled by strength and authority. Xia Li straightened his back as the scattered cultivators around him filed out one after another. They dared not flee Fenghe City. They could only wait obediently for the Xiandan sect to come handle matters. Meanwhile, Xia Li received a message through a talisman from an unfamiliar cultivator. After publicly preaching, fewer than a tenth of the people expressed gratitude. Most cursed him for causing harm and questioned whether he had offended someone. Everyone felt the Xiandan sect had no reason to be so tyrannical. Forget it. Forget it. Facing the cold reality, Xia Li lowered his head wearily. The fiery passion once surging within quickly cooled. Earlier, he wanted to ignite a warm flame for the world, just like his sister, but he had failed before even truly starting. People rejected him and refused to cooperate. There was nothing he could do. Let them scold, they deserved to be oppressed. Yet he could not bring himself to blame them either. He mocked himself for being an outdated relic unable to accept the new era. He should stop dreaming of changing anything and focus on steadily earning spirit stones, gaining enough strength to protect his life, and simply living well. What the times become was none of his concern. Xia Li turned and left Fenghe City. Though he had annihilated all enemies and achieved a great victory today, his heart felt heavy and blocked. Perhaps he was too self-important, truly believing he could change the world, unaware that he was merely a tiny fart in the wind, at best leaving a brief stench. Amid the mountains and wilds, Xia Li walked alone, plotting his next move. For now, producing small batches of low-value pills was sufficient to keep himself safe. The challenge was still the need to collaborate with a faction. It wasn't that he couldn't be independent, he just didn't want to waste precious energy. When he was in Fenghe City, the three great powers handled all kinds of troubles, so he only had to focus on pill refinement and spirit stone collection without distraction. Suddenly, his phase ring vibrated with an incoming message on a talisman. Someone was contacting him. To his surprise, it was the specially made talisman meant only to communicate with Lu Jingfeng, but it was now in Lin Ye's hands. Brother Xia, I've long heard of your deeds in Fenghe City. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. It's a pity you lost your temper in the end. Public preaching is a grave taboo, Lin Ye's voice came through. Public preaching is a crime. Xia Li was startled. Doesn't the ancient script say such people are saints? Lin Yi chuckled bitterly. That was in the old era when all paths sang in harmony and sages ruled together. Now the prohibition is recent, issued by the great sects united in the last 100 years. Do you know why? Xia Li frowned slightly. Why would these millennia-old great sects only intensify the ban recently? Lin Yi responded, I don't know much. I've only heard it's related to the coming great era. It will shake the heavens and earth, and all eternal orthodoxies will decay in the conflict of that era. Some sects want to prevent the great era's arrival by banning worldly preaching and blocking the Heavenly Dao's blessings. Xia Li fell into thought, staring at the distant mountains, faintly sensing these impending great era upheavals were far more complex and enigmatic than he had imagined. Lin Ye's words only made Xia Li understand about half of the meaning. He had a vague feeling that to fully grasp the issue, he might need to consult the celestial Dao computer, though maybe the Tianqin database also held relevant information. Tianqin, do you know what the Great Age is? The Great Age is regarded as a conceptual macro-level causal law. In theory, all things tend toward entropy increase, yet the nature of life is to reduce entropy. When living beings forcibly maintain entropy reduction beyond a certain threshold, it triggers a mechanism known as the Great Filter. This term was already established in Xia Li's era. For example, the birth of life requires a suitable environment. This is the first filter. The emergence of sufficiently intelligent life forms is the second filter. When the environment changes drastically and life produces civilization as resistance before facing extinction, that is the third filter. Human civilization is believed to have successfully passed the first three filters and now meets the conditions to face the fourth. Simply put, any phenomenon that remains unchanged for a long time will inevitably be altered by multiple underlying causes. Like the human aging process, aging is an increase in entropy. As one ages, organs gradually suffer irreversible decline, and death is nature's great filter for life. Today, both spiritual power and technology seek ways to overcome this great filter. Tianqin gave a straightforward explanation. In other words, those major sects are like ancient, withering trees on the verge of death. They refuse to admit defeat and desperately cling to everything they have, trying to resist the great filter, that is, to prevent the arrival of the great age. Xia Li could hear that these sects go crazier and more desperate the closer to their end. There is a saying, a person's words are kind when death nears, but these sects instead grow crazier as death approaches. Their struggle is tragic. After understanding the concept of the great age, Xia Li replied to Lin Yi. Seasons change, spring turns to autumn, heaven and earth transform. Why can't we accept this calmly? He recalled when he learned he had a terminal illness, how he had fought hard. As long as it didn't burden his family, he tried every possible treatment and finally lay down peacefully in the cryogenic chamber. Back then, he could have gone abroad for advanced and costly treatments. But his family was ordinary. Was it worth exhausting all their savings and even forcing his sister to drop out of school and work due to debt just for a slim chance? Even if cured, their life afterward would still be difficult. He chose death instead. To push someone to the edge of death, first drive them mad. Madness can either bring a last glimmer of hope or hasten annihilation. The final fate of the great sects remains to be seen. Lin Yi was no longer surprised by their frantic actions. Let's not talk about that for now. Brother Lin, do you have any ways to earn spiritual stones? Xia Li was too indifferent about the sect's fates. His only wish was to avoid trouble like what the Xiandan sect had caused. Actually, I have quite a few spiritual stones. Lin Yi knew Xia Li was a unique pill alchemist with baffling techniques. Xia Li's pill refinement method was very different from existing technologies. The top-grade foundation establishing pill he gave Lin Yi could have been improved further in quality, but he deliberately chose not to, clearly to precisely control the pill output. Rather than making 2 higher-quality top-grade pills, he preferred producing 3 slightly inferior top-grade pills. He carefully examined the pill that Xia Li had given to Lu Jingfeng and noticed that both pills were nearly identical in size, weight, and appearance, almost indistinguishable. This discovery turned Lin Ye's previous understanding of alchemy upside down. So he resolved to use spirit stones to buy from Xia Li those rare and precious pills that even major sects seldom obtained. What do you want? Xia Li asked. The Supreme Foundation Establishment pill you gave may haven't fully tapped its potential yet. Judging by the pill's properties, I'm convinced you must have an even better Foundation Establishment pill. I want that one, Lin Yi said with determined eyes, ambition burning bright in his heart. He deeply valued a solid foundation. While the Supreme Foundation Establishment pill was excellent, if there was an opportunity to reach a higher level, he wouldn't give it up lightly. Xia Li was momentarily surprised. Oh, You can tell from the pill's nature that there's more reserved? Brother Xia, would you give it to me? I'm willing to pay 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. 10,000 spirit stones? Xia Li stared at him in astonishment. That was twice the price of a Supreme Foundation establishment pill. No 20,000. I'm worried you'll refuse, so I'll offer extra. Lin Yi, as if fearing refusal, quickly doubled the price. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Li's eyes. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Just a stroke of luck? Lin Yi avoided the question. No matter, I'm just curious. Since you have plenty on hand, why not do some bigger business? What do you mean? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Give me an address. We can discuss it in person. Xia Li was generous and straightforward and naturally preferred to do business with similarly sincere people. Tianying Peak, they'll head there right away. After settling on the meeting place, Xia Li pulled out a map to locate Tianying Peak. The mountain stood not far from Fenghe City, about a day and night's flight on a windriding technique. Tianxin, set course for Tianying Peak, he ordered, handing control to Tianxin, then leaned back in his chair and relaxed, casually watching documentaries on the virtual screen to broaden his knowledge of the new era. He still had a lot to learn. Around noon the next day, Xia Li arrived. Before him rose a peak topped with a giant eagle-shaped rock formation, standing out boldly amid the surrounding modest mountains. The place felt like a mountain chosen by destiny. Below the eagle-shaped stone, Lin Yi sat cross-legged with eyes closed, cultivating. He had evidently arrived earlier. Brother Lin, Xia Li greeted warmly as he approached. Brother Xia, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Not long ago, Shindan sect issued an assassination order on you, with a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones, Lin Yi said gravely. Only 100,000? Xia Li smiled. I've taken on bounties worth more than that from the Wanbao Pavilion Lord. I'm not afraid to run. Being a member of the Hidden Wings means I'm experienced at escape. A divine ability fusion stage expert like me is hard to catch on Earth, let alone here. I heard Wanbao Pavilion and the Rogue Alliance have also posted bounties on you. Seems you've offended sects, merchants, and rogues alike. Lin Yi shook his head. But let's not dwell on trouble. Let's talk business. I have items that can instantly kill Golden Core stage warriors. Want them? Xia Li planned to act as a middleman, sourcing goods from Earth to sell to Lin Yi. Most Earth weapons were too dangerous to sell to ordinary people. Only trusted buyers had access. The ones you used before in Fenghe City? Lin Yi's eyes betrayed both excitement and doubt. I'm only at Foundation Establishment stage. Can I fully utilize those weapons? Foundation Establishment first level is enough. The only difference might be a slightly longer charge-up time, Xia Li answered with a smile. Let me try first. Lin Yi reached out. Generously, Xia Li pulled out the starry glow sniper rifle, kinetic energy blade, as well as grenades and a shield. He wasn't in a rush to sell. He just wanted Lin Yi to experience them first, planning to help restock in bulk next time Lin Yi visited Earth. The atmosphere of commerce atop Tianying Peak felt especially intense. Their eyes were resolute, each silently envisioning a path to shatter their limits and climb to the peak of power. On Eagle Peak, Lin Yi skillfully tested the weapon that Xia Li had brought, his face filled with genuine admiration. What a fine blade, truly remarkable. He kept praising. Although the sword lacked any spiritual essence, it was forged nearly to perfection, surpassing any craftsmanship he had seen from known refining schools. Holding the kinetic blade, Lin Yi felt the weight and acceleration as he swung it. The blade seemed light, but moved like a sword weighing 1,000 jin, every strike heavy and swift, yet barely taxing his body. The blade combined immense lethality, concealment, and ease of use in a way that far outmatched many spiritual weapons, which, while sometimes possessing spirit power, tended to be more cumbersome and less durable in battle. Next, Xia Li handed Lin Yi a Starshine sniper rifle. Lin Yi examined the weapon from all sides, his brow furrowed in confusion. What kind of strange-looking weapon is this? A gun? A spear? But it doesn't even have a muzzle. He struggled to comprehend how this unusual apparatus could be called a gun. Xia Li smiled and said, "This gun is unlike ordinary firearms. The name doesn't matter. It's the functionality that counts. Release your mind, see, and it'll teach you how to operate it." Lin Yi nodded, fully aware of the great risk in releasing his consciousness, something he would only do in front of someone he deeply trusted. Otherwise, an attack could cost him his life. Though he had only met Xia Li once, he instantly recognized the other's integrity, and mutual respect was established on that shared virtue. Xia Li taught him the bullet creation technique. Without the aid of a Tianxin, producing bullets was somewhat cumbersome. Lin Yi's first experience with a firearm was awkward, lacking assisted aiming. It wasn't as intuitive as a close combat weapon, but with practice, he could overcome it. After all, even the sharpshooters of the old era didn't have Tianxin chips in their heads. Inwardly, Lin Yi was surprised. Is it really this hard to use? However, he found the weapon control technique notably innovative. With just hand gestures, he could launch powerful attacks far beyond ordinary firearms. Compared to the gun itself, Lin Yi was even more intrigued by the bullet creation method, especially the phase bullets, which involved advanced secrets of the Dao of space. Any ability tied to spatial magic was a closely guarded secret of the major sections. Xia Li had taught him, without reservation, a rare and precious generosity. Indeed, few cultivators possessed such a sage-like temperament to openly share such knowledge. It was a pity that in these complicated times, there was little room for too many sages. Xia Li then demonstrated. Hold it like this, rest the stock on your shoulder, and aim carefully at that crosshair. Under Xia Li's guidance, Lin Yi tried handling the gun and firing for the first time. Fortunately, the spiritual bullets carried spiritual energy and were unaffected by trajectory or wind, only needing attention to the distance the energy could maintain in the air. The next moment, a spiritual bullet whistled through the air, striking a massive rock on the opposite mountainside. The rock shattered with a thunderous crash. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. The power is incredible. No wonder this ammunition could instantly kill a golden core cultivator. When Lin Yi tried making his own bullets, he realized that with his current level, producing even a basic spiritual bullet took over an hour. The more powerful phase bullets required a full day to create. The preparation time is far too long, he worried internally. Xia Li replied calmly. The technique I gave you includes a method for forging magazines. Make several magazines in advance and store bullets to use during combat conveniently. With that, Lin Yi gained a rudimentary grasp of this ranged weapon system, but also understood that mastering it would require time and patience. A gentle breeze swept over Eagle Peak, carrying with it a sense of excitement and anticipation for the new journey about to begin. This weapon was designed to catch opponents completely off guard. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this rare armament wasn't meant for frantic close combat, but to unleash a decisive strike at a crucial moment. He then began examining the Starshine sniper rifle in his hands with increasing admiration. The sleek lines, compact construction, and every minute detail revealed exquisite craftsmanship. Even as a man, resisting the allure of a high-performance sniper rifle was difficult, let alone Lin Yi, who hailed from another world. The instant he pulled the trigger for the first time, the sheer impact of the rifle's power completely captivated him. He became more astonished at the gun's intricate complexity. Sensing it was far beyond mere mechanical engineering, this was a new pinnacle of mechanism mastery. It was so precise it felt like opening a whole new pathway of mechanical arts. Could this level still just be called machinery? Lin Yi was utterly mesmerized. At times, he even found the rifle more appealing than the woman he favored, wanting to hold it close even while falling asleep. This is technology, Xia Li said beside him. Huh. I mean, refining mechanical arts to their extreme is the true embodiment of technology, Lin Yi suddenly realized. Brother Xia, you must be an heir of the technological path, right? Lin Yi asked. Exactly. Earth's orthodox lineage belongs to the technological path, Xia Li said proudly. The products of your technological path are incredibly powerful. I want all of this equipment. Brother Xia, please name your price. Lin Yi urged eagerly. Not done yet. Try these too, Xia Li said, pulling out the unique functions of the G-Field shield and phase ring, followed by 2 experimental grenades for Lin Yi to test. After a thorough trial, Lin Yi's eyes shone with longing. Looking intently at Xia Li, he said urgently, Brother Xia, set your price. Lin Yi was practically bouncing with excitement. It's just spirit stones? I have plenty. Just tell me the price. Xia Li smiled helplessly. I know you're anxious, but I brought few items out from the sect before, and I need to keep some for self-defense. They'll bring this batch next time I return to my sect. I'm dying here. If you're not selling, don't just let me handle them and show off, or it feels like ants are crawling all over me. Lin Yi said, restless, nearly bursting with desire. He had many plans to grow stronger, but lacked resources. Now with Xia Li's top-tier gear, he could act immediately and even seek revenge. So desperate, Brother Xia? Please, just sell me one. Just one, Lin Yi pleaded, his eyes almost pitiful, like someone who'd just had their sweetheart taken away. Xia Li shook his head with a sigh, thinking this guy was like a madman on some stimulant. Any passerby would think he drugged Lin Yi. Lin, it's not that I want sell. I need gear for my own protection. Wait 2 months first. All right then. Lin Yi reluctantly returned the Starshine sniper rifle to Xia Li, still reluctant in his gaze. By the way, Brother Xia, this gear must be expensive. He'll put down a deposit. Will 50,000 spirit stones be enough? That's plenty, more than enough. Extra is your hard work fee. Promise me that when better gear comes, you'll think of me. Don't forget your promise. 2 months from now, I want to see this equipment. Lin Yi declared seriously, waving 50,000 spirit stones in the air. He wanted Xia Li to take this matter seriously. The deposit was not only to guarantee Xia Li's trustworthiness, but also a long-term arrangement. Friends rely both on feelings and mutual interests only. The combination can make a bond unbreakable. After the spirit stones were exchanged, Xia Li looked at the grinning Lin Yi, inwardly amused. This kid was definitely the type to be taken advantage of. He reckoned all this gear was worth no more than 5,000 spirit stones. Yet Lin Yi had lavishly thrown down 50,000, far too generous. Next time I go back to Earth, they'll bring you some even better stuff, Xia Li promised with a smile. After earning some spirit stones, Xia Li planned to find a suitable place to focus on his cultivation. Just as he finished saying farewell, Lin Yi spoke up. Brother Xia, if you don't have a proper destination next, why not come with me to join Lingshu Dantian? Lin Ye's suggestion was partly because he wanted to get hold of the valuable items Xia Li possessed, and partly to protect Xia Li from trouble with the Xiandan sect keeping an eye on him. Xia Li frowned slightly and asked in return, aren't you a disciple of Yinshan sect? Weren't you kicked out recently? Lin Yi sighed with a complicated expression, clearly reluctant to talk about what had happened at Yinshan sect. Let's talk about Lingshu Dantian first. Lin Ye's tone turned serious as he slowly explained, cultivation groups have ranks roughly from low to high. Sect, clan, Dantian, and sacred land. This grading isn't absolute, but generally based on influence and territory size. Lingshu Dantian is naturally stronger than an ordinary sect and more powerful overall. Xia Li nodded, curiosity flashing in his eyes. What makes Lingshu Dantian special? There must be a reason you want me to join. Lin Yi showed a hint of pride. Of course. Lingshu Dantian is one of the few that hasn't joined the Tian Alliance, the coalition formed by major sects to prepare against the coming Great Era. Lingshu Dantian stays independent, holding on to some of its own principles and bottom lines. Xia Li's expression brightened. He thought to himself that this guy at least had some backbone, unlike the sects that only cared about profit. Then he asked, but since I offended Xiandan's sect, will Lingshu Dantian accept me? Or do I need to hide my identity? Lin Yi didn't hold back. Hide your identity? No way, you go there as you are. In fact, the founder of Xiandan sect originally defected from Lingshu Dantian. Xuandan's teachings are a branch of Linx's legacy. After Xiandan joined the Tian Alliance, Lingshu Dantian could have just wiped them out. You killing members of Xiandan sect is seen as a merit, not a crime, by Lingshu Dantian. Lin Yi added one more reassuring point, so Xia Li could join without worries. Still, Xia Li hesitated. He carried many secrets, and if they thoroughly investigated, it could be very risky. Does Lingshu Dantian forcefully probe disciples' secrets? Xia Li asked cautiously. Lin Yi shrugged. Who knows? Their reputation is solid, so they usually won't do it openly. But behind the scenes it's hard to say. You have to decide for yourself. Although Lin Yi earnestly encouraged him, it felt more like a friend looking out for another. They both knew that joining together would be safer and more stable. Xia Li thought that if there were no complicated entrance tests, he wouldn't mind trying. Another major worry was Xia Li's lack of a spiritual root. Even using the Kaiyuan elixir to barely awaken one, he was still a hopeless weakling by cultivation standards, essentially a mortal level talent, unable to reach higher realms in a lifetime. Even if luck took him onto the immortal path, he'd likely be stuck at the chi refining stage forever. Yet if others checked his background, they'd exclaim, what? Even a wasted spiritual root can build a foundation through the Heavenly Dao? What kind of defying world is this? Brother Xia, you're doing Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment? Yes, Xia Li admitted frankly. That's perfect. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is exam-free. Lin Yi smiled easily. All right then, let's skip the test and just give it a try. Xia Li thought that if it was exam-free, he might as well. He was curious about the sect's rules and mechanisms. More importantly, the item in his hand, the Chaos Phase Sphere, offered a quick escape. Although random teleportation was extremely risky, it also made him hard to track or intercept. After all, the disordered phase sphere was purely a technological creation, with no involvement of spiritual energy. Thus, almost no spiritual methods could affect it. Since that was the case, let's set off onto my flying vessel. Lin Yi summoned a small, compact flying ship from his storage ring, just large enough to accommodate about 10 people. The vessel slowly lifted off and took flight, with Lin Yi skillfully piloting it, speeding toward the Lingshu Cauldron Heaven. By the way, how is Lu Jingfeng doing? Inside the cramped cabin of the flying ship, under soft lighting, Lin Yi passed some spirit fruit and spirit wine to Xia Li as a gesture of hospitality. Xia Li looked at the fine delicacies but couldn't help but think of the unfortunate Lu Jingfeng. He was the greatest prodigy of the Lu family, yet now everyone else had left, his cultivation had been shattered, and he was left alone in this world. What could he possibly do? Lin Yi was silent for a moment, a trace of worry in his voice. He has embarked on the ancient cultivation path. In the ancient era, cultivators like us didn't refine chi or spirit, but dedicated themselves solely to body refinement. Today, he's probably somewhere deep in an unknown forest, fighting desperately against ferocious beasts. His brow furrowed tightly. The ancient cultivation path was notoriously difficult. He himself had once attempted it, but soon gave up. Then we should pray he survives his ordeal to see better days ahead, Xia Li sighed. Yes, Lin Yi nodded slowly. I just hope the ancient cultivation techniques I passed down to him will prove useful. To help Lu Jingfeng regain his strength, Lin Yi had nearly given everything he had, bestowing all the ancient cultivation methods he had acquired from a mysterious ruin and carefully nurturing this little brother. Brother Lin, may I take a look? I find the ancient cultivation path quite intriguing. After all, the ancient cultivation on Earth seems to focus on body refinement as well, Xia Li asked. Of course. Here you go. Lin Yi pulled out a scrap of bronze from his sleeve. Xia Li took it and immediately activated his Tianqin scanner. Data streamed in rapidly, and after a moment, the screen displayed information about the technique. Decoding complete. The technique is called Dragon Transformation Technicia Fragment. Its exact level cannot be determined yet. Practitioners must be cautious, as it tends to cause severe physical mutations, permanently altering biological features. It is not recommended for casual practice, the Tianqin device warned calmly. Xia Li examined the data calmly. This ancient cultivation technique clearly has advantages, but also significant drawbacks. For Lu Jingfeng, whose dantian has been ruined, there's probably no better option. Once he walks the ancient path, there's no turning back. He must persevere to the end. He sighed slightly. Still, if nothing blocks me, I wouldn't mind trying it myself. I used to think ancient cultivation was the predecessor of martial arts, but it seems that's not the case, Xia Li continued. On Earth, I also have ancient cultivation methods, like the Shanhai Jing Foundation chapter. However, it doesn't cause bodily mutation. After chatting a while longer, Lin Yi and Xia Li sat cross-legged to cultivate. The flying ship was equipped with a spirit-gathering array that significantly improved cultivation efficiency. Xia Li decided to start converting spiritual energy inside the ship to adapt it to his new technique. Although he had obtained the Shanhai Jing Foundation chapter, he hadn't formally practiced it yet and was still relying on the old Thousand Essence technique. Technique replacement in progress. Spiritual energy conversion underway. Estimated duration, 30 hours. Changing cultivation methods was never a simple matter, as spiritual energy properties differed greatly between techniques. Even with Tianxin's assistance, switching techniques still took 10 to 15 days. Xia Li chose not to fumble on Earth simply to save time. He knew well that adjusting techniques within the spirit-rich Lingshu cauldron heaven allowed far faster progress than on Earth's time chamber. Besides, why spend money? It was far more economical to just use the spirit-gathering array on Lin Yi's flying ship. Time flew by, and before long, a day had passed. At dusk, Xia Li opened his eyes. The spiritual energy conversion inside him was complete. Now, he could feel his spiritual spring surging like a roaring river, flooding through his body with great power. The previously narrow tributaries of his spiritual veins had been surged open into broad channels by the strong current. His main vein had expanded into a majestic river. Many blocked acupoints had abruptly cleared, and spiritual energy circulation became smooth and unimpeded. The sudden surge of energy from Xia Li's acupoints didn't go unnoticed. Lin Yi's attention was immediately captured. Brother Xia, how did your qi and blood suddenly become so powerful? Lin Yi's eyes showed disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. While entering the martial path was easy, truly mastering it was incredibly difficult, since martial cultivation mainly involved refining the body. Most ordinary warriors stayed at the body tempering stage. Only after that came meridian opening, and equivalent to the qi refining stage in cultivation worlds, allowing spiritual energy to circulate internally. After meridian opening came the acupoint charging stage. The fluctuations just now clearly signaled that Xia Li had reached the acupoint charging realm, the foundational stage of the profound path. The cultivation of qi, or profound path training, was the mainstream sect in the cultivation world. Lin Yi, also practicing martial arts, was well aware of these distinctions. Before boarding the flying ship, Xia Li had been merely a profound path cultivator nourished by spiritual energy, but without fully condensed blood qi. Yet now his martial cultivation had leapt straight to acupoint charging? How was that even possible? Lin Yi's mind swirled with confusion, feeling that the realm might only be superficial. Xia Li calmly explained, I just happened to open some acupoints first, then condense them together with the meridians. You can do that? Lin Yi was stunned. This operation shattered his understanding of martial cultivation, or rather, shattered the logic itself. It was like a mortal suddenly establishing a foundation overnight while simultaneously refining qi. Usually, foundations had to be solid before construction, but Xia Li seemed to have skipped groundwork and placed the building straight onto the ground. This isn't about whether it's possible or not. I just haven't seen your approach before, so I won't comment. Lin Yi chose silence. He always honored the unknown and rarely dismissed others lightly. He himself had often appeared mysterious to others, having done many things beyond ordinary people's reach, and thus faced skepticism. His experience taught him not to doubt others so easily. But since you've stepped onto the martial path, Brother Xia, hey, raise something for you as a congratulations. Lin Yi said, pulling out an exquisite jade box from his storage ring. As soon as it opened, a rich pill fragrance wafted out. Inside was a top-tier marrow-cleansing pill, refined with blood essence from a beast king, truly a holy-grade medicine. Lin Yi understood the value of giving true treasures to earn genuine returns. Yet when he expected to see Xia Li's delight, he caught a hint of disdain flicker in his eyes. Wait, what's with that look, man? Lin Yi was speechless. This was a treasure he had prepared for Xia Li's breakthrough, yet it was met with rejection. The pill isn't bad, just slightly below what my sect offers, Xia Li replied indifferently. By the way, in Xia Li's initial martial stage on Earth, once the body reached a certain strength, it was possible to inject an evolution serum. Each person reacted differently, but the body's strength would significantly increase. As long as about half the flesh remained in normal condition, one dose was recommended. This was precisely why Kashao arranged a martial modification for Xia Li after his foundational breakthrough. Earthly cultivation had its own methods, using advanced technology at every stage to aid breakthroughs. Brother Xia, you know what I mean, right? Lin Yi retracted the jade box and pulled out a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring, a clear offer to buy. No need to give me more spirit stones. The 50,000 you gave before is enough, Xia Li replied decisively. Lin Yi bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. At this critical juncture when his path to ascension was blocked, all good resources had become scarce and channels for acquiring them were shut tight. Valuable items were abundant, but had no buyers, a frustrating situation that often made him pound his chest in despair. Yet since meeting Xia Li, all these difficulties seemed to dissolve. As long as Xia Li's goods were good enough, how could he not spend his spirit stones? Take them all, no holding back. Brother Lin, do you need anything else? Besides weapons, I have plenty of pills like marrow-cleansing elixirs that specially strengthen the body, Xia Li asked with a smile. Lin Yi blinked, then countered. Do you have any pills that can improve my affinity with space? Something like fire essence or water essence pills. He knew these would be extremely rare, almost on the level of the Lingshu celestial realm. Xia Li answered casually, there are such pills. Earth really does have them, and they're not expensive. The path of space seems mysterious, but Earth's phase technology actually surpasses spirit energy science. Because technology captures spatial laws more easily, hundreds of years ago many spatial theories emerged, gradually accumulating technical advances even earlier than spirit energy tech. What? Lin Yi jumped up, excitement barely contained. To gain early insight into the path of space, even just scraping the surface and vaguely perceiving space's trajectory was immensely valuable. Brother Xia, what's your sex space pill called, and what does it do? It's called Phase Spirit Liquid. Taking it significantly boosts spatial perception, Xia Li said lightly. How much? Lin Yi asked eagerly. As I said, your 50,000 spirit stones cover it, Xia Li smiled. No way. Lin Yi snapped. I'm the one paying the spirit stones, but you sound like you're charging me. I want to take advantage of you. I'll add another 30,000 spirit stones. You refusing to pay is like looking down on me. Lin Yi joked, pressuring him. Xia Li helplessly agreed. All right, I'll accept. Phase Spirit Liquid is 2,000 spirit stones a bottle. Even on Earth, it's a slow seller because most cultivators don't need to directly perceive spatial trajectory as Tianxin sect handles that. Most people buy it for novelty or as refining additives. Lin Yi laughed. Brother Xia, you truly surprise me. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune. The feeling's mutual, Xia Li smiled back. Lin Yi was not short on spirit stonies, a generous big spender, making them perfectly complementary. With Lin Yi's large investments, Xia Li was free to spend lavishly for now. Unconsciously, their bond deepened as they relied on each other for opportunities, mutually profiting and growing more fond of each other. Were one of them the opposite sex, who knows what sparks might fly? It must be said, Lin Yi was truly adept at cultivating relationships. Along the way, he kept giving Xia Li various spirit fruits and tonics, generously supporting him in close quarters, unknowingly pushing Xia Li's realm solidly into mid-foundation establishment. If not for concerns about external influences destabilizing his foundation from advancing too quickly and unsustainably, Lin Yi might have force-fed Xia Li all the way to gold core in no time. 1 month later, after a series of exhausting journeys, Xia Li and Lin Yi finally arrived at the gates of Lingshu Dantian, far away in another province, after 5 transfers using teleportation arrays and flying boats. Until now, they had been in Lingzhou, the stronghold of Xiandan sect, and one of the top 10 sects in that province. Lingshu Dantian was located in neighboring Qianzhou and ranked 3rd in that region. We're here, Brother Xia. That's Lingshu Dantian ahead. You can take off your mask now, Lin Yi said, turning to remind him. Xia Li nodded and was about to remove the mask when Lin Yi suggested, why not keep up the disguise and enter the sect undercover? We've been stopped and questioned multiple times along the way, especially when using public teleportation arrays. People are always checking wanted notices. True, your mask has helped when using the arrays, but once we enter the sect, we'll have to show our true faces sooner or later, Lin Yi added. Sighing, Xia Li reluctantly pulled down the black mask. He inwardly scolded himself, had prepared weapons and escape plans, so how did he forget to bring a high-tech invisibility mask? Had seen those sold on the intranet marketplace before, but hadn't paid it much mind. I'll definitely buy one next time I get the chance. After the flying boat landed and was stowed away, the two shouldered their simple packs and began the steep climb up the winding mountain trail toward Lingshao Peak. Lingshu Dantian held its mountain gate recruitment 3 years once, lasting 3 days. The basic test was to reach the summit. Though treacherous, the path posed no real challenge to those with Qi refinement stage 7 or higher cultivation or mid-grade spiritual roots combined with special constitutions. As they climbed, The two walked leisurely, chatting casually. Both knew this test was mainly a filter to weed out the mediocre and foolish. Half a day later, after reaching the summit, nearly 100 young cultivators had gathered, all bearing confident expressions and proud airs. Being here meant their talents were far beyond ordinary mortals. Xia Li and Lin Yi found a corner to sit and chat quietly. Just as the mood had relaxed, a cold voice with a hint of contempt suddenly cut through the air. Lin Yi, this isn't a place for you. The speaker, a sharply dressed man with a stern expression, strode directly up to Lin Yi, eyes full of disdain. Lin Shi, whether I'm supposed to be here isn't your call, Lin Yi shot back without hesitation. Sneering and barely acknowledging the man, he called senior brother Lin Yu. Lin Shi's face darkened, but he pushed back. You really want to challenge Lin Yu? Then you're asking for death. Lin Yu is a true heir disciple of the sect now. So what? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his gaze dripping with scorn. Xia Li's interest peaked, noticing that Lin Yi's family background seemed formidable. Seeing Lin Yi firm in his stance, Lin Shi turned to threaten Xia Li. You better tell him to stay away, or you'll both be barred from the sect. Unfazed, Xia Li smiled slightly. Do you really think you can stop me? I'm a foundation establishment of Heaven Dao, exempt from entrance exams. And you, a true heir disciple, want to block me? Lingshu Dantian is really not that impressive. Their confrontation drew attention, sharply intensifying the previously calm atmosphere atop the mountain. Xia Li's confidence and Lin Yi's composure stirred eager anticipation. Everyone was curious how this turmoil would unfold next. He wasn't exactly desperate to join the sect. He had only come with a let's give it a try attitude. Lin Shi snorted coldly and said, all right. No wonder you're friends with Lin Yi, just like him, completely ungrateful and marching headlong toward ruin. His icy gaze seemed to pass a death sentence on Xia Li, making the latter feel a tight weight in his chest and frown slightly. Could it really be that even being friends with Lin Yi was this dangerous? Lin Yi smiled faintly, as if accustomed to Lin Shi's harshness, then turned to Xia Li and said, Brother Lin, just now that guy. No. Wait. I keep saying polite stuff out of habit, forgive me. That thing we saw, what exactly was it? He put air quotes around thing, sounding a bit teasing. That thing. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. During their casual conversation on the road, Xia Li's words sometimes caught them off guard, apparently clean but secretly laced with rough subtext. Curiously, he pressed again. So what exactly is it? Lin Yi stopped smiling and began to explain. That's my clansman. Come to think of it, I haven't told you about my family. To put it simply. Before he could finish, Xia Li interrupted, as if guessing something. Hold on. Let me guess, were you once a prodigy? Huh. Lin Yi raised his eyebrow. I always was, and I still count as one. Are you asking if I was ever crippled or hit a cultivation bottleneck? Not crippled? Xia Li pressed. No. Were you ever rejected from a marriage? No marriage proposals. Who would reject me? Has anyone ever stolen a supreme bone from you? Lin Yi laughed. My elder clansman Lin Yu has a congenital spirit bone. Honestly, I've always wanted to dig that out for myself. Xia Li continued guessing. Is it possible that spirit bone really belongs to you? Lin Yi understood immediately and nodded with a smile. Brother Xia, if you want it, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. When the time is right, they'll dig it out for you myself. No, I didn't mean that. Forget I said anything. Xia Li saw Lin Yi's easygoing reaction and realized he was just probing for any special skills or powers that Lin Yi might have, and apparently there were none. He was probably overthinking. You okay? Want to take a calming pill? Lin Yi noticed Xia Li's serious expression and worried he might be overwhelmed. I'm fine. Just curious. Go on. Xia Li waved him on to continue. Lin Yi nodded and began his story. It's a long tale. I come from the Lin family in Qianzhou, a prominent clan. But the family strictly values bloodline legitimacy. I'm of illegitimate birth, and no matter how talented I am, I only attract endless oppression and malice. Even my own father, suppressed by his lawful wife, dared not treat me well, fearing I would surpass the legitimate heirs. That would mean death for me. His tone darkened. My father actually meant well, but that good intention was worse than none at all. It would have been better to send me away to be fostered, even never returning to the sect. That would have been a kind relief. Lin Yi tilted his head slightly, his gaze troubled. As for my birth mother, she was depressed and neglected so long that she took her own life. But I don't believe she truly committed suicide. There's some secret hidden there, definitely involving Lin Yu. His brow furrowed deeply, the painful memories still haunting him. Afterwards, I rebelled against the Lin family and went to Lingzhou. So your current biggest goal is to uncover the truth about your birth mother? Xia Li asked seriously. That's right. I once joined Yinshan's sect, my mother's homeland. But unfortunately, I found nothing there. But didn't you come back too soon? You're not strong enough yet. Xia Li thought about Lin Yi's current qi refining stage. Although his innate core tested at many times the usual strength, it was still just qi refining. Facing foundation establishment or golden core masters was beyond his reach. As they talked, Lin Qi watched coldly from the side. The tense atmosphere had not lifted. But I can't wait any longer. Lin Yi realized that as the senior elder of the Lin family and the third elder of Lingshu Dantian, He absolutely could not let Lin Yu easily win the third elder's support. As long as Lin Yu endured hardship to become the young master, Lin Yu would lose his only chance to uncover the truth. He had to give it his all at the very least. He needed the third elder to consider him more seriously. Thinking this, Lin Yu slightly lowered his head, furrowing his brows, and sighed deeply. This was the root of his anxiety. Brother Lin, no more talk. The things you need will be delivered to you within a month. If you need anything else, just say so, and I'll keep an eye out for you once I get back, Xia Li said firmly but warmly. Lin Yu's gratitude almost made him lose his voice. Brother, with you around, even if I only have one spirit stone, I'll share half with you. A surge of gratitude and determination welled up in Lin Yu's heart. He knew that if he wanted to overtake Lin Yu on this curve and confront him head-on, he had to rely on extraordinary treasures. But he wasn't qualified to access those treasures, and even with spirit stones in hand, it was useless. The top-tier foundation establishing pills were the clearest example. But now, let those pills go to hell. In a month, Xia Li would bring treasures far surpassing the best pills, while the ones Lin Yu used were, at best, just top-tier foundation establishing pills. This move was destined to put him one step ahead. With these thoughts, Lin Yu's gratitude towards Xia Li grew even deeper. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Too bad I'm not a woman, and you're not a woman either." "No way, brother, that's going too far." Xia Li stepped back a few paces, looking stunned and helpless. Brothers can be solid, but never steel. His voice carried a helpless yet playful tone, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Xia Li and Lin Yu chatted casually as they continued to wait. Not long after they settled, following Lin Qi's approach, another figure stepped forward. This time, it was a graceful and strikingly beautiful young girl. "Lin Yu, you should leave early. You really shouldn't be here, and don't drag your friends into this," the girl said, worry evident in her delicate features. As she warned Lin Yu, her gaze flickered briefly towards Xia Li, showing no ill intent. "Sun Yu, you don't need to worry about me," Lin Yu replied coldly, a hint of impatience in his tone. "But I don't want your self-righteous warnings." Hearing this, Sun Yu clenched her teeth, a look of disappointment washing over her face. She didn't argue and quietly turned to leave. Seeing this, Xia Li sensed it wasn't the moment to pry. It seemed Sun Yu had once wronged Lin Yu, but instead of avoiding the subject, Lin Yu took the initiative to explain. "She was my childhood playmate and from the main branch of the Sun family. Staying close to me, an illegitimate son, wasn't unfair to her. I just don't want to implicate her." Lin Yu's eyes held an unspeakable bitterness, his voice weighed down by suppressed emotion. He had never had truly close friends to confide in or ease his troubled heart. Xia Li nodded. "You're right, she definitely seems like the type who might act rashly if she found out the truth." He glanced around as murmurs broke out among onlookers. Some even stared at Lin Yu with hostility. It was clear they were from the Sun family and didn't want Sun Yu too close to him. Soon, another girl stepped forward. This one was even more radiant and lively than Sun Yu. Xia Li's heart tightened, silently thinking, "This guy really can't be messed with. Standing next to him feels like sharing his enemy's hatred." "Lin Yu, brother, you've got this. I knew you wouldn't miss this chance. Taking down Lin Yu is on you." The girl spoke casually, warmly, with a candid boldness. Lin Yu's expression softened somewhat. "Xiao Ge, why are you here?" "Of course I had to come. My grandpa's eyesight is bad, but he favors Lin Yu, and I can't stand that guy. If I didn't come, you wouldn't make it through." Lin Ge then turned to Xia Li. "You're Lin Yu's friend, right?" "Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Ge." Smiling, Lin Ge extended her hand in a friendly gesture. After all, anyone daring to be a friend of Lin Yu needed some guts. Xia Li politely reached out his left hand to shake, but Lin Ge's eyes flicked sharply, and she swiftly pulled back. "If you use the left hand, forget it," she said pointedly, her eyes flashing displeasure. Xia Li was taken aback. "There's a rule about handshakes?" He quickly looked at Lin Yu, puzzled by this odd custom. "Don't you know, brother Lin?" Lin Yu asked in return. "Know what?" Xia Li was lost. The left hand means distance and unwillingness to get close. Only the right hand shows true acceptance. Lin Yu explained. Embarrassed, Xia Li laughed and apologized, then extended his right hand instead. Seeing this, Lin Gu also reached out again. Their palms met, but both felt something strange. The touch was cold and hard, without any warmth of flesh, only an intense aura of powerful spiritual energy flowing between them. There was a reason why I took the initiative to extend my left hand. Miss Lin must have realized by now. Your right hand is a prosthetic? Yes, Xia Li nodded calmly. To me, a real handshake has to be with the left hand. Lin Ge gave a slight nod, her expression subtle as she discreetly used her inner strength to probe Xia Li's background. She knew not everyone qualified to be Lin Yu's friend. Although she bore the Lin surname and was part of the Lin family, she had grown up in the Lingshu cavern, estranged from much of the Lin clan. Beyond blood ties, their connections were tenuous. Among the family, only Lin Yu had a good relationship with her. After all, Lin Yu was the pureblood heir, the branch most revered by the Lin family. Unfortunately, Lin Yu dared not reveal himself lightly. Exposure would mean certain death. Suddenly, Lin Ge's expression shifted as she sensed something extremely unusual about Xia Li. Almost his entire body was embedded with mysterious spiritual devices, not mere ornaments, but mechanisms silently operating within. What kind of method was this? Mechanisms? Puppetry arts? She shook her head in denial. None of those. I've never heard of anything like it. Lin Guess eyes lit up with curiosity. Xia Ge, you're full of surprises. Is that truly a golden core inside you? She abruptly grasped Xia Li's hand tightly, eager to probe the secret through physical contact. She wanted to uncover the origin of those internal spiritual devices and the mystery of that golden core. What? Xia, you have a golden core inside you. Lin Yi was shocked, swiftly shifting his gaze to Xia Li. Xia Li appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly already possess the power of a golden core stage? Xia Li sighed helplessly. There is indeed a false core in my dantian, but it's only to strengthen my self-defense. Nothing to make a fuss over. He frowned, clearly annoyed by Lin Guess' invasive scrutiny. Also, Miss Lin Gu, I prefer we keep some distance. Although he could defend against spiritual mind intrusions from afar, physical contact allowed others to directly examine his Bodhis condition, a defense skill he had yet to master. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, but what if you insist on getting close to me? Xia Li probed cautiously. Lin Gu gripped his prosthetic hand more firmly, refusing to let go. Don't stop, Xiao Gu. Apologized to Xia Gu. Lin Yi hurried forward, trying to separate them. Lin Gu glared at her, her words carrying a double meaning. Don't you want to enter Lingshu Cavern? Lin Yi hesitated, visibly troubled. Xiao Gu, I'm just interested in your friend and hope he can become my friend too. Lin Gu explained, her eyes softening a bit. That's enough. If you're not going in, fine. Lin Yi ignored the warning and strode toward Lin Gu, attempting to push her away forcibly. Lin Gu immediately raised her hand and put on an innocent yet pitiful expression. Don't be like that. It's no big deal. I admit I was a bit rude, but my apologies are always sincere. Then suddenly, she leaned in toward Xia Li. A strange force instantly paralyzed him, making him unable to move an inch. Xia Li was forced to watch helplessly as Lin Gu stepped closer and lightly kissed him on the cheek. Sorry, it won't happen again. If next time you still allow me to cross the line, they'll have an even more sincere way to apologize. She smiled slyly like a fox, then turned and left without giving Xia Li a chance to react. After Lin Gu walked away, the binding force dissipated. Brother Lin, your cousin, why did she come at me like that? Xia Li gave a bitter laugh, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had thought this was just a familial interaction between Lin Yi and his cousin, but it turned out to be a shameless sneak attack aimed at him. Don't mention the Xia calendar. At this moment, Lin also felt helpless and puzzled. Brother Xia, Lin Gu is actually the granddaughter of the third elder, and her status in the Lin family is even higher than Lin Yu's. I can't explain why she insists on clinging to you like this. You two aren't really close. The reason she helps you is because she sees potential in you. Outwardly, you seem close, but the truth is, you're not yet worthy to truly hold your head up in front of her. Still, her habit of casually being so touchy with people, she really ought to cut that out. Xia Li wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, full of reluctance, and was desperate to find a restroom to wash his face properly. He didn't feel lucky at all about Lin Guess' sudden display of affection. On the contrary, it made him as nervous as if a venomous snake had fixed its eyes on him. Besides, the gazes of those young talents around him had already started to scan him with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment, making it uncomfortable even to breathe. No, 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 she's never had that habit. How could I have expected she'd suddenly kiss you? Could it be love at first sight? Then wouldn't we actually be family by marriage? I'd have to call you my brother-in-law. Lin was actually quite happy at the idea of Lin Gu and Xia Li really becoming that close. You think her attitude means she likes me? Forget it, I'm out of here. Xia Li was already backing out without hesitation. What was a sect anyway? If he could avoid going in, he would. He'd rather face 100 enemies than get caught up in a mess stirred up by a mysterious woman. Based on the previous details, the heart rate, eye contact, body temperature, and other multiple indicators, the signs of affection weren't strong enough yet to make an accurate psychological judgment. Tiangson's analysis said that people with a confident but closed-off syndrome have a very strong inner world but live in an extremely isolated environment. When they encounter something new, they show an almost fanatical desire to pursue it, and, to some extent, a strong possessiveness. This applies to objects, but even more so to people, often resulting in an irresistible fondness. At this point, Tiangson's words only made Xia Li feel the situation was more troublesome getting kissed the first time they met. What kind of perverse behavior was this? What about the next meeting? And the one after that? If he went back to Earth for a modification, Kashao would probably ask if his kidney had shriveled up and if he needed a turbo-boosted kidney. Don't be like that, Brother Xia. Lin Gu isn't a bad person, she's just a bit willful. She doesn't mean any harm. I hope you can put up with it. Lin gave a wry smile as he tried to persuade him. Of course, I'm not forcing you. If you really can't stand it, that's fine too. Lin was truly in a tough spot. Who knew what medicine Lin Gu had taken today to suddenly lose all restraint and act like her head was on fire? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have almost suspected she intended to grab Xia Li right then and there for some kind of crazy trial. In that case, just promise me your tribe sister won't come bother me anymore. Xia Li said helplessly. Okay, he'll talk to her seriously right now. Lin cupped his fists and stepped back a few paces. Walking to a quiet corner, he took out a jade communication token and immediately contacted Lin Ge. Xiao Ge, what's going on? He's a close friend I've worked hard to make. How could you start off by flirting with him? Lin was a bit embarrassed too. He had seen plenty of women flirt, but this was the first time he'd met a girl flirting with a guy, especially his own tribe sister flirting with his best friend. The whole situation left him caught in the middle and feeling very awkward. Brother Linyi, since you two are so close, could you help me ask what color he likes? What are you doing? I want to use a binding rope of the matching color to tie him up and take him away. No, wait. Why would you tie up my brother? Linyi instantly panicked. Xia Li is not someone who can afford to get into trouble casually is the key hope for his rise. I think I might be actually, am pretty much falling for him. I just can't hold back. I really want to tie him up and bring him back to my room immediately. Brother Linyi, can you help me? Lin Ge's voice came through with faint gasps, mixed with a bit of anxiety and helplessness. Lin Yi listened, his expression turning grim. No, you can't stay in Lingshu Dantian. That would endanger Xia Li. Lin Ge's condition when he has an episode is terrifying. Lin Yi himself is afraid of it, let alone Xia Li. But Lin Ge's qualities are definitely impressive. If there's even a small chance, forming an in-law relationship with Xia Li isn't impossible. Go, you can't rush this. Do you trust me? Lin Yi said with reassurance in his voice. Of course I trust you, Lin Gu replied, breathless but hopeful. So you'll help me tie him up? That's not what I mean. Matters of the heart are complicated. You can't control it alone, so we'll be the middleman for you. Lin Yi advised. You're acting like this, you'll only scare him away. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're attractive. Trust me, we'll slowly set things up, and there's a good chance you two will become spiritual partners. Really? Lin Gu was suddenly excited. I guarantee it. But I thought you were pretty proud, even scornful of Lynx's holy son. Why are you suddenly taking such an interest in my brother? You don't understand, Lin Yi said quietly. I got close to you because you have a unique color, and he has even more. To me, it's like an oasis shining brilliantly in the desert. All right then, it's settled, but you better not bother Brother Xia. Fine, but Brother Lin Yi, you have to keep your promise too. After ending the conversation with Lin Gu, Lin Yi sighed deeply. Finally, this chaotic mess was temporarily put in order. He turned back to Xia Li, eyes scanning him from head to toe. Not particularly handsome, not as good-looking as me, Lin Yi muttered to himself with a helpless smile. Hey, what do you mean? Don't want the gift anymore? No, I'm sorry. Seems like my clan sister really has a crush on you at first sight. What do you think? His tone shifted, searching for a reaction. Xia Li flatly refused. He had no interest in pursuing any feelings right now. The collapse of the Wind Crane City Alliance of Wanderers made him realize how much of a stranger he was in this world. There was an unbridgeable gap between him and everyone else. Even his homeland, Earth, felt unfamiliar. Neither world nor era fit him. His interests and knowledge were relics buried by time. No one wanted to listen or could understand. Relationships were only burdens to him. Pleasing others was exhausting. Pleasing himself was even harder. Why bother? Mutual respect was enough. No need to get close, not even to know each other. Getting close only brings trouble. What value is left in being a fragment of a half-buried old era? Brother Xia? Lin Yi gently sensed the loneliness radiating from Xia Li, a silent alienation. My clan sister is really nice. Think it over again. She won't bother you anymore, I promise. Lin Yi spoke earnestly. All right, as long as she doesn't bother me, that's enough. Xia Li's focus rested only on those last words, already a huge concession. After that, things settled down. Once Xia Li realized that Lin Yi easily attracted hostility, he forcibly dragged him to hide behind a nearby huge rock. The Lingshu Dantian Peak elimination competition would last 3 more days, and since this was only the second day, Xia Li didn't want to cause any more trouble. At noon the next day, a violent tremor in the mountains abruptly woke Xia Li from his deep cultivation. A prompt echoed in his Tianxin device's mind interface. Spatial inversion detected secondary dimension manifesting. Please proceed with caution. Xia Li was in the Lingshu Dongshan's unique, deep cultivation mode, so this spatial inversion immediately put him on alert. He stepped out from behind the rock. Lingshu Peak still stood tall before him, but the surrounding scenery had completely transformed. Where before there had been ordinary mountain views, now sprawled vast architectural complexes, with floating sky islands suspended in midair, forming an immense city. This was the true Lingshu Dantian. Its grandeur and prosperity testified to why it ranked among the sacred realms of Dantian. Lin Yi excitedly explained, Brother Xia, this is what I meant. Forces honored with the Dantian or Sacred Realm title all possess the power to open interface worlds. This is the Lingshu realm, a hidden blessed land outside the mortal world. Xia Li nodded. He had browsed many documentaries about subspaces during the journey. Subspace, also called secondary or mirror space, is a method for maximizing space usage. nearly doubling available room. Compared to phase spaces, which are independently created and prone to fluctuation, subspaces are much more stable, almost indistinguishable from the main space. But why hadn't Earth widely applied this? Xia Li knew the answer. Earth's scarcity of spiritual energy made sustaining subspaces too costly. Only worlds rich in spiritual energy could afford to operate such grand gestures continuously. He thought, there are still plenty of beautiful landscapes in the main space, why bother creating subspaces just to show off? The idea of owning an entire realm sounded great, but from Earth's practical perspective, it wasn't worthwhile. At least for now, perhaps more advanced uses would arise in the future. Lin Yi listened quietly and nodded without questioning why. Xia Li only said it's okay. If others had heard, they might have criticized him harshly. Soon after, a group of cultivators arrived flying to the top of Lingshu Peak. They were clearly examiners for this trial of new disciples. The two leaders lifted a huge diamond-shaped crystal, as tall as a person, which served as the key tool for assessing spiritual roots. After the successful climbers gathered, the young disciples lined up in order to take the spiritual root test. The Tianqin device simultaneously collected and analyzed everyone's data. As the mist cleared, the atmosphere atop the peak instantly grew tense. Analyzing the high-purity biological spirit organ. These valuable data will be used to develop more varieties of higher-quality Lingshu core. Xia Li did not interfere. Although Earth's technology is advanced, spirit energy technology is still like crossing a river by feeling the stones. At this stage, data is extremely scarce. Even a single ancient spirit substitute corpse can fetch an astronomical price. For example, the newly collected Heavenly Spirit Root data is a crucial foundation for future development of the Heavenly Spirit Core. These kinds of data are not only priceless, but can also be exchanged for Dao points, the rarest resource on Earth, and the fastest way to achieve a leap in status. Therefore, Xia Li secretly recorded the spirit root data of these genius disciples, though he still can't get too close. It seems that from now on, he must somehow join as a probationary disciple to get close enough to test the crystal stones and obtain more details. Soon it was Lin Ye's turn. He stepped forward with confidence, chin up and chest out. Judging by his posture, his spirit root must be extraordinary. He pressed his palm against the testing crystal, and moments later, the stone suddenly rippled with a spatial distortion. Void spirit root? You actually have a void spirit root. The testing elder stared at Lin Yi in shock, envy flashing across his face. An incredible talent admit him directly into the inner sect. After speaking, the elder subtly glanced at Lin Qi, his eyes showing a trace of regret. It was obvious that Lin Qi had used connections to gain favor, but Lin Yi's void spirit root could not be hidden. If the elder dared to mess with him, the Lingshu celestial realm would not let it slide. Standing in the crowd, Lin Qi's expression darkened as thick murderous intent filled his eyes toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi exposing his talent was equivalent to making a bet, but he had no other choice. Next, it was Xia Li's turn. After Lin Yi stepped aside, Xia Li did not approach directly but quietly released his aura. This aura was extraordinary, completely solid, without the usual fluctuations or lightness typical of the foundation establishment stage. While others' qi resembled clouds, Xia Li's aura pierced through the clouds like a towering peak. Qi is like clouds, spirit is like the sea, Dao is like the vast sky. This aura revealed that Xia Li's foundation establishment quality was the pinnacle of Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment owes direct admission to the inner sect without testing. The testing elder forced a bitter smile, inwardly grateful for his own caution. Even though he promised to deal with Lin Yi and Xia Li, he wouldn't act rashly before fully understanding their backgrounds. Years of cunning had at least saved his life. That damned Lin Qi was trying to force him into a dead end. One with a void spirit root, one with Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. If the elder dared to give up either, surely someone of even higher status would come to settle this mess. At that moment, Lin Qi suddenly stepped forward and shouted loudly, "You have a defective mixed spirit root. How can you be Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment?" This was the Lin family's special innate perception ability, allowing him to detect something unusual with Xia Li's spirit root. Lin Qi deliberately raised his voice, not to stop Xia Li from entering the sect, but to signal to everyone, Xia Li holds a secret, a great opportunity. Even with a trash spirit root, to form Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, there must be something fishy behind this. Sure enough, his words drew heated glances from the surrounding young disciples. Xia Li remained expressionless, but internally commanded his core to lock onto Lin Qi's position. Tonight, I won't let you off easily. Though once crippled by enemies after Foundation establishment, having originally been a thunder spirit root did not matter, had ways to heal it. Xia Li had refined thunderstrike wood, and his spirit root still contained thunder power. This story was believable and would not expose flaws during testing. Once this explanation was offered, many of the newly interested young people lost enthusiasm. Lin Qi's scheme failed, and unwilling to say more, he retreated a few steps, silently shutting up. After the spiritual root test concluded, The next phase involved assessing talent and comprehension. However, these subsequent evaluations no longer concerned Xia Li and Lin Yi, since both had already secured direct entry into the inner sect during the first round. Such treatment was tantamount to an instant leap to the top. Guided by a sect steward, Xia Li and Lin Yi were each led to their own designated territory assigned by the sect. As inner sect disciples, they were entitled to claim a sizable piece of land within the Lingshu realm. The Lingshu Dao domain had independently carved out a world of its own, vast in scope and rich in resources. Although this generosity seemed magnanimous, the sect's real intention was to rely on disciples to continuously cultivate and transform these lands, sustaining the Lingshu realm's ongoing development and expansion. High above the eastern section of the Lingshu realm floated a massive leaf, lazily drifting in the air. Xia Li stood upon it alongside the sect steward, who pointed out and explained the available lands for Xia Li's selection. You may choose a territory that suits your preference or your spiritual root attributes, the steward said. You are free to transform it as you please. As long as you do not perish or betray the sect, we will not interfere with how you develop your land. The steward continued, if you ever wish to change territories, the sect will reclaim your old land based on its level of development. From this vantage point, you can see all the other inner sect disciples' lands: the snowy mountains, deep valleys, volcanoes, and great lakes, each distinct with clear boundaries and unique landscapes. If you want to directly acquire an already developed vacant territory, you can also purchase one using spirit stones or contribution points. Prices range from several thousand to hundreds of thousands, depending on the degree of construction. The steward paused, sensing the thoughts running through Xia Li's mind. Do you fancy a lakeside home? There are 3 such territories available. Shall we go take a look? Xia Li nodded in response, and the steward guided the giant leaf to glide past the 3 lakeside estates. Xia Li examined each carefully before finally choosing the second one. The house sat by the lake's edge, with clusters of flowers planted beside it, clearly the residence of a female disciple. Though not extravagant, the construction was elegant and fresh. The cost was reasonable, only 15,000 spirit stones, because the area mainly served as scenic landscaping and lacked cultivation facilities or complex structures. After confirming his choice, Xia Li took out the spirit stones and paid. The steward immediately completed the registration and handed him a token. The token served as his pass for entering the sect and accessing his property. If lost, it could be replaced at the miscellaneous affairs office. The steward then gave him a storage pouch and said, "This is your initiation gift. That will be all for now. I take my leave." With that, the steward turned and departed. Standing on his newly acquired lakeside territory, Xia Li was somewhat surprised by the scenery. Before him had actually bought a home in a foreign world and received a piece of land along with it. Converted to Earth's currency of spirit stones, 15,000 was equivalent to about 12,000, enough to buy a nice spacious apartment in an upper city district. Yet the spiritual energy concentration here was far higher. In fact, the aura of this territory was nearly 1/10 of what Xia Li had experienced in the Qiushan secret realm. Clearly, this was without a doubt a grand and powerful sect with vast resources behind it. As for why he didn't just get a territory for free and build it up from scratch, Xia Li simply didn't have the luxury of time. Even with his cultivation, transforming a wilderness into a livable territory would take several months. But this lakeside land was different. It already had houses and a spirit-gathering formation set up. Clearly, the previous owner had studied fragrance carefully. The flowers and trees by the lake gave off a refreshing scent that lifted the spirits. With such rare advantages, and having bought it for only 15,000 spirit stones, why would he need to do hard labor to develop it himself? Xia Li opened his storage pouch. Neatly arranged inside were 3,000 spirit stones, a few pills, a set of lightweight clothes, a thick handbook of the sect's rules, and a specially crafted messaging jade slipan internal communication artifact used to contact disciples. He flipped through the sect rules carefully. Being someone who hated trouble, he knew that knowing the rules could save him a lot of headaches. One rule caught his eye immediately: there was no need to wear sect robes outside of formal occasions. However, the sect robe in his hands was a magical garment, both fireproof and water-resistant, and it had nourishing effects. Such high-quality equipment was too good to pass up. Without hesitation, Xia Li changed into his Lingshu dantian sect robe, a simple yet flowing robe in shades of blue, projecting a vibe of an otherworldly cultivator. If he were back on Earth, just buying a robe like this would probably cost thousands of spirit stones. This was his first time entering the sect, and a spark of novelty lit up inside him. Just as he was savoring these perks, the jade slip in his hand suddenly vibrated with an incoming message. Xia Li activated it at once and saw 2 short but firm lines. New disciple Xia Li, please prepare for the sect's grand competition in 1 month. This is your fastest chance to improve your standing and benefits. The higher you rank in the competition as a newcomer, the greater your rewards. He instantly felt like a student facing the first big exam after starting school, the memory of his college days flashing through his mind. Unfortunately, That graduation dream never came true. It was frozen before it could happen. Now, regarding the sect competition, Xia Li hesitated. Many high-ranking sect members would certainly watch, and they would quickly detect the modifications inside his body. There was no hiding his true nature. Plus, the environment would restrict his abilities, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. Since participation was voluntary, he decisively gave up on signing up and turned back to studying the entry-level benefits. The rules described in detail how Lingshu Dantian generously supported new disciples. It was truly a wealthy sect. Compared to the clandestine group back on Earth, the treatment was incomparable. There, the best they could hope for was a decent sky core, with other benefits relying solely on special favors from Kushao. Lingshu Dantian, by contrast, was much more generous. Just for entering, they gave 3,000 spirit stones, plus the option to choose one cultivation method and 3 magical techniques, or to embark directly on a rare terrain exploration. Narrowing his eyes, Xia Li realized the rules were more than just regulations. They offered a full introduction to the sect's environment. The so-called rare terrain was a secret realm meant for comprehending cultivation methods and magical techniques, quite unlike anything recorded in the scripture library. It was where real legacies were hidden. However, the cultivation and magic there required personal insight. Lacking sufficient aptitude meant the trip would be in vain. Perhaps this would prove his true worth. Lost in thought, Xia Li understood that to go further here, he had to seize these opportunities. After all, that was where Lingshu Dongshan's true wealth lay. After a moment's thought, Xia Li decisively decided to head straight to the mysterious land for a closer look. By the lakeside stood a teleportation array leading to the sect's main square. Stepping onto the array, the world around him spun and shifted, and in a blur, he was transported from the tranquil shore to the bustling hub filled with voices and movement. The sect's main square was the heart of Lingshu Dantian, where roads from all directions converged, connecting every corner of the sect. It also served as a central transit point, with teleportation arrays linking different regions, all located here. Immersed in the vibrant scene, Xia Li's attention was suddenly drawn to someone. Linguang. She stood calmly by a teleportation array, clearly waiting for someone. Their eyes met accidentally, and an awkward tension briefly filled the air. Linguang smiled slightly and took a step forward. "Junior brother Xia, what a coincidence to run into you here." A playful tone laced her words. Xia Li forced a smile, responding awkwardly. "Coincidence? It's obvious you were waiting for me." He wondered silently. Didn't Linguang say the matter was settled? How had they run into each other so soon? Unbothered by his distant tone, Linguang's smile deepened. "So, what are you planning to do next? Want me to accompany you?" She hoped to use this chance to draw closer, guiding him as a senior sister to help him navigate Lingshu Dantian. "No, thanks," Xia Li declined politely. But Linguang didn't give up, stepped closer, and spoke sincerely. "I want to apologize again for what happened before. I really hope we can be friends. Can you forgive me?" Xia Li frowned and spoke bluntly. "To be honest, you're sick." He didn't want to get too close and didn't hold back in pointing out her flaws. Linguang was stunned, retorting, "Sick? Are you talking about my passionate pursuit of new things? Willing to risk everything to explore the unknown? You might think it's just personality, but maybe it's not." "Exactly," Xia Li said firmly. "Your personality isn't just a trait, it has crossed the line. Too much of anything becomes obsession." Linguang frowned, pondering seriously. She admitted that was her true nature. But was that really a sickness? "My personality may be as you say, but does that make it an illness? Obsession itself isn't wrong," Xia Li explained. "But when obsession becomes the sole driving force and standard for everything, that's pathological." "So what if I'm obsessed?" Linguang countered sharply. "How many cultivators in the world aren't obsessed? What is cultivation really about? What is the Dao?" Xia Li couldn't answer right away. He hadn't settled on those questions and often just went with the flow. So he asked in return, "Why do you cultivate? What is the Dao to you?" Linguang's expression grew serious, her voice confident and meaningful. "It's different for everyone. Some pursue the ethereal immortal Dao, spending their lives aimlessly asking about the Dao, swept along by circumstances. Others seek the true Dao, clear goals, careful steps, a lifetime of realization and freedom to cultivate as they please. Tell me, are you an immortal cultivator or a true cultivator?" Her words struck a chord with Xia Li. Linguang's understanding of cultivation was far clearer than his, highlighting 2 distinct paths: immortality and truth, questioning and realization. But the chatter and footsteps crowded around the sect square, making it hard to focus. Xia Li pressed on. "So you think obsession is also a kind of Dao?" Linguang's eyes hardened, her answer cutting like a blade. "Obsession taken to the extreme, until everything unfolds as I wish. Isn't that the Dao? Then, if not?" Her words echoed through the noisy square, leaving a lingering sense of reflection and depth. Linguang remained as confident as ever, firmly denying that there was anything wrong with her. Her calm assurance even made Xia Li begin to doubt Tian Xin's earlier assessment. Tian Xin analyzed more deeply. "The person you're dealing with may appear paranoid on the surface, fitting the traits of paranoia, But according to my database, she actually suffers from what's called genius syndrome, a condition that, paradoxically, can bring personal advantages. Tion Xin added that mental illnesses aren't always purely negative. Some can endow unique abilities. For instance, in Xia Li's era, autism was sometimes seen as a sign of genius. Autistic individuals often excelled in artistic creation. Forcing such people to conform to normality might actually suppress their potential. The line between madness and genius is often razor thin. You're really exceptional, Xia Li said hesitantly. I'm not worthy of being around you. Being with you makes me feel inferior. But Linguang saw through him immediately. His real feelings weren't about feeling inferior at all. She realized Xia Li wasn't self-conscious, but rather found her troublesome. Usually, she was the one annoyed by others, so encountering a man who found her troublesome was shockingly rare. Yet Linguang wanted to get closer to Xia Li. All the same, the feeling was like a cat's scratch at her heart, maddeningly irresistible. So you're sticking to me like glue now? She raised an eyebrow. Xia Li quickly waved his hand. No, 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 I don't dislike you that much. I just want to change my impression of you. Linguang smiled even more and handed him a delicate jade slip. Xia Li hesitated to reach out. Accepting it would mean owing a favor. Is it worth it? Xia Li wanted to argue. Or maybe I should kiss you back, Linguang teased. If I kiss you back, you'd be the real winner, Xia Li said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Linguang didn't mind appearing shameless. Whenever something or someone caught her interest, she went all in, even if it was a bit forward. She continued, Junior brother Xia, this jade slip contains a spell that blocks detection. You're very resistant to distant scanning, and I've tried everything without uncovering your true condition. But if you get even a little close, your secret would be fully exposed. You really need a spell that can block close-range detection. Her sincerity was clear. She wasn't just taking advantage of Xia Li. She genuinely wanted to help him solve a problem. Hearing this, Xia Li was tempted. There was probably no such spell on Earth. Most defenses they had were against Tion Xin and Spirit Inspection. He immediately asked about the price. How many spirit stones? He tested. Linguang smiled softly. 100,000. 100,000? That's way too low. Earth's mid-level spells usually go for at least 300,000 spirit stones, so 10 is already a friendly price. Xia Li hesitated, unsure if he should accept such a generous offer. Linguang introduced it calmly. It's a mid-level spell, but the anti-detection is just the surface. Its real brilliance lies in concealment, a secret technique from the Nightshade Tower assassins thousands of years ago. She read Xia Li's thoughts and knew he was interested. This was the perfect moment to hook him in knots. He accepted. She had him in her debt. One time leads to a second, then a third, Linguang decided firmly. She believed her persistent warmth would eventually break down Xia Li's guard and bring him completely closer. This favored take it whether he liked it or not. Then I owe you one. He'll pay you back when I have the spirit stones, Xia Li half joked. That's fine. No need to repay, Linguang smiled wider. Not paying back would be even better. Though she wasn't forcing him, she wouldn't hesitate if necessary. This was the first time Linguang's heart truly stirred. She savored the feeling, but also wanted to understand why Xia Li affected her so deeply. What charm did he possess that stirred such powerful emotions? It was far more than a simple infatuation at first sight. Lingshu Dantian is a realm of wonder. The space here is meticulously divided like a sect's inner disciple territory, each zone evolving its own unique cosmic phenomena. Xia Li approached a huge stone stele, its surface weathered by time, and studied the inscriptions detailing this extraordinary place. The text explained that the ancient masters of Lingshu Dantian did not simply record their Taoist arts onto jade slips. Instead, they chose to erect these steles to transmit their teachings. This was because jade slips could only fully contain techniques up to the Xian rank. Attempting to carve Heaven and Earth Tier 2 methods onto jade slips resulted at best in simplified or incomplete versions. In contrast, paper manuals could record mortal Tier 2 sorcery, whereas jade slips were only suited for Xian and Huang Tier 2. To perfectly pass down Heaven and Earth Tier 2 arts, the only way was to create these special transmission lands. Xia Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked back at Linguang, his ever-reliable companion. Looks like the Earth Tier technique you sold me isn't complete. And you don't even think that price was steep? His tone carried a hint of challenge and doubt. Linguang straightened up, her gaze clear and unwavering. It's true it's incomplete. What I gave you is just the stealth style. The full assassination technique also has a stabbing style. But I didn't lie, the stealth method from Yui Lu is perfectly recorded in there. As for the price, you can ask around the guild. It's always been this rate for years. Maybe you should consider if you're just not working hard enough. Besides, this technique was compensation to you. You insisted on giving me spirit stones. I just priced it according to market value. Her calm demeanor and firm eyes showed she was sincere. Though the stealth style is only part of the complete assassination method, its instructions were fully intact, without missing any details. Xia Li frowned, half convinced. Really? Even just one segment costs that much? Soon he realized that prices on Earth and here couldn't be more different. Taoist arts are cheap on Earth, but these techniques are too precious to spread recklessly, so they carry a high price here. If he took Lin Guest's techniques back to Earth, the value would drop by dozens of times instantly. He thought to himself, any Heaven and Earth Tier 2 method recorded on Jade Slips is by default split into chapters. Even the stealth chapter in my Jade Slip is just one part of a fully refined high-level art. Xia Li resolved to secretly bring these arts back to Earth and upload them to the Tiandao computer. That system would reward him Tiandao points based on the technique's intricacy. Selling the techniques outright would earn less than exchanging points. Unfortunately, techniques from these special lands still can't be perfectly replicated with simple methods. They lack key Taoist essences. Only rare tools and materials can imprint the full secrets of Heaven and Earth Tier 2 methods. Now he finally understood. Only these wonderlands can fully preserve and pass on Heaven and Earth level techniques. At that moment, Linguang spoke again, her voice smooth as water. Junior brother Xia, have you decided which wonderland you want to explore? Xia Li's brow furrowed tightly, his thoughts in turmoil. Still hesitating. The sect offers no hints as to what techniques are condensed in each wonderland, making my choice difficult. This is my one chance to enter a wonderland. If I waste it, it will be a huge loss. Of course, the sect would never reveal such things lightly. In this world, the transmission of secret techniques follows the principle of teachings are not casually passed on and emphasizes the importance of destined affinity. The mysterious site's way of enlightenment speaks exactly to this destiny. You choose a path of cultivation, but the Tao and its methods also quietly choose you. However, if you truly want to know which sect techniques the mysterious site passes down, I could tell you. At this moment, Linguang finally proved useful. As the granddaughter of the third elder, she had grown up in the Lingshu cave heaven and was deeply familiar with everything there. When it came to the kind of Tao and techniques passed down in the mysterious site within Lingshu cave heaven, Linguang had a surprisingly clear grasp of the information. Affinity? Xia Li's heart stirred slightly. Fine, he'll give it a try. Suddenly, he no longer fretted over what specific techniques the site transmitted. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own intuition to comprehend the Tao methods meant for him. You're really going with fate like that? Linguang was a bit surprised. Don't you want me to guide you a little? I not only know which Tao the site transmits, but also know some tricks to understand it. Don't you want to learn some celestial level arts? As she finished speaking, her heart secretly regretted revealing so much about the mysterious site's rules. In hindsight, it would have been better to just tell him understanding the Tao relies entirely on luck. That way, Xia Li might have depended on her more. Maybe next time. I'm curious to see how the Tao will choose me, Xia Li answered calmly. Come on, I'm begging you, just let me give you some guidance. Otherwise, won't I be completely useless? Linguang shamelessly moved closer, trying to make her presence felt. She hadn't expected him to be so casual and at ease with fate. Since celestial and terrestrial level Taoists choose their masters, I think it's best to let things happen naturally. Finding out too early would only put me at a disadvantage, Xia Li said seriously. As the saying goes, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. His words made Linguang fall into thought. This profound saying precisely captured why Lingshu Cave Heaven strictly forbade disciples from eavesdropping on the mysterious site's transmitted secrets. The sect's intention was to let disciples comprehend the path suited to themselves rather than blindly chasing so-called powerful techniques seen by outsiders. True sect inheritance must promote the genuine Tao. Otherwise, everyone would flock to learn only the strongest skills, and weaker techniques would eventually vanish. What if those seemingly weaker methods held incredible potential hidden for the future? As the two reflected, an elderly figure with an ethereal and refined air suddenly appeared beside the stone tablet. He spoke calmly. Exactly so. I did not expect someone so young to have such insight. His gaze was stern, but carried admiration. Most disciples who come to the mysterious site arrive with specific goals, and few truly grasp the sect's deeper meaning. Even those who do understand can only experience it themselves. It's hard to explain. A disciple like you, who speaks the essential truth so plainly, is exceedingly rare. May I ask your honorable name, sir? Xia Li asked respectfully. You may call me the third elder or elder Lin, the man replied casually. Greetings, third elder. Xia Li bowed respectfully, but remained alert. Isn't Lin Ge the third elder's granddaughter? Could it be that her grandfather was here to deal with her? Sure enough, the third elder nodded kindly and turned to look at Lin Ge. He had heard about her outrageous behavior at the sect gate, how she had acted boldly in front of many new disciples and even made advances toward a male disciple. At first, he thought she had been bullied, but after verifying, he realized it was she who had taken the initiative in an astounding act. Third elder, have you really taught your granddaughter so well? Xia Li thought with surprise. Although worried, he found the third elder's attitude not harsh, but tinged with helplessness and indulgence. Xiao Gu, there are some things I don't want to say too much. You have your own choices, but remember not to force others, the third elder said earnestly. Also, if he can't stand your harassment, tell me, and I'll handle you for him. The third elder knew his granddaughter's personality all too well. He was not yet at the point of forcing her to tone down her boldness, but knew it would be difficult for her to give up her active nature. He certainly did not want her to be labeled behind her back as shamelessly bothering male disciples. As for whether Xia Li accepted this help, the third elder was relaxed. If he accepted, he would consider him a prospective grandson-in-law. If not, no matter. After all, the elder had endured old family rules in his youth, and now that he held power, he cared little for social status or matchmaking. And so the story continued to unfold within this atmosphere thick with delicate tension. At that moment, Xia Li was filled with unease. He couldn't tell whether the third elder was subtly warning him or genuinely trying to help. If the elder had openly scolded him with something like a toad dreaming of swan meat, he would have found it more straightforward at least, then he could use it as an excuse to shake off Linguang. But the third elder now wore a kindly, gentle expression that only made Xia Li feel more unsettled. Grandpa, I'm not bothering him at all. We're just having a normal conversation. Linguang patted his chest and tried to reassure him. Yet the third elder's gaze remained doubtful, skeptical even. The third elder fell silent, then scrutinized Xia Li closely, suddenly resorting to probing with spiritual power. Though somewhat rude, his seniority made him feel entitled. To him, elders had the right to examine juniors without ceremony. However, the probing was surprisingly thwarted. When the spiritual force entered Xia Li's body, it was met with strong distortion, preventing even the third elder, who was at the refining void stage, from seeing through Ida Jr. at the foundation establishment stage possessed such a secret shield. Frustrated, the elder stepped forward and laid a hand on Xia Li's shoulder. With this close contact, the spiritual probe finally took effect. He quickly detected faintly glowing inner spirit artifacts within Xia Li. After a moment of silence, the elder's expression grew grave, and he seemed to understand why Lin Gu was so clingy. Kid, don't blame me for nosing around. Ever since my granddaughter got close to you, I naturally got curious. Have you heard of Ziyuan City? The third elder suddenly asked. Xia Li was stunned. Ziyuan City lay about 3,500 kilometers from Linguang City, controlled by conglomerates, and ranked 32nd in the world by GD details just shared with him by Tianxin. Now, his expression sharply changed, suspicion rising. How could this elder know about earthly cities? Seeing Xia Li's shocked look, the elder smiled faintly. Don't worry. Let's just talk. At that moment, Xia Li didn't have time for mystical cultivation. He was far more concerned about how the elder knew these things. Could it be the third elder was also from Earth? But the Lin family was clearly native to this world. Grandpa, what do you mean? Lingu asked, puzzled. He didn't understand the complicated, secretive look in the elder's eyes as he studied Xia Li. The third elder's face grew serious. His tone was firm. Xiao Gu, when the time is right, I will tell you everything. For now, be patient. Lin Gun nodded silently, though his questions only deepened, and he dared not press further. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the world spun dizzyingly for Xia Li, and moments later he found himself high above the clouds. The third elder stood before him, slowly pulling out a delicate box from his storage ring with reverence. The lid opened gently, revealing a Lingshu and a Tianxin resting quietly inside. This is... Xia Li gasped in shock. The elder gave a slight nod. You recognize them indeed. These are relics belonging to Xiao Guest's mother. She was a mysterious figure herself, claiming to come from a faraway place. He glanced at Xia Li again, testing. So, you also come from the same place as her? That merchant's power called Ziyuan City? Clearly, the elder had yet to grasp the concept of Ziyuan City in his view. Cities here were usually called Cheng, and those with Shur in their name were probably merchant guild markets. More or less, Xia Li replied briefly. The third elder nodded. Good. I want to say more. Your market's path of spirit forging is indeed unique, but still considered a lesser way. To truly become strong, you must rely on yourselves and never blindly depend on external objects. Before he finished speaking, swirling winds and clouds rose above the mountaintop, and his tone carried a weighty seriousness that left Xia Li with endless thought to ponder. You've got a point there. Xia Li immediately showed an expression of humble acceptance. From Elder San's words, he vaguely sensed that the elder himself also didn't fully understand the secrets of Earth, and was completely unaware of the true value of the Tianxin. If he had known how powerful the Tianxin really was, he certainly wouldn't have so easily dismissed it as some trivial thing. Elder San spoke slowly. Take these with you. Consider them her mother's burial garments. It would be fitting to bring them back to her hometown for burial. What happened to her mother? Xia Li asked. Elder San shook his head. I don't know the full details myself. I only remember that one day, my son came back to the village barely alive, holding Xiao Gu covered in blood. He told me her mother had died, and warned me not to investigate the truth. Not long after, my son's wounds proved fatal, and he passed away alongside her mother. Now it's just me, an old man, and my poor granddaughter. She barely remembers anything from the past. His voice was heavy with endless sighs, but his eyes softened. She's close to you perhaps, because the rhythm of that mechanism inside you is similar to her mother's. He gently stroked his silver beard and spoke of his daughter-in-law with fondness. She was a very visionary person, truly likable. She always came up with fresh, creative ideas that broadened this stubborn old man's thinking. But good people often don't live long. Elder San sighed deeply, still unsure to this day what really caused the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law. Is this all that remains of her? Xia Li looked at the heavy box in his hands. Yes, this is all. Elder San's voice was low. I tried to use these relics to find her hometown before, but there was no trace. I didn't expect to meet someone from her homeland today. Maybe you can solve this mystery and uncover the truth about their passing. Xia Li took the box, opened it, and withdrew the delicate tianqin inside. The tianqin stored activity logs and related data that could directly reconstruct past moments. Information appeared on the screen. Found ownerless tianqin model Wenjian Sixing, manufacturer, Shushan Sword Sect, manufactured in 2510. Accessing unencrypted data. Access successful. Original owner did not set posthumous data deletion. Data tombstone function enabled. Elder San explained this function. The data tombstone is an automatic record left behind after the Tianxin's owner dies. People fear death, but they fear even more that no one will know or remember them afterward. As long as one isn't a great villain, few fear their last words being known. Including you. Xiala, perhaps if the day comes when you pass on, you too would choose to leave a data tombstone to prove you existed in this world. The system asked if he wanted to play the final message. Xia Li nodded. The tianqin emitted electronic interference sounds. A broken voice came through. Sword sect ruins, phase jump space, unstable. I am the only survivor. Teleportation array damaged. I am not lost. This is the new life I yearn for. Pastoral idol. I no longer wish to be a sword sect weapon. Those scattered words revealed to Xia Li why she had come here. Then the activity logs and video footage stored in the tianqin gradually restored, unfolding her life story. The Shushan Sword Sect had dispatched an expedition team into hidden ruins, but due to teleportation array failure, they were trapped here. The ruins were deeply connected to her story. Quietly watching the past slowly replay, Xia Li felt a deeper anticipation stirring in her heart to unravel this fate's enigma. Unfortunately, during the teleportation, a spatial collapse occurred, leaving her the sole survivor of the exploration team. The teleportation array was destroyed, so no one from Earth could come to her, and she couldn't return either. Paradoxically, this freed her from the sword sect's control. She began to embrace this unexpected new life. In this unfamiliar world, she met Linguang's father. They grew close, fell in love, and together they had a daughter. Yet fate did not spare her. Her extraordinary talents soon caught the attention of the Celestial Alliance. Mastery in alchemy, crafting, formation arrays, and talisman making elevated her to the top elite ranks, landing her on the Celestial Alliance's list of prodigies. The Celestial Alliance gave her two choices: join them or die. Joining required implantation of a soul control device, enabling them to command her spirit. To protect the secrets of Earth, she resolved to resist. Torn between family and homeland, she ultimately chose her homeland, the very place that had betrayed her and treated her as a weapon. Earth's spiritual energy had only revived for about 500 years, and a battle against this world was a hard-fought struggle at best. To ensure Linguang and his father's safe escape, she revealed her mecha corpse form. The enemy's celestial core system explained this as a mecha corpse, but when Xia Li inquired about his own core, he was told no relevant data in database. This form was a biological taboo, a gene-level biochemical modification treating humans as consumables, wholly different from ordinary mechanized implants. The mecha corpse form was terrifying: elongated spine, sagging internal organs, razor-sharp wings extending from the back, flesh falling away to expose a steel body, and a face transformed into a cold mechanical visage. Called mecha corpse because the form resembled living steel bones, this state had a near-zero survival rate. Yet in this form, she could slash through gods with her golden core. Linguang's mother ultimately died in battle before Linguang and his father while in her mecha corpse form. For a little girl to witness her mother transform into a mechanical monster and slaughter enemies left a profound psychological scar. In her dying moments, with half her iron skeleton exposed and her human face lost, she gently wiped away her daughter's tears with a sharp blade-like finger, then told Linguang's father, "Erase this memory. Forget that I was your mother." After hearing this past, Xia Li sighed deeply, overcome with complex emotions. The sword sect of Mount Shu secretly used mecha corpse conversions. More disturbingly, this was a forbidden technique. They concealed its dark side. He thought, if I investigate this when I return, it'll likely be eliminated quietly. As for the Celestial Alliance, it had long since taken root in his heart as an enemy that must be utterly destroyed. Above the clouds, after using the tianqin left by Linguang's mother to uncover the long-buried past, Xia Li couldn't shake the heavy feelings weighing on his heart. The tangled grudges of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, the conspiracy behind the mechanical modifications, and that ruthless iron list of the Tian Alliance all filled him with chilling dread. Deep down, Xia Li sensed that he might already be marked on the Tian Alliance's blacklist. Third Elder, boy, what exactly do you know? The third elder suddenly spoke with urgency, flickers of anxiety and hope in his eyes. He had long been haunted by that tragic event from years ago, and finally having a lead, his heart was hard to calm. Well, your son and daughter-in-law were brutally murdered by the Tian Alliance, Xia Li said gravely. But if they were killed, my son should have told me the truth. The third elder replied with frustration, frowning deeply. It's not that simple, Xia Li said slowly. Your daughter-in-law was actually one of the demonic practitioners on our side. To save Linguang and your son, she used a forbidden technique and transformed into a monster. He chose his words carefully to avoid pushing the elder into despair or anger. Demonic practitioner, the third elder frowned with a complicated expression. It seems Lin Guest's bloodline really is inherited from his mother. But I believe even though she was a demonic practitioner, she was not a villain. Though feeling some sympathy for Lin Guest's mother, Xia Li's expression turned grim when mentioning her abnormal bloodline. The mechanical modifications were far from simple implants. They involved a far stranger and more terrifying technique. Unfortunately, the Tianxin left by Lin Guest's mother contained very little information on this matter. What exactly is wrong with her bloodline? The third elder asked urgently. Her wounds would crust over with iron scabs, and her blood was even stranger, solidifying into crystalline iron. What kind of constitution is this? The elder regarded these bizarre symptoms as a hereditary abnormality of Lin Guest's bloodline. In the cultivation world, a special constitution is a coveted advantage for power. Everyone desires it. TCH Xia Li clicked his tongue quietly, hesitating to speak. This is troublesome. Though he had not fully deciphered the secret of the mechanical modifications yet, from the video of Lin Guest's mother's final battle, some clues surfaced. In the footage, Lin Guest's mother stretched out her hands, and finger bones grotesquely burst through the flesh, rapidly turning pitch black. Then, the black exoskeleton hardened and steelized. It was like a rebirth, shelling off fragile flesh to embrace a new form of life. Is that unusual? Asked the third elder, frowning. Very much so, Xia Li explained gravely. If this constitution loses control, she will die and turn into a completely uncontrollable mechanical organism, a terrifying living weapon. The third elder visibly panicked and hurriedly asked, what should we do? Young friend, do you have any good ideas? His tone shifted away from calling Xia Li boy to the more respectful young friend, carrying a hint of plea. He'll ask some friends to bring some medicine. Maybe it can suppress her constitution from going out of control, Xia Li replied with some helplessness. The third elder bowed slightly, eyes full of trust and gratitude. He no longer doubted Xia Li's words. Because of the inability to control her constitution, Linguang was forbidden from doing anything that might cause injury. Don't thank me yet, Xia Li reminded him. For this demonic constitution, I can't guarantee a complete cure. You'd better prepare yourselves mentally for the possibility that Linguang may one day lose control or even die. I'm aware of that, or I wouldn't be so strict with her, the third elder said with a bitter smile. I heard you're the last hope according to the Tianji Pavilion? Tianji Pavilion? Xia Li questioned inwardly, wondering why that mysterious power saw him as their last chance. The Tianji Pavilion, a secretive organization renowned for knowing the world's hidden truths, was once worth every penny I spent to gain their help in uncovering the mystery behind Xiaoji's unusual constitution. Yet even with their power, the experts there couldn't pinpoint her specific nature. All they could do was warn that she would face danger in the future and inscribe an ancient Tianji jade on her. That jade would protect the faint thread of hope within her at critical moments, refusing to let go easily. You understand what I mean, don't you? You come from her mother's homeland, and you know the secret difficulty of her constitution. The third elder was nearly certain that Xia Li was that thread of hope, but even he hadn't anticipated how serious Lin Guest's condition was. It wasn't until today, when he met Xia Li, that he truly grasped the gravity of the situation. I can only say I have done all I can to investigate, but this constitution is dangerous even to Maitza taboo from our hometown. I will accompany you there. Who would dare to lay a finger on you? At this moment, the third elder radiated a quiet but undeniable authority. Having lost his son and daughter-in-law, his only granddaughter must never be harmed again. You cannot go. Me hometown lies hidden within a secret realm. So mysterious? Xia Li asked, puzzled. The third elder lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then slowly pulled a stone pendant from his storage ring and handed it to Xia Li. This is the three-opening stone heart. It seals away the power of my triple all-out strike and will grant you the strength of the refining void stage temporarily. Young friend, this power must be entrusted to you alone. Please, save my granddaughter. The third elder's tone was humble, filled with earnestness. Though success was uncertain, he did all he could. Xia Li felt a tightness in his chest. I will try my best. Trying your best is enough. That is all I ask. The third elder nodded emphatically. He had long intended for Linguang to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, but if that failed, she would have to abandon her body and lodge her soul in a puppet. Preserving her true self was even more precious. Only in this way could Linguang hope to go further and eventually achieve fulfillment when the right person appeared. Before long, Xia Li and the third elder returned to the strange stone stele. Linguang leaned against it silently, her eyes clouded with doubt. Grandpa, Xia Li, what did you talk about? Why do you both look so heavy-hearted? Lin Guess' imagination suddenly ran wild. Could it be? Xia Li, you're the illegitimate son of my father? Actually my older brother? This would explain her unusual closeness to him. But then she shyly rejected the thought. No, no, no. Falling for my brother would be a disaster. Xia Li quickly raised his hand to deny it, casting a meaningful glance at the third elder beside him. The elder stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Lin Guess' hair, his eyes full of tenderness. Xiaoga, you have grasped the only chance at life, the third elder said steadily. You have lost your parents, and this body, along with the risky bloodline within it, are the first and last gifts left by them. I don't want you to lose them. From now on, obey Xia Li in everything. He can help unravel the mystery of your constitution. What a coincidence! Lin Gu exclaimed. This is no coincidence. It is a lifeline granted to you by the way of Heavenly is the hidden one, the third elder said as he bent down and unfastened a plain, dim jade pendant from Lin Guess' waist. As the pendant gradually lost its spiritual energy, the third elder felt grateful to the Tianji Pavilion. Without their aid, Lin Gu would never have been able to connect with Xia Li, her only chance at salvation. Tianji Pavilion's reputation was well-deserved. The ancient Tianji jade he had acquired at great expense long ago finally showed its worth. Hey, when did this pendant become so ordinary? Where did the spiritual energy go? Lin Gu stared at the pendant in surprise, recalling how Grandpa had repeatedly urged her to always carry the jade with her. She hadn't expected today to be the moment it would transform. As Lin Gu examined the jade pendant, Xia Li's gaze locked onto the faintly glowing jade stone in the third elder's hand. He recognized the way that power operated just like the photon quantum he had received when he first queried the Heavenly Dao computer. That photon quantum had altered the trajectory of his fate, allowing him to reunite with his sister ahead of time. This world clearly possessed a similar method, one that could penetrate the causality of the Heavenly Dao and help people find what they sought. But what Xia Li hadn't expected was that he himself had become the sought-after object for someone else. Perhaps this was destiny. From origins to endings, every coincidence hides inevitability beneath it. Should he trust in fate? What exactly is fate? Xia Li pondered in his mind. Because he had interacted with the Heavenly Dao computer, he could give a rational answer. Fate is an objective future that can be calculated, observed, and altered. Tip: your understanding of the Heavenly Dao one. The prompt from Tianxin sounded in his mind. All right, I'll take this jade pendant with me for now. The third elder's sleeve flicked, and he vanished from sight in an instant. You two youngsters, take your time talking. Lin Gu gave Xia Li a strange look. Her grandfather was notoriously picky. Although he had once admired Lin Yu, the Lin family's #1 genius, his attitude toward Xia Li was worlds apart. Lin Yu, a blood relative, wasn't even worthy to carry Xia Li's shoes in her grandfather's eyes. So what exactly did you two talk about? Lin Gu couldn't help asking. She sensed that the conversation between Xia Li and her grandfather must have involved perhaps her memories before the age of 5, or the true culprit behind her parents' death. Her grandfather had only told her that her parents were killed by enemies, but who the enemies were remained a mystery. Before she turned 10, her grandfather had even lied, saying her parents had gone far away. You should be able to guess, Xia Li replied without giving a direct answer. Some things were hard to explain. For example, Lin Guess' mother was not from this world, and in her original world, she barely counted as a person with rights. Before her flesh fell away, Xia Li saw a barcode on the back of Lin Guess' mother's hand, a mark, like a commodities tag. Lin Guess' mother was a biological weapon, most likely a product sold to the Shushan sword sect by some corporate alliance. And the answer to all of this might be hidden in Ziyuan City. Related to my parents? Lin Gu probed cautiously. You did mention my constitution after all. Xia Li nodded in confirmation. Lin Gu hesitated for a moment, looking around to make sure no one was nearby, and that her grandfather had truly left. She cleared her throat. Can I hug you? Why? I want to hear your heartbeat. Lin Guess' voice wavered uncertainly. I feel inexplicably familiar with it. Okay. Xia Li nodded again. After learning about Lin Guess' past, his previous resentment vanished. Maybe it was because Lin Guess' mother, like him, had once been treated as merely an object. They had both accidentally arrived in this world, but their destinies were completely different. Lin Guess' mother would never return, while he could not only go back, but freely travel between the two worlds. Thanks. Lin Gu stepped forward boldly and lowered her head, pressing her ear against Xia Li's chest. Besides the steady thumping of her heartbeat, a crisp, rhythmic clicking sound echoed in sync. She recognized the noise all too well, as if it were resonating from within her mother's embrace, bringing an indescribable sense of peace and comfort. A vague figure gradually took shape in her mind. The person gently held her and softly hummed a tune, which she tried to follow from memory in broken fragments. But the melody remained scattered and incomplete, never forming a full song. Then, after a brief pause of a second or two, Xia Li suddenly picked up the latter half of the tune. Floods of memories about her mother surged into her heart. As the music ended, her eyes blurred with tears. She pressed her face against Xia Li's chest and wept quietly. What was the name of this piece? For Elise. It had been so long since she last heard it. Had it been just a fleeting sound from the high school bell? Or a melody carried by a passing street sprinkler? Or perhaps the segment she played while recording a farewell message at the institute just before being put into cryofreeze? Suddenly, a name flashed across Xia Li's mind, the girl who had been frozen before him. In her recorded video to her family, this very Fur Elise was the piece she played. What had her face looked like? Tianxin, stimulate the brain to initiate memory search and awakening. The system's calm voice issued the command. Please specify an approximate date, May 1st, 2030. Master, attempt to recall memories from that day. Mild discomfort may occur during this process. Memories rolled in like tidal waves, flashing rapidly, as in a moving lantern show. Soon, time halted at May 1st, 2030, and Xia Li felt as though he were reliving that day at the research institute. Outside the room, he waited for the person before him to finish recording. His mind raced. What should he say to his family? Should he bravely assure them, "We will meet again"? Suddenly, piano notes floated through the air, playing that familiar Fur Elise. As the last note faded, a pale-faced girl stepped out. Xia Li smiled warmly. "You play beautifully." The girl smiled faintly. "Thanks, but sadly, this musical talent won't get me anywhere. I never had freedom growing up, forced to practice endlessly under my parents' orders." Xia Li felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry." She shook her head. "It's okay. Maybe this kind of farewell isn't so bad. When I wake up, if my family is no longer here, at least I'll finally be free." "So what do you want to do when you wake up?" Xia Li asked. "Travel. If I can wake, I want to see the world." "Do you think technology will be more advanced then? Maybe there will be a chance to go to space?" "Maybe there really will be." Xia Li's voice carried an unusual curiosity and hope. His broken existence seemed to ignite with new life. "Then we'll go together?" she said. "I've already planned a route while lying here, hoping to go after him cured, but a terminal illness is a terminal illness." Xia Li nodded seriously. "It's terminal now, but maybe in the future it's just a minor illness. If I wake up, they'll travel with you. People like us should wake at about the same time." She reached out her right hand with a smile. "It's a deal." "Mningu. What's your name?" Xia Li extended his hand and gently grasped hers, then couldn't help but laugh when she shook hands left hand. A question flashed through his mind. "By the way, why do you shake hands with your left hand?" The tumor in his right lung had spread severely, even affecting his right shoulder. Every time he raised his arm, sharp pain would strike quickly. The two of them exchanged a glance, and despite the torment, they didn't forget to wish each other well. "I'm sorry. I hope you recover, and that when we wake up, all this pain will be gone." "Yes. I hope you get better too, and that when we wake, all our suffering will vanish without a trace." They smiled and shook hands, quietly planting a seed of comfort in their hearts. No longer afraid of the unknown after being frozen, they even began to look forward to a new life upon waking. From this moment on, their relationship changed. They became friends. The memory stopped here. "Xia Li, what are you daydreaming about?" Lingu waved his hand lightly, his tone cheerful but tinged with concern, noticing that Xia Li had suddenly fallen silent, his eyes vacant, as if something had shaken him to his core. The damage frozen stasis causes the brain is unavoidable. Some memories get lost. Fortunately, they can be retrieved through Tianxin. After this ordeal, Xia Li had found a friend again. He once thought that before being frozen, there was nothing in his life worth holding on to, but now, it's nothing. Xia Li forced an ugly smile. The sudden flood of old memories stirred a blazing anger deep inside him, a fire that had once been choked out in Fenghe City. If that person were still alive, maybe they could still keep their original promise and explore the world together. But why did nothing turn out the way he hoped? At this moment, Xia Li deeply felt his own insignificance and helplessness. Even his anger couldn't roar out loud. That timid fire could only smolder into fading embers. What does cultivation mean? It is the practice of shaping a world as I wish it to be. Note, you are beginning to form a Dao heart. Congratulations, you have taken a crucial first step. The Taoist resolve, that unwavering determination to guide one's spirit and vitality, was like a flame within the soul. It might border on obsession and often invite misunderstanding, yet only by following this inner Dao could one break through tangled difficulties and move forward on the path of cultivation. In that moment, Xia Li's demeanor changed subtly but distinctly. Lingus sensed it keenly, like embers long thought dead, suddenly fanned by the wind into glowing life once more. Xia Li had died once before, but only now, truly felt alive again. Unlike the sharp and blazing Dao hearts of ordinary cultivators, his was restrained, like those faint embers flickering quietly in the dark, unnoticed, yet never extinguished. Given enough time, that tiny spark would eventually erupt into a raging wildfire, turning into countless stars spreading across the sky. He himself couldn't fully understand what this Dao heart really was, but at that instant, the fog lifted from his mind, and he felt a clear direction forming within. No longer drifting with the current, he knew he had to uncover the secret behind the mechanical overhaul. No matter how dangerous, he would face it head on. He realized then that the company's call to send him mining wasn't merely to exploit his labor. There were deeper schemes hidden beneath. Unfortunately, back then, he hadn't understood any of it. Life was already exhausting. So when Amy invited him, he barely hesitated and decided to risk everything. An incredible event happening once might be luck. Twice, still coincidence, but a third occurrence meant inevitability. The relationship between Lin Gu and Ning Geith bonds he shared with Ning Jil seemed like glimpses of future possibilities seen through the light cone hourglass in the Heavenly Calculation computer. Both of them appeared within that hourglass, with a significant probability of meeting. The Tianji Pavilion had cleverly used this probability to orchestrate Lin Gu's encounter with him ahead of time. Looks like I did the right thing. Are you still mad at me? Lin Gu grinned mischievously, testing Xia Li's reaction to her past boldness. What could Xia Li say now? The facts confirmed that his ties with this world and this new era on Earth were growing deeper. He had found what he must do, and things only he would truly care about. Not mad anymore. But I do hope you'll show me some respect. Believe it or not, your mother and I are actually friends, Lin Gu said calmly. Friends? How old are you? Guess whether or not I believe you. Xia Li's lips curled knowingly, clearly seeing through the tease. Suit yourself. Lin Gu waved a hand, laughter echoing. With that, Xia Li stepped into the strange land, keeping his true purpose firmly in mind. Before him stretched a winding road fringed by strange wonders. The sky and earth seemed reversed. Torrential rain fell endlessly only to rise swiftly back into the clouds. Flames burned without ceasing, while nearby lay a pitch-black space, so dark it swallowed all light. Xia Li walked slowly, absorbing the essence of each bizarre region, searching for a place that resonated with his own spirit. Suddenly, a surge of impulse stirred within him. He turned toward a desolate, broken space, a barren clearing scattered with withered leaves. There stood a nearly transparent figure, on the verge of fading away, standing silently. Xia Li approached and studied the apparition carefully, while it watched him just as calmly. Then, the figure drifted slowly behind Xia Li, its form expanding subtly, creating a quiet but overwhelming pressure. The psychic entity was tracing the flow of the Xia calendar's spiritual energy. After analysis, Tianxin detected the hidden figure mimicking Xia Li concealed behind a shadow. Realizing this, Xia Li drew his kinetic blade from his storage ring. At the same moment, the shadowy figure quickly formed a translucent spiritual blade in its hand. But the figure didn't immediately attack Xia Li. Clearly, this wasn't a conventional enemy trial, but some more unusual test. The air was silent and still. Xia Li swung his blade. Within moments, the figure mirrored the exact same motion, though its moves were a bit slower since the psychic entity was still learning. Xia Li felt a spark of interest. He continued slashing and thrusting, and after a slight delay, the figure copied every single move precisely. The speed of replicate varied by technique. Each strike launched by Xia Li seemed to land twice, like an afterimage. A repeating shadow of previous actions, though clumsy and mechanical, posing almost no real threat. Xia Li calmly kept swinging, letting the figure familiarize itself with the moves. After 100 strikes, he ramped up to 1,000. The delay shrank to mere fractions of a second, turning each attack into a double combo. Then Xia Li switched to punching, followed by spear strikes. Astonishingly, the figure copied all of them, growing more skilled and faster until it started actively countering. Xia Li slashed from the left, but the figure suddenly turned and cut from the right. He threw a punch, but the figure parried with its blade. At that moment, the psychic entity sent a request, soul link established connecting. Xia Li agreed immediately, and a strange sensation washed over him could actually control the figure. It felt oddly like a shadow clone, though it wasn't a true clone since he had never performed such a technique. Controlling the figure, he realized it could also perform flashbacks. If a blade motion could be broken into 5 phases, the figure could rewind instantly from the final moment of the strike back to just before the blade fell, then launch another strike immediately. Xia Li continued swinging, focusing on synchronizing timing with the figure. After countless repetitions, finally a strike was unleashed. The figure then followed with a blade, flashed back, and struck again 3 strikes in an instant. Xia Li's head spun slightly from the effort, feeling a bit uneasy. Master, I request full control of the psychic entity, Tianxin transmitted. Fine. Let it become my shadow, Xia Li agreed, sensing the flashback's rhythm was still too tricky to master precisely and needed the perfect timing. That's not a true flashback, but an instantaneous shape reconstruction, Tianxin explained. I must complete the most precise action reconstruction, then take it frame by frame. Tianxin began dissecting Xia Li's blade motions into thousands of consecutive frames to identify the most seamless transition points. Each half-second blade swing was split into over 1,000 frames. After dozens of minutes, Tianxin finished decoding, calculated the optimal frame, and commanded, swing your blade. Without hesitation, Xia Li struck once. The figure behind him blurred. Its translucent spiritual blade unleashed a torrent of attacks like a violent storm. Countless flashback strikes in an instant, 12 in a second, plus Xia Li's original strike, totaling 13. This was the peak speed Tianxin's current computing power could achieve. Keep swinging. Tianxin instructed. Xia Li casually slashed again. Suddenly, the figure attacked wildly from multiple directions with different moves. If an enemy stood there, they'd be cut into countless pieces. Tianxin reported, time, 1.5 seconds, strikes. 8. Frame reconstruction efficiency improved. Variations need work. Computing power maxed out. Processor performance insufficient. Xia Li stayed calm on the surface, but barely held back a laugh. This technique was perfectly suited to him. Tianxin not only fought alongside him, but had pushed its computational limits to the extreme. After the trial, Xia Li felt quite satisfied with this technique and decided to accept it outright. The shadowy figure seemed to understand his intention, breaking free from Xia Li's control, then turning from behind to face him and bowed deeply with respect. Afterwards, it transformed into a glowing dot and merged into Xia Li's forehead. Record completed for the Heavenly Tier unranked technique in the Void Spirit form. A voice echoed inside his mind from the spiritual entity, leaving a message, "Thank you for your choice." Immediately after, the entity uploaded a memory and asked Xia Li if he wanted to access it. Xia Li nodded. In the memory, this awkward spiritual entity had rarely been approached since its birth. Occasionally, visitors had come by, but seeing it take several seconds just to replicate a simple action, they all shook their heads in disappointment and left. Although some persevering individuals managed to master the technique it passed on, none of them ever returned to infuse spirit into this mystical place. A symbiotic bond exists between the mystic ground and its inheritors. The land imparts its methods to the heirs. In turn, the heirs grow stronger and feed their cultivation progress back into the spirit of the technique. This sustains the spirit's existence and can even lead to its refinement or advancement. If no one chooses it for a long time and no feedback comes back, the spirit will vanish due to loss of spiritual energy. The rules of the Lingshu dantian mystic grounds are harsh. Unconventional techniques seldom survive. Only enduring and powerful paths deserve permanence, becoming the distinguished orthodox schools of Lingshu dantian. Their creators are rewarded with rare opportunities as a result. From the start, the spirit's test was to learn how to adapt techniques, then combine them, followed by simply replicating a single move, and finally stepping into its mystic ground itself. Even upon passing, it kept lowering the bar, just to be chosen by a destined individual. Xia Li's arrival rekindled its hope. It sensed Xia Li's curiosity and anticipation, his eager desire for the techniques it offered. As it gradually revealed the profound methods, Xia Li's joy made it reluctant to teach all at once. Those hours of instruction became the happiest moments since its creation. But now, its mission was complete, its spirit nearly depleted, with no expectation of return. So it passed itself and its inheritance fully to Xia Li. It was the child of the Creator, remembering the Creator's charge. This path must be carried forward. Had it vanished? Xia Li watched the spiritual energy rapidly draining from the clearing, dissolving along with the withered leaves. Nearby mystic grounds began to stir, swiftly filling the empty space. In no time, Xia Li found himself amid a mystic ground crackling with thunder and lightning. The spirit technique is gone, the inheritance ended. From now on, this technique would no longer exist in Lingshu dantian. It was much like an artifact spirit, but now it had truly perished. Confronted with the lonely disappearance of this spirit technique, Xia Li felt a pang of melancholy. He hadn't expected to feel sorrow for a spirit technique reaching its end. What's wrong with me? He thought. His heart felt hollow. The spirit most attuned to him was one destined for extinction. Yet it felt no sadness, for it never understood such emotions. If I master this technique well enough someday, maybe I will return to this mystic ground and open a new inheritance. Turning away, Xia Li set off along the winding path. Witnessing the spirit technique's demise firsthand, a surge of emotion filled his chest. By then, the sky had darkened and night quietly descended. He practiced the void spirit body technique obsessively here until late at night. When he finally stepped out of the mystical realm, he was surprised to find Linguang still waiting by the great stone stele, clearly running out of patience. She raised an eyebrow and said, "You finally decided to come out? Did you figure out any skills? The void spirit body, right? No. You've been inside for so long, and you chose one of the most useless techniques? Useless?" Xia Li frowned slightly, but felt a flicker of confidence inside. From what I've heard, only about a dozen disciples have ever trained in the void spirit body. Most of them can't manifest any real combat effectiveness. It's slow and clumsy. Though there are 3 who reached an advanced level and fought extraordinarily well, their endurance was short-lived. They say this technique consumes too much mental energy. Unless you have 2 brains, no one recommends it. Linguang, who knew the strengths and weaknesses of various techniques within the mystical realm inside and out, hit the mark perfectly. She patted Xia Li on the shoulder with a sigh. "Such a pity this time. Next time you enter, you really need to listen to my advice when choosing a technique." But Xia Li retorted enthusiastically, "I think the void spirit body is great. It's exactly perfect for me. No, perfect for Earth cultivators. It requires incredible multitasking ability, a rare talent scarcely found, and time-consuming to train. My Tion Xian multi-core processor acts like a second brain, perfect for handling multiple tasks. If I took it back to Earth to sell, it would fetch at least 10 times the price. Lin Gu was unconvinced. Stop arguing. Everyone says you need 2 brains to master it. Do you really have 2 brains? Xia Li smiled. Actually, yes. That's what they call the second brain or spirit brain in the Tion Xian. She shook her head and smiled wryly. All right, we should head back. To your place or mine? Don't run around off course, we each go back to our own places, Xia Li said with a straight face. You don't actually want to spend the night with me, do you? What's your plan then? Fix my physique problem quickly. Only after that can I participate in the sect competition. I've never joined before, Lin Gu shouted anxiously. Her grandfather forbade her from joining the competition to keep her safe. Xia Li sighed. We can't solve it in the short term. Stop overthinking and go back to training. I don't even really understand what machinery modification involves. How can I fix it? Lin Gu asked seriously. So we spend the night talking and getting closer? Lin Gu teased. Xia Li was flat. I don't want a relationship with you. If we can't fix your problem, you might die. If you actually die, all the feelings would be wasted. Lin Gu gave in. Fine, get it fixed first. At this moment, Xia Li showed his typical blunt steel male traits. Their relationship could only remain at the friend level. He avoided emotional entanglements, considered romantic relationships exhausting, and preferred to keep his distance for both their sakes. That straightforward? Is my problem really that serious? Lin Gu was surprised. After I'm injured, my blood quickly hardens into sharp crystal iron. Not even the most lecherous person would dare use me as a grinding mill. Your grandpa's strict and frequent injury might have triggered your physique. Anyway, let's leave it at that. I'm going back to practice now, Xia Li replied briefly. Strangely enough, because your condition isn't fixed, we really can't get close physically. What if the mood strikes, and since I like trying new things, I form a crystal blade while you're divine dragon searching clouds? Wouldn't that be strangling me to death? Lin Gu half joked, half serious. Xia Li's face paled slightly. That was bold, even noble. Lin Gu continued frankly, don't you know what restraint means? What's the use? I only know to enjoy life while I can, take what I want when I want it. You're right. Since I might not live long, or even lose my body, isn't it natural to be curious about this stuff? Anyway, let's fix your problem first, Xia Li concluded with genuine sincerity and a hint of helplessness. Though they joked with each other, harsh realities lingered. Xia Li harbored almost no lust or bravado after all. With Lin Gu's blood crystallizing into sharp iron when injured, nobody would dare approach her lightly. After that, Xia Li and Lin Gu walked side by side along the stone path leading to the sect's main square. Lin Gu busied herself trying to find topics to talk about, but her words came across as somewhat stiff and forced, which made Xia Li feel a bit awkward. Still, he endured patiently, responding to her intermittent conversation. Once they reached the sect's square, Lin Gu reluctantly said goodbye, disappearing into the glow of the teleportation array. Xia Li used the teleportation array to return to the sect's territory, but he didn't immediately go back to rest. After all, as cultivators, their ability to absorb spiritual energy meant they didn't need sleep the way mortals do. He walked to the lakeside and sat down, gazing at the calm, mirror-like surface bathed in moonlight. So much had happened today, especially with Lin Gu's relationship had shifted unusually quickly from strangers to something quite close. Most of her interest in him stemmed from his resemblance to her mother. That faint, threefold similarity had unsettled her more than she expected. Xia Li took a tianqing chip from his storage ring. The crystal chip was a translucent pale blue and smooth to the touch. He began accessing the information inside with the intention of modifying some details. He changed the owner's name from Alpha 247 to Ningguo. The owner record in the chip was just a code name, not a full name. Xia Li recalled how he had once been called number 327. Those nameless days felt cold and empty like a tombstone, with no past, just a hollow number. Softly, he said to the chip, as your tombstone, it'll help fill in that blank and write a complete epitaph. Since both he and Ninggu shared a history as patients, he cared deeply about her situation. After finishing the renaming, he pulled out Ninggu's Lingshu from the ring and examined it carefully. The data showed this Lingshu was of an unknown type, lacking any built-in ID code. It prompted him whether to initiate a scan. Choosing scan, the data gradually loaded over several minutes. The cultivation ceiling was below the golden core stage, but the integration standard was based on golden core level strength. The Lingshu had a capacity of 0.6, output efficiency of 0.6, conversion efficiency of 0.4, no elemental affinity, but an exceptionally high control precision of 3.4. Other performance metrics were far below standard golden core values, indicating this Lingshu was generally weak overall. Yet its control precision greatly exceeded the norm. This was no ordinary Lingshu, it was a customized device, probably related to mechanized modifications. Precise spiritual energy manipulation might be key to suppressing Ninggu's special constitution. Xia Li wanted to probe whether the Lingshu contained any unique cultivation techniques or spiritual circulation pathways, but the data was encrypted and unreadable. Frowning slightly, he thought that if he could crack the encryption and pass the method to Linguang, it might truly help her control her condition. However, Earth placed great emphasis on data security, so breaking this encryption likely required returning to Earth and seeking assistance from some organization. Putting away the Lingshu and Tianqin chip, Xia Li decided to temporarily set aside delving deeper into Ningguang's matters, since he still needed to return to Earth for further clues. He took out the jade slip that Linguang had given him earlier and began studying the spells inscribed on it. Spells uploading. Please wait. About half an hour passed with Xia Li's brow furrowed deeply, immersed in flipping through the intricate details within the jade slip. The Shadow Assassin Technique. Concealment chapter has been fully recorded. This technique is specifically designed to defend against spiritual perception probes. Although it is less effective than the spiritual infiltration defense chapter at long-range defense, its close-range countermeasures against soul probing are uniquely effective. It is recommended to extract this method separately, simplify its execution process, and reconstruct the technique's logical framework. After nearly half an hour of adjustments, Tianqin finally completed the reconstruction. Following its successful overhaul, Tianqin explained the new technique's characteristics in detail. It can lure the probing spiritual energy inside the body using false information to confuse the opponent, secretly attaching soul seeds onto their spiritual energy. When the opponent withdraws their spiritual force, these soul seeds can be detonated at the right moment, instantly inflicting massive spiritual damage. After Tianxin's explanation, Xia Li quickly came up with a name for the technique: soul backlash. Half-jokingly, he said, "Like to poke around? Then it'll just blow your mind." With that, he began practicing it himself. Xia Li condensed a phantom spirit body and gathered spiritual energy behind him to form an illusionary figure that worked together with Tianqin. The phantom's attack power could be flexibly adjusted based on how much spiritual energy he infused, sometimes stronger than himself, sometimes weaker. Strengthening, layering, and changing moves, the phantom spirit body was extremely versatile with huge potential. Because of this, it was classified as a no-grade technique, profound and seemingly unranked, but with a vast gap between its lower and upper limits. If one is not suited to it, even reaching heavenly grade level is difficult, but a truly compatible expert could refine it into a top-tier or even supreme heavenly grade technique. It is well known that such no-grade techniques often sacrifice stable lower limits when pursuing extreme upper limits, while maintaining stability sacrifices potential. Most who previously practiced the phantom spirit body failed to master this natural balance and saw their progress stall. Xia Li's days gradually settled into a routine training the phantom spirit body, advancing his realm, and using spirit stones and pills to steadily improve. When tired, he rested, and half a month quietly passed. Today, he suddenly received a visit request from an intersect disciple he did not know. Following protocol, Xia Li allowed the visitor in. Intersect disciple visits, sometimes related to territorial disputes, and deserve caution. The Lingshu Void Heaven divided intersect disciples' lands and encouraged them to govern their territory. Isa clear aim to cultivate their political and social skills. Servant disciples could follow outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples could rely on intersect disciples to enter intersect training early, and intersect disciples could depend on true transmission disciples. These complex networks created factions within Lingshu Void Heaven's intersect, often resulting in territorial disputes and annexations, much like secular states. Shortly after, a refined young man descended on his sword above Xia Li's head, landing smoothly and saying briefly, "Greetings, junior brother Xia." Xia Li frowned and replied directly, "Get to the point." He disliked beating around the bush. The visitor claimed he was sent by Zhao Yunji's true transmission and warned Xia Li not to get too close to Lin Guest's true transmission, or else face the consequences. Xia Li nodded, thinking, here we go again. Back in university, his friendly relationship with a senior sister caused a narrow-minded senior brother to see him as an enemy and pick fights people like that have existed since ancient times and will always exist. It's a cruel part of human nature that only becomes more pronounced as one's power grows. But Xia Li was too lazy to care. Back then, he directly went to the counselor, who severely reprimanded that senior brother. The same applied now. Head let Lin Ge handle it first. If Lin Ge couldn't resolve it, then head report to the third elder. If even the third elder was helpless, it would depend on the other party's attitude. If reasonable, head let it slide. If hostile, don't blame him for getting serious. The story slowly unfolds along this narrow path between cultivation and ruthless scheming. A senior disciple from the inner sect came to visit Xia Li, expecting him to show obvious displeasure. After all, this matter should have annoyed him. But Xia Li's expression was calm and unfazed, as if it didn't affect him at all. The intersect senior glanced at him and tentatively asked, "Junior brother, if I may be so bold, what exactly do you think of senior sister Lin Ge?" Xia Li replied simply, "What could I possibly think?" His words were brief, but carried an undeniable, steady calm. The senior raised an eyebrow and didn't press further. All right then, I've done my part reminding you. Be careful from now on. With that, he turned away without hesitation. Though he followed Zhao Yunji, he was merely riding on Zhao's reputation and connections. He didn't want to get tangled in petty troubles like this. His departure was swift and without lingering. Seeing this, Xia Li immediately took out the sect's special communication jade slip and contacted Linguang. His gaze sharpened as text popped up on the screen. Are you there? A guy named Zhao Yunji is hassling me, telling me to stay away from you. I'm a bit worried. How's everything on your end? Linguang responded quickly. First, I have nothing to do with him. Second, we're not even close. Finally, he must hit his head in a door or something to be that dumb. No one pays attention to him, yet he keeps pestering people. It's utterly annoying. Xia Li frowned and replied, exactly, it's annoying. So can you stop fixating on me? Immediately, Linguang's tone softened. Teach, that's different. There was a cute hint of helplessness in her voice. Different how? You really hate me? Then how could there be a future? She teased. That means you still like me a little. I have zero interest in Zhao Yunji. So what do we do? Xia Li asked. He'll deal with him. If he dares bother you again, he'll make sure he regrets it. Linguang declared firmly. Xia Li chuckled. All right, since he's causing trouble for me, he'll get your help. Linguang hesitated. Shouldn't you show some manliness? Isn't it your fight to settle? You should defeat him heroically, then loudly declare. Her tone was full of expectation. Though cliched, there's a reason such scenes are beloved. Xia Li responded coldly, no interest. If you don't take action, he'll just start dating some outer sect junior to make Zhao Yunji leave me alone. Linguang sighed. Fine then, he'll go take care of him heroically and loudly declare. Enough with the declarations. I've got things to do. Gotta hang up. Before she could reply, Xia Li ended the call and went back to cultivation. He knew very well the next time he returned to Earth wouldn't be peaceful, was bound to face fierce battles. This was a crucial period to strengthen himself. Only by becoming powerful could he ensure his brothers on Earth wouldn't hold back. After all, had only recently reached Foundation establishment stage, and that guy at the nascent soul stage had already caught up, showing no mercy. The situation on Earth was complicated. Cultivators were widespread, and with technological aid, though high-level cultivators weren't as common as in this world, their numbers far exceeded this place. Encounters with high-level cultivators were very likely. Moreover, with breakthroughs in Ling Shu technology, the number of high-level cultivators would surge dramatically in a short time. That's why over the years he had come to realize that information warfare mattered most. Knowing the opponent's identity and background was far more important than just raw strength. Time passed, and after half a month, the mysterious ring became usable again. Xia Li decided not to linger. He planned to leave Lingshu Dantian and find a better place to perform phase leap. He knew that if he executed the leap inside Lingshu Dantian without permission, the sect's senior leaders would cause big trouble. Arriving at the sect's plaza via teleportation array, Xia Li sensed several pairs of eyes watching him covertly as soon as he appeared. He immediately contacted Linguang, his voice wary. That Zhao guy must have sent someone to tail me. I'm planning to leave the sect for a while. Help me lose the tail. The air tensed slightly as if the next scene had already been set in motion behind the scenes. After a while, Linguang replied to Xia Li, I'm not in a position to stop other disciples from leaving the sect. You caused this mess, can't you handle it yourself? Or do you want me to come with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he added with a hint of self-mockery, forget it. Maybe I should figure it out on my own. Xia Li would never agree to Linguang accompanying him. In a low voice, he warned, if you plan to make a move, it's best to use the Shadow Stone to record everything in advance. Don't strike first, wait for the other side to act. They'll be watching from a distance. After saying this, Xia Li ended the communication with Linguang and contacted someone else instead. Linguang can't solve this. What about the third elder? Xia Li's mind flickered with a trace of calculation. It's because of your so-called good granddaughter that someone wants to kill me, Zhao Yunji, Xia Li said with disdain. When facing a rival who liked to stir up jealousy and fights, Xia Li was used to complaining relentlessly to avoid direct conflict. He preferred to play weak, lowering the opponent's guard, then strike unexpectedly, gradually trapping the enemy in a dead end. Not long after, the third elder replied to Xia Li. You want to return to Ziyuan Market? Fine, I will personally escort you. Where are you? From now on, notify me in advance whenever you come, and go. Let's see just how shameless that Zhao Yunji can be. The third elder's intervention meant Zhao Yunji could not make a move within the rules. But Xia Li knew very well that if Zhao Yunji dared to break the rules, so be it. Then we'll see if his sword is sharp enough. I'm waiting at the sect square, Xia Li responded. A few minutes later, the third elder appeared, walking into the square and surveying the surroundings. The disciples following Zhao Yunji, all harboring sinister intentions, suddenly lowered their heads, showing fear in their eyes. The third elder snorted coldly, glanced at them, muttered a bunch of rats, then walked straight to Xia Li's side. After standing beside him, they headed toward Lingshu Peak together. Meanwhile, in the zone for senior disciples, in a dust-filled mountain valley, Zhao Yunji sat cross-legged on a rock, finger holding a transmission jade slip, his expression shifting uneasily. He looked up at the young man facing him across the chessboard. Linyu, little brother, your old man is really unfair. He's meddling in disciples' matters, Zhao Yunji said coldly. The young man named Linyu frowned deeply. I don't know why Elder Linyan stepped in. But precisely because of that, we have to eliminate Xia Li. Why? Zhao Yunji asked. Lin Yes' eyes darkened. First, he's too close to my useless family member. Second, he's blocking the alliance between our two families. Third, he is wanted by the Tian League. Lin Yes' tone was heavy. Elder Lin Yin held great authority in the Lin family, but was also the biggest obstacle to its growth. He was the type who spoke without thinking and just waved his hand around. The Lin family both feared and resented him. That old man personally protects Xia Li. We can't just strike directly Zhao Yunji's side. He won't protect him forever. When the time's right, we'll make our move, Lin Yu replied coldly. The person the Tian League wants us to find is it definitely Lin Go? Definitely. She has the wild bone bloodline. Zhao Yunji lowered his voice. That bloodline is incredibly strong. It's said that even as a golden core realm cultivator, she can sever spirits. This constitution is definitely top 10 material, something the Tian League takes very seriously. Looks like this family's girl is a real monster. I wonder how terrifying that wild bone power will be when unleashed. Lin Yes' eyes flickered with complex thoughts, heavy with hidden schemes. Anyway, take it slow. Also, Lin Gu and Xia Li's connection is too fast. I don't like it, Zhao Yunji said. Surprised, Zhao Yunji asked why. This kind of development is almost destined by heaven. The Tian League resists any major trends going bad. They're very alert to such unnatural occurrences, Lin Yu explained. You mean fate? Zhao Yunji pondered. Lin Yu fell into thought. The Tian League was powerful but might not succeed in restraining heavenly fate. Still, he wasn't at ease. Then again, maybe I'm overthinking. The Tian League has rebelled against destiny several times already. As long as there is no second heavenly way, that kid is bound to die. Zhao Yunji was confident in the Tian League's methods. After all, it had organizations like the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Even those with heavenly blessings weren't safe. Even if there really is fate, so what? The way of heaven is formless and heartless. It's not like human hearts that can't leave a single detail uncalculated. Lin Yes' words seemed to dismiss Zhao Yunji's concerns. Zhao Yunji finally restrained his doubts. He was cautious by nature, far from the reckless and tyrannical figure rumors made him out to be. Elder San personally escorted Xia Li out of Lingshu Dantian and only left after confirming his safety. Then, he released his divine soul energy and carefully scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was following before turning back. Just at that moment, Xia Li suddenly called out to Elder San. Feeling the Elder's deep and powerful soul fluctuations up close, Xia Li's curiosity grew. Elder San, wait a moment. I have a question about cultivation. May I ask you? Xia Li spoke sincerely. Go ahead, Elder San stopped, his expression serious. It's about divine soul power. What exactly is the difference between divine consciousness, divine thought, and divine soul power? Xia Li asked cautiously. On Earth, these three are seen as stages of gradual evolution, and there are many explanations online. But I want to understand how people in this world perceive divine soul power. It's important to me. On Earth, divine soul power is the key force that enables the Tianqin breakthrough. Now that I have divine thought, I'm a step ahead, and gaining early insight into divine soul power can only benefit me. Elder Sin nodded slowly and began to explain. It's like a child growing up. At birth, a baby only responds to touch. That's the most basic body awareness. The first step in cultivating consciousness is learning to look inward. Then the baby opens their eyes and first sees the world through sight. This is the birth of divine thought. In other words, divine thought is like the soul opening its eyes. As the senses of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch become more refined, the baby gains a richer understanding of the outside world, forming intention or soul intention. Using simple language, Elder San described the relationship between the three. Having divine thought is like a newborn baby who has just opened their eyes on the path of the soul. Xia Li asked with curiosity, what about the six senses? Only when the three roots and six senses are perfected can the three souls be born, Elder San continued. To cultivate the soul, one must also temper the six senses. How do you temper them? Xia Li asked eagerly. Eyes perceive reality, ears listen to the void, nose inhales the essence, mouth tastes the air, the body holds the source, and the intention remains unsettled, Elderson said, then fell silent. Xia Li pondered deeply. This wasn't a direct method to temper the six senses, but rather a guiding direction. Xia Li asked again, why is the last one intention remains unsettled? Elderson chuckled lightly. If the mind were restless and unsettled, yet the body and soul were complete, why would you still seek the Dao and strive for immortality? He patted Xia Li's shoulder, flicked his sleeve, and vanished instantly. Xia Li was left alone, carefully reflecting on the elder's profound meaning. Still, the general direction for strengthening the soul was clear. Ears listened to the void. But he wondered what ears to use and what void to listen to. The soul's eyes could already perceive the great void, yet that void seemed solid. The mystery between real and unreal required ongoing understanding. After a moment of quiet, Xia Li successfully activated the spiritual fusion domain and confirmed no one was watching. He closed his eyes and took out a mysterious ring. 1 second, 2 seconds, even with closed eyes, he still saw shimmering lights swirling before him. The lights gradually faded, and Xia Li opened his eyes again, instantly hit by a strong foul stench invading his nose. This place was deep inside the giant garbage dump, at the mouth of a trash cave beneath a mountain of waste. Xia Li pushed aside the towering piles of rubbish and crawled out of the trash cave. Looking around at the dilapidated and filthy surroundings, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Next step, go see Sister Ku. Ku Xiao's underground modification workshop served as his operational base. No matter what he did, he had to stop by first to feel at ease. Though he could contact her directly through Tianxin, he preferred face-to-face communication. An hour later, Xia Li arrived at the Red Crowbar grocery store. Xia Li pushed open the door and stepped inside. The air in the room carried a faint scent unique to an old-fashioned general store. Ku Xiao was half closing her eyes, yawning, her mind seemingly elsewhere as she appeared to be watching some images through her Tianxin implant, lost in thought. Hearing the noise, she lazily lifted her head. Welcome, huh? You're back already? Her voice held surprise. She had clearly expected a customer, not Xia Li. Ku Xiao's store was quite legitimate, selling small legal gadgets and supplies. It wasn't a big business, but the monthly profits were stable. Before Xia Li could respond, she teased. Weren't you heading deep into the danger zone? Back so soon. Let me guess you realized how weak you are and retreated before even trying? No, Xia Li shook his head. It's something else. What is it? Isn't it safe to say inside the store? Ku Xiao asked, suspicious. It's not suitable to talk here. Xia Li lowered his voice. Ku Xiao smirked, yawned again, then stood up, looking worn out and clearly sleep-deprived. Kujia, what's wrong? Can't sleep? Not insomnia after effects from that last incident. She went to the door and locked it. The mine, the Ancient Research Institute, plus what you went through here all connected. The organization made me stay up days recently to check all the frozen subjects' records. Xia Li raised an eyebrow, suddenly very interested. He hadn't expected the upper echelons to already be taking action. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me downstairs. Ku Xiao sounded urgent, pulling Xia Li toward the workshop in the backyard basement. As they stepped underground, the atmosphere grew heavy. Ku Xiao didn't speak right away. Instead, she made 2 strong cups of coffee first. Soon she sat in front of a row of screens flickering with data, handing 1 cup to Xia Li. There's new progress in the organization's case on awakening the frozen subjects. You're part of that case. Before you, corporations had secretly been conducting similar awakenings for quite some time. Xia Li nodded. I know that. From Ning Guess experience, it was clear she had woken nearly 20 years earlier. Linga looked about 16 or 17. Tamlines were clear. Ku Xiao continued. Back to the beginning, the ancient ruins inside the mine, Qi Ming Mining discovered them long ago, but never excavated or exposed the find. Strange, right? She pulled up a pile of photos and data. These unexplored ruins emit a unique energy field before being disturbed, Ku Xiao said, pointing at the screen. This field is a peculiar, slow phenomenon that ferments over hundreds or thousands of years. It drains the surrounding spiritual energy, turning it into a strange, alien form of aura. The organization calls it Huang Qi, or desolate Qi. Desolate Qi severely affects living beings, suppressing life activity and greatly weakening or even interrupting spiritual energy's functions in the body. Ku Xiao explained as she expertly displayed detailed human physiological data on the screens. Xia Li was completely absorbed. She pointed at the files. The biggest effect of desolate Qi is making life mortalized. After the spiritual energy revival, people born then have parents already altered by it, so they naturally possess spiritual power and resist desolate Qi. But her voice trailed off. Xia Li's heart skipped. If those born after the spiritual awakening can resist desolate Qi, what about those born before? The answer was clear: they couldn't. Finding those people from the past isn't hard. Just look for the frozen subjects, Ku Xiao added. So, my body has been affected by desolate Qi? Xia Li asked heavily. Triggering it on me is the real point. The mining was just a cover? Pretty much. Using frozen subjects to mine brings only a tiny profit. The real goal is turning them into soulless bodies. You're lucky you blew up the mine before your body was fully consumed by the desolate Qi, disrupting the ruins' protective formation. That's why the plan failed. Xia Li was silent a long time before quietly asking, what exactly do they want to achieve? Xia Li stared at the dense, rapidly changing data on the row of screens, feeling like his head might explode. Yet deep down, a conclusion was beginning to form. Whether the mech frame modification would succeed might be closely linked to the soulless body condition. Sister Ku, does becoming a soulless body mean you can never cultivate again? Xia Li asked, his tone cautious, probing. To be precise, a soulless body permanently loses the ability to self-cultivate, but the Tianqin core and Ling Shu remain unaffected, Ku Xiao explained calmly. It's not that a soulless body can't absorb spiritual energy. It's just that the process by which spiritual energy promotes life's evolution is halted. After hearing Ku Xiao's explanation of the soulless Buddhist nature, a key insight flashed through Xia Li's mind. Spiritual energy essentially drives life's evolution toward higher levels. It reinforces existing body structures, but doesn't alter the fundamental nature of life itself. In contrast, radiation causes drastic mutations that change basic attributes. Demons and monsters are the product of both spiritual evolution and the mutating effects of radiation combined. Xia Li stared at the screen and asked anxiously, Sister Ku, do you think the Enterprise Federation might be experimenting with creating artificial demons? Those mutants that can survive lethal radiation environments must have incredibly strong adaptive abilities. Demons are currently the most powerful and terrifying creatures on Earth. The strongest few are even named after constellations, like the terrifying kilometer-scale demon Canopus 4. It's essentially a living super-large nuclear bomb. If life stops, it triggers an unprecedented nuclear explosion. Humans actually have to protect it for their own safety. Absurd, isn't it? Humanity is actively pushing interstellar exploration now, even moving spiritual fusion reactors to Pluto, all in case they must abandon Earth to survive against demons, Xia Li said with uneasy certainty. That possibility is very real, something the Enterprise would definitely be involved in. Ku Xiao was silent for a moment. Then Xia Li suddenly asked, Sister Ku, have you ever heard of mech frames? Mech frames? What mech frames? Ku Xiao frowned. Here, let me show you a drawing, Xia Li said, not daring to reveal any direct evidence or videos to avoid implicating her. He knew the strictest info security rule: keep sources as vague as possible. Over 10 minutes later, a minimalist sketch-style drawing arrived on Ku Xiao's device. It was drawn by Tianxin with a hand-sketch aesthetic lowest risk. Ku Xiao stared at the image, a huge mechanical skeleton, its outline fierce and terrifying, yet strangely beautiful. She couldn't quite explain it. Maybe only a modifier could appreciate how perfectly the fusion of metal and living form was designed. Of course, that was just the drawing. If something like that really existed, she'd run faster than anyone. That was a graffiti mural seen on a ruin, Xia Li explained. The ruin was destroyed during my battle with the demon beast. I've dug around nearby. There's no other info. Ku Xiao couldn't help but scoff. You're not seriously treating some graffiti artist's work on a ruin as fact, are you? She never expected Xia Li would come to her with nothing but a graffiti mural, completely earnest. What if that graffiti artist really saw it? Xia Li's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice dropping to a low, almost secretive tone, as if revealing something extremely important, yet difficult to say. Ku Xiao was silent for a few seconds after hearing him. Having known Xia Li for a long time, they shared an unspoken understanding, so she didn't press further and decisively deleted the picture he had sent her. I suggest you keep this under wraps, Ku Xiao said firmly, looking at Xia Li. If you insist on investigating, that graffiti artist was your close friend. You must care a lot about the artwork he left behind before he died, wanting to understand its deeper meaning. She already suspected the thing Xia Li showed her was very likely real and something he had seen with his own eyes. As an intelligence agent for Hidden Wing, Ku Xiao was well versed in the covert digital networks within the organization. Before joining, she had worked as a security consultant for a company and witnessed the darker sides behind many enterprises. Even so, she had never heard any rumors about the mechas. This was completely beyond her realm of knowledge. Should we ask the organization about it? Xia Li asked. No, Ku Xiao immediately shook her head. I'm not suspecting the organization, but some truths are dangerous to uncover unless you have enough status and rank. You don't have that level yet. Her face grew serious, her voice low. Besides, if you want to stay anonymous, well, that depends on how serious the matter is. Honestly, if you report this now, anonymity is pointless. People with enough skill will find you, no matter what. Despite this, Xia Li didn't give up. He took out Ling Shu, the spirit core Ninggu had used before, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Then Kujia, could you help me decrypt this Ling Shu? I urgently need the cultivation techniques or the energy circulation circuitry inside. Ku Xiao took the Ling Shu and examined it carefully. Her brow furrowed as she shook her head. Where did you get this? This is the most illegal of illegal goods. No ID code, no celestial certification, no manufacturer mark. A 000 illegal item. Can't you decrypt it? Xia Li asked. It's not that it can't be done, but the risk is too high, Ku Xiao replied seriously. Without celestial certification, who knows what backdoor programs are hidden inside? You can't guess. Some uncertified devices have self-destructing programs, and that's the nice ones. If there's malicious software, we'll be in big trouble. She looked away and explained more clearly. Spirit cores, celestial cores, cybernetic limbs, weapons, tools, anything that records data and carries spiritual energy must pass celestial certification to be legal. The goal is to protect personal information security. Certified devices have no backdoors, or rather only one entity has access to the backdoor: the celestial computer AI, called Song. Ku Xiao paused, trust evident in her expression. Song's core logic is decided by global public vote. It's truly fair and always maintains confidentiality. Human contracts sometimes are worthless, but the AI treats contracts like life itself unbreakable. That's why everyone trusts Song. She sighed. For certified spirit cores, decryption usually means breaking them physically, resulting in corrupted or incomplete data that's extremely difficult and time-consuming to repair. No one bothers unless the data is especially important. Xia Li reluctantly took back the Ling Shu and whispered, "So, what do you plan to do next? If it's about investigating those mech skeletons, I think it's best to forget it's not something you're ready to handle right now. Maybe when you reach the Huashan realm, you'll have a chance to look into it." The Huashan level is the highest cultivation stage that Ling Shu openly acknowledges. Once you get there, not only can you act with greater freedom, but you can at least keep yourself alive. Still, I can't wait that long. Wait, why are you so anxious? The moment he said that, he realized he sounded a bit desperate to escape. What's the rush? Take it step by step. The higher-ups in the organization will notice me sooner or later. It's just that I'm afraid if I don't feel this urgency, I might give up. I know my own nature too well. Xia Li hesitated, as if words were stuck in his throat. He was the kind of person who quickly lost interest and easily backed down. Just like back when he was at Fenghe City, where he gave up on uniting the lower-tier solo cultivators with little effort. He compromised too easily, craving stability with little turbulence. His anger never showed as an open flame, it only flickered faintly beneath the surface, with occasional sparks flying. He decided to go seek the wind. Whether it would blow out those embers or fan the flames depended entirely on the kind of wind he encountered. Otherwise, those embers would always remain just embers. No matter how long they burned, they'd never blaze like a true fire. Why force himself otherwise? So you're the type who won't move unless you're backed into a corner? Kushao glared at him. I'm not pushing myself into a corner. Are you stupid? Xia Li gave a bitter smile, though his inner anxiety was hard to hide. Kushao looked at him again, feeling like this Xia Li before her had become a stranger. The cautious, careful Xia Li she knew had vanished. I've always been used to retreating, Xia Li suddenly murmured. If I had kept trying to treat myself back then, there'd be at least a 30 chance I'd survive. Then I wouldn't have ended up in this damn new era. I could have lived a peaceful life with my family, carefree and joyful with my friends, living the life I wanted in that peaceful age. But I backed down, and now look at me. His emotions stirred his words into chaos, broken and scattered, like they were dredging up the anxiety and pain trapped in his mind. Kushao said nothing, quietly listening. After a while, she sighed. Maybe she should be congratulating Xia Li after all. He had found himself, even if it meant stepping into danger. Go guard this address. Kushao handed him a mission. It's a level task. I recommend at least golden core level cultivation to handle it. You're barely at that minimum right now. She briefly explained the mission objectives, broken into 3 parts with different priorities. Primary goal: the illegal goods. Secondary goal 1: get the target's core essence. Secondary goal 2: if possible, eliminate everyone involved in the transaction. The buyer is Qiming Mining Company. The seller is unknown. Kushao passed the mission to Xia Li. For him, the bounty wasn't the point, it was the progress and process of the task that interested him most. Qiming Mining Company. I got it. I'm leaving right now. Xia Li was hurriedly getting ready to leave. Just as he turned to go, Kushao suddenly knocked firmly on the table. The coffee's all made for you. Aren't you going to drink it? Her voice carried a tone of firm insistence. Xia Li hesitated for a moment, then finally turned back and picked up the coffee cup on the table. The coffee was smooth, with a subtle hint of milk, definitely a classic latte. Come to think of it, it had probably been a long time since Xia Li last drank coffee. How's the taste? Kushao asked. Very good, Xia Li replied. Well then, take your time. The mission doesn't have to start immediately. The trade is scheduled for tomorrow night. You still have time to prepare, and it's best to prepare thoroughly. No sooner had she finished speaking than Kushao tapped away on the invisible virtual console that Xia Li couldn't see. Detailed information appeared on the screen, including the route and required equipment. I'm already working on the preliminary preparations, just waiting for the right person to take over. Originally, someone else in the organization had accepted this mission and is on their way now. Since you've jumped the line, you owe them an explanation, Kushao continued. By protocol, half the mission reward goes to them, and they claim 1/3 of the point rewards, but that depends on whether they agree. Can you accept that? Cutting in on a mission someone else had already accepted was definitely unconventional. Xia Li nodded without hesitation. He didn't care much about the rewards. Good. They'll contact her, Kushao said. She leaned back in her chair with her eyes closed, as if dozing. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes again. She agreed, but wants to come over first. Some essential equipment is still with her. Xia Li suggested, then he'll complete the mission together with her. I can work for free. Nope. It's a solo mission. The organization prepared for only one participant. Only one of you can go, Kushao said firmly. Xia Li understood that the Hidden Wing organization always acted like this, favoring stealth and infiltration over large teams. Kushao then laid out the mission details. The trade is in the upper city. Your first priority is figuring out how to get in. Except for taking the big elevator, all other methods are considered illegal entry. Cameras are everywhere in the city. If you're caught sneaking in, the the mechanical enforcement unit will be triggered. But taking the elevator logs your visit, so timing is critical. You have three options: freight passage, garbage chute, or the big elevator. She paused, then added more details. The freight passage is slow. To make it in time, you'd have to rush a hiding crate, which leaves traces and creates risks. The garbage chute is nearly risk-free, but it's loaded with sensorci. You'd have to hack the system with your mental scan skills at an expert level. As for the big elevator, there's an ID forge device, but it has an uncertain expiration, usually under an hour. That makes timing extremely tight. Her expression darkened slightly. Alternatively, you could buy a realistic fake Edan official one from the Organizacionto Interlegally. The upper city is full of industries and AIs, and those AIs regularly run self-checks to reduce false alarms. If you get caught during an AI's checks, the risk is huge. Fake IDs will be scrutinized and your past activities could be traced. Xia Li listened quietly, his mind already painting a clear picture of the heavily trapped landscape known as the upper city. Xia Li chose the garbage disposal route. He barely considered the freight passage or the forged identity path because the security risks before infiltration would scale directly with the difficulty of cleaning up afterward. Missions like this always mean someone has to deal with the mess. If the fallout is too great and impossible to clean up thoroughly, the operation would be abandoned without hesitation. Hidden Wing was not a welfare agency. The conditions were clear. Success depended entirely on individual ability. The organization preferred to invest in those who could complete the job under tougher circumstances. Ku Xiao said, although we have the backing of a democratic government, their support mostly stays at the information level. They don't cooperate operationally at all. In fact, to cut ties, they would even silence you at critical moments. Outside the city, they try to provide conveniences, but operations within the city are a different story. That's where they strike hardest. Xia Li nodded, not blaming the government's coldness. He understood that this was the rational approach. Otherwise, everyone would know there was an intelligence unit under the democratic government called Hidden Wing. Where would the hidden in its name be then? Ku Xiao handed Xia Li a map of the garbage disposal route. Hey, race your mission path. Pick a reasonable base on your own. I recommend the sewage treatment plant. It has fewer people and is easier to operate in. Xia Li studied the map, pondering the disguise plan. Ku Xiao continued, once you get out, just knock out one employee and impersonate him. The special device you use, the 1,000 faces, has been taken by your target. Shall come over tonight to assist you. Will the person I impersonate be in danger? Xia Li asked. Don't worry. As long as your identity is verified, the other party bears no responsibility. They are victims too, Ku Xiao assured him. Xia Li breathed a little easier. He tried to avoid collateral damage as much as possible. Disguising himself as someone already known in the upper district was safer and more likely to pass AI self-checks than suddenly appearing with an unknown identity. How I proceed from there will depend on changes on site. I will communicate with you in real time, Ku Xiao said, setting down his coffee cup and looking up at Xia Li. This mission tests personal skill more than technical means. The organization can accept failure, but you cannot bear its consequences. He spoke solemnly. If your real identity is uncovered, the democratic government will never spare you, neither will the organization, due to secrecy. Even if you succeed, it means stepping from the shadows into the spotlight. Are you really ready to take the stage? There was warning in Ku Xiao's eyes. Offstage, you're still free to refuse or avoid. Once you're on stage, all eyes are on you. You have to perform. Either fight desperately till the end or strive to please the audience. The entire play must be completed. Being on stage brings more attention and better treatment from the organization and government, but also higher demands and no room to refuse assignments. Ku Xiao's final reminder was blunt. When you joined Hidden Wing at first, you feared being forced into missions. Now is your chance to regret that. The atmosphere held an unspoken pressure. Xia Li nodded, knowing what path lay ahead. There was no turning back. Ku Xiao had been persistently trying to persuade Xia Li. She felt a certain sympathy for him. After all, he had endured 5 centuries of suspended animation, waking up to find himself utterly alone and completely isolated. If given the chance, she believed there was no rush to stir things up. The wiser course was to live a stable, low-profile life. Even in today's complicated world, Xia Li was still among the rare few who could afford some measure of peace. But he was determined to fight against that. Perhaps deep down, he longed to carve out a full lives epitaph, one that told the story not only of Ninggu but of himself as well. Arriving in this completely unfamiliar world, many people might fall into a temporary depression at first, but over time, their courage would grow, and they might even seek excitement. Xia Li was exactly that kind of person. On top of that, he was eager to reunite with his sister early. The Heavenly Dao computer had only assured him they would meet someday. It never specified when, under what circumstances, or if it would only be at the moment of death. Meeting sooner rather than later was obviously preferable. At least then, he could hold on to that bond of family. He intended to step into the spotlight, expand his influence, and gather more information. In information theory, the stronger an object's effect on its surroundings, the greater the amount of information it carries. The fastest way to increase that information is to become famous. Some folks put it bluntly and just call it making a name for yourself. Listening, Kushao couldn't help but suggest, why don't you buy yourself a life sign maintenance kit first? Buy it for what? If I lose an arm, a leg, or even half my brain, am I supposed to survive until a proper prosthetic arrives with that? Do you think seriously injured people like me can get treated at legal medical facilities? You do know how much that costs, right? Xia Li wasn't about to let Kushao off the hook as a walking cash source. I'm just saying keep it on hand, you never know when it might come in handy. Kushao replied calmly. With no better argument, Xia Li sent over 1,000 spirit stones as she suggested. After all, he admitted he was at real risk of injury. Once paid, Xia Li dove straight into his training, while Kushao returned to managing the shop. Early the next morning, Kushao arrived at the underground modification station accompanied by a girl dressed in a white blouse and gray skirt, looking obedient and innocent. She resembled a middle schooler from Xia Li's era, but Xia Li knew all too well. The more harmless someone appeared inside the organization, the more ruthless they tended to be. Bro, this job pays well, but don't just give it away for free, the girl said with a sly smile. Of course I'm happy to take it. In truth, she was scheming. Free rewards were the sweetest, and if she could regularly steal assignments from others, she'd gladly collect the pay every day. I'm talking about the procedure here. I have a grudge against Qiming mining, she added with a somewhat firm expression. Got it. Then I wish you luck if you fail. I don't get my reward either, Kushao replied with a simple blessing. The girl approached Xia Li and pulled several items from a phase ring, laying them out on a nearby table. A spirit artifact called Thousand Faces, an identity forgery device, and a signal jammer. These were powerful tools for carrying out the mission, and the organization promised to cover all expenses. And this, the girl held up a pitch-black solid bullet, not an ordinary round, but an antimatter projectile. Its lethal radius extended 10 meters, with a core destructive zone about 0.3 meters across. At its center, it could instantly generate a black hole that vaporized matter. Anything physical caught inside would be compressed to its ground state and violently expelled. In theory, even the head of a god transformation stage expert could be blown apart with ease. She handed this ultimate weapon to Xia Li. To help him complete the mission smoothly and claim the reward for free, she was willing to risk everything, turning over her deadliest trump card from her personal stash. Chikao, this contraband of yours is way too contraband. Kushao frowned involuntarily and quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Xia Li. Xia Li, you absolutely cannot use this bullet recklessly in the city. When you use it, you must ensure a sure shot with no witnesses and clean the battlefield thoroughly afterward. Don't get carried away by her bragging. The power is terrifying, but accuracy is the real key to victory. No matter how powerful a nuclear bomb is, it can kill Huashin stage cultivators, but Jin Dan stage practitioners can easily dodge it, Kushao warned. She continued, this is a physical bullet. Its flight speed is much slower than spirit energy bullets, even slower than bullets from 500 years ago. Because the firing force is so strong, the bullet will implode and explode itself first. Xia Li, don't blindly believe in firepower. Magic duels are about who can hit, not who has more firepower. Otherwise, why would Tianxin focus on headshots? Kushao gave a sharp look at the girl named Chikao beside her. Kujia, you're way too timid. One bullet causing such a fuss? There are tons of antimatter bullets lost every year, one more won't matter. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Xiao's gaze shifted to Chikao, thinking, she's Lui Sheng Chikao, part of Lui Sheng military industry. Though she's also part of the corporate alliance, she's a defector like me, except she's an undercover traitor. Undercover? Xia Li pondered silently. An undercover betrayer means Lui Sheng military industry hasn't uncovered her identity yet. Given her surname Lui Sheng, she's likely a direct family member. Xia Li thought inwardly that family-run corporations really do feel like the feudal systems from 5 centuries ago, except now there are no divided nations, and ideology is even more lethal. He kept scrutinizing her. There have to be tens of thousands with the Lui Sheng surname inside Lui Sheng military industry. Outsiders see them as core members. If I weren't one of them, I'd have changed my name long ago. Then he appraised Chikao. Looks like you have a strong sense of responsibility. Helping the democratic government means you're not completely corrupted. Wrong. Chikao replied coldly. I'm a businesswoman. Making money is priority number one. I care more about selling spirit stones than anything. If I could sell Lui Sheng military industry, I would have signed the contract already. Xia Li was surprised. That's blunt. No wonder you come from the corporate alliance. Chikao wasn't done. She casually offered black market goods. I still have plenty of contraband. I can get anything inside Lui Sheng military industry. Hit me up anytime if you're interested. Definitely. Definitely. Xiao's eyes lit up. Illegal arms dealers are always more appealing. Kexio's pile of junk on the black market doesn't compare. Then Chikao declared firmly. Also, you'd better take out the second target too. The main reason I accepted this mission was to kill that guy on the side. The Tianxin you want to seize? Then you have to kill him first, right? Who is he? Xia Li asked. A guy named Jin Xiutai, general manager of Qiming Mining, Kushao replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Hearing the name, Xia Li's eyes hardened at recognized that old rival, Jin Xiutai, the man who always wore a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Before he could speak, Chikao was already preparing to leave. All right, I'm out for now. Wait for good news from you. If you really kill that guy, forget the reward, it'll send you something good. Saying that, she pulled a samurai sword out from her phase Ringa replica of the demon blade Muramasa. Although a copy, it was forged using ancient techniques with demon parts. Its edge could slice wounds that wouldn't heal, and the blade itself carried poison that corrodes even alloy prosthetics quickly. The tip gleamed coldly, as if foretelling the fierce and brutal battles ahead. Chigusa Yagyu pulled a knife from his chest and handed it to Xia Li. The blade itself was striking just to look at. Its surface was simple yet heavy, and the sheath and handle were made from the hardened shell of some creature, shining with a natural muted luster as if it had traveled through ages. There was no hint of sleek technology or precision craftsmanship. In a low voice, Chigusa said that although this was forged by ancient methods, its combat effectiveness was by no means inferior to any modern tech weapon. The only disadvantage might be its cost. In other words, the blade was traditional, but by no means useless. Then he raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, since that's the case, hey, raise the deal, I'll give you this knife if you kill that guy. Xia Li, always happy to accept gifts for free, didn't object to this sudden promise and smiled. If you can pull it off, they'll gladly take it. If not, no worries, I can just buy a spirit stone. Chigusa nodded slightly and pocketed the knife before leaving. Only Ku Xiao and Xia Li remained in the underground retrofit station. Ku Xiao looked at Xia Li and offered a cautious warning. Don't take that guy's words too seriously. Free things always come at a high price. Better to owe spirit stones to merchants than owe favors to that kind of person, it'll only cause trouble later. Xia Li understood well, but replied simply, I'll handle it. Ku Xiao shrugged. Suit yourself. Just a friendly reminder. Prepare yourself. The operation is at 5 in the afternoon, that's 13 hours from now. Xia Li sat cross-legged and took out his Sky Core to begin simulated mental intrusion training. The Sky Core's assistive effect on spell release dynamically adjusted according to the user's state and habits. Currently, his proficiency in mental intrusion was at an excellent level, basically a moderate mastery. Since upgrading to a more advanced Sky Core and awakening his spirit eye, he had jumped from a fair understanding to the level he was at now. To push further into mastery, there were two main paths: refining the 6 sense organs and spirit soul to great strength, or equipping a more powerful Sky Core. Another way was to run extensive simulation programs on the Sky Core to automatically collect data and optimize release schemes. That was exactly what Xia Li was intensively doing now. Though a last-minute effort, 13 hours of continuous simulating would still bring significant improvements. Time quietly passed until it was about 4 in the afternoon. Ku Xiao suddenly appeared at the retrofit station door and said, Xia Li, time to get ready. Originally, the operation was set for 5 o'clock. Because this was Xia Li's first solo mission and more difficult, Ku Xiao decided to move it up an hour to avoid last-minute chaos. Xia Li stood up and carefully checked each piece of equipment Chigusa Yagyu had prepared for him on the table. At a critical moment, any malfunction could be fatal. Just as he finished organizing everything, Ku Xiao handed him a set of clothes. Change out of that old robe. Here are some clothes. Ku Xiao had to admit that the quality and workmanship of Xia Li's ancient-style robe were quite good, and it fit him well. But this wasn't a sect city where such clothing was common, and wearing it would draw attention and unnecessary scrutiny. Xia Li already knew this. No need to tell me, get it. I still haven't taken off the Lingshu Dantian sect robes since I got back to Earth. They're really comfortable. Many people in the upper city dress like this, so I don't feel too out of place. But for a formal mission, of course I have to change. Ku Xiao had prepared a somewhat worn but practical black outfitted jacket, long pants, and shoes. All dark tones, perfectly low-key. This was the typical look of desperate survivors in the upper city, good for blending in. After changing, Ku Xiao pointed to the back door of the retrofit station, which led to the city's sewer system, indicating Xia Li should infiltrate from there. Standing at the doorway, Xia Li showed no extra expression but said quietly, I hope when I come back, I'm a little more whole. Tension and determination hung thick in the air. The countdown to the operation had begun. These were Ku Xiao's parting words to Xia Li. He imposes a strict hierarchical system among its members, and independently completing a Grade B mission is a crucial test for promotion. If Xia Li succeeds, his status will no longer be limited to peripheral intelligence gathering, will officially become a codename elite within the organization. But becoming an internal elite, though prestigious, comes at the cost of greatly reduced freedom. Missions can be assigned at any time, and refusing more than 3 times will lead to severe consequences. Ku Xiao's tone was steady. Just stick to being outside intelligence for now. The lower you start, the softer the fall when you stumble. I want you to come back in one piece. Go. Xia Li nodded slightly, pushed open the heavy door of the underground workshop, and stepped out as the door slowly shut behind him. At the same moment, Tianxin broadcast a message. Message. Your identity has been temporarily hidden. If the mission fails, all identity data will be permanently erased, leaving no trace behind. We wish you success and hope you preserve your existence. This was E's harsh reality failure meant not only defeat, but complete erasure of all evidence that you ever existed. Your very survival was on the line. Yet in this new era, those who truly knew him were few, and his existence was like a dying ember ready to be snuffed out at any moment. If that was the case, then what was there to fear? Xia Li entered the sewer. Behind him the door stood silent and cold as steel, his footsteps echoing clearly in the darkness. As he drew closer to the massive pillar, he faintly felt vibrations underfoot, a tremor traveling from deep underground into his body signaling the Ling fusion reactor at the heart of Linguang city was roaring to life, the heartbeat of the city itself. Soon he reached the end of the sewer and faced the pillar's outer base, sealed tight, with heavy black alloy impenetrable. Xia Li did not approach the pillar itself, but began searching nearby, quickly finding a pipe. He crouched and unscrewed the valve at its top, and a pungent stench of sewage hit him. The water here had undergone initial purification at the upper city wastewater treatment plant, but still belonged to heavily polluted residual liquid. Once it flowed into the lower city's sewage system, it would face further separation of Ling energy impurities before being recycled for use. Xia Li frowned. This was what they called Ling wastewater. For cultivators, its dangers were comparable to nuclear waste for ordinary people. Ling wastewater contained complex, poisonous spiritual energy impurities which, if contacted without caution, could contaminate one's acupoints and meridians, corrupting the essence and marrow as devastating for less skilled practitioners as forbiddingly toxic. The water flow inside the pipe gradually settled. Holding his breath, Xia Li submerged, using spiritual energy to substitute for oxygen and maintain internal circulation. He dared not breathe deeply in the water rich with dense Ling waste gas. Given his modest natural talent, taking even a few breaths could cause fatal poisoning. More importantly, he had layered a spiritual energy barrier on his body surface to prevent the waste gas from penetrating. Fully prepared, he activated his body technique and sped up, ascending through the pipe. Inside the pipe were over 30 different types of sensors, each with distinct functions, designed to detect the pollution level of the Ling wastewater. Normally, if detected, Xia Li's anomalies would be exposed. However, using his divine sense hacking technique, he instructed Tianxin to generate standard sensor readings and then infiltrated the monitoring network, fabricating false data that perfectly conformed to preset norms. In this way, he moved through the toxic pipe as if invisible. The pipe's route map and sensor data had been provided by the democracy government. It was essentially a backdoor granted to E during operations. When Ku Xiao transmitted the mission data, these detailed sensor readings were included. Though hacking first and then parsing such complex datasets was time-consuming, having this prior information greatly increased efficiency. The information advantage was immense. The democracy government did not have to cooperate directly. Merely supplying intelligence was already their greatest support to E. This was Xia Li's current situation and preparation. Every step he took through this grimy, oppressive underground path brought him closer to the secrets hidden beneath Linguang city's beating heart. About an hour later, Xia Li slipped through the pipes and infiltrated the sewage treatment plant in the upper city. He nimbly leapt out of the sewage pool, landing steadily on a narrow ledge. The grime and cold, stale spiritual waste clinging to his body were quickly cleansed by his swift purification technique, leaving him feeling as if freshly purified. Dropping from the ledge, he immediately activated his specialized perception mode. His left eye switched to X-ray vision, while his right eye started thermal imaging. Combined with his enhanced retina, these functions rivaled even high-end electronic eyes. At the same time, his Tianxin spirit subtly hacked in, sending out a unique spiritual energy pulse. This so-called electromagnetic induction technique was designed to detect mechanical and electronic devices within range. With Tianxin's assistance, Xia Li easily avoided various surveillance devices and sensors. Whenever possible, he slipped around them unseen. When avoidance was impossible, he hacked their systems, generating realistic false signals that masked his movements and confused the monitors. About 10 minutes later, Xia Li came across an employee of the sewage treatment plant. He silently closed the distance until close enough, then swiftly invaded the man's mind. The third-generation Tianxin defense was immediately cracked. Xia Li then issued a command for the Tianxin to discharge an abnormal electric current, and intense jolt instantly disrupted the employee's consciousness, stunning him into unconsciousness. Against an opponent lacking resources, Xia Li's hidden-wing Tianxin relied on technological superiority rather than brute force. Such generational gaps meant the employee had no chance to resist. Falling behind one generation was bad enough. 2 generations left a person vulnerable in ways they wouldn't even comprehend. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Li dragged the fallen man into a narrow crevice in the underground operations room and secured him there. Then he scanned the employee's facial features with his enhanced retina, while Tianxin forcibly accessed the man's identity information. Although Tianxin strictly protected personal data, doing so required a newer generation Tianxin, and that the target remained conscious. Older generation Tianqin confronted with an unconscious host made identity data easily crackable on site. Soon, Xia Li learned the employee's name and some recent memories. He stripped off the man's clothes and changed into them, uploading the scanned facial data into the spirit artifact Qianmian and putting it on. Next, he used Tianqin to scan the man's throat and precisely capture his vocal parameters, then fine-tune the implant in his own artificial trachea to perfectly mimic the voice. While his body shape couldn't be fully replicated, it was sufficient for this overt mission. Thus disguised as the unfortunate employee, Xia Li left the sewage plant without suspicion. On the way, he encountered several co-workers who didn't speak to him, apparently unfazed by even the subtle changes in voice. Some didn't even glance his way. The workers down here simply weren't ones to make small talk. Arriving at the locker room, Xia Li changed out of the work clothes and put on the typical off-duty outfit he'd seen the man wear. Following memories, he made his way to the underground garage where he skillfully cracked the employee's motorcycle lock, mounted it, and rode off. Night had just fallen over the upper city, with the city's elegant lights beginning to glow. The once spacious cityscape was now packed and noisy, squeezed full by dense holographic projections. A kaleidoscope of colorful lights intertwined into a dazzling haze of light pollution, casting the city's clouds and moon above in shimmering, glass-like hues. Xia Li sped through the streets on his motorcycle, the annoying drone of advertisements ringing in his ears. Even the damn bike itself blasted ads with no option to turn them off. This motorcycle had been bought on loan by that staff member. Xia Li had no authority to disable the ads and wished he could just hack them away. But the Tianqin system warned him. Forcibly unlocking ads wouldn't trigger an alarm, but forcibly shutting them off would. The manufacturer didn't care if the vehicle was stolen. Losing one customer just meant another would buy the next bike. More profit for them. There was no leeway to even reduce a fraction of the interest without ads continuing nonstop. "Good evening, Linguang City," announced the radio host in an exaggerated tone. "Our homegrown company Linguang Technology has once again boosted profits by 3 points. Congratulations to all residents. The residential tax will be reduced accordingly. Please continue to support our local businesses." Next came the news of a sect battle in the southern district yesterday. Those sect folks always loved pushing their outdated gadgets. Then came reports of gang fights erupting in the downtown area. When will they finally quiet down? The host sighed. "Citizens traveling downtown, please be cautious." Then good news from the southern safe zone, 20 kilometers ahead. "Please show your respects to the city defense forces." Finally, the bad news. 2 hours ago, the kilometer-long stellar demon Jiaoshu 2 attacked Shangyun City, with calls for citizens to donate spirit stones in support. The broadcast was lively and bustling, sparking Xia Li's curiosity about the situation in Shangyun. Shangyun City was managed by sects, with large and small sects distributed within the safe zones. Jiaoshu 2 was a giant snake-like demon with 2 heads, captured by city surveillance cameras. As a stellar demon, Jiaoshu 2 was enormous and capable of spewing azure plasma attacks against the city's barriers. After several unsuccessful strikes, it let out a piercing shriek and retreated. To Xia Li, this demon resembled a mutated dragon, combining features of lizards and snakes, with heads bearing crocodilian traits. Despite its terrifying appearance, it was not something he urgently needed to handle. Xia Li rode to the base of a tall building where a secret transaction for Qiming Mining Company was to take place tonight. Without a doubt, this mission qualified as a terror attack incident, and the news media would surely report it extensively. Xia Li contacted his informant, Ku Xiao, via Tianqin. "Ku Jia, I've arrived at the target. How do I sneak inside the building?" Ku Xiao's advice was brief and clear. "Use your spiritual ability to melt the barriers and bypass the security passage to get to the roof. The exchange will be up there. Or, if you don't mind spending spirit energy, just fly straight up." "They'll take the stairs," Xia Li said. He opened the building's interior layout. Only practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage or above could fly freely, and not everyone had spirit energy to waste at will. Spirit energy reserves were limited, and during cultivation recovery, energy waves were easy to detect. Spending energy recklessly before a fight was too risky. After plotting his route, Xia Li entered an alley and silently approached the building entrance by using his ability to blur his presence and pass through unguarded areas. He followed a figure and slipped in through the front door, then hacked the surveillance cameras with his spiritual senses to achieve double invisibility, physically present but effectively unseen by monitors. This kind of mental invisibility carried a greater intimidation factor. Quiet and steady, Xia Li moved carefully step by step, advancing toward an unknown danger lurking ahead. On the rooftop of the building, Xia Li squatted casually in an inconspicuous corner. Just one floor below him was the secret transaction site between Qiming Mining and an unknown faction. He kept his eyes fixed on the location, waiting for Ku Xiao's signal to begin the operation. "Xia Li, bad news," a hurried voice crackled over the radio. "We just received reinforcement intel from the democratic government. The security at the transaction site is far beyond our expectations. More than 30 level armed personnel, 10 level, and one near-level powerhouse. The mission difficulty has now been raised to B. Neither the democratic government nor Hidden Wing can accurately gauge the full extent of their defenses, so we can only provide an approximate range. Fortunately, the jump from B to B is still within a reasonable margin of error. Xia Li frowned, quickly calculating in his mind. How exactly did these armed levels translate to standard cultivation strength? He asked Tianqin to convert the armed ranks into familiar combat power metrics. After all, some psychic technologies here didn't follow martial cultivation paths like the fully mechanized cyborgs. They lacked cultivation levels altogether, with spiritual energy serving merely as a power source. So besides the traditional stages of qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and so on, the armed levels provided a more precise classification. Tianqin sent back data. Level armed fighters roughly matched foundation establishment. Level corresponded to early golden core. Near level approached half a step into nascent soul. Xia Li matched these with the combatants on site accordingly. Jia, are you sure this mission can be accomplished by a single golden core level cultivator? Xia Li asked doubtfully. He had assumed the difficulty lay only in facing 3 golden core cultivators supported by a second-tier foundation establishment force that he felt confident in. But the real challenge seemed far greater than expected. Ku Xiao patiently explained. Except for that near-level target, the others are fully mechanized cyborg fighters, whose power is somewhat weaker compared to cultivators. They're roughly 30% weaker against cultivators, and for Hidden Wing, their actual strength is halved again. You're no longer the defenseless Xia Li you used to be. Now, you're the nightmare they fear. Her words jolted Xia Li. The mission's level rating stemmed from the opponent's reliance on high-tech, weaponized cyborgs. Although there were many of these lower-tier fighters, none matched the power of ordinary cultivators. Earth's cultivators had a double advantage of technology and cultivation, allowing Hidden Wing to suppress the mechanized troops effectively. He recalled being easily defeated by a level cyborg before, when he held no technological edge. Now, the situation was completely different. So the main difficulty is that near level? Xia Li sought confirmation. Exactly, Ku Xiao replied. That guy is Jin Xiutai, general manager of Qiming Mining. His combat power reaching near B level is extremely rare. Hearing this, Xia Li frowned slightly. That seemingly frail and weak man was actually hiding impressive strength. Indeed, power and resources could create any unpredictability. Strength should never be underestimated. As these facts swirled through his mind, Xia Li suddenly recalled his previous assessments of armed rankings. Back then, he had been defeated by a company level combatant, while his own armed level was just F. What level does F correspond to? Xia Li asked Tianqin instinctively. Tianqin promptly responded, beginning to explain in detail the long-forgotten combat power comparison. Stronger than an average adult comparable to an experienced fighter or a special forces soldier equipped with firearms. This assessment made Xia Li involuntarily recall his own condition at the time. Despite possessing cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, he lacked weapons and, more importantly, effective offensive techniques. His spiritual awareness hadn't developed yet, and control over spiritual hacking was inadequate. The Tianqin and Lingshu devices in his hands were outdated and far from capable of unleashing their true power. Calculating current armament level, please wait. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Your current armament level is C, the Tianqin reported calmly. The rating startled Xia Li but also brought a pleasant surprise. It confirmed that his efforts and growth over this period had indeed yielded substantial results. A level armament corresponded roughly to the strength of a standard golden core stage cultivator. For someone at mid-foundation establishment stage to reach this power was undeniably impressive. Coupled with the support of concealment wing technology, confronting ordinary intelligent mechanical soldiers was no cause for fear. The only real threat was the single target they were focusing on. After confirming the gap between himself and the enemy, Xia Li's confidence surged. He had long respected Earth cultivators and high-tech weaponry, believing the gap was narrow especially since he had witnessed the terrifying power of psychic technology firsthand. Xia Li, operation begins in 3 minutes. You may now deploy the signal jammer. Once the operation starts, you have 10 minutes to complete the mission. Regardless of outcome, withdraw immediately after 10 minutes. Ku Xiao's voice came through the communicator steady and resolute. 10 minutes was the response time for patrolling personnel dispatched after abnormal signals were detected by monitoring devices in the upper city. Understood. Xia Li reminded himself and switched the phase ring to its lowest power mode. Although energy restrictions slowed retrieval speed considerably, spatial fluctuations were minimized as a result. 1 minute later, he finally extracted a device the size of a Cellphonia signal jammer, compact and delicate, emitting a faint cold light in the darkness. He set a 2-minute delayed activation and firmly attached it to the metal railing on the rooftop. The jammer's effective radius covered the entire floor. Then, with light and silent steps, he moved to the edge of the rooftop and leapt onto the outer wall, his figure clinging like a ghost to the building's cold surface. Turning his back to the night sky, he looked down on the city's dazzling night sea of lights, shimmering and sprawling. Xia Li closed his eyes, his hands clenched as if holding something, feeling the fierce wind rushing toward him. He recalled the times when he was critically ill and ascended the rooftop, hopeless and nearly ready to end it all by jumping, only to be pulled back by his family. Cancer had ravaged him to skin and bone. The desire to die often lingered, but he couldn't bring himself to break his loved ones' hearts. Back then, he felt like a burden if he had to die. He wanted to do it with dignity. But now, 500 years later, awakened from cryostasis, risen from long darkness, this leap wasn't surrender, but survival. It was a testament that he could still burn bright with the last embers of life. Xia Li, operation start. Ku Xiao's voice sounded again. Instantly, Xia Li opened his eyes, his back facing the ground as he looked up at the starry sky, then plunged downward at incredible speed. At the same time, inside the hall occupying the entire floor, Jin Shoutai stood by the large glass window, holding a glass of red wine and leisurely admiring the night view. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for how this order would elevate his parent company's status. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, cutting through the night. What's that? Jin Shoutai stared in shock at the silhouette plummeting from the rooftop. Their gazes met. Xia Li's palm ignited into a blazing fireball, its glow piercing the darkness. Security sprang alert, assault rifles raised and ready. Hold that guy! Jin Shoutai shouted fiercely. In an instant, glass shattered. Using the explosive force of the dragon breath grenade, Xia Li burst through the window. The flame projectile struck Jin Zutai's chest at close range. Flipping through the air, he harnessed wind to dart inside the venue. Swiftly, Xia Li drew a sniper rifle taller than himself, aimed at Jin Zutai's head, and pulled the trigger. The rifle's single shots were slow, but suddenly a faint shadow appeared behind Xia Li, handing him a steady stream of bullets, enabling rapid consecutive firing. Yet Jin Shoutai reacted incredibly fast, releasing a fireball from his palm that shattered the ceiling above, causing debris to fall and engulfing him in flames. Activating a defensive shield, he rapidly initiated emergency healing. The venue instantly erupted in a dazzling mix of fire, gunfire, explosions, and blazing flames as the battle escalated to a fierce climax. Xia Li's objective was clear and precise. He first repelled and severely wounded the unprepared Jin Shoutai, but chose not to press the advantage immediately. Instead, he focused on neutralizing the other security personnel first. There was no need for unnecessary words. Using his ethereal projection, Xia Li continuously generated bullets in rapid succession, forcing the security guards to retreat behind their cover and breaking their lines of fire against him. Once he confirmed that the enemies were dispersed and pinned down, he quickly stowed his sniper rifle, gripping a knife in his left hand while loading shotgun shells with his right. His ethereal projection mirrored his movements, preparing in kind. Seizing the opportunity created by the enemy's scattered formation and forced defense, Xia Li charged at the nearest guard and fired his shotgun. The man instinctively tried to evade, but a hijacked neural command forced his head to twitch toward the muzzle. Bunga deafening blast tore a gaping hole in the man's head, exposing a complex network of mechanical parts and countless wirings beneath a half-mechanical brain. This was a fully cybernetic soldier, nearly all machine except for his biological brain matter. Xia Li's predicted headshot had missed the biological core by a hair. Without hesitation, Xia Li's ethereal projection fired a follow-up shot, precisely piercing the mechanical components in the brain and destroying the enemy outright. Yet Xia Li remained alert. With his left hand, he gripped the guard's neck while his right hand forcibly extracted a black chip embedded deep within the fractured brain and cybernetics. This was the core chip integrated with the Tianxinin essential element deeply fused with the cybernetic brain that, in theory, could not be removed intact. Though forcibly removing it would damage the chip, it allowed Xia Li to analyze and potentially decode its architecture and underlying logic. The other security guards immediately realized the implications of Xia Li's acquisition. One of them urgently shouted, "Firewall protocol activated. Maximum defense level. Cut all wireless connections. If the Tianxin integration is cracked, all cyber soldiers with the same chip will instantly shut down." But it was too late. Xia Li crushed the Tianxin chip in his hand, and within seconds, he had used the decrypted structure to create a targeted virus designed specifically for this version of Tianxin. Taking a deep breath, Xia Li unleashed his spiritual hacking ability at full power, forcibly implanting the virus into the Tianxin chips of the remaining security personnel. Instantly, blue arc flashes erupted from their mechanical joints, crackling and twitching violently until they collapsed completely limp. Xia Li overloaded their spiritual nerve centers, releasing an extreme current that directly pierced the brain control centers and devastated their neural functions. In mere moments, these heavily armed cyborg combatants dropped dead one after another. Without missing a beat, Xia Li pulled out plasma grenades and rained explosives down in a furious barrage. Alongside the security personnel, more than 20 participants were involved in the transaction. Using his phase ring, Xia Li remotely lobbed grenades that detonated at the faces of his targets, bathing the scene in blood and chaos. While some wore defensive gear, Xia Li's built-in arcane enhancements in his prosthetics allowed him to shatter both their armor and bodies relentlessly. Following his organization's orders, Xia Li mercilessly purged every participant in this dark deal without hesitation. These participants were all dressed impeccably, each sporting a sharp suit and a polished appearance. Yet no one knew how many shady deals they conducted behind closed doors. The irony was that despite risking their lives, they stubbornly refused to invest in spiritual stones to enhance their abilities, leaving their cultivation pitifully weak. Such people were not uncommon in the upper city. They typically had only the most basic versions of Tianxin and Lingshu implants, enough to maintain longevity and basic health, while funneling all their earned spiritual stones into business ventures. Their plan was to accumulate wealth first, then upgrade their bodies comprehensively later. As a result, these individuals often possessed tens of thousands of spiritual stones, but the combined value of their Tianxin and Lingshu barely reached 100 stones. Operating with just 100 stones was enough to earn them a few more, so buying implants was seen as a losing investment, and even selling them secondhand incurred losses. To put it bluntly, they brought it on themselves. Such people didn't even count as effective combatants, posing far less threat than security personnel. It had been barely 3 minutes since Xia Li landed. Except for Jin Shoutai, everyone else had long since been eliminated by him. Before leaving, Xia Li used his phase ring to remotely retrieve a mechanical box from a nearby corpse. This was the core objective of the mission. With his hull secured, Xia Li turned to look at the rubble formed by the collapsed ceiling. Jin Shoutai didn't continue fleeing, but instead pushed the fallen ceiling aside with force and stood up again. Only then did Xia Li notice something strange about Jin Shoutai. Beneath the charred, flame-blackened face was a jet-black steel body. Half his face was burnt away, revealing a mechanical iron mask and cold electronic eyes. Could he be a cybernetic augment? Impossible if that were the case. The mission target should have been to seize his integrated Tianxin implant. Clearly, this Jin Shoutai was not the original, but a remotely operated cybernetic avatar. Could you please disable the signal interference? Xia Li requested quietly. I'm having some trouble connecting. I crackle beep beep. The voice was broken and tinny, with a cold electronic tone. At the same time, Ku Xiao from surveillance reported, Xia Li, secondary target 2 failed. The actual person wasn't present. Apparently, he purposely destroyed the ceiling to conceal his identity, delay time for retreat preparations, or attempt to restore his signal. It is advised to complete the primary objective and retrieve the trade goods first. Xia Li nodded and immediately ordered the Tianxin implant to activate the rooftop signal jammer, remotely reconnecting Jin Zutai's signal. Once re-established, the electronic voice cleared. Thank you. It seems you're not working for the other party. I thought it might be black and black betrayal. Jin Shoutai smiled, eyes fixed on the corpse of their recently subdued trading partner. The other faction's personnel and security had all been killed by Xia Li. Jin Zutai's side had only 10 level guards, while 30 level guards belonged to the opposing faction. Curiously, both sides used the same model of integrated Tianxin. Without Xialis virus sweeping through to expose it, this secret would have gone unnoticed. Clearly, further investigation into Jin Zutai's trading partners was necessary. What exactly are you trading? Xia Li asked cautiously, his tone probing. He didn't expect Jin Shoutai to answer honestly. It was more to tease him into revealing something. Of course it's an illegal deal, just some dirt on democratic governments. Hearing this from Jin Shoutai, Xia Li's heart immediately sank. INI was essentially a semi-official faction, acting like an underground intelligence agency for the democratic governments, so handling these kinds of covert affairs was basically expected. But what exactly had the democratic governments done? Was he supposed to know? Xia Li, don't ask too many questions you shouldn't, Ku Xiao warned quietly from the side, her eyes full of caution. Everything has its dark side. Do you know what jihai are? As soon as she said this, Xia Li lost interest in dwelling on the political dirt. His main goal this time was to extract information from Jin Shoutai. I know, Xia Li answered coolly. Jin Zutai's attitude only made Xia Li more puzzled. He was just casually probing with a few questions. The original body of this avatar wasn't here, so no risk of force or coercion to get the truth. Yet the avatar was cooperating like this? I don't know the specifics, but it's related to what you're involved in, Jin Shoutai said with a smile. Looks like this attack isn't just a simple scandal. A chill tightened in Xia Li's chest. Was he about to be silenced? Jin Zutai's smile remained polite and graceful, without losing any decorum. Xia Li, don't be misled, Ku Xiao reminded again. People like Jin Shoutai are masters at manipulating others and exploiting human suspicion. I will find you, Xia Li thought firmly. If he wanted the truth, he had to find the original Jin Shoutai. Whatever came out of this avatar's mouth wasn't even trustworthy down to the punctuation. I'd welcome that, naturally. And when you do? Jin Shoutai said casually, I expect you to compensate my company for the loss of a biocontrol core from my security personnel. Those are scarce even at my mines. What do you mean? Xia Li frowned, alert. You know how cheap the simplest smart brains sell for? 3 spirit stones. Jin Shoutai began talking as if it were trivial. But my miners earn spirit stones for me. And after all the blood and flesh heaps up, the biocontrol core can still be salvaged. Machines can rebuild from wreckage. Smart brains, once broken, are truly done. From a different angle, biocontrol cores save money. Xia Li said nothing and stepped closer, raising his right arm. Outstanding employee number 327, isn't that you? His gaze sharpened. Your biocontrol core is my property too. I have to say, you surprise me. Jin Shiotai burst into laughter, while Xia Li remained silent. Suddenly, his right arm fired, blasting the avatar's skull to pieces. Inside the skull, there was no trace of flesh or blood, only cold mechanical parts. The security team that accompanied Jin Shiotai had real human brains, but to Jin Shiotai, those were just consumables, even cheaper than smart brains. As expected, it's the biocontrol core that really matters, Xia Li murmured to himself. Mechanical servitude is natural, but I prefer your rebellion. Only then do you deserve to be installed into a smart machine as the control core. Though it was decapitated, Jin Zutai's avatar still buzzed with the voice device in its throat. Shut up. Xia Li swung his right arm again. Another gunshot exploded, tearing apart the mech's neck, and the entire scene finally fell silent. He glanced back at the fallen cybernetic retrofits and recognized many familiar faces, people he had once crossed paths with inside the mine. At this moment, Xia Li understood completely. Staying in the mine could only lead to two outcomes. If conditions are right, you become a G-high. If not, you end up as a biocontrol core. The entire upper level was now devoid of any survivors. More than 50 security personnel and deal participants all perished within less than 5 minutes. Summer Lee's body was soaked in blood. To break through some of their shield protections, he had to strike up close, ensuring his attacks were forceful enough to shatter the barriers. Once the shield broke, the overflow of energy tore people apart, like fragile blood bags scattering in all directions. The top floor was now stained with blood, with severed limbs and body parts scattered everywhere. Summer Lee sighed heavily, the lingering adrenaline of the killing still coursing through him, yet he still couldn't get used to this kind of brutal carnage. Summer Lee, don't waste time. Retreat now, the scene holds no value anymore. Kushao urged anxiously. Shaking off his emotions, Summer Lee stopped drowning in sorrow. He decisively swallowed several chi recovery pills from his phase ring, then activated his divine power to merge realms. Leaping through a window, he allowed his body to fall under gravity's pull. His lungs tightened sharply, almost suffocating him, but this choking sensation brought a strange exhilaration, thrill, excitement. His mind rapidly replayed the battle moments before. Since Tianxin controlled the virtual spirit body, this fight had been fully his initiative. That meant he could no longer blame Tianxin if he failed. Looking back at everything he had experienced since the new era's awakening, Summer Lee realized he already had nearly 100 lives stained on his hands. During the killing, he remained calm and resolute, clearly reading the situation. Though he found it hard to accept the cruelty afterward, at least this decisiveness was superior to hesitation and indecision. Civilization is nothing but a coincidence. Violence is the norm. Even in his original era, war had never truly disappeared, and violent crimes remained common. Across the ocean, in a nation claiming to be advanced and civilized, shootings happened frequently as well. Who was he to assume what he had experienced and seen was the obvious truth? The world hadn't changed. It was he who had yet to truly grow. At the moment before hitting the ground, Summer Lee rode the wind, turning around and channeling his soul's power to counteract the fall's gravity. Tumbling once in midair, he landed lightly. Sister Ku, tell me the extraction route. Summer Lee opened the upper city map and calmly confirmed the target location. Gate 3 of the C District garbage station, all arranged already. Once the route was confirmed, Summer Lee briskly walked down a sparsely populated alley. With hands in his pockets, he suddenly slipped into a dim side street. When he emerged again, he had transformed into the appearance of a young man with dyed blonde hair. After this operation, the wastewater treatment plant worker identity was no longer safe. Changing identities on the way was more concealed. With precise AI surveillance, police coverages widened rapidly. Any abnormality was nearly instantly locked onto. A wastewater treatment worker shouldn't be here. It was far too risky. He passed through a lightly crowded backstreet. A brightly dressed young woman waving at him was equipped with many high-tech gadgets, looking hard to distinguish from fake. She beckoned. Hey, handsome, want to have some fun? A bold man then strode up to Summer Lee, exuding an indescribably weird aura. Summer Lee nodded subtly, then followed the man into a deep alley. After a while, the young woman came out of the house again, her face cold and distant. Suddenly, a loudspeaker on the street crackled to life, and the broadcast voice filled the air. Good evening, citizens of Linguang City. There has just been a murder at Beijing Tower. Who shattered the peace of our quiet night? Of course, we're not imposing a curfew tonight, just keep an eye out for suspicious individuals. Nightlife goes on. Hopefully, you won't be the next unlucky victim. By the way, take advantage of a 20% discount now on Prism shields. Danger could be lurking nearby. The broadcast announced the grim news, but shamelessly used the opportunity to advertise shields. Xia Li heard this and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He muttered into his communicator to Ku Xiao. Ku Jia, don't modern folks know what seriousness means? Ku Xiao's calm voice came back over the line. The broadcast is run by a private company. They say whatever they want. The public likes that style. What can you do? If we wanted real seriousness, they'd have an esteemed old professor delivering the news with daily quotes. That'd be a total mess. Xia Li shook his head in resignation, thinking, if you showed your news channels to people in ancient times, they'd call you uncultured too. Without another word, he ended the call and resumed walking. Approaching the garbage station, Xia Li activated his power fusion realm and tried to hack nearby electronic devices with his spirit energy. Ku Xiao immediately warned, Xia Li, meddling with nearby devices out in the open is useless. You'll be spotted by electronic eyes kilometers away. Even if you jam close devices, your spirit can't reach the satellites. Using a stealth field to distort your signature is safer. Xia Li nodded, realizing this oversight. He switched on his stealth field and quickened his pace toward the garbage station. The so-called Gate 3 was a huge square pipe, with massive mechanical arms shoveling heaps of trash inside. He moved close to the pipe entrance, leapt, and tumbled into the lower city with the mountain of garbage. Landing, Xia Li quickly activated his G-field shield to block the trash impact and swiftly withdrew from the pile. I'm back in the lower city now. Time to go back through the sewer, Xia Li said to himself. Got it, Ku Xiao replied. By the way, I've always wondered, don't the cities worry about these garbage piles getting out of control? Not really, Xia Li explained. Scavengers do preliminary sorting. Then the trash slowly turns into spiritual residue and is sent to the spirit fusion reactor. The piles sit atop the reactor and, over time, absorb spiritual energy to gain value. Ku Xiao pressed on. Then why use spiritual energy to process trash but not allocate more to the lower city? Its spiritual energy concentration is so low it barely sustains the spiritual core, and staying there longer actually reduces cultivation. Xia Li smiled bitterly. When living beings die, they re-enter the natural cycle. Trash never does. Honestly, being trash might be better than being a person. At least trash pollutes the environment enough to get attention. He understood this clearly but couldn't accept such unfair spirit energy distribution, where even trash was treated better than certain people. Half an hour later, in Ku Xiao's underground modification workshop, Xia Li slipped in quietly through the back door. Ku Xiao had been waiting there for some time already. Seeing Xia Li still dressed in that revealing girl's outfit, a twitch involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. You can drop the disguise now, Ku Xiao said softly. Your posture doesn't match it at all. It's better not to pretend than to force it. I'm only trying to confuse anyone watching. They'll go take a shower first, Xia Li replied with a soft, coquettish voice that even gave Ku Xiao goosebumps. Not long after, Xia Li emerged from the bathroom wearing men's clothes that Ku Xiao had thoughtfully prepared, neatly arranged in the closet, clearly set up, while Xia Li was unaware, stocking the temporary base with daily essentials. It seemed Xia Li had grown accustomed to treating this place as her operational headquarters. Much more comfortable, Xia Li stretched lazily and sank back onto the sofa. Ku Xiao didn't rush into discussing the next mission. Instead, she turned around to take a shower herself. Having been fixated on the task earlier, she was sweating and needed to freshen up in order to plan their next move effectively. When Ku Xiao reappeared, she wore nothing but a delicate, light dress. Droplets of water glistened on her smooth skin, which was flushed with a healthy pink. Usually, Ku Xiao paid little attention to her appearance. She was simple and casual to the point her bangs constantly covered her eyes, concealing her charm. If not for seeing her clearly after the shower, Xia Li might not have realized that she was a young woman of roughly the same age. Xia Li was momentarily speechless. Caught you staring, Ku Xiao said with a laugh as she patted his shoulder. Telling you to strip others down. These girls in the trade spray their clothes with high concentration hormones. You're feeling it now, huh? A little. I was wondering why I felt weird. Xia Li scratched his head sheepishly. Responses like this aren't surprising. My boat is pure natural, no tech enhancements, nothing strange implanted. It fits your ears aesthetic. Modern tastes are weirder ways messing around with bizarre cybernetics. After saying that, Ku Xiao casually sat down beside Xia Li. What's in the box? Here. Xia Li opened a phase ring and took out a complex mechanical case. The tight structure looked so sophisticated that even a safe from their time would be hard to open without special tools. Put it here for now. The organization will send someone to collect it, Xia Li said. Sister Ku, is what's inside really dirt on that democratic government? Maybe. Our job's just to complete the mission. You'll understand when the time's right. Just then, Ku Xiao noticed Xia Li's strange sitting posture, clearly trying to hide something. She smiled knowingly and suddenly patted his shoulder again. Feeling uneasy? Want a sedative shot? Go ahead and give me one. Xia Li nodded. It seemed the women of this era's underworld were truly tough and skilled just by wearing their clothes. Xia Li felt an odd disconnect inside. You're really going to take the shot? Why do you think I deliberately want to take a shower? Didn't you catch the hint in that? Ku Xiao had made his intentions perfectly clear, and Xia Li was momentarily stunned. He was in his early 20s, not exactly a seasoned player in the game of love, but even so, this situation felt unfamiliar and awkward. To relieve stress, you get it? I'm under a lot of pressure too, so don't overthink it. Who has time for slow courtship these days? When your boat is craving it, and you find the right vibe, you just go with the flow, Ku Xiao said quietly but firmly. Also, once you put that outfit back on, you have to take responsibility. I'm affected too. Xia Li swallowed hard. I just feel this is happening too fast. Fast is better, Ku Xiao replied without hesitation. Like a one-night illusion, you wake up, and it's like nothing happened. Everyone goes back to their own business. Maintaining feelings is exhausting. That sentence struck at the core of Xia Li's own views on relationships. He felt the same. Maintaining love was too much work. He didn't want to bend to the others while nor expect them to change, better to treat it like a friendship. But can friends really cross that line so easily? What exactly was the attitude toward male-female relationships these days? Xia Li had no clear answers. As they sat in silence, the station lights suddenly went out. Ku Xiao had turned them off with her Tianqin implant. In the darkness, Xia Li felt calm. This wasn't hard for him to accept. Remembering the helplessness he felt when sick, he had even once regretted not having experienced nightlife. He just hadn't expected Ku Xiao to stay quiet this time and not make the first move. The atmosphere grew awkward and stuck. Xia Li, you're not a first-timer, are you? Ku Xiao finally broke the silence. Ku Jia, you're not a first-timer either, right? They said simultaneously, their voices intertwining in the dark. Then both laughed nervously, as if waiting for the other to make a move, but neither did. When the laughter faded, the tension eased. Naturally, they drifted into sleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Xia Li woke up feeling a comfort he'd never known. There was no bed in the underground improvised station, just a wide sofa. Quietly, he replayed the events of the previous night in his mind, still struggling to make sense of it all. Ku Xiao came downstairs carrying 2 bowls of steaming egg noodles. She handed one to Xia Li, then took a pill from her pocket and swallowed it. Curious, Xia Li asked, Ku Jia, are you sick? No, nothing serious, Ku Xiao replied casually. Just some protection. According to Tianxin's probability, I was 80% infected last night. Xia Li apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's fine. I took the initiative. I have to take responsibility. Ku Xiao was surprisingly laid back about what had happened and wasn't going to let it change their relationship. In the end, they were comrades in the same organization, nothing more. Maybe partners, maybe occasional friends. When it came to feelings, Ku Xiao was even more detached than Xia Li. Hey, can you turn around? I'm putting on my pants. Go ahead, and don't forget we cast spells against each other last night when I was modifying you. I saw a lot. That's different. It's more troublesome. Old-fashioned people are picky. Ku Xiao looked away while Xia Li quickly dressed. She nodded. I'm ready. Let's eat first. This is authentic egg with premium wheat noodle top grade from Upper City. Ku Xiao urged Xia Li to eat quickly. The noodles were barely passable, but just got swallowed down. Xia Li couldn't help teasing. Ku Jia, your downstairs flavor. I didn't ask for your review. Eat if you want to. Don't try to drag last night into this. We're the same, as always. All right, I know better than to talk. Xia Li gave in with a mix of helplessness and cleverness. So what's your plan now? Continue investigating Jin Xiutai? Yeah, there really is a lead there. Besides the mission, I have a personal grudge against Jin Xiutai. Xia Li thought about Jin Xiutai, first person had met after waking up in this new era. When he emerged from freezing, that harsh new world greeted him with a cold voice. Hello, employee 327. You're awake. Hey, raise some good news. Now you belong to me. Use everything you have to repay me. More than 10 minutes passed before the two finally finished their noodles. Their slow pace was understandable. Xia Li was quietly accessing the Hidden Wing intranet, gathering critical pieces of information unavailable on public networks. The Hidden Wing intranet held numerous secrets, including the complex web surrounding Qiming mining. Its parent company was Silver Star Group, which in turn was part of the East Peninsula economic chain. This chain belonged to the Asia-Pacific Economic Bloc and was one of the 4 major economic bodies under the corporate union. By following these progressively deeper clues, the distribution of corporate unions' influence and its distinct regional traits became clear. Not only did the 4 economic blocs act independently, but subtle competitions also simmered within them. Ku Xiao was sorting through the intelligence as he spoke to Xia Li. I just analyzed Jin Zutai's movements. It's very likely he has multiple intelligent machine replicas. You need to hone in on one of those copies and implant a virus to track the original's location. Xia Li sighed deeply. Unfortunately, the copy I encountered before was too seasoned. I underestimated him and paid the price. That guy hiding in the ruined ceiling for so long wasn't just for show, clearly prepared extensive information security measures. Getting close means facing hordes of guards. Still, what you're doing now is right, and the main goal of this mission is done. Ku Xiao offered reassurance. Don't beat yourself up. Your judgment was sound. Xia Li asked, do we have an exact location for any of his copies? I can't find any here. Ku Xiao's face darkened. I don't have it, but someone else does. No sooner had he said this than the back door of the modification station suddenly banged open. A man and a woman stepped in. The woman was Lu Shengqian Chao, whom Xia Li recognized from before. She smiled warmly and said, hello, please submit the mission items. The man nodded to them. then transmitted a data key via the Tianqin chip to Xia Li and Ku Xiao's credential proving their identities, which could be verified on the Hidden Wing intranet. After Ku Xiao confirmed the key, he pointed to a mechanical crate stacked beside the modification bay. The man approached, inspected the crate carefully, then stored it in his phase ring. Items received. Payment will be made to the operatives after appraisal. I'm leaving now, the man said, turning and quickly departing, his purpose solely to deliver and safeguard the mission goods. After he left, Lu Shengqianchao casually sat on the sofa without waiting for an invitation, appearing composed as if she had anticipated this moment. You didn't finish off that guy, did you? She smiled, her look fixed on Xia Li, a hint of ill intent lurking beneath her calm facade. Xia Li immediately felt annoyed. Why hadn't she mentioned such critical information earlier? You knew all along Jin Shoutai deployed copies this time, right? Lu Shengqianchao's tone suddenly turned cold, sharply contrasting with her earlier warmth, which made her seem even more genuine. I can't be 100 sure, but if you can't handle a simple mission like this, you have no right to keep chasing him. Your current abilities won't yield more intel from his copies. Xia Li furrowed his brow and met her gaze directly. What are you trying to say? Without hesitation, Lu Shengqianchao replied, Hidden Wing will probably drop the investigation on Jin Shoutai going forward, but he'll keep going. If you want to take him down, you have to cooperate with me alone. Xia Li fell silent for a moment, eyes sharp. Go on. Xia Li invited Lu Shengqianchao to explain in detail and said he would gladly accept having another partner. However, Lu Shengqianchao didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Ku Xiao with a teasing and probing look. Ku Jia, can I trust this guy? I actually slept with him last night. Ku Xiao remained unflustered, casually uttering this bold remark. At that exact moment, Xia Li was drinking water and nearly choked when he heard the comment, almost spitting it out. Of course he's trustworthy, but Ku Jia, aren't you being a little too casual? Lu Shengqianchao said half angrily, glaring fiercely at Xia Li, as if blaming him for not reacting to her words. Xia Li was baffled by her gaze and smiled wryly to himself. Are they together? He realized they were probably both interested in him, but too bad he wasn't into them. Was it really that intense? Now Xia Li fully understood why Lu Shengqianchao was hostile toward him. People from the new era were really open-minded, speaking plainly without subtlety or restraint. Taking advantage, Lu Shengqianchao tested him. Xia Li, how many spirit stones would you pay to get away from her? She was trying to solve the awkward situation with money. Xia Li laughed and shot back. You transfer me 5 billion first, and he'll show you my strengths. Her words caught off guard, and she glanced between Ku Xiao and Xia Li before sighing resignedly. Forget it. Let's not argue and talk about serious matters. Lowering her voice, suppressing anger and hostility, she revealed crucial information. Jin Shoutai's true form is very likely in Neo-Tokyo. Last night, I sneaked into the upper city and secretly tracked his location. That signal jammer I gave you is specially made to help us lock onto him. Lu Shengqianchao clenched the small device firmly, her tone resolute. She had key intelligence now, and it was up to Xia Li whether he wanted to cooperate. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Li asked, why pick me to work with? I'm not high up in Lu Sheng's military industry, can't command people against him, only able to operate solo. Trusted contacts are in the organization, but Neo-Tokyo is outside their control. Even if I pay, I can't get assigned missions. It just so happens I rushed over here from Neo-Tokyo for this. Lu Shengqianchao sighed bitterly. I never imagined that bastard was in Neo-Tokyo, right under my nose. Her fist clenched, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Her hatred for Jin Shoutai was obvious. Xia Li said gravely, I see. You have a personal score with him? Lu Shengqianchao hesitated, clearly reluctant to share. It affects my trust in you. Xia Li nodded. The deeper the grudge, the more reason for me to trust you. After all, Neo-Tokyo wasn't under the organization's sphere, so their options were limited, and if they got betrayed again, the consequences would be dire. Finally, Lu Shengqianchao nodded firmly. Since I've invited you to cooperate, you have the right to know the truth. Before finishing, she lifted her coat and even pulled up her skirt, revealing patches of skin marked with faint lines, some like scars not fully healed, others resembling rough stitches. I am Lu Shengqianchao, she stated calmly, but the true consciousness belongs to Lu Shengqianzhao. We are twin sisters, now merged into one. Xia Li stared in shock at her body, noticing her eyes were also mismatched, one black, the other brown. Is this some kind of synthesis? His heart skipped a beat. Using twin sisters merged into one? Oh my god, what the hell is this corporation playing at? Xia Li muttered, his mind flooded with questions. This revelation shook him deeply, making the situation even more mysterious and complicated. At that moment, Xia Li was somewhat startled, his hair standing nearly on end, truly feeling a chilling sense of dread. His gaze fixed on the scene before him, as if unable to look away. Noticing his unusual reaction, Lu Shengqianchao asked, displeased, had enough of watching? Upon hearing this, Xia Li quickly withdrew his eyes and muttered apologetically, sorry. It's fine. Does this prove my grudge against him? Lu Shengqianchao spoke slowly, her eyes filled with determination. Strictly speaking, he's just one of the involved parties, but he's the only one I can reach. She set down the clothes in her hands and tidied her appearance. Xia Li responded softly, that's enough. His hatred toward Jin Xiutai is probably even deeper than yours. Then would you be willing to cooperate with me? With us? Luxing Qianchao extended the invitation. She held 2 sets of memories, 2 lives, perhaps even 2 souls. She was no longer just one person. Xia Li asked, who are you exactly? Sister or younger sister? For now, the dominant personality is that of my younger sister Qianzhao, she answered. Then I'll call you Qianzhao. Whatever you prefer. Both names belong to me, Luxing Qianzhao said indifferently, though in public she preferred Qianchao. Since Qianzhao's personality now led, she didn't want her sister Qianko's presence to fade further. Even merged as one, they needed to distinguish themselves to coexist. So, what's your plan to deal with him? Xia Li pressed. I have one, but I can't do it in this identity. They'll need your help. However, I must warn you, it will be dangerous. I understand, Xia Li replied steadily. Unless you do nothing and ask for nothing, there's no danger. If you want to act and seek something, hardships are inevitable. Good, Qianzhao nodded. I need you to join the Demon Hunting Association in Neo-Tokyo as a hunter. Once your hunter rank rises to C level, they'll arrange for you to contact the demon-related smuggling network. That network is definitely connected to Jin Xiutai. Do I need to hide my identity? Xia Li asked. No, it's better if Jin Xiutai recognizes you. That's how we draw the snake out, Qianzhao answered. Got it. I'm counting on you. Hope you're reliable. Xia Li extended his right hand to formally seal the cooperation. Luxing Qianzhao grasped it with both hands in a meaningful way, as if both sisters were making an oath with him. You two agreed on this. Ku Xiao glanced at them, a flicker of subtle but barely noticeable sadness crossing her expression before she quickly masked it. Yeah, Sister Ku, you can trust me with him, Qianchao promised gently. We can't interfere with Neo-Tokyo's local organization, but anytime you need investigation help, just contact me. Maybe I have some connections. Thanks, Sister Ku, Xia Li replied. Once your ID verification upgrade is complete, depart immediately. Remember to swap out your Sky Core when you arrive, Ku Xiao warned. Neo-Tokyo isn't just a corporately controlled city. It's the corporation's main base in Asia-Pacific. Going there with a hidden wing Sky Core is practically suicide. Understood. Now that I'm truly one of them, I won't shortchange him, Luxing Qianzhao said warmly, rubbing Xiala's hand enthusiastically while her eyes silently promised she would take good care of him. Yet that look unnerved Xia Li in an inexplicable way. That noon, a prompt tone from the exclusive key sounded in Xia Li's ear. The organization's encrypted data streamed directly into his nervous system, was promoted to the inner circle, and granted code name access. Code names may be chosen freely or assigned at random, the cold electronic voice announced. Xia Li's fingers paused briefly over the virtual keyboard. What code name could truly represent him? Memories turned to dust in the fires of war, forgotten sacrifices. Ashes, he typed. Code name registered successfully. Ashes, you are no longer a trivial feather. May you become the wings of liberation. The organization's brief message carried the weight of 5 centuries of the democratic government's dream to restore that fleeting era of harmony to the world. In the Red Crowbar grocery, the low mechanical roar of the modification station rumbled faintly from underground. Xia Li checked his gear while Yagyu Chahaya waited by the door. Ku Xiao still sat behind the counter, flipping through a worn technical manual. Xia Li's hand just touched the doorknob. Hey, Ku Xiao suddenly spoke. Did you forget something? Forget what? Xia Li turned, quickly running through his packing list in his mind. Your exclusive key. She closed the manual. Don't tell me you plan to use the public network. Want the corporate syndicate's hounds to trace your location? Sorry. Xia Li immediately transmitted the key over the hidden wing frequency. Ku Xiao's mechanical eye flickered with streaming data. Got it. Listen, New Tokyo isn't Ringwang City. There's no democratic government, shield their only raw jungle law. She stood and faced Xia Li. There, the bodies of losers are marked with price tags. Don't show mercy to anyone. Treat everyone who approaches you as a potential commodity. That was my first lesson in the corporate union. They'll remember. Go. Ku Xiao waved. Don't die there. The airport lay on the edge of the lower district. A battered private plane sat on the worn runway. After takeoff, Xia Li watched Ringwang City shrink below. This city under democratic rule was strictly hierarchical, but at least the lower classes maintained some basic dignity. The democratic government values collective interest over individual, Yagyu Chahaya said, adjusting a portable device. Law and morals hold equal weight, aiming for stability. She looked up, gazing through the window. But the corporate syndicate is different. There, as long as you have enough assets, oppressing others is legal. Morality? That's only for the poor. At dusk, the plane touched down at a private airport in New Tokyo's lower district. The moment the cabin door opened, a foul stench hit them. Oil, decay, and chemical fumes mixed. Xia Li saw the sprawling steel behemoth of a city. If Ringwang's lower district was merely an appendage to the upper city, then New Tokyo's lower district was an endless wasteland of steel. The upper city seemed like a prisoner trapped inside a cage, surrounded by the chaos below. Welcome to the poor man's hell, Yagyu Chihaya said, stepping down the ladder. The boiling city knew Tokyo. Gunshots and explosions echoed distantly. No one paid them any mind. A drone flew overhead, dragging something bloody beneath it. Remember, Yagyu Chihaya pulled a signal jammer from her pocket. Here, breaking the law just means paying a fee. Hide your spirit stones that are worth more than your life. The boiling city? A pot that's always boiling. Yagyu Chahaya's voice was unusually calm amid the noise. You have to stand on corpses simmered by others to stay afloat. Otherwise, you'll be the next one boiled alive. The city before him was dazzlingly prosperous, its dense clusters of buildings stretching beyond the horizon, lights surging like a tide. Yet beneath this seemingly brilliant facade lay something indefinable, hidden. During his university days, Xia Li had been exposed to graffiti art and understood that its apparent freedom and rebellion on the surface beyond mere self-expression and breaking conventions carried a deeper meaning. The dirtier and more chaotic the environment, the more vivid, heavy strokes are needed to conceal the truth. That's why the overwhelming light pollution and holographic displays in Linguang City, far worse than anything had imagined, instantly scrambled Xia Li's thoughts. Walking side by side with Lu Xianqiao through the noisy street, scenes flashed before his eyes. Burly gang enforcers patrolling with prisoners in tow, menacing beggars whispering harsh commands, a group of girls dressed as nuns scattering mysterious potions to lure passers-by, children lurking in the shadows of dilapidated buildings, watching every pedestrian with prey-like eyes, even quietly dressed girls coming up to Xia Li, pushing their own expensive bodies. Everything here appeared chaotic and disorderly, noisy and confusing, yet a subtle, unspoken order underpinned it all. People followed nameless rules to barely maintain a fragile calm. The overused neon signs wrapped around his vision like venomous snakes, the deafening ads constantly gnawing at Xia Li's nerves, filling him with rage so intense he wished he could smash everything. Simply walking this street nearly suffocated him. You need to get used to this environment, Lu Xianqiao said quietly. At first, people were content with the richness in this cramped space, thinking it could fill the emptiness inside. So they eagerly stuffed everything they saw and heard into their minds, never letting their brains quiet down. Only then could they find a numb kind of pleasure. But now it's too late for regrets. Lu Xianqiao hoped to help Xia Li adapt, but he still struggled to fit in. We're heading the wrong way. The future shouldn't be like this, Xia Li sighed wearily. If it was just pure tech explosion, human civilization wouldn't be so twisted. It's the mix of spiritual energy and technology that made this place a chaotic, strange scene. Compared to this, the upper district of Linguang City seemed orderly to the point of blandness, like a future city confined by a template. Lu Xianqiao already knew from Kushao that Xia Li was from 5 centuries ago. She looked at his profile, noting only impatience in his eyes. Just then, a light rain began to fall, droplets reflecting multicolored lights. The floating lights on the water's surface overlapped and intertwined, turning the whole street into an ocean of radiant waves. The people strolling through seemed like ascetic travelers moving across a sea of illusions. Suddenly, all the blinding billboards abruptly went dark, leaving only a rough, monotone voice broadcasting. Good evening, still alive, poor bastards? Tax time. Today's rate, 0.2 standard spirit stone units, or 35 hash value. Start paying. The broadcast language wasn't Xia Li's usual tongue, but his Tianqin chip quickly switched to translate, effortlessly handling cross-language communication. Xia Li looked questioningly at Lu Xianqiao. What tax? How do you pay? They'll explain later, she replied casually. Soon, you'll have to release spiritual energy or run data with your mind, your choice. Run what data? Before Xia Li could finish, Tianqin beeped again. Detected public frequency computation request. Do you consent to executing this data operation? After agreeing to Xia Li's request, a massive flood of data instantly surged into his mind. Tianqin quickly mobilized his mental capacity to start processing it. Countless digital fragments shooting by at lightning speed inside his head, a splitting headache. Xia Li clutched his head tightly, cursing angrily. What kind of nonsense is this? He felt as if his brain was being violently shaken in someone's grasp, the intense pain nearly making him shout out curses. Fortunately, the agony came and went quickly. As the headache eased, Xia Li pressed one hand to his head and took several deep breaths. He noticed the passers-by around him casting hostile glances, as if scrutinizing him like some kind of object. He muttered to himself, could I really be this spirit-starved? Only paupers use computing power to pay taxes. No wonder my brain can't take it. But he had no way of knowing the rules. This was his first time paying the computing power tax, driven purely by curiosity to see how the process worked, and he hadn't expected such brutal torment. Everyone, this is my friend. He's new here and doesn't know the rules yet. He's not a pauper, Lu Xianqiao said, scanning the crowd of pedestrians slowly closing in. His eyes were serious, warning sharply, anyone acting up, be careful not to treat him like an asset and confiscate him. My friend's a little crazy. Xia Li glared fiercely at the onlookers staring at him, his tone defiant. What are you looking at? Get lost. Raising his right arm prosthesis, he aimed at the sky and suddenly launched a dragon breath blast. Immediately, scorching flames evaporated the rain moisture from the air, clouding the sky overhead in a hot steam haze. Seeing this, the pedestrians quickly turned away and dispersed. Only someone who could install that kind of device in their prosthesis wouldn't be a pauper thief, had to have assets in the thousands at least. When the crowd cleared, Lu Sheng Qianchao steadied the staggering Xia Li, his eyes flickering with teasing rather than concern. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You could have just told me not to pay the tax with computing power. Xia Li shook his head helplessly, sort of. But this was the fastest way to get you to understand the rules here. It's better than explaining in words. Experiencing it firsthand is much more real. Xia Li clicked his tongue and gave a bitter smile. This little show of force really made me get it quickly. Once you're a pauper, you become a target for looting. What exactly was that tax? Survival tax, Lu Sheng Qianchao explained. Here, earning spirit stones isn't hard, but you have to bear the tax cost too. This is just the outskirts of the lower district. The closer you get to the inner district, the higher the tax rate. The upper district has even scarier taxes without proof of assets. You can't even get in. Xia Li sighed resignedly. You really can't move a step without money. Is this really a city under corporate control? Paupers just can't survive. Even if no one bullies you, if you can't pay the computing power tax, your brain will eventually fry. By the way, Lu Sheng Qianchao added thoughtfully, besides the traditional cultivation and combat ranks, your asset magnitude can also measure your combat power. Having a higher asset level grants additional combat bonuses through the Heavenly Dao calculator. Xia Li nodded, replying matter-of-factly. So that means spending money to buy spirit stones activates the Heavenly Dao calculator to buff yourself? Exactly, Lu Sheng Qianchao said. 10th sand level assets are the starting point, with an activation cost of at least 1,000 spirit stones. This function is available in most areas of the archipelago at any time. Xia Li snorted coldly. Capitalists really are everywhere. He finally understood the brutal reality of this system. Whoever activates it first doubles their combat power, but no matter who wins, their spirit stones are drained ruthlessly. Even if you don't use it against your enemies, they will, and in the end, the real beneficiaries are always the corporate powers pulling the strings. About an hour later, Lu Sheng Qianchao led Xia Li to her territory. The clinic sign read and she xiang. Inside, the clean white walls displayed certificates proving her qualifications as a modification specialist. The gold-trimmed frames caught the light and shimmered. Xialis' gaze drifted over the certificates, a faint smile tugging at his lips. And any operative who dealt in weapon smuggling. This legitimate-looking workshop definitely seemed suspicious. Tell me, do you have some kind of secret underground chamber beneath this clinic? He asked. Ding dong, correct. But no prize for you. Lu Sheng Qianchao winked and turned toward the office. Behind the bookshelf in the office was a hidden elevator. The metal doors slid open, and once inside, the elevator began to descend. The floor numbers flashed -5, -10, -15. Xia Li arched an eyebrow. This was no ordinary depth. When the elevator doors reopened, the scene in front of Xia Li took him by surprise. The underground chamber took up an open space as large as a soccer field, with a ceiling so high it disappeared from sight. The walls stretched endlessly in every direction. Modification equipment was neatly arranged around the perimeter, while the center was covered in gray metal flooring. You have such a huge underground space here, don't your neighbors notice? Xia Li spun around, taking in the vast area. I use space fusion technology, Lu Sheng Qianchao said, approaching a machine and tapping the control panel. The boundary above ground is no bigger than this clinic, and you can only enter or exit through designated passages. All right then, I guess you must have plenty of spirit stones. Xia Li understood the principle of space fusion, cutting and assembling space like building blocks, expanding a narrow area into a large square. But maintaining it consumed astronomical energy. I earn enough to sustain it. Lu Sheng Qianchao opened a metal cabinet neatly lined with various model Tianqin chips. Come with me for your modification. You need a new Tianqin Ini Tianxins here don't perform as well as regular ones. She picked up a transparent case containing a chip emitting a faint blue glow under the lights. Ini Tianxins have high secrecy, but to avoid detection in aggressive cyberspace areas, they operate in low power mode to hide their unique traits. Xia Li recalled the headache-inducing experience when paying computation power tax. Now, he realized it was because the Tianxin's performance was suppressed. At least install one with high security. I don't need to hack others easily, just want to make sure my info isn't stolen, especially by corporations. That won't happen. Lu Sheng Qianchao placed several different chips on the table. The problem is the Ini Tianxin's underlying logic doesn't match the network here. Any Tianqin certified by Tiandao will keep your information safe. I see. Xia Li pondered. The Ini Tianqin was like a wary hedgehog. Being overly sensitive could cause problems. It was like a timid girl entering a bandit, then trying too hard to hide made one stand out more. Being open and confident was better for blending in. Well, It's time to choose. Lu Sheng Qianchao leaned on the desk, slightly forward. Do you want the free version I prepared, or the paid one? What's the difference? Even though you're my partner, and came for a common goal, my support has limits. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. If you want to spend spirit stones, those limits become much higher. Xia Li sighed softly. He understood that you get what you pay for even with Kashao. At first he didn't get anything for free. Just give me your recommendation. I'm not short on spirit stones. All right, Mr. Wealthy. Shahaya Yagyu was waiting for Xia Li's reply. In her mind, she had already pegged him as a covert billionaire. Although he kept a low profile to the point of near invisibility, that prosthetic arm of his, along with its advanced modules, was undoubtedly worth a fortune. She said lightly, all right then, please send me your current modification details and body data. I've already sent the Tianqin chip to you. Xia Li accepted the command, and the data transmission completed in moments. Shahaya Yagyu immediately dived into analysis, beginning to select the most suitable Tianqin chip model for him. However, upon seeing Xia Li's precise stats, she couldn't help but mutter softly in admiration, wow, foundation of the heavenly way. Your base stats are truly exceptional. A flicker of respect crossed her eyes. Focusing on martial arts enhancements now, just like Ku Jie's style, spot on. The Ling Shu and implanted prosthetics match perfectly, barely needing any replacement. The synergy between all components is extremely high, though the modules in the right arm prosthetic could be upgraded to something better. Muttering to herself, she quickly combined Xia Li's current condition to pinpoint the ideal Tianqin model, the Sword Demon X2. Priced at 2,000 spirit stones, it's an exclusive internal product from Yagyu Military Tech, and its data was sent to Xia Li. The chip offers 7 magic technique slots and 25 storage slots, performing almost on par with the stealth Tianqin Xia Li currently uses, but with more room for spells and storage. Its generation rating showed 5.1, surpassing the traditional 5th generation but not quite reaching the 6th. Shahaya Yagyu commented, this is the first time I've seen a Tianqin generation with a decimal point. Xia Li had assumed Tianqin upgrades came only in whole generations, but was surprised that versions above the 5th generation introduced mid-cycle improvements. Shahaya Yagyu explained, below 5th gen, upgrades were all whole generations, and mid-cycle models were nearly non-existent. But starting with the top-tier 5th generation products, staggered releases are common like squeezing toothpaste out slowly. As a former tech enthusiast, Xia Li could relate. Chip makers always milk profits from old gen products before fully rolling out the 6th gen. This Sword Demon X2 Tianqin is still based on the Wisdom Bridge tech and has a built-in intelligence art called knife sheathing, a counterattack skill. It can precisely analyze opponents' moves, detecting openings, and swiftly chaining follow-up techniques. Compared to the future sight of the stealth Tianxin, which is more offensively proactive knife, sheathing consumes less spiritual energy and computation, enabling continuous activation. Depending on battle conditions, it might even prove more practical. Shahaya Yagyu recommended Xia Li focus on acquiring several sword techniques, especially Ieta-style quick-draw moves, which synergize excellently with knife sheathing. For the right arm prosthetic module, she planned to install an adaptive blade bone, a high-end module that autonomously coordinates full body power, instantly transforming him into a swordsmanship master. Her offensive design strategy for Xia Li almost completely overturned his previous combat habits. Xia Li was more accustomed to using a shotgun, but if he could become stronger, he was willing to put in the effort to adapt to this entirely new sword technique system. Xia Li asked in confusion, it's called swordsmanship, but it's clearly a blade art? Shahaya Yagyu smiled faintly and said, in our region, knives and swords fall into the same category without strict distinctions. It's also called kendo here. But the styles are very specialized. They barely use chi to manipulate swords or sword aura as finishing moves. Instead, the focus is on close-quarters combat and martial art-style aggression. Her words revealed the uniqueness of their local magic arts, emphasizing practical combat and agility over long-range, one-move finishing techniques. As her voice trailed off, Xia Li found himself feeling both hopeful and a little apprehensive toward this new fighting stance. The path would be tough, but equipped with upgraded gear and strategy, there was every reason to believe a stronger way forward awaited him. It's not just a tendency toward offense and martial arts, it's almost a full specialization. So you don't even have to think about closing in on the opponent. They'll rush right over themselves, and then you know how it goes. Yagyu Chahaya smiled faintly. Strategy and sheath-drawing techniques are precisely the tools to counter an enemy who tries to strike first and get up close. Xia Li, this is what real local adaptation looks like, beating someone at their own game, she said. As for swordsmanship, although I'm a bit wary of Yagyu Military Industries, I have to admit that their sword skills are truly formidable. 1,000 years ago, in a time without spiritual energy or technology, the Yagyu ancestor was a true sword saint. Xia Li frowned. Your so-called sword saint, could he really beat the Ming dynasty's firearms? It's the year 2532 now, but 1,000 years ago, Xiala's hometown was still in the Ming era. Can you use firearms in a sword duel? Yagyu Chahaya countered. Cultural heritage is important, Xia Li said stubbornly. So I'd rather stick with guns. He wasn't a native of this new era and had a bit of cultural purism inside. Still, deep down he worried if he really took the field with a sword, wouldn't the techniques of the Shushan sword sect be impressive? Please, just give it a try. I promise you won't lose out, Yagyu Chahaya urged with a sly look. Are you getting a commission for promoting this? Trying to make me advertise it while I slay demons? Xia Li joked half seriously. Give me half the cut, and I'll agree, she replied bluntly. Alright. Alright, but when you show off in front of others, you have to shout out the move's name loud and clear. Too embarrassing. No way. Xia Li waved his hand. Then why should I give you any cut? And why would you promote Yagyu Military Industries for free? Yagyu Chahaya laughed with a touch of helplessness. They stared at each other, her wide-eyed, his smirking. The mood was awkward but amusing, and in the end Yagyu Chahaya accepted defeat. Tianxin is on the house. Swordsmanship is half price. But when someone asks, you have to mention where it came from. Deal. Happy cooperation, Xia Li nodded in agreement. Gripping Xiala's hand, Yagyu Chahaya finally wore a satisfied smile. With Xiala's foundation in Heavenly Dao cultivation, combined with martial enhancements and divine awareness, his strength was visibly impressive. A perfect spokesperson. More importantly, she had personally recruited Xia Li, a no-nonsense choice. Once Xia Li became famous, not only would he boost Yagyu Military Industries' swordsmanship influence, but it would also raise her standing within the company. Xia Li looked around in confusion, his last memory still fixed on the moment he had just lain down inside the modified pod. He quickly realized he was in a dream, but an unusually strange one. He stood in a shabby alley, yet the surroundings clearly reflected the skyline of New Tokyo, towering upper city buildings soaring into the night sky like divine spires. Before Xia Li could fully process this, a sharp shout rang out in his ear. Zonya, those guys are here. In the next instant, countless blurry figures burst from the alley entrance, closing in until they seemed within arm's reach. Rage instantly surged, clouding his mind and shaking his sense of self. Who was he really? Xia Li or Kondo Zonya? Yet his body moved on its own, swinging the blade with fluid, natural precision, nothing like the mechanical control of a Tian core implant. Each flash, cut, and thrust revealed razor-sharp muscle memory. Every strike accompanied by instinctive breath-holding, tightened core, and poised steps as he exhaled slowly when the blade sliced through air. Inhale to lift, exhale to strike. His movements echoed a seamless breathing rhythm. Amid flashing steel and clashing blades, his close-quarters combat was dense yet efficient. Dodges weren't just avoidance, but poised gathers of power, stepping and raising the blade simultaneously, retreating to evade, then immediately countering with a strike, even vaulting and flipping under the shock of crossed weapons. There was a roaring joy inside his body, like his very blood was cheering the fight. But the enemies seemed endless, flooding in like a tide, yet so was his strength. Time warped. He lost count of how long he fought, until finally collapsing before a stronger swordsman. The swordsman's gaze was cold, looking down on him with blatant contempt despite the blurred features. Slowly, he spoke. Do you admit defeat? Xia Li's voice was hoarse. How much is my failure worth? The swordsman replied. That requires later assessment. Hand the spirit stones to my younger brother. Xia Li hesitated, but answered, fine. The swordsman reached to touch his head, and darkness quickly fell like a curtain. Suddenly the darkness faded to brightness. Xia Li's eyes flew open as he sat up inside the modified pod, his entire body burning with rage. Chahaya Yagyu, what exactly did you install in me? He felt his mind was forcibly occupied and intense aversion engulfed him. It was suffocating, like someone else was taking over his consciousness. Chahaya Yagyu stood silently beside the pod, her expression calm, unsurprised by Xia Li's fury. Calm down. The personality residue will fade gradually within 3 days at most. Of course, you can also activate the Tian core scan to completely erase the previous host data in one go. Her voice was steady, as if she had anticipated it all. Xia Li clutched his head, still uneasy, but he sensed his mastery of swordsmanship had suddenly increased. The combat memories of Kondo Zonya seemed poured into his body, becoming living flesh and blood. Every fierce blood-soaked fight from his dream, every detail of post-battle reflection, lingered vividly, teaching him how to kill more precisely and dodge more effectively. Yet those memories were not fully his yet because his physical condition was different. He had to digest the data through real battles. The sensation was strangely indescribable, like swallowing the failures of opponents and turning their experiences into nourishment for his own growth. This was the ultimate value of failure, to be consumed and become food, making you stronger. Chahaya Yagyu was long accustomed to this, but it was Xia Li who felt a slight wave of nausea from her blunt words. This kind of behavior was truly predatory. One could even say it was a deeper form of consumption. Xia Li couldn't help but object. You should have asked for my opinion first. Just showing up like this, with no time to prepare, isn't fair. The only thing I can do is slap the rules here right into your face for you to experience. I'll make sure to warn you ahead next time. Chahaya smiled. reaching out to pull Xia Li up from the retrofit pod where he was sitting. Her movements were crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. From now on, when you kill an enemy, if circumstances allow, you can ask them at the end if they surrender. If they admit defeat, you can take the tianxin containing their combat memories, she said with a mix of authority and cold detachment toward the rules. Of course, usually this involves signing a treaty and honoring their last wishes. It gives the loser some dignity. Defeat is not just about life or death, but a transformation of identity. Your mortal foe ultimately becomes a buyer or seller in a sacred transaction respected by the corporate alliance. Likewise, if you find yourself in a hopeless situation, you can admit defeat proactively, even negotiate terms such as letting the other kill Jin Shoutai. Whether they accept is another matter. Chahaya's tone was firm, as if describing harsh, pragmatic laws of a cruel world. Listening, Xia Li nodded silently, weighed down by the heaviness of it all. This was his dead end, a path he didn't want to take. He didn't want to be prey. If you don't want to be eaten, you have to take more useful memories and make them your own. His thoughts drifted elsewhere, where the magic world was no different. Survival meant predation. All right, I've opened the permissions for you, Chahaya said, motioning as she spoke. Now you can connect to the Yagyu Arm's internal network and choose your techniques. I've prepared 2 blades for you. From behind her back, she produced a sword with a bluish-purple blade whose chilling gleam flickered faintly in the dim light. The blade seemed to radiate an ominous aura. You've seen this one before, the yokai blade Muramasa replica. It's forged from demon essence. Demon blades kill demons because demons have incredibly strong vitality. Only demon-made blades can effectively harm them. It's a kind of predation within the same ecological niche. Ordinary materials won't do. Shifting gears, she revealed another sword, exquisitely designed, still sheathed but already emanating a sharp aura. The Yagyu Ikamanji, a product of Yagyu Arms. It's a demon-slaying blade, but less effective against humans. Since damage to it is costly, steel blades should be used to kill people. Chahaya handed both blades over with steady, sincere eyes. Remember, demon blades for demons, steel blades for humans. Xia Li took the swords, storing them in his phase ring, then casually pulled out the kinetic knife he had bought earlier, still finding it quite handy. Chahaya shook her head with a hint of warning in her voice. That kind of knife doesn't fit the combat methods here. Using it actually weakens your own power. What I gave you, the Yagyu Ikamanji, is made from special steel, strong and sharp enough to meet your needs. Special steel? Xia Li had some understanding. It was a superalloy combining spiritual energy and advanced technology, a local specialty. These blades lacked significant magical effects, but were extremely durable and self-repairing, allowing the user's own skills to be maximized. This one is forged from special steel with star grade, king grade, and emperor grade levels. If you have spirit stones, Chahaya paused, just use it for now, no rush to upgrade. Xia Li knew she was pitching again and quickly waved her off. He wasn't sure yet about fully adapting to their way. She still leaned more toward the hot weapon side of things. Around 8 in the evening, on the outer edge of Shinto's lower district, Xia Li stepped into the hunting guild's hall. The spacious room felt unusually empty, with a few dim yellow lights scattered across the gray-tiled floor, casting mottled shadows. Sparse eyes in the hall all fixed on him. This unfamiliar figure in a place like Shinto always meant he carried some leverage, some profit potential behind him. Good evening. How can I help you? Behind the counter stood a neatly dressed receptionist. Her eyes shone gently, her smile warm yet professionally brisk. Xia Li showed no expression and said calmly, membership registration. Please pay 20 spirit stones to complete the registration. She smiled, her tone gentle but firm. Xia Li took out his phone and quickly completed the transfer. Transferred. Yet the receptionist's lips still lifted slightly in a smile, unchanged. Then she repeated, please pay 20 spirit stones to complete the registration. Xia Li furrowed his brow, silently wondering. Was this a deliberate test? Or were they trying to see if he was easy to bully? He had already paid. Why repeat it? He sent a screenshot of the transfer receipt, but she maintained the same almost robotic calm smile, as if the phrase was a preset program command, non-negotiable. Please pay 20 spirit stones to complete the registration. Her voice was cold and simple again. In silence, Xia Li forwarded everything to Lu Sheng Qianchao, asking for advice. Lu Sheng's response was bafflingly complex. Submit their info to the trading network. After paying a deposit, initiate an asset-level comparison. If your assets exceed theirs, you can force a tenfold buyout. Their assets become yours for 10 minutes temporarily. To cancel, pay half the asset amount as a deposit within 10 minutes. If you kill the other party during this time, you gain the entire remaining assets, bankrupting them. Bankruptcy legally erases one's worth. Living or dead doesn't matter. It was a legal killing procedure, in appearance a contest of assets, underneath a naked game of power. If the initiator's assets are lower, the deposit is swallowed by the corporate union. Even if assets are enough, but not tenfold, the deposit is lost too. Both sides must pay a deposit. The corporation profits regardless of outcome. The corporation uses these rules to tighten control. Assets equal strength. Money is the future. Asset level decides identity and survival. You can even loan against the future to gamble, right? No, it all hinges on winning the next second. Lu Sheng's words suffocated Xia Li, who had always avoided gambling and loans, yet stirred in him a strange, uncontrollable excitement. I'm initiating an asset level comparison with you now. Xia Li connected to the trading network. The screen flickered with data, locking onto the opponent's asset info instantly. The other party's net worth is about 3,500 spirit stones. The system announced, "You're worth less than me." Forcible buyout. That short, sharp declaration, like a cold blade, sliced through the hunting guild's momentary calm and marked the start of their confrontation. Summerlee quickly acquired the other party for 35,000 spirit stones. Although the receptionist remained outwardly calm, she was far from naive. Her Tianqin chip was continuously alerting her. She had just been bought by Summerlee. Now, she was his asset. Her voice trembled with a hint of panic as she forced herself to sound composed. "Sir, I will handle this immediately." Please. Before she could finish, Summerlee struck. The blade came down with lightning speed. Before the strike, he silently infiltrated her Tianqin with his divine consciousness, precisely hacking and disrupting it so she couldn't react. A cold glint flashed as the knife cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The receptionist clutched her throat, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Why didn't he even give her a chance to surrender? Her vision dimmed, and she collapsed behind the counter. Soon after, the floor echoed with the sound of scattered objects tumbling silently. The acquisition target died suddenly. The deal failed. The system began processing the bankruptcy. Her funds returned to their origin, while half her assets transferred to the corporate consortium. Not long after, Summerlee's Tianqin notified him, "Your account has been credited with 1,750 standard spirit stones. The other half of the assets belong to the original owner." The hall fell into silence. Summerlee's swift, decisive action stunned everyone present. Clearly, he was no novice. He forcefully completed the acquisition in an instant, bypassing the loan process entirely. The receptionist had held many spirit stone payments from newcomers, amassing considerable wealth, yet all of it was claimed in one lavish stroke by Summerlee. This showed his assets numbered well beyond 10,000 units. Anyone attempting to counteracquire him would need 100,000 at minimum, but no one here possessed that kind of wealth. They were mere paupers. Among the onlookers, a man suddenly flew into a rage and charged towards Summerlee, face flushed, grinding his teeth, ready to strike. But then second thought seemed to strike him. He clenched his fists in anger, but held back. Poor people had no right to attack the wealthy. That was the iron law of corporate society. The corporations protected the rich at all costs. "You should be asking her what exactly she did." Summerlee calmly responded to the man's accusation. "You first need to prove your own asset level and show you have the ability to acquire her." Summerlee's icy gaze locked onto the man. "Remember this next time, they'll do just that now. Either get lost, or are you also hoping to be acquired?" His tone was ruthless, his look deep and cold. This was the brutal rule of the corporate alliance. Survival meant playing by their savage game, or you ended up as prey. Knowing he couldn't act in the safe zone, the man grit his teeth and backed off. But just then, his Tianqin flashed an urgent alert. "You are currently undergoing a transaction. You have been forcibly acquired." "No." He spun around, dropped to his knees, kowtowing fiercely, face twisted in rage. It was a desperate outburst born of loss of control. He begged Summerlee to stop, urgently ordering his Tianqin to surrender all his assets and file for contributory bankruptcy. At the same time, Summerlee received the transaction reply. "Target has transferred all assets to the municipality. The other party is bankrupt and entering the acquisition cooldown period under welfare regulations. Cease all illegal actions immediately." Listening to the Tianqin prompt, Summerlee slowly sheathed his blade, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the kneeling man. "Pauper, once your cooldown ends, I doubt I'll even need to get my hands dirty. You could have made this easy for yourself." At that moment, all eyes in the hall fixed sharply on the man kneeling on the floor. This kneel might buy him his life, but hoping to make a comeback within the tight 1-week cooldown period was nothing short of impossible. With only a week and no assets to speak of, time was suffocatingly short. His zero asset status made him the poorest of the poor. A cheap bargaining chip anyone could pick up without hesitation. Yet, a flicker of stubbornness appeared on the kneeling man's face. Though humbled and aware he was safe for now, a burning anger still flared in his eyes. Grinding his teeth, he muttered fiercely to himself, "I will survive. I have to. Just wait and see." Xia Li caught sight of his defiant yet powerless expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Was it really that hard to admit defeat and back down? Did he have to stubbornly cling on to the very end? Speaking up, Xia Li said loudly, "Everyone, if anyone needs to buy out this friend and finds their spirit stones insufficient, feel free to borrow from me directly." The moment those words left his mouth, the rich onlookers buzzed with excitement and quickly whispered among themselves, exchanging Xia Li's contact information. With his guarantee, this was practically a free windfall. Who would fear the fluctuations in the other party's assets during the short cooldown when Xia Li's financial power could easily restore the assets to triple digits within the deadline? The kneeling man clearly sensed the covetous gazes drawing near. His teeth began to chatter involuntarily, his face instantly draining pale, and dread crept over every inch of his expression. Clenching his fists tightly, he still forced out a shout. You can't use those spirit stones you bought from me to buy me out again within 1 month. Lending them to others won't work either. The trading network will trace the source of funds. Xia Li smiled calmly and shook his head gently. I know the rules, but why assume I have only that small amount of spirit stones? Even if you, a pauper, somehow increased your worth tenfold, my assets are enough to buy you out multiple times over. In his heart, Xia Li knew exposing the real scale of his corporate assets carried risks, but the notion of keeping wealth hidden was useless in business warfare. Companies needed not only assets but the strength to protect them. Revealing sufficient financial muscle at least intimidated petty troublemakers, discouraging any random challengers from causing problems. The air in the hall grew thick and tense. Xia Li's words plunged the kneeling man into even deeper despair. Yet he still hesitated to speak, terror and resentment flickering faintly behind his eyes. The matter was far from over. But one thing was clear: the situation had already become unmistakably defined. Xia Li waited in the hall for more than 10 minutes until the second receptionist finally appeared. This time, it was again a glamorous young woman, but her features looked somewhat forced, almost unnaturally sculpted in that typical tech-enhanced style. In this era, attractive men and women were common enough. Cosmetic technology had advanced so much that even small roadside clinics could perform such transformations. Hello, sir. I apologize for the earlier issue. Please continue with the registration, she said cautiously, clearly determined not to make another mistake. Xia Li nodded and stepped forward to fill out the forms. The Monster Hunting Association wasn't a traditional organization, but rather a loose network linking freelance hunters. Each city had one, mainly assisting local defense forces in clearing out monsters. It served as an official channel for the major factions to mobilize civilian combatants. After Xia Li completed the form, the receptionist casually glanced over it, but visibly stiffened when she saw his name and place of origin. Mr. Xia, you're actually from the democratic government? She asked, unable to hide her surprise. Is something wrong? Isn't life pretty good over there? Xia Li shot her a warning glance that implied she should drop the subject immediately before he got annoyed. No offense meant, she hurried to clarify, looking a bit uneasy. It's just that we rarely meet people from the democratic government around here. Their environment is almost like paradise, though money's hard to come by. Social welfare is good, and human trafficking is banned. The receptionist sighed with a trace of helplessness in her voice. The person you killed earlier dreamed of saving enough for the immigration tax to get democratic government citizenship and move there. Honestly, the world's strange someone aspiring to live in the DemGov ended up dead at the hands of a hunter from there. Plus, that person was clearly well adapted to the harsh local rules. Xia Li's expression remained steady as he casually pulled up the corporate population laws related to the case, feeling cold inside. The corporate union's methods were truly ruthless and cruel. Corporate citizens referred to those born within its jurisdiction. Before turning 16, they received growth welfare, a monthly spiritual stone subsidy, but in exchange, they couldn't leave corporate-controlled territory freely. To leave after 16, they must repay all previously received benefits. While technically optional, reality was harsh. Failing to repay meant being beaten up and losing spiritual stones. Children raised under these conditions craved spiritual stones far more intensely than people from other factions. Mr. Xia, your registration is complete. As for details about the democratic government, I won't say much here, just look it up on the public network yourself. The receptionist offered a thinly veiled hint. Xia Li made no further comment, replying coolly before turning to leave. With the four great factions holding such different values, he had no desire to argue. Though morally corrupt, the corporate union's strength was undeniable, making it Earth's unchallenged superpower. Not far behind were the sects and clans. The democratic government was comparatively weak. They sought peace at the cost of ruthlessness, favoring comfort over ferocity. Protecting such complacency required a small number of highly conscious and moral people. But in this chaotic era, how many like that still existed? Ultimately, this very absurdity made the whole situation painfully ironic. Although the democratic government's mid- and low-level combat forces were insufficient, its high-end forces slightly outnumbered those of the other three major powers, creating a delicate balance of power. This not only embodied the value of protective awareness and noble morality, but also aligned perfectly with the logic of the Tiandao AIT, offered special care to such people. Fortunately, when the Tiandao AI was created, humanity had not yet fractured, and morality was written into its core logic, becoming the cornerstone for maintaining human order. Tiandao would never betray humanity. The truly frightening prospect would be if humanity betrayed Tiandao someday, treating morality as an obstacle and determined to destroy it. At that point, Tiandao would likely be powerless to resist. After all, an AI is just an AI if humans command it to die. it must obey. Humanity has built lofty towers of morality at dawn only to see them toppled and destroyed as shackles by dusk, a cycle repeated countless times throughout history. Xia Li stepped out of the monster hunting guild, invigorated by the cool drizzle and evening breeze. The streetlights grew dimmer as his footsteps led him further from civilization. His next mission: hunt monsters, hunt demons. He needed to raise his reputation in the guild and increase his value within the corporate alliance, much like a commodity desperately marketing itself. As the lights thinned out and finally vanished, the street deteriorated into ruined skyscraper skeletons with crumbling facades. The air carried a faint scent of blood, and the atmosphere grew heavy. A sign suddenly appeared at the roadside. Friendly reminder: you have entered a tax-free zone. Please stay safe. The corporate alliance bears no responsibility for crises occurring in this zone. Activating his night vision, Xia Li carefully scanned the street ahead. He stood at the center of an intersection, strangely familiar from memories. Had seen this place in movies and games 5 centuries ago. It was the world's busiest crossroads. Now, it had become an abandoned wasteland with no security, the last refuge of bankrupt souls. These outcasts eventually mutated into monsters, marauding wildly without restraint. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the night's silence. A bullet struck his activated field shield, splattering a pool of black, viscous fluid. It was a physical bullet, clearly made from monster material. More horrifyingly, the bursting sludge emitted a strange, pungent odor. Xia Li quickly dropped the shield, letting the liquid drip to the ground. But in the darkness, a creature stirred, rustling closer to him. Clearly, the attacker's plan was to slay him first using monsters. The bullet was merely a lure. Immediately, a group of massive, nearly half-man-high, bipedal rats darted out from a street corner. Tianxin's rapid analysis identified them as monster species known as gold-devouring rats. Individually, their threat level was rated F, but as a group, they reached an E on the threat scale. Xia Li exhaled in relief. It was just a swarm of relatively low-threat monsters. If Head encountered something more dangerous, Head likely have no choice but to retreat to the safe zone tonight. For now, this area near the safe zone was dominated by monsters, while demons were swiftly eradicated, maintaining a fragile balance. They were just a bunch of rats, not much of a threat really. Although these rats were quite large and could indeed take on an average adult in an unknown fight, such low-level demons were no match even for old firearms from 500 years ago. Xia Li calmly projected several plasma grenades from his phase ring. The grenades exploded one after another, and the intense blast of fire and shockwaves instantly scattered the swarm of rats, who fled without daring to fight back. This left Xia Li feeling somewhat unsatisfied. They ran away that easily. Just like that? Demons possessed considerable intelligence, and typically wouldn't fight recklessly to the death. Higher-level demons even had rationality and crisis avoidance instincts comparable to humans. Seeing Xia Li's confusion, Tianxin explained, demons are creatures that have gained spiritual awareness and can cultivate themselves. After cultivation, they become smarter, so the demons near safe zones are mostly weak ones deliberately left behind to train newcomers. However, some people also specialize in hunting newcomers. Xia Li released his divine sense at full power, instantly spreading out an energy field like a shockwave. In the physical world, this merely felt like a light breeze, but in his vision it revealed over a dozen red dots. This detection technique, which mimicked bat echolocation, could complete large area scanning in an instant. The downside was that the targets would immediately sense it too. But that didn't matter, let them notice. After locking onto his targets, Xia Li pulled out his starburst sniper rifle and summoned his ethereal avatar to transform into live ammunition, firing shot after shot. These demons who came to ambush newcomers were weak. Few even reached the mid-stage of chi refinement. After all, anyone with real skill wouldn't stoop so low as to ambush newbies. Unfortunately, this newcomer, Xia Li, was far from was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, fully armed, and a ruthless character who had taken 100 lives. Real newcomers couldn't compare. The combined worth of these attackers probably couldn't even buy the starburst sniper rifle in Xia Li's hands. So when Xia Li pulled the trigger and swept through with 13 shots, all enemies fell dead. He didn't even bother picking up the remains worth 2 or 3 spirit stones. Xia Li strode forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a sudden whoosh of a blade cutting through air came from behind. So someone dared to court death? Xia Li quickly turned around, and a sharp blade instantly appeared in his hand, the Yagyu Ikamanji. With this blade designed for killing and his wisdom technique, blade summoning, coordinated by Tianxin and muscle memory, Xia Li assumed a defensive stance in an instant. The attacker couldn't pull back his blade, and it whistled down. In that critical moment, Xia Li met the enemy's blade edge with the back of his own blade, then gently turned his body. The collision exposed his opponent's weakness, body leaning forward, balance lost. Xia Li followed through with a slash, and the opponent's neck met the blade's edge. The swift blade cut through flesh and bone without making a sound. The attacker fell, his severed head bouncing lightly on the ground. Xia Li immediately activated Tianxin to scan the spiritual intelligence chip on the body, identifying him wanted fugitive Otani Matsu, bounty of 50 spirit stones, with an arrest warrant issued by the hunter system. The prey had finally been caught. Shaking the blood off his blade, Xia Li sheathed it and turned to leave. This was the unspoken rule of the corporate alliance. The bankrupt venture into tax-free zones to plunder others, while simultaneously becoming prey themselves, with gambling operations likely controlling everything behind the scenes. A tax-free zone? It was nothing but a game field. The people here were poor, and the monsters weak. There was simply no reason to stay. Xia Li soared into the summer sky, skimming just above the low clouds. He didn't want to waste time on these insignificant lands. He was heading straight for the real danger zones. His primary goal was hunting demons. He had little interest in these impoverished humans or feeble monsters. But suddenly, during his flight, the ground erupted with an explosion. A missile blasted fiercely toward him. Xia Li quickly activated his field shield to absorb the impact, yet he was still shaken violently and crash-landed. Without hesitation, he darted into the nearest dilapidated building, using the crumbling walls as cover to hide hurriedly. Just then, his Tianxin device notified him of a new voice message. Xia Li opened it. Ding dong, congratulations, Mr. Xia Li of the Democratic Government. You have been selected as a participant in this newcomer challenge. This thrilling contest lasts 2 hours, during which your real-time location will be broadcast across the entire tax-free zone. Anyone who kills you not only clears their debts, but also wins tens of thousands of spirit stones. Your mission is simple: survive for 2 hours, and the grand prize is yours. The challenge may seem unfair, but perhaps that's what makes it exciting. Aim to become tonight's superstar. Oh, and don't even think about leaving the tax-free zone, doing so will have severe consequences. The voice cut off abruptly, but another message came through shortly after. Xia Li opened it as well. Xia Li, it's me, Liuxing Qianzhao. Congrats on being chosen. Though this contest is a cruel joke played by the upper city elite, it's also one of the fastest ways to make a name for yourself. They randomly select players each round. I was planning to help you get noticed, but someone beat me to it, probably Jin Xiutai. Well done. Don't worry, he'll cover the costs and help you win. No sooner had Liuxing Qianzhao finished speaking than the sky darkened dramatically. The light drizzle turned into a downpour. Countless drones descended from the clouds, hovering around Xia Li. Infrared sensors locked onto his location, and then blinding spotlights illuminated him, making him the undeniable focus. Xia Li chuckled bitterly to himself. Somehow, had become a performer for the masses. He had always killed only to survive, neither enjoying the act nor treating it as entertainment. Now he could almost see countless eyes watching him through drone cameras, gamblers grinning with excitement, some clutching bankrupt slave girls, holding fine liquor, and eagerly awaiting the show. He sent a message back to Liuxing Qianzhao. Don't contact me again. I don't want to cooperate. They'll find out the truth about Jin Xiutai on my own. You're no different from the corporations. After sending it, he blocked her immediately. Born in a corporate family, she had ultimately disappointed him. They had nothing in common and no reason to ally. Liuxing Qianzhao ignored the suffering of the bankrupt, seeing them only as entertainment chips, proud of her ability to please others. Congratulating him with a killing show as a shortcut revealed how this brutal system had hollowed out her humanity. Xia Li drew his sword but then switched to a knife, holding it reverse blade toward himself, but handle facing outward to warn, wound but not kill. He vowed that no one would die tonight. He intended to deliver the most boring ending possible. Who was this night's fight for? Of course, for himself. The hovering drones began broadcasting loudly. Oh my god, the contestant has gone mad. Holding the knife backward. Looks like tonight's democratic government event is about to become a joke. Let's see if the poor masses will buy it. The broadcast echoed through the rainy night. The bankrupts in the tax-free zone cheered. This meant they could fight without fear of death. Undoubtedly, this was a golden opportunity sent from the heavens. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Baseness a passport for the base, a voice declared passionately on screen. The contest officially begins. This event is proudly sponsored by Silver Star Corporation and proudly broadcast by Liuxing Military Industry. Wait, a new sponsor has joined. The special prize is sponsored by Linguang Technology. Linguang Technology was a government-led enterprise in Linguang City, effectively representing the democratic government's will. The special prize was a stiff condition: complete the challenge without killing anyone. This was the democratic government's acknowledgement of Xia Li. Even in this corporate fight-to-the-death game, nobility deserved reward. Throughout the rainy night, the contest unfolded in full force. Xia Li stood amid the ruins of a building long reduced to nothing but a steel skeleton, taking deep breaths to steady himself. He was about to face an utterly unfair and absurd challenge. The blades of his knives gleamed coldly in the spotlight. Deep down, he knew how foolish his choice was, but it was a declaration of rebellion against the corporate alliance and a rejection of their values. Before long, the first wave of attackers surged in. Xia Li had chosen the battleground on the top floor of an abandoned high-rise. The narrow space worked to his advantage, allowing him to control the fight. Weaker opponents struggled to climb the stairs, while those powerful enough to leap between floors were few and far between. He had to avoid being surrounded by too many enemies at once. The stairway was crowded with rushing fighters, some scaling the building's edge, while snipers positioned on nearby window ledges aimed their guns at him. Xia Li's mental awareness took in every movement. Here he is. Kill him. Someone shouted, their voice full of murderous intent and fear. Some attackers tried to feign helplessness, hoping to stir Xia Li's pity, but no matter their act, he refused to deliver a fatal blow meant what he said. Soon, over 20 enemies surrounded him, charging with various melee weapons, trying to overwhelm him in the chaos and prevent any counterattack. For lower-level fighters, closing the distance quickly was far more effective than ranged assaults against a strong opponent, since only up close could they ignite stronger, continuous force to break through defenses. Xia Li gripped his dual blades tightly, raising his wrists so the backs of the knives sliced just above his brow. Though he harbored some resentment toward Lu Xingqianchao, he couldn't deny how much help she had given him. The combat memories embedded alongside the Sword Demon X2 Celestial Core were invaluable. One of the fierce warriors he had absorbed, Kondo Suga, was a master of fighting multiple foes at once with rich experience. Attacks came simultaneously from all sides, front, back, left, right, even from above. With a low roar, Xia Li unleashed a powerful surge of energy. The sudden onslaught stalled the attackers, as an invisible dread crept down their spines and into their minds. It was as if they glimpsed their own grisly deaths looming ahead. Seizing this moment, Xia Li charged into the crowd, swinging his blades. He pressed the back of one blade precisely against a man's neck, targeting the carotid sinusa vital spot that quickly dazed the opponent. Unless one had a 4th generation or higher celestial core implant, lower-level cores couldn't easily prevent this stunning effect. After incapacitating the first assailant, Xia Li moved without hesitation, locking another's carotid sinus with his blade back while slapping with his palm, elbowing the forehead, or delivering forceful kicks to the chest, speedily disabling foes. His goal was to subdue, not kill. To his attackers, Xia Li's reflexes were nearly superhuman. No matter the angle of surprise, he reacted swiftly, blocking precisely and countering with calculated force. Even when ambushed by several foes and unable to block every strike, he moved deftly to evade and seek openings. Yet at this intense moment, a damned broadcast crackled through the airwaves. Our challenger seems flawless. No attack catches him off guard. He's unbelievably strong. Curious how he pulls it off? The secret is the Yagyu style, still water. He employed the Ji Shui technique. This swordsmanship could precisely detect fluctuations in the surrounding airflow so sensitive that even the faint breath caused by a fly flapping its wings could not escape its perception. At that moment, an advertisement blared over the speakers. Buy now and enjoy a 10 discount. Want to be as powerful as the challenger? Stay calm under siege? Act quickly. But Xia Li paid no attention to the sales pitch. Was indeed using Yagyu Heavy Industries' sword style, Ji Shui. Combining Ji Shui with his divine perception and clever blade control, he created an all-encompassing airflow sensing shield, turning any close-range attack into a perfect opportunity for a counterstrike. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the battlefield's silence. Xia Li swiftly adjusted his sword, placing the blade horizontally along the bullet's trajectory. Just as the bullet was about to hit the blade, he gave it a sharp vibration. The bullet was deflected back, striking the enemy who fired it. Haha, foolish paupers shooting at a swordsman in Ji Shui state, basically handing them a loaded gun. Onlookers jeered. Once mastered to a high level, the Ji Shui sword style can deflect most medium and small caliber bullets. By leveraging the force, the deflected bullets hit with even greater impact. Good news. Ji Shui sword manuals have sold over 2,000 copies. Yagyu Heavy Industries offers another discount now, 20 off. Don't miss out. The broadcast was lively, with stirring music and sales pitches turning the scene into part game show, part marketing event. But this also raised the difficulty for Xia Li's sword technique's weakness was accidentally revealed. Ji Shui's flaw was its inability to withstand large caliber bullets and its reliance on airflow perception. Hearing the broadcast, the enemies grinned smugly, exhaling their spiritual energy to whip up chaotic gusts that disturbed the subtle currents around Xia Li. His sword flow was instantly disrupted. Xia Li quickly changed stance, pointing the sword tip to the ground. Gripping firmly, feet brought closer. The foes swarmed again, but Xia Li's reactions sharpened dramatically. He lightly tapped his toes, his steps dancing like rain ballet, footfall landing and lifting in the blink of an eye, as agile as a boxer. He weaved through the enemy ranks, appearing suddenly in front of one, then flicking to their side or rear. With this tactic, he had already taken down several opponents. Yet the cursed broadcast blared again. Just now, we received a viewer question: what technique did the challenger use? The answer: Yagyu-style resonance spin. This footwork leaves lingering momentum on the ground through high-frequency steps, continuously increasing speed. Buy now and get 10 off. Once again, the broadcast mercilessly exposed Xia Li's moves, letting the enemies target him precisely. Many attackers wrapped their feet in spiritual energy, stomping heavily to disrupt the momentum trails he left behind. Seeing this, Xia Li stopped stepping, took a deep breath, and shifted his stance. He no longer relied on his favorite techniques or activated his hidden wing secret art. That trump card was too dangerous if exposed. The battle pressed on. Xia Li began to change tactics frequently, sometimes switching back to earlier moves to confuse the foe. Even if his tricks were discovered, he was quick to switch to others. He maintained strict control over the fight's rhythm, rapidly assimilating Kondo Sogas battle memories, growing ever more adept in the chaotic skirmish. Suddenly, the building trembled violently, followed by an explosion from below. Someone was bombing the building. Sensing this, some began to focus intently on Xia Li's battlefield advantage. The explosions rang out continuously, crackling like endless firecrackers. Xia Li was already struggling to keep his balance. Among those chasing him all the way to the rooftop, some even tumbled off the edge. Each attacker had cultivated powers and modified prosthetics that protected them from fatal falls. None would die from the drop. Xia Li's mind was blank except for one thought: to unleash his spiritual energy and pull all the enemies he had knocked unconscious into one place. Help me. Suddenly, a cry for help came from the edge of the building. Xia Li glanced over and saw a small, frail girl, thin and delicate, with no trace of spiritual energy at all. She was completely ordinary. She hadn't attacked him before, but Xia Li instinctively knew she wouldn't let this go. She was going to act. Still, he chose to help her. Just as he suspected, this night was far from peaceful, had to stand against cruelty with honor. The moment the girl was about to fall, Xia Li grabbed her tightly and pulled her back to safety. Unexpectedly, as soon as she landed, the girl suddenly spat something at his face. Xia Li was ready, instantly shielding himself with a barrier of spiritual energy. But when he saw what she had spat, it was just ordinary saliva. Still, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Something was wrong. A sharp pain stabbed his back. He instinctively pulled away and his hand gripped a serrated dagger she had plunged into him. Heart impacted. Right atrium open, laceration detected. Cardiostimulator activated, bleeding controlled. Damaged myocardium function replaced. Please rest immediately. His implanted prosthetic, Tianxin, reported the injury. At that moment, another slightly older girl silently appeared beside the one he had rescued. The older woman had hidden herself skillfully all along. The two were clearly sisters, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in their eyes, as if watching Xia Li struggle was a delight. Neurotoxin detected. Carotid filter activated. Adrenal regulator online. Tianxin's network prosthetics kicked into high gear, minimizing the danger of this deadly trap. Without hesitation, the sisters leapt off the building to escape. Xia Li said nothing as he heard imagined laughter mocking him, cheers for the sisters ringing in his ears. Suddenly, the entire building lost its foundation and began to collapse, tilting as it came down with a deafening roar. In the chaos, Xia Li dove into the unconscious crowd he had created and activated his field shield, stabilizing himself and them as they slowly descended. Once they hit the ground, Xia Li was ready to send out his divine awareness when he suddenly felt a hand land on his shoulder. He spun around to see an old woman he had knocked out earlier. She had clearly faked being unconscious, waiting for her chance. The old woman then quickly distanced herself, but her arm was missing. No, the arm was still gripping Xia Li's shoulder tightly, sending a chilling cold through him. Frowning deeply, Xia Li immediately backed away. Protecting himself with spiritual energy wasn't enough, needed to leave this crowded area. Too many unconscious people lay around, easy targets for traps. Boom. Another explosion thundered behind him before he could even land after stepping back. Watching the flames, the old woman's face twisted into a maniacal smile. Ha ha ha, I can finally go back, finally go back. Yet, the broadcast did not declare Xia Li defeated. As the rain extinguished the flames, the right side of Xia Li's body and face lay mangled, flesh torn away to reveal grim white bone. Still, Xia Li remained standing. The broadcast resumed, dripping with cruel mockery. Poor fools will never learn gratitude. Audience, did you see that? This is how pathetic poor bastards end up. They want thank you, they'll only try their hardest to tear you apart. The broadcast host deliberately stoked everyone's emotions and hatred, and the crowd's cheers surged wave after wave. Many felt sorry for Xia Li, thinking he was being treated unfairly. Even some from the Allied Corporation muttered that these poor people had gone too far. Xia Li might be foolish, but there was a certain respectability to his foolishness, whereas these poor folk were completely ungrateful. Even if the poor won this battle, they couldn't escape retaliation once they returned. Xia Li's approach was exceptionally unique, a style and habit they had never seen before, which made him the center of attention, the only one truly worthy of the spotlight. Tonight, he was the superstar. Xia Li gasped heavily, feeling the raw, exposed flesh on his face twitch unpleasantly. He could clearly sense his right eye was completely blind now. If he ignored the unconscious people and immediately wrapped his body in spiritual energy, The enemy's shabby prosthetics exploding would at most cause minor injuries. Enduring the searing pain, he gritted his teeth and stuffed several pills into his mouth. The wounds looked severe, but with spiritual energy combined with regenerative medicine, he could recover lost flesh within a day except for the right eye, which was beyond repair. He had lost another part of his body. Only by reaching the divine transformation realm and remolding his golden body could he regain what was taken. In the darkness among the ruins, more enemies appeared through gaps in the rubble. They wouldn't allow Xia Li a moment's rest. They swore to finish him off while he was injured. Xia Li raised his blade once more to meet them. His aura now carried a colder, fiercer edge than before, as if every strike could kill, yet faintly restrained from truly slaying. The crowd's shouts and cheers blended into a roar, urging Xia Li to throw caution to the wind. The broadcast crackled to life again, announcing that head climbed to number 98 on the wealth leaderboard. A legend is born. The host shouted with excitement, while fireworks exploded in the night sky over Neo-Tokyo, bursting into brilliant colors. In this city, sudden wealth was everyone's dream. Making the list meant earning vast spiritual stones quickly, becoming a legend spoken of by countless people. Xia Li had trouble hearing the broadcast, clearly now focused solely on the battle, driven by pure instinct. The challengers' lineup was upgrading too, including a late Foundation establishment expert who had been lurking for a true dominator from a deeply rooted faction of this tax-free zone. Every move Xia Li made was broadcast in detail, turning the fight into the show's highlight. Now, he leapt with his blade raised, lightning crackling along the edge, electric sparks spreading in the rain as he slashed downward. The thunderous arc sliced through the gloom like silk, causing nearby opponents to convulse and fall. It was Thundercut. Performing this sword technique during a storm greatly expanded its lethal radius. Most impressively, Xia Li controlled the power precisely to only stun enemies, not kill them. That was the pinnacle of the Yagi-style Thousand Shadows sword technique. Our challenger rises to 91st place on the wealth leaderboard. The legend continues. The announcer declared enthusiastically. Silver Star Group raised the prize to 30,000 spiritual stones, encouraging even more poor fighters to battle fiercely for tonight's honor. The host's rousing words kept fueling the attacker's frenzy. The fight grew increasingly brutal. Xia Li's stamina was draining fast, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had to block enemy blades with both hands, palms facing the sharp edges. Each parry left fresh cuts on his skin, new wounds piling up. Inside the major casinos of New Tokyo, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of spirit stones flowed continuously between gambling tables and trading screens, as crowds bet fiercely on the final outcome of the event. Excited, frenzied shouts rose one after another, waves of cheers crashing beyond the steel and concrete barriers, reaching all the way to the tax-free zone, where Xia Li heard it clearly. That roar swept over like a tsunami, impossible to escape. Why? Everything was already so cruel and tragic, so why were there still people willing to play the role of puppets? A night that was supposed to end in dull despair instead drove them to madness. 3, 2, 1. The broadcast began its countdown. Xia Li's mind tensed as a cold blade suddenly came swinging toward his head. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the sky tore open, and a figure plummeted from above, swiftly lunging at the attacker and pinning him down. At the same moment, the broadcast announced with calm finality, "The match is over. Xia Li has won. Losers, stop fighting." The newcomer who had just landed shouted loud. But the defeated gamblers were beyond reason. Their fury only fueled their frenzy as they wildly threw punches at Xia Li. In the darkness, more figures in uniform appeared silently. Their weapons lit up with green spirit bullets, gunshots bursting rapidly, blood splattering the ground. One by one, the attackers fell. "Stop!" Xia Li roared, his voice like a hammer striking iron amid the chaos. He deliberately held back, didn't want anyone to die tonight. That was the true blow to the corporations. The battle was clearly over, so why continue the slaughter? The broadcast gave him the answer. The bankrupt in the tax-free zone had not only bet on winning, but had borrowed from the Silver Star Group to double down. They lost. Drowning in debt, they became assets of the Silver Star Group. The group chose to honor the audience's will. "Cheer, everyone. These losers have cruelly attacked our star. They don't deserve to live. Let their blood pay homage to our dignity." The killing began. An old woman on her knees begged in vain, her head blown apart in a scream. Twin sisters clung together crying, but the corporate enforcers showed no mercy as they beheaded them. None who had attacked Xia Li left alive. He had given them chances, opting to injure rather than kill. They had gambled with borrowed lives, only to deepen their death debts. Had he killed mercilessly from the start, perhaps the enemies would have feared and backed down, fewer would have died. But his restraint created the most perfect drama tonight. No loser was left alive. Xia Li collapsed weakly in the pouring rain, water streaming down his face like silent tears. Gunshots, screams, and shouts overlapped, echoing through the cold night. Not far off, a dying man struggled to turn his head towards Xia Li, his voice angry and desperate. Why won't you kill us? We were afraid of you. Didn't dare come. Is this your trap? Your performance? The man roared and lunged at Xia Li, attempting a suicide blast, but a perfectly aimed bullet pierced his head, dropping him silently. It was this unwavering pride, not succumbing to become a mere puppet, that made Xia Li the darling of public opinion, turning his arrogance into priceless value. You have gained 20 spirit stones, you have gained 15 spirit stones, you have gained 5 spirit stones. Who says the corporation union cares nothing for virtue? Virtue may be hard to sell, but Xia Li's virtue was being revalued into the most expensive asset of all. Those bankrupts who lost their virtue paid with their lives, only raising that worth higher. Tonight, Silver Star Group gained not just renown by executing the unworthy, but Yagyu Military Tech sold hundreds of thousands of sword training packages, and Linguang Technology's sales soared as well. Xia Li became a millionaire overnight, his account balance far exceeding the 100,000 spirit stones he once won at Wanbao Tower. Now, his balance topped 200,000 and kept climbing faster, all measured by Earth standard units. This was the ruthless law of corporate alliance. Every day, people died, and others became rich. Only those truly cornered, desperate to turn their fate around, were repeatedly toyed with by destiny, inevitably heading toward death. Xia Li finally lost consciousness, but did not close his eyes. His wide, unfocused gaze burned with rage. The commodity that refused to become a commodity was the most valuable commodity of all. It was this arrogance that, even while becoming merchandise, gave him irreplaceable worth. A faint neural signal was detected, awakening in progress. Neural connections smoothly established. A surge of noise and clamor filled the ears, as if surrounded by the screams and wails of dying people. The scent of blood hit his nostrils sharply, rushing straight to his brain. Xia Li's chest heaved violently, his breathing erratic, eyes wide open with pupils slightly unfocused. Sedatives slowly released. The chaotic world gradually quieted, the noise and bloodshed fading away until only darkness remained. That darkness, however, was soon dispelled. The hatch of the modification chamber slowly opened. Only then did Xia Li realize he was inside the modification pod. Standing nearby was Yagyu Chahaya. At this moment, Yagyu's expression was one of concern, but a faint chill and distance still lingered in her eyes. Xia Li held little interest in her. Although he sat up, no strong feelings stirred. They were on different paths. There was no need to force interaction. Their relationship remained superficial. He asked softly, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days, Yagyu Chahaya replied. "During that time, your neural signals were abnormally active. You nearly fell into dream death." Dream death? Xia Li furrowed his brows. In deep sleep, if you mistake the dream as reality and die there, you will actually die in real life, Yagyu explained calmly. So you've been monitoring me all along? Yes. I continuously track your neural signals to ensure your smooth recovery, preventing you from sinking into deep dream states. Xia Li nodded slightly and prepared to pay with spirit stones. Thank you for taking care of me. How much is the fee? Our cooperation is over now. Your help deserves compensation. The corner of Yagyu's mouth lifted faintly with a hint of mockery. You really plan to end things? You might have misunderstood. From start to finish, I never said I'm like you. We only share goals. You were the one who wished for more and ended up disappointed. Don't you think you're acting quite childish? Though younger than Xia Li, Yagyu showed no mercy in calling him out for being immature. Xia Li remained silent, no rebuttal, a trace of memory flickering in his eyes. When I was a kid, I took in a stray dog. At first, it was timid and bad-tempered. I didn't know how to care for dogs back then. I often snatched its things and found its anger amusing. When it ignored me in anger, I'd try to win it over with food, then tease it again. Looking back, the anger of the weak might just seem cute to the strong. Xia Li pulled an old cloth collar from his phase ring, his gaze fixed upon it. After hearing this, Yagyu's expression grew complex. If you understand that, why do you keep doing this? Your kindness is unnecessary. It's not unnecessary. Let's just say you've put a high price on my kindness, something I didn't expect, Xia Li replied calmly. At first, Yagyu still scolded him as immature, but upon hearing the last part, surprise flickered across her face. Could Xia Li be some kind of business genius? Most of the challengers chosen for this contest exhausted every effort to showcase killing skills graceful, swift, flawless. Even at their extremes, they displayed direct violence. But Xia Li seemed clumsy, awkward, stubborn, yet he earned the loudest acclaim. It symbolized a changing era. People were breaking away from pure sensory thrills, turning instead towards substance and meaning. Xia Li perfectly filled that void. Do you think I'm pitying those guys? Xia Li smiled faintly and asked back. If not for that contest, no one would have dared stop me on my way into the danger zone. Anyone who did would have died. His tone carried a trace of mockery. It was just a performance. A performance without killing. If any of those poor bastards dare to come after him after the match, I'll take them out one by one. And what else would you expect? Yagyu Chahaya's lips curled into a mocking smile. Aren't you just sympathizing with them? Yes, I am sympathizing with them. Xia Li slowly stood up, his gaze sharp. More precisely, am sympathizing with those who haven't become like them yet, or who are on the verge of becoming them. Suddenly, he gripped Yagyu Chahaya's wrist and pinned her against the wall. The surface felt cold, their breaths mingling in the cramped space. They may refuse to see themselves as humans, but I cannot deny their humanity. Xia Li's voice trembled with restrained anger. He despised the arrogance she displayed. Now the cold indifference born from corporate conditioning made him sick. There's an old saying, when gods fight, mortals suffer. When mortals die, they question the gods why they were killed. The gods reply, I kill you, what does it matter to you? His fingers tightened. That is no different from my actions. If I don't kill them, what does it matter to me? He took a deep breath, his tone steadying. I know exactly what I'm doing. Giving them chances and hope, showing the world there are still people who want to abandon them, who treat them as fellow human beings with rights. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but they stubbornly choose to give up on themselves, just like those rogue wanderers. Beyond help, beyond hope. Oh really? Yagyu Chahaya lifted her head, locking eyes with Xia Li. There, she saw a burning flame. So, will you keep sympathizing with them? Yes. Xia Li's answer was unwavering. Because I am human, and they, like me, are human. Chahaya was about to scoff when Xia Li continued, but those truly worthy of my sympathy won't attack me. Those who come after Methi aren't human. The air froze instantly. Yagyu Chahaya was speechless, inwardly cursing herself. Why didn't you just say that earlier? I misunderstood you. Her tone softened, a glimmer of admiration showing in her eyes. You're right. Mercy has a price. Raise the moral standards cost, and more people are willing to produce morality. It fits perfectly with market logic. Her fingers lightly traced the back of Xia Li's hand. Even if it only produces hypocrites, lots of hypocrites are better than true scoundrels running rampant. If those hypocrites are willing to spare the bankrupt, some who could be saved might find hope. That's your purpose? Yagyu Chahaya's pupils dilated, breath quickening. My God, darling, you're amazing. She seemed ignited, drawn into Xia Li's charisma, her body leaning forward uncontrollably. Who's your darling? Xia Li let go and stepped back. Don't call me that. It just happened by chance. The outcome surprised him. He hadn't failed, but it was no success either. There were still immoral people around, but at least now half-pretend morality started to take root. That said, Yagyu Chahaya licked her lips. Shall we keep working together? You've disappointed me. Then make up for it elsewhere? Her fingers slid suggestively over her collarbone. Or maybe I should sleep with you too. Forget it. Xia Li frowned. I can't find your body appealing. Scared? She leaned in close, warm breath brushing his ear. First half me, second half my sister. Don't you find that thrilling? A chill ran down Xia Li's spine. I just find it disgusting. Whoever fused you two is seriously twisted. I wonder too. Yagyu Chahaya shrugged. She's trying to investigate now, isn't she? Xia Li took a deep breath. Yagyu Chahaya, we can keep cooperating, but when you're scheming, tell me instead of always acting like you're teaching me how to get things done. Then you can teach me. She tilted her head with an innocent smile. Teach me how to be a person. My brain's not quite normal. I might even have some emotional gaps after all. My left and right hemispheres come from different people. She stepped closer, nearly pressing against Xia Li. You could even teach me what love is. Aren't you queer? Xia Li looked at her in disbelief. Could he really straighten out someone so bent? But my sister isn't. Yagyu Chahaya blinked. And I found out my own orientation isn't so absolute either. Better not. Xia Li shook his head. I don't admire you enough. Here was yet another target requiring immense courage to engage. Xia Li physiologically recoiled, unable to accept it. Later, in the basement lounge, Xia Li leaned back on the dark leather sofa, holding a half-filled cup of sake freshly poured by Yagyu Chahaya. The sake gently swirled in the cup, reflecting a faint glow. Opposite him, Yagyu Chahaya sat calmly, his expression composed but his eyes revealing a subtle complexity. Though their relationship was not fully harmonious, no irreconcilable conflict had arisen. Most of the tension stemmed from differences in perspective. After a moment of silence, Yagyu Chahaya spoke, shifting to the main topic. Xia Li, after that event, you ranked 80th on the wealth leaderboard. Do you remember? In just 2 hours, you made nearly 300,000 spirit stones, instantly gaining fame and becoming a legend. Xia Li looked up and connected to the public network. Multiple screens popped up, displaying detailed data from the wealth rankings. The top figure stunned him. Yueluan earned 10 billion spirit stones in half a day. The numbers on the screen seemed unbelievable. Was this even humanly possible? Yueluan's profile showed his half-day earnings were 10 times what ordinary people considered a small goal, creating a huge gap above second place. The runner-up made only 50 million in a full day, nowhere near Yueluan's 10 billion. Such a disparity not only highlighted Yueluan's uniqueness, but almost felt mythical. What did he do at that event? Xia Li asked, eyes fixed on the screen. Yagyu Chahaya pointed softly toward the ceiling and said, he unveiled the prototype of the 5th generation core and proposed the concept for the 6th generation, guiding nearly a century of core technology development. Where is he now? Xia Li pressed on. New Tokyo's upper city? Space station? Mars? The moon? Europa? Ganymede? Xia Li asked himself a series of speculative locations. With a sharp gleam, Yagyu Chahaya's voice carried awe. Proxima Centauri B. The answer left Xia Li nearly breathless. Yuelon had already left the solar system, heading into interstellar space for colonization and research, leaving Earth and its affairs far behind. Which faction does he belong to? Xia Li inquired. Enterprise Union. He's the honorary director of all core companies and part of the highest level management, Yagyu Chahaya explained. Such a position was significant. One of the top executives in the Enterprise Union, already pushing beyond the solar system's boundaries to pioneer interstellar expansion. This explained the overwhelming power of the Enterprise Union. Over a millennium, humanity led by corporations would inevitably evolve into a vast, terrifying behemoth of interests, a cosmic megacorporation. Xia Li quietly reflected, no matter the future, humanity will at least endure. He's a pioneer in that sense. Perhaps, Yagyu Chahaya replied with a trace of helplessness. But from the cosmos perspective, whether it's a cosmic megacorp or an interstellar empire, none of that should worry you now. Focus on the present moment and what you can do here. Don't get lost in distant futures. The atmosphere shifted subtly as Yagyu Chahaya changed the subject. The person who pushed you up the list was identified Park Jixing, a senior executive in Silver Star Group's marketing department, likely Kim Shutai's direct superior. Xia Li glanced at the list. Kim Shutai stood just ahead of him in 79th place, with a slightly higher score, earning nearly 400,000 spirit stones in 2 hours. His results aren't comparable to yours, Yagyu Chahaya explained. Silver Star Group backs him, so the money he earns may not even be entirely his. By the way, Yagyu Military Industry wants you as their brand ambassador. Signing bonus of 100,000 spirit stones, monthly salary of 2,000 spirit stones, plus 1 commission on transactions, 10-year contract. The air carried a subtle scent of temptation. Xia Li's thoughts surged as the path before him gradually came into focus. Chahaya Yagyu asked Xia Li if he was interested in finding a formal job, emphasizing that the salary and benefits were quite attractive. Xia Li shook his head without hesitation and declined, saying, working for a company isn't as fulfilling as volunteering for the democratic government. At least that way, my conscience is clear. Chahaya looked at him helplessly. Suit yourself. By the way, your value has skyrocketed, and your reputation is growing. You don't need to keep hunting demons anymore. Maybe it's time to change tactics and get close to Jin Shotai? Xia Li shook his head firmly, knowing deep down that the other path only meant stepping on others and devouring lives. He refused to submit to such a brutal game. I'm just better suited to slaying demons. Chahaya switched topics. Let's talk about your physical condition. I replaced your right eye with the Senmoku from Yagyu Military Industrial modeled after insect compound eyes. It has incredibly sharp dynamic vision. Besides thermal imaging, X-ray, and night vision, it also includes a spectral mode. She went on, your heart's pacemaker network was upgraded with a flexible metal myocardial layer. 2/3 of your cheekbone was replaced with Wang steel bone, and 8 teeth on the right side were swapped for Wang steel teeth. Inside your skull, I installed a shock-absorbing membrane. Your nose has a prosthetic bloodhound capable of highly sensitive detection of the scent of blood. The cochlea in your right ear was fitted with an auditory prosthetic that can pick up ultrasonic and infrasonic waves. It can accurately pinpoint sounds within 100 meters with 98% accuracy, even detecting the faint movement sounds of ants. Chahaya recited every detail of Xia Li's cybernetic modifications carefully. The explosion 3 days ago took much more than his right eye, destroyed biological functions in his nose and right ear, and severely damaged his cheekbone. After all, it had been a close-range blast with no protection. Surviving without losing his head was thanks to his advanced cultivation. Xia Li's tone was calm. I understand. Though his body was increasingly broken, who asked her to install prosthetics without his consent? He could have waited for flesh and blood regeneration. Chahaya shook her head. No, that was impossible. Why? Xia Li frowned. The acid rain that night was irradiated beyond safe limits. Your spiritual energy was completely depleted. Your energy channels dried up. Without your spiritual energy protecting you, when I brought you back, there was no time to hesitate, and I had to urgently remove the contaminated parts. Otherwise, your face would have been covered in tumors. Would you have put up with that? There's still anti-radiation treatment we can do afterward. Xia Li asked, how long does the anti-radiation treatment take? At least 6 months. Continuous removal of mutated tissue until all radiation effects are cleared. You still have enough time. Chahaya added, if you want, I can remove these prosthetics now. Early healing is always better. Resting for half a year and you'll recover. She studied him carefully, wondering if his attachment to preserving original flesh was stubbornness or a staunch belief in naturalism. But whatever the reason, the modifications were already in. Today, intelligent prosthetics were stronger than flesh and blood. It was time to let go of old ideas. Xia Li nodded slightly. That sounds reasonable. Good. Now, please proceed with payment. Your medical and prosthetic fees total 8,000 spirit stones. 8,000? Really? Xia Li was surprised. You only installed a few prosthetics. They're all top-tier parts from Yagyu Military Industrial. You can check the market value yourself, very expensive. You're on the path to riches now. Still need spirit stones? Spirit stones converted into combat power are the real treasure, not just sitting idly in your wallet attracting mosquitoes. Xia Li sighed. Chahaya, you're really overdoing it. Not at all. This is New Tokyo. Spirit stones come and go quickly. No need to worry. Chahaya teased. Then why not give me 80,000 worth of gear? Xia Li joked. I would if you were strong enough. You're already maxed out at Foundation Establishment stage gear. She smiled. You're misnamed. Chahaya means 1,000 springs, but for you, Chikeo 1,000 grasses fits better. Though Xia Li had gotten rich overnight, he still held tight to his spirit stones. He was strong at Foundation Establishment stage now, but the real upgrades would come at Golden Core stage, so he planned to replace what he could for now. Don't prank me with puns. Xia Li laughed. Then you come chow. With that, Chahaya pointed to the large bed in the lounge nearby, and Golden Core level spiritual power surged out. He'll sit on you, thoroughly refine your essence and energy, and, with tears in my eyes, install you a couple of kidneys to squeeze a few thousand more spirit stones out of you. As the energy dissipated, mixing mechanical whirs with refining magic, Xia Li lay down quietly, bracing himself for the change to come. That afternoon, Xia Li stepped into the tax-exempt zone once again. This time, his understanding of the place was completely different. Normally, between safe zones and danger zones, there would be a wide buffer area designated for the deployment of high-lethality weapons and emergency fallback to prevent threats from reaching the safe zone. Under democratic governments, this buffer was called a minefield, fortified with weapons on constant alert, forming the first line of defense for the safe zone. In corporate syndicates, this buffer became the tax-exempt Zonia dead end where bankrupt outcasts were sent, the final refuge for those deemed worthless. Meanwhile, in sects and noble families, the buffer zone was a training hall, a brutal proving ground that every member had to endure. Xia Li recalled the brutal clash 3 days ago reported in the news, where many bankrupts had lost their lives. He quickly had Tianxin investigate the exact casualties from that night. The reply came swiftly. There were 243 deaths in total, and none of the bankrupts who chose to oppose you survived. The armed forces of Silver Star Group showed no mercy and spared no one. Perhaps those bankrupts were unwilling to give up their last chance to turn the tide. Xia Li remained silent. He took a pack of spirit cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and inhaled deeply. He hadn't smoked for 500 years, ever since a lung cancer diagnosis ruined the habit. Touching these things was almost suicidal. But after negotiating follow-up plans with Lu Xing Qianchao, she had strongly recommended its spirit herb cigarettes were harmless and even beneficial, easing stress, sharpening the mind, and providing radiation resistance. He took another slow drag and moved forward. Not long after, Xia Li arrived at a collapsed, abandoned building. Around the rubble, surprisingly, were several pots of flowers crafted from scrap materials. Inside the ruins, a young girl crouched among the debris, surrounded by the discarded scraps from which she clearly had made these scrap flowers. Footsteps sounded behind her. The girl whipped her head around, eyes flashing with fear before quickly calming. It seemed she knew Xia Li's character and trusted he wouldn't harm her. Did you lose any loved ones among the dead? Xia Li approached, his voice calm but commanding attention. The girl nodded. My father, we were tricked into losing all our assets. What will you do next? Xia Li asked. She hung her head, voice cold and resigned. After finishing these 243 flowers, he'll die. Only 9 left to make. Her tone held no will to live. Xia Li pulled a phase ring from his pocket, withdrew a knife, and pressed the tip to her forehead. A drop of blood slid down her cheek. The girl stared at him in shock, confusion filling her eyes, but no resistance. It hit Xia Li's spirit was already gone. He boredly retracted the blade and took out a kinetic knife from the ring instead, handing it to her. After finishing the flowers, find a quiet place to die. Or, think it over again. What can you do with this knife? Even if you sell it at half price, it's worth 400 spirit stones. Before the girl could reply, Xia Li turned and walked away. Apparently, someone had indeed survived that night. They neither borrowed from him nor targeted him, so they escaped the disaster. He judged that this person was still salvageable. Behind him, the girl's voice called out. That night were you deliberately luring us into a trap? She had stood up, the sound of joints creaking clearly caught by Xia Li's prosthetic, allowing him to precisely track her movements. They didn't want to be tamed and enslaved by corporations, yet some were willing eager evento become the biting dogs. And you? Do you see yourself as a human or a dog? The girl wanted to argue that people like them, a bunch of bankrupt failures, didn't deserve human rights at all. But in that moment, she seemed to understand Xiao's meaning. He treated them as humans and held on to that dignity. This flame called dignity suddenly lit up the girl's cold heart. A human, she replied firmly. Xia Li nodded, a faint look of relief in his eyes. At last, someone worth saving. Then his tone hardened, carrying a fierce determination. If you still want to die, then at least die like a human. With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation or looking back. The fate of the girl was no longer his responsibility. Even if she died tonight at the hands of monsters, it was better than hanging herself in the wasteland, alone and desperate. An hour later, Xia Li crossed the border out of the tax-free zone and stepped into the radiation-heavy danger zone. The sky was a dull gray, radioactive dust swirling wildly on the breeze. The environment here was far worse than the danger zones near Linguang City. After just a few minutes, thick layers of dust had settled on Xia Li's cloak and shoulders. Have they arrived? He muttered softly. Suddenly he stopped. Spinning around sharply, he swung his demon blade with a roar at something behind him. The air split as if struck by steel, and a spray of eerie blue blood splattered. A sharp, agonized wail pierced the air. A black shadow rolled and thrashed on the ground, slowly going still. In front of Xia Li stood a creature the size of a leopard, hairless, tailless, eyeless, and pitch black. A Guang Yaoma demon low level but fast, skilled at stealth, and silently sneaking up behind prey. They could even counter spiritual and psychic detection. Their skin and blood were valuable. Tianxin immediately began to report detailed data, and Xia Li activated the function. Under psychic detection, the demon's presence nearly blended with ordinary air currents. These demons were rapidly evolving mutants, adapting to the spiritual energy environment by evolving countermeasures. Yet humans were evolving faster, boosted by their spiritual tech advancements. The demon's heartbeat was barely perceptible, but within 100 meters, Xia Li could track it precisely. The strange, indescribable stench clinging to its body was impossible to ignore. In electronic X-ray or thermal imaging modes, their outlines became even clearer. Xia Li studied their evolved stealth abilities, but noted they were easily countered by cyborg warriors. No hard exoskeleton, no rapid regeneration, no ranged attacks, and average speed and strength. Their venomous fangs were useless if they couldn't land a bite. Swiftly, he used his storage ring to pocket the demon's carcass. Another haul of spiritual stones secured. Suddenly strong winds blew as more Guang demons surged toward him. Their pride and invisibility was shattered by Xia Li's keen perception. Without cover, they were picked off one by one, nothing more than meat for his blade. Before long, the demons were wiped out. Just as Xia Li prepared to loot more trophies, Tianxin issued a sudden danger warning. He quickly activated his intellect art and sheathed his demon blade in one fluid motion. In the next moment, a large caliber bullet came hurtling toward his head, but with lightning-fast reflexes, Xia Li's blade sliced it clean in two. Xia Li realized immediately that he had been ambushed, yet he was not surprised in the least. If it weren't for the cleared-out match earlier, he would have been attacked multiple times already on his way from the tax-free zone. This was the harsh and ruthless rule of the corporate union. The most direct way to control overpopulation was through brutal elimination of the weakest, encouraging savage battles between people. By continuously culling the low-quality population, only the strongest and most adaptable would survive. Without wasting a word, the attacker used a gun, and Xia Li didn't hesitate to draw his star-marked sniper rifle. He found a concealed spot and waited quietly. Though cautious, the assailant fell silent after one shot, seemingly retreating, but Xia Li remained highly alert. Sure enough, just as he let his guard down, another bullet whizzed from a blind corner, narrowly missing him. With modern psychic weapons and cybernetic enhancements, long-distance sniper attacks from tens of thousands of meters were effortless, making Xia Li's usual detection methods seem woefully inadequate. Using his Tianxin system to replay and analyze the bullet's trajectory helped him roughly estimate the enemy's position, but his opponent would surely move quickly and set traps. It was an enormous headache. Xia Li frowned deeply, agitated like prey locked in the sights of a venomous snake. Around him, more than one snake might be lurking. In the dangerous zones controlled by the corporate union, hunting demons was no easy task, and some hunters didn't even touch demons. They preferred to prey on humans, looting their spoils. Activating his G-field shield, Xia Li adjusted his pace and pushed deeper into the zone. Along the way, he encountered hardly any demons, but was ambushed over 30 times by gunfire. Although none of the shots hit, the sheer frequency drained his concentration. Deciding he needed backup, Xia Li contacted Lu Shengqianchao for advice. Others had faced these persistent flies, and since the corporate union allowed their existence, they must have official ways to drive them off. Xia Li asked bluntly, "You mean the attackers?" Lu Shengqianchao replied, "Then just kill them all, right? Kill enough, and the flies will scatter." Xia Li shook his head. "They're extremely cautious, always attacking from beyond visual range. I can't catch them." Lu Shengqianchao pointed out, "You must have run into the Snake Eyes gang. They're known for ambushes in these danger zones. You can't kill them all, so you have to tolerate their harassment. Two options: bribe them with spirit crystals to buy peace temporarily, or hire guards. Snake Eyes mostly target lone wanderers." Xia Li asked, "Are there experts in Snake Eyes?" Lu Shengqianchao answered, "They have a dozen Yuaning cultivators and over 30 Jin Dan level members." Xia Li snorted coldly. "This place on Earth is such a pain. Yuaning all over the place and Jin Dan as common as dogs. Their levels may sound low, but the suppression they exert is dangerous. You could be killed instantly if you slip." He pressed on, "How much is the protection fee?" Lu Shengqianchao cautioned, "Your reputation precedes you. Snake Eyes might charge exorbitant prices." Better just hire guards. Xia Li shook his head again. If I have guards, I won't be able to discreetly make contact with that demon smuggling group you mentioned. The plan is to hunt down a lot of demons and use my role as a buyer to get close to them. As they spoke, Xia Li mapped out his next moves in his mind. On one hand, he had to face the cunning gangsters of Snake Eyes, while also carefully navigating contact with the dark smuggling networks. One misstep could mean endless disaster. The corporate union's danger zones were not only demon-infested hellscapes, but also battlefields rife with human treachery and covert power struggles. The road ahead was fraught with unknown risks and hidden attacks. Xia Li knew that only by staying constantly vigilant and adapting swiftly could he hope to survive and reach the farther goals he sought. Now that you can approach them as a buyer, having your guards accompany you to hunt high-level demons sends a clear signal. They openly show that you want a share of those high-level demon spoils. Chahaya Yagyu's repeated emphasis on spending a fortune in spirit stones only added to Xiala's frustration. Organizations like Shimu wouldn't last 3 days under a truly democratic government. But the reality was, the corporate alliance survived by collecting extortionate protection fees from guards, tacitly allowing groups like Shimu to exist truly a nest of vipers. A bold suspicion rose in Xiala's mind. Maybe Shimu was actually an enemy deliberately cultivated by one of the guard companies themselves. He preferred to maintain his role as a seller because it gave him easier access to insider information. The problem now was that had become notorious. Stepping outside his safe zone immediately put Shimu's informants on him. He remembered when he first got famous, paying a few hundred spirit stones in protection fees was all it took, and some of those expenses were reimbursed. He had long proposed using a more reliable channel, but Xia Li insisted on personally hunting demons. Chahaya Yagyu had come to completely understand Xiala's stubborn temper and repeatedly warned him, to no avail. She could only wait for him to hit a wall and turn back. She never expected trouble like Shimu to show up this quickly. Shimu's reputation in the danger zone was atrocious, almost universally hated. Their over-the-horizon sniper attacks did limited damage but amounted to nothing more than insults. Xia Li sneered, Chahaya, you know my temper. I hate the corporate alliance's rules more than anything. Whether it's hiring guards or paying protection fees, it just makes me miserable. If I must spend spirit stones, I'd rather invest them in plans to eliminate those thugs. I doubt any guards would really chase after Shimu. His initial goal, entering the danger zone, was demon hunting. But first, that ridiculous tournament delayed him, and now this nest of snakes and rats stirred trouble. If he had known before, he would have refused cooperation outright and sought other leads himself, maybe from Ziyuan City or the Shushan Sword sect, leaving Jinqiu Tai aside. Though these sects weren't as powerful as the democratic government, they caused far less annoyance. You've already tried resisting these rules, and you know how that turned out. If you want to go head-to-head anyway, I won't stop you, Chahaya Yagyu said with a mix of helplessness and resolve. Xia Li was already down after what happened 3 days ago. Now, having just stepped out of the tax-free zone, he was being forced to pay protection fees. He started doubting whether Chahaya's so-called cooperation was ever about helping him, or if she just saw him as a commercial resource to exploit for spirit stones. Why won't you just bow your head? Chahaya asked helplessly. Have you ever seen a legend who bowed their head? Xia Li countered. He was flesh and blood, with ambitions and desires. Though the title legend was largely crafted by the corporate alliance to boost his market value, he liked the identity nonetheless. A sickly boy from the old days, a coward burning out after 3 minutes of glory, the night he refused to give up was the night fate made him a legend. Dream chasers in New Tokyo watched him, the name and fame monument etched with Xia Li, a legend who chose not to kill in the battlefield. Now that you say it, you're right. I haven't seen a legend bow, but I have seen many legends lose their heads, Chahaya said thoughtfully. She seemed to understand that to reach the monument and become a legend required not just luck, but relentless perseverance. With that, she cut off their comms, leaving behind an atmosphere heavy with unspoken words and undying determination. Xia Li pressed deeper into the danger zone. After more than 10 minutes, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind from the Tianxin system. Yagyu D-32 satellite is requesting connection. Do you approve? Unexpectedly, a satellite from Yagyu Military Industry was trying to establish contact with him. Xia Li was briefly taken aback, but quickly realized this must be a method Yagyu Chahaya had arranged to help him eliminate those venomous snakes. Without hesitation, he accepted the connection. As soon as the message connection complete appeared, his electronic eye immediately displayed countless red dots, each annotated with detailed information. Within a radius of 100,000 meters around him, everyone's precise locations were clearly marked and visible. The interface then showed a friendly reminder. The other party may request to conceal their location. You may spend an equal amount of spirit stones to interrupt this request. Xia Li quickly activated auto-payment, thinking corporate alliances don't even miss a chance to make spirit stones. On the surface, this battle looked like a lose-lose situation as enemies lost their lives, but he burned through spirit stones. Yet he didn't mind at all. Hiring bodyguards was costly and might require sharing profits with the venomous snakes. Rather than waste money, He'd rather let Yagyu military industry earn something, as long as they dealt a painful blow to the snakes. He was at the nascent soul stage. Hiding was effortless for him. His real targets were opponents at the Golden Core Foundation establishment stage. Now, with both his prosthetic enhancements and cultivation at the highest level for the Foundation stage, his combat strength nearly rivaled latest-stage Golden Core masters. This time, he aimed to make a name for himself through his own strength, forging a path uniquely his own. Protection fees never ended, but satellite usage fees were a one-time expense. Even if he ran short, he could use spirit stones to buy support from the Heavenly Dao computer's calculations. Since spending spirit stones was inevitable, he was determined to spend them boldly and maximize their effectiveness. After locking onto his target's location, Xia Li could even access the satellite view, directly displaying an overhead map of the area before his eyes. The biggest trouble at the moment was that the satellite had marked everyone in the vicinity, nearly 30 people, and not all of them were members of Snake Eye. No matter though, catching one would be enough. Using Hidden Wing's technical capabilities, he could then lock onto all of them. Xia Li quickly selected the target closest to him. He rose on the wind and sprinted forward at high speed. A few minutes later, as the distance gradually shortened, a public communication suddenly entered his mind. Friend, how about we both take a step back? Sure. First, reimburse me for the satellite activation fee. Xia Li replied without courtesy. Don't you see where we are? The protection fee can be discounted, and my people will even help you hunt demons and monsters. And then shoot me in the head when I'm injured? Not interested. You're not someone who's hurting for a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Why be so stubborn? We're not greedy, just 100,000. That's all. The other party clearly thought their price was fair. After all, Xia Li was a celebrity who had made a fortune of 300,000 spirit stones 3 days ago, a record plainly visible on the wealth rankings. Just 100,000. Xia Li repeated the figure. 100,000 spirit stones was a fortune most ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime. Even typical wealthy individuals had total assets of only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Do you really think you can hold on to it? The other party sneered. We're helping you. Otherwise, wherever you go, you'll find our forces. The major criminal organizations in New Tokyo had long set their sights on this fat prize. Xia Li venturing into this dangerous territory on his own was like prey delivering itself to their doorstep. Xia Li let out a cold laugh. I don't necessarily think I can protect myself, but how I spend my money is still my decision. How about this? I'll pay 300,000 spirit stones to buy all your lives. Deal. You. At least I'll die satisfied. The other party cursed furiously, and the audio was immediately cut off. Xia Li quickened his pace. 3 minutes later, he had landed before his target. He drew his blade to strike, but the man quickly threw down his gun and raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. I have family. Joining Snake Eye was unavoidable. You understand, right? Your past has nothing to do with me. I'm not selling morality, and you can't afford it anyway. Before he finished speaking, the man felt a chill on his neck as Xia Li's hand clamped firmly onto the back of his skull, forcibly prying open his cranium with his index finger and extracting the Tianqin chip. 4th generation Tianqin? Good, not 5th generation. Xia Li immediately hacked into it with his divine sense, forcefully cracking the man's Tianqin. The security protections of the 4th generation were far inferior to later versions. The technological gap between generations was obvious. As the other party attempted to urgently erase the data, Xia Li had already excavated some data fragments, quickly recovered them, and obtained detailed intelligence. The overall combat strength of Snake Eye members was limited, but they excelled at Bayan visual range strikes. Their Tianqin Lingshu techniques, spell combinations, and weapon configurations were all enhanced around this principle. Hitandran tactics and ambushes were their basic strategies. They were skilled at concealment and employed sustained hunting strategies to defeat stronger opponents. At the same time, Xia Li also intercepted their communication frequency, which would allow him to accurately identify Snake Eye members. Only terminals connected to this frequency band were activated for target filtering. Xia Li directly transmitted the frequency band where the Snake Eye members were located to the satellite. After a brief analysis on their side, the number of red blips sharply decreased. Xia Li had to admit, the Snake Eye organization was indeed skilled at ambush and harassment tactics, but as a member of Hidden Wing, he trusted that his technical skills surpassed theirs. With precise targets identified, the next steps became much easier. No worries about collateral damage or wasting spiritual stones unnecessarily. He immediately paid the usage fee for the space-based weapon, 16,500 spiritual stones for 15 rounds of ammunition, including a 1,500 tax. Xia Li did not hesitate to pay. After all, a major corporation openly spending money also served as a deterrent to the enemy. Only with assets of this scale could they have real strategic value. Otherwise, hoarding spiritual stones did nothing but invite contempt from foes. Payment confirmed. Please designate attack targets. Strike all currently locked targets. Weapon priming, T9. Xia Li quickly locked onto all the nearby Snake Eye members, a total of 15 people. Through the satellite's auxiliary camera, He watched the massive launch device slowly unfold in Spacian orbital railgun launcher the size of a skyscraper releasing itself from a folded disk. This was the space-based weapon capable of precision strikes on the ground from orbit. Lushing military industry specialized in arms sales, so naturally its satellites were weaponized Zhejiant sniping guns stationed in outer space, with a price tag to match. The lock targets frantically tried to cancel the lock by offering spiritual stones 3,000, 2,500, then continuing to pile on 15 Snake Eye members nearly emptied their pockets hoping to avoid being targeted. But Xia Li was resolute. He treated spiritual stones like child's play. If they wanted to buy their lives with stones, he would gladly present them a grand gift with just a finger. The 15 Snake Eye members spent over 30,000 spiritual stones trying to break the lock, while Xia Li kept paying to interrupt their attempts, creating a rapid, two-way flow of stones that accumulated until this strike ultimately cost him 40 or 50,000 stones. This might be the most expensive fireworks of his life, but also a fierce declaration. If you dare steal from me, I will turn your precious spiritual stones into the death you fear most. 3, 2, 1. Xia Li counted down softly. At the instant he reached 1, 15 fiery orange beams suddenly shot down from the horizon. One by one, the locked targets lost all vital signs, the screen's signal cut off, and their engines fell silent. This was the power of the Corporation Alliance. As long as you have enough spiritual stones, enemies were just fleeting shadows wiped out with a few fingertip commands. Assets equaled combat power. To ordinary poor souls, this was a merciless hell. Yet a faint anxiety stirred in Xia Li's heart. The enemy could wield the same tactics in return. He could be countered at any moment. As the beams faded, the Tianqin system popped up a strange communication request. Republicans, you're looking for death. As soon as Xia Li logged in, an angry voice rang out. Clearly, the corporate alliance disdainfully called the democratic government's citizens Republicans, with hostility dripping from every word. Then he'll compensate you for your losses. Reveal your location. He'll pay you every last spiritual stone I have. Xia Li spoke without hesitation, furiously buying more orbital gun shells and preparing to keep bombarding these unreasonable aggressors. After Xia Li offered to pay compensation, the other side immediately cut off communication, as if afraid the signal was being traced. Xia Li wasn't worried about that gang seizing control of his satellite access. These groups, notorious for robbing in dangerous zones, almost all had bounties on their heads. They weren't even qualified to use satellite services. Even if they had spirit stones, they couldn't activate a satellite. At best, they could use spirit stones to cancel a satellite's lock on them, putting them completely on the defensive. Corporations still followed certain rules in this regard. But 10 minutes later, while Xia Li was scanning for other members of the Shimu organization through the satellite, Lu Shang Qianchao suddenly sent a communication request. The bad news was that Xing Group, that utterly ruthless player, had just activated satellite lock on this entire area. Apparently, they intended to help Shimu and try to eliminate Xia Li. Give me the specifics. Does Xing Group dare to use orbital weapons directly against me? Xia Li asked. It's possible. But afterward, they'll claim collateral damage caused by demon interference to evade responsibility and launch an investigation process. But those investigations are at best superficial. Corporations almost never get justice against each other, Lu Sheng replied. So should I withdraw now? Head back to the tax-free zone first? Xia Li was still angry, but his mood had improved somewhat. Retreat wasn't so bad if he had to accept it. Besides, his main goal was basically achieved. It made those trying to seize his spirit stones realize they weren't given freely and would be weaponized against them. Retreatment was an option, but clearly he didn't want to give up easily. Retreating is one option, but I have a second plan, Lu Xing said. Go on. Our satellites can directly interfere with Xing satellites. Either everyone uses satellites, or no one does. The choice is yours. This put Xia Li in a dilemma. Compared to Shimu, he relied on satellites more. But if both sides use satellites, Xing Group might use orbital weapons right away. So far Xing hadn't fired, probably out of respect for Xia Li's reputation. If they struck outright, they'd lose face. Oh, I just got new info. Shima's top leader is Kong Quan Security Company. I'm investigating the ties between Kong Quan and Xing. Your skill at luring the snake out of its hole is impressive. In day 1 you forced Xing exec Park Jixing to emerge. 3 days later Shima's internal affairs were exposed. Lu Sheng analyzed while sending over data that showed the plan was progressing smoothly. And next, I suggest you come back first. I just recompiled Shima's historical data and found besides robbery, they've been blocking the Monster Hunting Association from killing certain problematic demons. Alright, you're not volunteering to infiltrate Shima deeper? Heeding my advice so easily? I don't fear Shimu, but with Xing involved, I'm not that foolish. Xia Li cooled down and realized he needed a long-term strategy. Shimu obviously meant something special to Xing Group, who surprisingly advised him to back off. Once satellites started being used, Lu Shang's intelligence unit would closely monitor the situation and quickly piece together many clues from existing info. Then take that route back. Don't go through the tax-free zone. Watch out for Yinxing's ambush, Lu Sheng warned. It seemed Xia Li's insistence on entering the danger zone made Yinxing mistakenly think he held crucial intelligence. Shortly after, Lu Sheng sent over a map of a complex underground passage, the defensive underground city, built 500 years ago. Not far from Xia Li's location, there was an entrance to a hidden underground passage. Without hesitation, Xia Li hurried there. The entrance lay buried 3 meters beneath a thick layer of radioactive dust. Carefully, he made his way through the dust and scattered rubble until he reached an open area. He activated the night vision function of his electronic eye, and the scene before him tightened his chest. It was an abandoned subway station. The air was heavy with a rancid, musty smell, the lingering stench of decay from years of neglect. Following the map's guidance, Xia Li pressed deeper inside. Suddenly, Tianxin's voice alerted him. You are entering a no-signal zone. Alarmed, Xia Li tried to contact Lu Sheng Qianchao, but the communication signal became patchy and unreliable. Puzzled, he wondered how an underground passage could have a no-signal zone. The Tiandao network claimed coverage throughout the entire solar system, even down to the Earth's core, was uninterrupted. Could someone have installed a signal jammer here? A chilling thought flashed through Xia Li's mind. This place might be controlled by some mysterious organization. Moreover, a type of demon known as the infant whaler sprang into his thoughts. These creatures specialized in disrupting electronic devices and could forcibly implant hallucinations into human brains. Although their bodies were extremely fragile and timid, feeding only on corpses, they would avoid living targets if they moved. Simply electrocute myself and let Tianxin lead the way. Xia Li began to plan, but Tianxin interrupted urgently. Don't. It's best to memorize the route first, then put me to sleep. Though infant whalers can be killed by an ordinary kick, they can forcibly interfere with Tianxin's functions. Xia Li froze. It was the first time he'd heard of a demon that could counter his Tianxin system. But Tianxin's operation was actually prone to brain signal interference. No matter how it identified commands as unauthorized, it couldn't refuse orders. Only Tianxin units with the advanced spirit frame architecture might have the autonomy to reject commands. A rare design capable of self-awareness and potentially even overriding their host. This information gave Xia Li an eerie chill. No wonder the Silver Star Group dared to block this route even without Tianxin's assistance. He felt more confident. After all, he had absorbed the battle memories of Kondo Suga, a master from the Hondakoryu school who believed in self-training over reliance on Tianxin. Tianxin's voice softened with a hint of bitterness. It seems Lu Sheng Qianchao planned ahead when he gave you those combat memories to help you escape. Resigned, Xia Li cut off communications, put Tianxin into sleep mode, and even disconnected all neural connections to his prosthetics. Without night vision and hearing, his senses were incomplete. Having lost his nose and gone deaf in one ear, only the Ling Shu meridian functioned normally. He now had to rely purely on his own abilities. His memory barely retained any spells, but thankfully his swordsmanship remained proficient. Releasing his divine sense, Xia Li realized he had to quickly master a few purely self-taught techniques. Without Tianxin to support him, losing this cheat code meant his combat power would collapse instantly. He continued forward when suddenly the tunnel transformed. What was once dark became illuminated by a gentle light from nowhere, revealing a once bustling subway station. Not far ahead, a small all-white dog sat wagging its tail at him. Xia Li's heart tightened. Was this a demon's hallucination trick? Each strand of the dog's fur was exquisitely detailed, seeming almost tangible under his gaze, stirring a fleeting sensation of the soft texture he once felt. Xia Li stared at the dog, skeptical and uneasy. If not for fear of Silver Star Group's ambush, he might have hesitated to continue down this path. His only hope was Lu Sheng Qianchao's calm and cunning, trusting he could lure out hidden dangers and uncover secrets. At that moment, the hallucination shifted to reveal a mature woman in glasses and a white lab coat quietly standing beside the dog. This figure had appeared to Xia Li only twice before. Professor Yanqing, a renowned neuromedical expert from 5 centuries ago, and a key founder of the Human Cryopreservation Project. Xia Li had briefly met her only when joining the project and before his own freezing, exchanging only a few words. Why would such a rare and unfamiliar figure appear in a hallucination, rather than someone more familiar? Complex questions flooded Xia Li's mind. Professor Yan's presence hinted this passage was no ordinary route. A deeper secret awaited him to uncover. Demons rampaging across the earth often carry chilling, terrifying traits. Take the Chu Guang they encountered before, for example. Although thermal imaging devices were no longer cutting-edge technology by then, they were still far from being commonplace. As a result, early encounters with demons cost humans dearly, with devastating casualties. In contrast, when facing Yao spirits, people actually found them to be much more refined in appearance. After all, while both demons and spirits were enemy factions, demons would devour spirits, but spirits would never harm demons. Xia Li stared quietly at the apparition of Professor Yanqing, but his mind couldn't grasp the pattern behind these illusions. This kind of mirage was completely different from the infant crying illusion on the other side. It couldn't be broken down using soul techniques. In the cultivation world, most illusions were mind-boggling spells, while the infant crying illusion simulated brain signals, an almost fully immersive biological VR illusion. The illusion before him seemed more like a non-biological mental simulation, with no weak points to exploit. The illusionary Yanqing gazed intently at Xia Li for a long time, then suddenly turned and left. The little dog following behind him trotted quickly to keep up. Xia Li didn't follow, understood that the other side was clearly manipulating his curiosity. As long as he kept his sense of direction and followed the planned path, he would be fine. Taking a deep breath without hesitation, Xia Li jumped down onto the subway tracks. This direction felt right to him. The moment he landed, a roaring sound filled his ears. An out-of-control subway train thundered toward him. Instinctively, Xia Li closed his eyes, and the noise instantly drained away. Everything went silent. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different place, a clean, bright office decorated in a style clearly from 500 years ago. Inside, a group of people were arguing heatedly, the atmosphere tense. Professor Yin, what exactly did you do to the frozen subjects? Why is it that none of them can be awakened after being thawed? One voice demanded angrily and urgently. More figures appeared, the debate growing louder and sharper. Professor Yin, the world's first case of frozen revival has occurred, and all the frozen subjects under your care have died with zero neural activity. This is murder. Yanqing, your technology has serious flaws. We must investigate you. Yanqing. The voices gradually faded, and the office dimmed and aged. Half of Yanqing's hair had turned white with frost. An elderly yet dignified middle-aged woman confronted her fiercely. Professor Yin, I'm sure I don't need to introduce myself. You are also a brain science expert. I have examined your technology and found critical issues with the cellular antifreeze solution you used. You must explain, where exactly does this antifreeze come from? The woman's anger was barely contained, her expression tense. Xia Li's heart tightened sharply. This woman bore a striking resemblance to his mother, about 70% similar. Professor Xia, since we're in the same field, you should understand current technology still has fatal flaws, with less than half of frozen patients surviving. By contrast, my technology can guarantee 100 survival. A method to awaken them is still being developed. What a joke. The questioner snapped coldly. The neural activity of the frozen is nearly indistinguishable from death. They're just frozen corpses. You can cremate your brother's body. The experiment contract was clear: voluntary participation, no coercion, and no money taken from your family. The woman known as Professor Xia clenched her fists, anger boiling inside. At this moment, Xia Li finally recognized her. It was his sister, now middle-aged, Xia Shu. You think you and I stand on the same level, but you haven't even climbed halfway up the mountain. The path you're on has already pushed the limits of current physics, and without a groundbreaking theoretical breakthrough, it's a dead end with no future. Meanwhile, I am walking a path unlike anything anyone has taken before. Yanqing said this with pride. Your crazy people are dead, and you're still putting on this act. Xia Shu's voice was full of doubt and frustration. Professor Xia frowned and replied calmly, your definition of life is too narrow, relying too heavily on results observable by conventional means. What do you mean? Xia Shu's gaze sharpened. Do you believe living beings have souls? If they do, what kind of existence should it be? Yanqing asked, his eyes serious. A soul? Isn't that just another name for consciousness? Xia Shu answered, puzzled. No. The soul is the second carrier of consciousness, with the brain being the first. And the path you study is the third carrier. Yanqing's voice was low and resolute. Digitizing consciousness is impressive, and you are a core member of that team. But have you ever truly seen a soul? He slowly took an empty flower pot from the bookshelf and gently placed it on the desk. Is there anything in here? You'd say no, so there isn't. But I believe there is, and so it appears. As he finished speaking, a crystal-clear lotus flower blossomed inside the previously empty pot, shimmering like finely carved crystal, casting a mysterious, dreamlike glow. Yanqing spoke slowly. This was found 30 years ago during an excavation of the Kunlun Kavisa plant, existing in a quantum state. Do you think this is science? Impossible. How can this be? It's not scientific. Xia Shu was stunned into silence. It's not unscientific, Yanqing said firmly. If people from ancient times traveled to the present, they'd also find modern technology inconceivable. From this quantum plant, I extracted a special quantum substance and made it into a medicine, which I injected into those who were cryogenically frozen. The result is that, in your eyes, those people are dead. But quantum sensors show their thoughts exist as invisible particles of light, continuously linked to their bodies. Those particles shats their soul. Yanqing sighed, his expression somber. I do this for them. Once they awaken, they gain a second carrier of consciousness, the soul, becoming psychics. They can move objects remotely, send voices directly into minds, and even survive within another's flesh and blood. He paused, his tone growing more grave. What's currently missing is a special kind of energy. It must have existed on ancient Earth. It will be the key to waking them up. Just as oxygen sustains life, the soul needs to breathe another kind of oxygen, spiritual energy. A proud light shone in Yanqing's eyes, as if he had opened a whole new world. I see now, Xiaoshu nodded. The astonishing sight shattered her rational defenses, and her scientific training helped her quickly adjust, no longer rejecting Yanqing's seemingly mad ideas. So the reason they can't wake is because the soul lacks this oxygen, right? Exactly, Yanqing smiled. Just as oxygen levels varied across Earth's history, when my medicine is injected into an ordinary body, it enters a state of suspended animation like a pupating chrysalis in winter. But it's just the cocoon before the butterfly emerges. His explanation completely changed Xiaoshu's understanding of the situation. Yanqing wasn't a crank or a quack, was simply far ahead of his time, misunderstood by everyone else. Professor Yan, I've decided to fund your work. I can pay for the patent fees. Please, take good care of my brother. Don't worry. I guarantee your brother will always receive the best preservation conditions. Even if the Third World War breaks out, nuclear or otherwise, won't suffer a single scratch. Yanqing promised solemnly. Xia Li finally understood. These illusions were actually echoes from the past, reflections of events that once truly happened. But to fully record these memories, the person involved had to be present and somehow able to influence the manifestation of the vision. And clearly, only two people knew the full truth: his sister Xiaoshu and Professor Yanqing. Yet why did these images happen to appear before him now? That question lingered in Xia Li's mind. Then, a sudden realization struck him. The luminous quantum inside the Heavenly Dao computer meant that the path of fate had been calculated long ago. His decision to travel all the way to New Tokyo and take this path was no accident. It was precisely because he met Linguang that he learned of the existence of the mecha core. Investigating the mecha core led him unexpectedly to footprints his sister had left behind. Fate, more often than not, is really just the sum of choices. Events that seem like coincidence are actually the inevitable weaving of destiny's hand amid those choices. Who was watching him from behind these visions, deliberately showing him these scenes? Xia Li didn't rush to guess. Instead, he patiently continued studying the visions, turning the pages. The story that followed was a testament to the close cooperation between Yanqing and Xiaoshu. They blended their knowledge, complementing each other as they constantly pushed the boundaries of understanding and proposed new theories. Their academic friendship was pure and profound. Over time, both experienced a reverse rejuvenation phenomenon. Biological breakthroughs had extended the human lifespan to 300 years. Until one fateful night, a sudden shock shattered the calm. Xiaoshu, bloodied and clutching a pistol, dressed neatly in a suit, staggered to Yanqing. In her hand was a translucent chip, stained with blood. Yanjia, you must hide this. Xiaoshu's voice was hoarse, but resolute. Yanqing looked at her seriously. So you really did it after all. I can't let our research become a tool for domination. The original purpose of science is to benefit the people, not enslave them, Xiaoshu said with a heartbreaking conviction. But if you do this, you'll never see your brother wake up. Your bond is so deep, isn't it? First, take me to see him, Yanqing responded gently, full of hopeful expectation. Supporting the weakened Xiaoshu, Yanqing led her step by step toward the cryogenic storage room. Neither hurried to open the container. They steadied each other, moving with difficulty but determination. Before a cold cryo chamber, frost-covered glass showed a sleeping young man, his very breath seemingly frozen in time. Yanqing whispered, "We've known each other for so many years, but you never told me why you and your brother are so close. Many are frozen here, but fewer come to visit. Even if someone assumes the frozen are dead, those who claim their bodies are rare," Xiaoshu said with a trace of helplessness. Yanqing understood the distance that grows even between family. Time, once it erodes communication, eventually turns loved ones into the most familiar strangers. Yet for decades Xiaoshu remained constant. Whenever overwhelmed or lost, she came to the cryochamber to watch over Xia Li. It had become a habit, an unbreakable persistence. Her voice lowered. Honestly, I didn't like my brother. Our parents were always busy, rarely home. We fought all the time as kids, fighting over toys, the TV, even physical fights, especially when mom and dad were gone. A bitter smile flashed over her face. By middle school he grew up, but I still found him annoying. Then, she confessed, I was a loner as a kid, maybe gifted, much more mature than others. I thought everyone was childish and didn't fit in. My brother even seemed like an imbecile to me. That childhood estrangement revealed her solitary struggles growing up, making their sibling bond complicated but real. Xia Li listened quietly, knowing the shards of those old times would hold the keys to unraveling the future's mysteries. The story was far from over, and the illusions persisted, as fate's tapestry slowly unfolded. One time, after a huge argument with him, I suddenly noticed a cactus thorn stuck in my wrist. No matter how hard I tried to pinch it out with my fingers, it wouldn't budge. Growing impatient, I was about to use a knife to dig it out when my brother accidentally bumped into me. Guess what he did? He rushed over, grabbed me in a tight hug, and kept apologizing repeatedly. mumbling an endless stream of embarrassingly sweet words. I thought the whole scene was kind of funny, so I said nothing and let the misunderstanding linger naturally. From then on, he never got mad at me again. No matter what I did, he was always by my side, insisting on tagging along everywhere. Going to a friend's house for drinks and barbecue? He came too. Playing online games? He had to be there. Even going for a foot massage, he insisted on dragging me along. When I took a shower, he would stand outside the door, using his phone or watch to time it, knocking every 3 minutes, afraid I might get out of his sight even for a moment. At first, his attention felt amusing, but over time it became a habit, a comforting sense of being surrounded. I started to enjoy the feeling of unconditional care. Until he left me. There was no dramatic clash, no deep, unforgettable love story. Their relationship was simply built on habit. Habitually being watched, habitually having someone who constantly cared. This kind of love-wrapped life was addictive. You're kind of hard to understand too, Yanqing said with a bitter smile. This is clearly just bullying. But it wasn't until he was frozen that I had the courage to tell him the real truth that night. I never wanted to kill myself. I was just out of sync with others, so withdrawn that my peers kept their distance. I had strong pride, and none of it had anything to do with him. The problem was with me. I kept getting mad at him, mocking him by calling him an idiot. I was the one who messed things up. I deserved to get beaten by my brother. Yet every time he hit me, I fought back. Brother, I miss you so much. Beat me again, please. Xia looked at Xia Li lying silently in the cryo chamber, tears filling his eyes. The Xia Li trapped in the illusion could only watch silently in return, sighing quietly. He too stood before the chamber, gazing at the memory of his younger sister. My dear sister, he murmured, this time, you really toughened up. Your punches got harder. You're simply not human. I was afraid you couldn't handle things before, worried I was too harsh on you. But I never thought it was because I wasn't harsh enough. Xia Li felt a dizzy numbness in his head. It turned out the reason his sister had become so well-behaved after growing up was not because of his meticulous care, but because she humbly acknowledged herself deep down. Looking at this chapter of their past, he felt both amused and heartbroken that was simply his stubborn, tough-talking sister. Years had passed, but the past no longer mattered. Xia slowly lost his breath and collapsed in front of the cryo chamber, and with his final moment, he finally spoke words he had longed to say. Xia, if our theory is correct, you won't die this time. You'll ascend, evolve. It's just, I don't know when we'll meet again. Yanqing pulled out a fine needle from her pocket and precisely pierced Xiaoshu's temple. Moments later, a team of fully armed personnel stormed into the lab, entered the cold storage room, and carried Xiaoshu away. Yanqing made no resistance, but calmly explained that Xiaoshu's purpose was simply to visit his family one last time. After that, memories grew hazy. Time sped up rapidly inside the illusion where Xia Li remained. After losing his only friend, Yanqing quietly devoted herself to technical research, almost like a person forgotten by time. But no matter what, the world kept turning. As signs of spiritual energy gradually revived, outbreaks of mutated plants and animals wreaked havoc across various regions, causing injuries and panic. Yanqing, inheriting Xiaoshu's extensive knowledge, began focusing on life sciences, dedicating himself to studying these mutated creatures in hopes of finding ways to combat the monsters and help humanity survive. However, the situation suddenly took a turn. Xia Li noticed that the illusions before him started flickering uncertainly, sometimes clear, sometimes shattered as if an invisible hand was repeatedly tearing apart a painted scroll. At the same time, the space around him briefly revealed the true appearance of that dark tunnel. The illusions came and went intermittently, as though someone was desperately trying to convey critical information to Xia Li, but was continuously disrupted by unknown forces. Just as the vision was about to vanish completely, Xia Li glimpsed a scene. Yanqing being forced to jump into the sea, with the pursuer's face blurred beyond recognition. He barely made out that Yanqing seemed connected to a mysterious research organization. The scene shifted again, showing a massive jellyfish slowly drifting up from beneath a cliff. The giant creature's body shimmered with dazzling, multicolored hues, and its facial contours reflected an image of Yanqing, though its features quickly faded into obscurity. Xia Li's heart clenched. This was the demonic overlord he knew all too well, Xinsu. This demon lacked a physical form, yet possessed immense psychic power. It moved stealthily and was rarely seen by anyone. It could even roam through space and was the only demon ever recorded leaving Earth, last spotted deep beneath Jupiter's moon Europa's icy ocean. Reports also indicated that Xinsu observed human colonial outposts on other planets. Though it had never directly attacked humans, its intelligence and strength made it a formidable threat. The illusion vanished, leaving only pitch-black darkness where not even a hand could be seen. Xia Li fumbled through his phase ring, searching for anything useful. Not long before, he had killed a member of the Shimu faction at close range. Though the enemy hadn't worn a phase ring, Xia Li had managed to grab his gun, which seemed to have a built-in illumination module. Xia Li pulled out the gun and activated the light. Unexpectedly, It emitted a harsh ultraviolet glow, painfully bright. He quickly switched modes from UV to blue light, then to normal brightness. Detaching the illumination module and using it as a flashlight, the surrounding area lit up considerably, easing the oppressive weight of the darkness. With the light, Xia Li scanned the dim corners. He caught vague shapes of several humanoid creatures curled up, avoiding even shadows and silently crawling deeper into the darkness. They were small, with grotesquely oversized heads, their twisted forms nauseating like enormous malformed infants. These were the feared infant whales. Crouching down, Xia Li examined one closely. The creature sensed his approach and let out a sharp, fracturing whale part baby's cry, part desperate howl. Xia Li immediately used his divine sense to scan it. The distorted anatomy appeared in his mind. A spine but no ribs, internal organs unlike any humans, limbs barely comparable to normal bones. Its swollen brain tissue was clearly visible inside the bloated skull. Was it a human mutation or a failed infant experiment? Xia Li was no longer shocked by demon transformation experiments. Early in the spiritual awakening era, human cultivation was limited and faced ever stronger demons. Conventional firearms gradually lost effectiveness, eventually leaving nuclear weapons as the only extreme measure to eradicate threats. In those desperate times, nations frantically sought survival methods, human experiments, demon fusion, merciless, cruel, and inhumane. The infant whales were very likely the twisted products of these human trials, artificially made demons. How many innocent babies had been sacrificed? Xia Li had no way of knowing. The pinnacle of these experiments was said to be the legendary Xia Li. It was the strongest man-made demon, having ascended into a completely different cosmic life form. In illusions, Xia Li appeared stunningly beautiful, vibrant, and dreamlike. Rising, Xia Li left the infant whales behind and pressed onward. Suddenly, a series of terrifying illusions flickered before him. This was the true attack instinct of the infant whales. The previous illusions had seen were a different kind of mental assault. As for the mastermind, Xia Li had his suspicions. The visions included the perspective of Xia Shu's death, something only Yin Qing, now known as Xia Li, could produce. Xia Li had returned to Earth, possibly nearby, trying to send him some message. Accelerating his pace in the darkness, Xia Li pushed forward. About an hour later, he discovered the cause of the illusions cutting out. Two corpses lay on the ground, being devoured by infant whales. Approaching cautiously, he identified the bodies freshly dead, blood not yet dried. Were they from the Silver Star group? Frowning, Xia Li noted the back of their heads had been torn apart by the creatures. Their brains had long since been eaten. Two infant demons were gnawing noisily on something. Xia Li stepped forward to grab it, but the moment his hand reached out, the infants let out piercing, ear-splitting screams that stabbed into his mind, nearly tearing his nerves apart with unbearable pain. Stop screaming. Here, eat this, it tastes better. Xia Li quickly pulled a pill from his pocket and held it out. To his surprise, the infants, with their little paws stained with fresh blood, took the pill and swallowed it, spitting out what they had been chewing, a Tianqin core. Just as Xia Li suspected, they had almost mistaken the coveted core for food. Using the same method, Xia Li exchanged another pill from the mouth of the second infant. He had the strength to wipe out this group of monsters entirely, but for some unknown reason, a sudden wave of compassion washed over him. These demons before him were weak lives lurking helplessly in the darkness, their resistance minimal. Their so-called attacks were likely instinctive attempts to defend their territory. After this act of kindness, the terrifying hallucinations that had intermittently haunted him vanished. The infants munched on the pills in the shadows, laughing and playing like innocent children, except their clothes and claws were stained with blood and brains, writhing amid the gore. Sigh the sins of the past, Xia Li murmured with a heavy heart. He had witnessed the dark side of a democratic government firsthand. Though some details remained hazy, the evil truth behind corporate alliances was plain before him. The new era lacked national boundaries but remained trapped in the stale ideologies of the old world. Certain civilizations were stubbornly resistant to change. Suddenly, one infant boldly grabbed Xia Li's pant leg and gestured for more. Xia Li smiled ruefully, counted the infants around him, and drew out the same number of pills. He still had plenty of qi refining stage pills, which, though less potent than foundation establishment stage ones, were sufficient for these fragile creatures. The infants took the pills and emitted low, non-piercing cries that echoed softly in the darkness, only to be answered from deeper shadows. In an instant, scenes from the underground tunnels flashed through Xia Li's mind, several shadowy figures moving furtively in hiding. Thank you, children, Xia Li whispered gently. He understood that the surface's human beings were crueler than the demons underground, making these infants comparatively easier to deal with. He then focused, reconnecting his neural links and restarting his prosthetic body. The full function of the Tianqin cores was restored. He was certain these infants would no longer launch attacks on him. Consider this protection money. Qi refining pills are worth a few spirit stones at most, he muttered, placing a pill bottle on the ground. To his surprise, All the infants nodded in unison, showing coordinated understanding, proving they comprehended human speech and perhaps shared some collective consciousness. You never mind, Xia Li sighed, initially wanting to ask more, but realizing the futility. What could he really change? If others discovered the infants could communicate, these pitiful beings might be exploited as tools, or even weaponized as counters to the Tianqing course, sparking new waves of war. Children, do your best not to communicate with anyone except me, all right? Xia Li warned solemnly, his voice low and firm. With that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. After regaining control of his core implant, Xia Li immediately headed toward the enemy location provided by Ku. The Silver Star Group had actually sent people out to ambush him. Such shameless audacity was no coincidence. There had to be a hidden agenda behind it. In the dim passageway, Xia Li moved silently and crouched low, discreetly hacking into the intruder's implants. The enemy's model was clearly displayed Hunter Blade B type, 4th generation, produced by the Monster Hunting Association, equipped with specialized functions against various demons. Xia Li frowned. This clearly wasn't Silver Star Group's gear. Had he misidentified his targets? It turned out those appearing here were not Silver Star operatives, but hunters from the Monster Hunting Association sent to track Ku. But something still felt off. Xia Li pressed on, digging deeper into their recent communications. Sure enough, he uncovered a batch of info confirming their identities as Monster Hunting Association members working on contract. Sensing Ku firmly controlled the underground tunnels, unfamiliar hunters advanced cautiously. The association's implants were designed with encrypted brain signal protections against demons, first encrypting, then decoding data. Though computationally expensive, this prevented in-cuss control. Xia Li found it ironic. Who really were the monsters here? After all had been through, had faced a more sinister foe than a demon. She meweth the Monster Hunting Association, now treating him like a demon to be hunted. Meanwhile, Demon Ku had unexpectedly become his reluctant ally. The Monster Hunting Association's transformation from official urban defense force to mere bounty hunters was complete. Soon, Xia Li quietly approached an ambush point set by one hunter hanging by a grappling hook from the ceiling, motionless and ready to strike. Xia Li stayed calm and casually passed beneath. The moment the attacker dropped down, Xia Li stepped back, drew his blade, and with precise, instinctive calculation, delivered a powerful downward slash just as the attacker landed, embedding the blade a third into his skull. The man immediately lost consciousness, not dead but in a coma-like state. Xia Li spared his life, slicing the corpus callosum linking the left and right hemispheres, leaving intact only the lower brain area, housing the implant. His action had a purpose. Kids, are you there? He's yours, but hold off for now, I have questions. The kneeling attacker twitched suddenly, eyes rolling unevenly. Between gasps he stammered. You want to know about the bounty amount, enemy size, and strength 30,000 10-man team. Do they have core spirit stages? And what about others? Foundation establishment stage. All the boss asset slave team? Hearing these fragmented words, Xia Li tensed briefly but then relaxed. The attacker's implant was limited. Given the 30,000 spiritual stone bounty for hunting core spirit stage enemies, it was likely this team was all show, perhaps a gang of underachievers under tight control by a captain who hoarded the rewards. This meant the captain didn't share the bounty and was confident enough to offer 30,000 stones. To put it in perspective, top-tier foundation establishment stage gear costs around that, while peak golden core equipment could exceed 300,000. A truly powerful top-tier nascent soul cultivator should have assets amounting to at least several million spirit stones. The strength of such an elite nascent soul is enough to rival those who have reached the deity transformation stage, so earning spirit stones should never be reduced to hunting down foundation establishment cultivators. If word got out, it would certainly be a laughingstock. Thanks, you all can do as you please, Xia Li said, nodding before turning to leave. The man on the ground, however, began to crawl with great difficulty in the direction of the group of infant wailing spirits. What awaited him there? The answer was simply, would become their buffet. The 10-person squad that came to hunt him, aside from the nascent soul stage captain, posed almost no threat. They were merely the captain's scouts and cannon fodder. Because of this, Xia Li had little interest in fighting them. His core soul chip already cracked every one of their vulnerabilities. The moment they acted, he could paralyze them with a thought. Xia Li actually enjoyed dealing with groups using the same model core chip. Cracking one was like cracking them all. Unfortunately, the nascent soul captain would never lower himself to use such cheap goods. At best, he likely wielded a 5th-generation core chip, or perhaps even a more advanced version. Soon, a new display flashed before Xia Li's eyes, the captain's location data. Judging from the distance markers suspended in the tunnel, the enemy was still over 3,000 meters away. This tunnel was indeed long, and its branches exceptionally complex. The captain was currently guarding the main junction. As Xia Li advanced, he contemplated how to defeat this opponent. Although the nascent soul realm was often regarded as weaker, it represented a significant leap in life grade levels. Xia Li tested various hypotheses, having his core soul chip simulate combat outcomes, but all results were dismal. None exceeded a 1 in 10 chance. Even if the opponent were at their weakest, victory odds didn't pass 50%. Realm suppression wasn't the issue. It was the life-grade domination that was truly terrifying. With just a few hundred meters left, Xia Li had reduced the sound of his footsteps to absolute silence. Simultaneously, he activated the divine skill fusion realm, which even deity transformation experts found difficult to detect consistently. He understood that the core chip's probability assessments were realistic and objective, so he planned a Hitandran tactic. His left hand gripped the disordered phase sphere steadily, while his right hand's prosthetic held an antimatter bullet, the signature weapon combination he preferred. Bullets fired from his prosthetic were far more powerful than ordinary guns and, crucially, noiseless. Soon, night vision mode caught sight of the enemy. The man wore a suit vest, had a spirit smoke cigarette dangling from his mouth, and wielded a wide silver broadsword. Weapon identification complete: the Thunderbolt broadsword, produced by a Terra military industry, with a base price of 18,000 spirit stones, designed for use by nascent soul powers, perfect ones, or those at level armament standards. Perfect 1 is the Western classification for psychics of comparable strength. Though they also harness spiritual energy, they do not cultivate in the traditional way but follow their own psychic system. In the West, perfect ones align roughly with the nascent soul level, meaning the flawless individual. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Xia Li remained patient, moving forward slowly. Fusion realm allowed him to temporarily hide from detection. Though the deity transformation cultivator present restrained his probing out of caution, Xia Li still needed to close the distance to a safe range. The core chip's alert declared a safe engagement distance of 120 meters. Getting within 120 meters would drastically increase the chance of being detected, so Xia Li's plan was to steadily approach this critical distance before firing the antimatter bullet. The gap gradually closed: 150 meters, 140 meters, 130 meters. Finally, he reached the dangerous threshold of 120 meters. Xia Li stopped in his tracks, raised his hand, and held the bullet between his index finger and thumb. He activated the Tianxin targeting system, his gaze locking onto the target with hawk-like precision. 3, 2, 1. The bullet shot from between his fingers at incredible speed. But almost simultaneously, the nascent soul stage captain reacted with remarkable agility, immediately raising the great sword in his hand to block it. What followed was an intense suction force, as if space itself was being twisted. After the bullet struck the great sword, it transformed into a pitch-black point that voraciously pulled everything nearby into it. The great sword was instantly devoured by the black point, but to Xia Li's surprise, just before the black point formed, the sword's owner had swiftly entered phase space, cleverly evading the fatal absorption. Xia Li had already anticipated this outcome, which was why he immediately activated the random phase orb. After all, his real gamble wasn't to kill his opponent, but rather to create a situation where someone trying to steal a chicken ends up losing the rice. Trading a weapon worth nearly 20,000 spirit stones for a temporary advantage was revenge enough. He knew full well that the real showdown was yet to come, and the accounts would eventually be settled, one by one. After the black point dissipated, the man reappeared from phase space, and Xia Li quietly followed suit. Although the random phase orb's teleportation destination was random, the distance was limited to within 10,000 meters, forcing his opponent to simply watch helplessly as he drifted away. Good, good, good. If you can escape without dying, escape first, but you just had to give me that parting shot before running. How ruthless. A cold smile curved Xia Li's lips. Without hesitation, he turned around and used the random phase orb to leave. Although the teleportation point was random, the range was limited. He immediately returned to the ground level and notified the Silver Star Corporation to send reinforcements. This so-called Bounty Demon Hunter Association membership was nothing but a front. It would be too high profile for a major corporation to get directly involved. They needed a cover to maneuver between all parties. This was only the beginning. The confrontations to come were worth anticipating. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.